And now I'm falling, deeper down the flame, I can't control it. Darker as the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going.
This land is calling.
I'm here joining with NI and Xiao from CROSSFIRE.
Hello， 大家好，我是白鲨俱乐部的 N9。
Hello， 大家好，我是白鲨俱乐部的潇潇。
Today we're going to play a little game where you can create your memes. I'll be showing you guys some pictures and you have to come up with the text. And the other players need to give the points out of 5. Are you ready?
OK， 准备好了。
准备好了。
Let's go. So, first picture. This one.
谁在看我？谁在呐喊？谁
？4分。
The second.
对面是谁呀？怎么实力那么弱？好困难我。
3.5分。
The next one. Ooh.
为什么不理我？为什么不理我
？3.5分。
So the next picture is gonna be this one, the championship moment.
有点不太好配啊，我想一下。
你就看那个，就是看他拿奖牌的那个。
我就看他拿奖牌那个是不？这奖牌金的还是银的？怎么这么好看啊
？3分。
So okay. Oh wow.
菲斯有点难配哦。
这很难配哎，爽，太爽了。
3.5分。
This one, oh, with the coach.
教练。
你一下我，你一下我。
3.6。3.6分。
The next one. How about this one? 恩总，你来看看，有什么想说的？
什么？我们真的拿冠军了吗？
多少分
？4分。
So the next, this one.
你们好棒。
5分。
So that's it. That's all the pictures. I wish you the best luck in your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
拜拜。
拜拜。
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here joining by Jiuyou and Xiaobing from KINGZERO-eSports. Let's welcome!
Hello， 我是 KZ 俱乐部的九优。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KZ 俱乐部的小编。
Today we're gonna do a quick game, 20 quick questions for you guys, and you need to answer me immediately. Are you ready?
Yes。
Who's your team's certified aim god?
YSH。
Question number 2. Who's the most clutch under pressure?
九优。
冰。
The next. Who's the most likely to run into the grenade twice?
九优。
XN。
Any CROSSFIRE weapon you secretly hate but still use?
USP。
幻神。
Who's the biggest trash talker in a fun way?
YF。
YF。
Which teammates loves making risky plays but just for fun?
YSH。
YSH。
Who's the loudest on VC even when he's dying?
YF。
XN。
Who hypes the team with the worst motivational speeches?
Nobody。
What's your team's group chat name?
相亲相爱一家人。
听众训练群，
你们不在一个群里面。
我们两个群。
我跟他不熟。
他说的是一个群，我是说的另一个群。
Who's the last to show up to practice?
He。
有。
Who's the team's best foodie?
Maybe YF。
Any gamers here with surprising hobbies? Painting, fishing, dancing?
登山。
唱歌。
能唱一个半句吗
No.
Can you show it to the camera?
No.
下一个 If one teammate had to be a TikToker, who would blow up first?
Maybe XN。
How about you?
YSH。
YSH.
Yeah.
Okay. If you weren't a pro player, what would you be doing instead?
可能还在读书吧。
搬砖。
Any hidden talents we should know?
我比较喜欢滑雪吧，又去偷练吧。
因为就每次就看嘛，然后叫做中国新说唱，然后就跟着一起学，然后慢慢自己再学嘛。
Would you rather win EWC with a game-winning ace or a support with 0 kills?
杀的多一点吧。
杀得多一点。
Would you rather play a whole match with sound only or minimap only?
只看小地图。
那就听声音吧。
Would you rather chill with your team at the beach or a LAN cafe?
去海滩上面放松一下。
去海滩放松。
Would you rather have unlimited nades or 200 ping and perfect aim?
200ping但拥有完美的瞄准技巧。
200片，完美的完美技巧。
The last questions. If your team had a theme song, what would it be?
团结就是力量。
还是哪个？那个不抛弃不放弃那个是什么歌来着？相亲相爱一家人。相亲与相爱，就一家人。我不知道咋唱。
That's all. Thank you for joining this quick question, and your answers are amazing. Thank you, Jiuyou and Xiaobing. And I wish you the best luck in your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Thank you.
拜拜。
So, how's your aim today? Still potato?
What do you mean? I carried the squad yesterday.
What do you mean, brother? You spent half the round looking at the damn ground.
Jokes aside, though, today is going to be different.
Hey, that's right. There are no more warm-ups. Every shot, every round counts. This is day 2 of CROSSFIRE.
Where only the sharpest survive and no potatoes.
And welcome back, everybody, to day number 2 of CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025. This is a big day. Some teams will be going home. For others, well, they will be going straight into the playoffs. A big day indeed, not only for the teams themselves, but also for the organizations. We're talking the Club Championship Trophy race today. Well, it's going to make a big difference. And for some rosters, losing today might mean they will not podium in top 3. That's what's at stake. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Neo. We also got Kyle on the desk to start off today, boys. Great to be back for day number 2. How we feeling?
Feeling good, man. I mean, yesterday when I think for the most part, as expected for the majority of the games, but a couple of upsets here and there have started to spice up the group. So today could be really interesting. We could see some early X's for sides that we maybe even expected playoffs from.
For sure. And Kyle, I think we only had one little bit of an upset yesterday. It was Gaming Gladiators getting a big win. However, today might bring more.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see if there's another upset in the cards today. We've had, I think, a couple that might be brewing, so I'm excited to maybe jump into those.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a big day. And don't forget, not only are we covering the action, but also our B stream. There's going to be multiple matches, 8 matches in total taking place today, 4 here and then 4 on the B stream. The players are getting ready to go to arrive into the venue, and you better believe they are pumped up and obviously ready, because we have our Jamil Motorsport arrivals coming out into the heat. They know it's hot out there, but it's hotter out in the venue. Just showing up, you know, Neo, you got to think the competitors maybe a little bit worried, right? Because again, for some of them, like this team right here in front of you, their tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, the biggest thing you add on top of that is we don't really get to see too many teams from China travel abroad, right? They're not used to things like the jet lag and the long travel days and the layovers and all the stuff that maybe we're a little bit more used to when we're traveling out to see them in China. So it's a bit of a change up for them. And I do wonder how they cope with this, right? I think it's a whole different scenario when you're not playing on home soil. Every kind of big tournament for the most part we've had over the last few years in CROSSFIRE has been on home soil for these Chinese sides. So this, I think, for me, makes life quite spicy in an event like this. It is a real true test of their nature, their ability to adapt, their ability to overcome what is very vastly different circumstances.
You know what was spicy, though, was the trash talk yesterday, as well as the players getting loud on stage. We're in a totally different room, right? The venue is a little bit far away from us, but we can hear them screaming from here. It was exciting. Today's going to be great. And if you didn't catch day number 1 and you don't know what CROSSFIRE is all about, let's get you caught up to speed.
This isn't just another FPS. One bullet can shift the tide. One player can dominate the battlefield. Now, CROSSFIRE takes its global esports stage to the next level at EWC. CROSSFIRE is a team-based military FPS played by over 1 billion users across more than 80 countries. Two teams take turns attacking and defending, pushing each other's strategies to the limit. Blacklist plays offense. Win by either eliminating the enemy or by planting the C4 at site A or B and letting it detonate. Global Risk plays defense. Win either by eliminating the enemy before the C4 is planted or by defusing it in time. Each round is worth 1 point. The first team to reach 10 points wins. After 9 rounds, the sides switch. Offense becomes defense and the strategies change. But if the score hits 9-9, overtime begins. 3 more rounds. First to reach 13 points. No second chances. In CROSSFIRE, a single round can change everything. A perfect flash, a split-second peek, a 1 versus 3 clutch. This isn't just about aim. It's a battle of nerves, mental strength, and surgical precision. CROSSFIRE eSports spans the globe. China's living legend In9 from Baisha Gaming, deadly sniper Gokhan from Team Liquid, Vietnam's calm killer Shady from Team Falcon, the West's clutch king Snare from ROC Esports, and the Philippines' rising star Yobib from EVOS Esports. Now, the strongest teams and players from each region clash at EWC. Pride, skill, honor, all on the line. First time watching CROSSFIRE? No problem. One match is all it takes. Where fans roar, players rise, and legends are born. EWC CROSSFIRE. Your first watch could make another history.
Man, it's been a blast introducing CROSSFIRE to the EWC stage. CROSSFIRE, there's a lot of passionate folks out there, including you two on the desk, man. It's been around for a long time, but it's finally here on the boulevard here at EWC. It's been great, and yesterday was also great. So let's take a look at our Kidia top plays, because we have plenty of moments that really kind of took me aback and really showcased how strong these teams truly are. Because Kyle, seriously, you got to be playing full speed ahead if you want to win a championship.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday started off with a banger of a match ending KZ versus Alcadzia. It came out with KingZero looking really strong at the start of that match. I actually thought after map 1 they might be able to take it away, but then all of a sudden that Brazilian powerhouse squad showed up to play, and I'm excited to see what they'll do later today.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Because for Alcadzia, they have a chance to potentially move all the way through into the playoffs. Now, Rock, they started off strong, but they finished as a dud.
Yeah, exactly. I just think this is a side that fell so flat, and we had quite big expectations for them, but didn't get anything of that. And speaking of expectations, Baisha are probably the highest in the tournament, right? And this is a side for me who proved it. Only losing 4 rounds across the series. That is utter domination against the side that are reigning champs of the summer champs.
Dude, Baisha looked great, and AG did too, a team that we hyped up a lot throughout the day, Kyle.
Yeah, AG, they were a little bit shaky in the first map, but then on Eagle Eye, they just showed all of what they can do. A 10-1 victory, a massive way to close the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And AG obviously playing today for their playoff spot, a chance to potentially already make it there, which secures top 8, which is a big deal, right, for the club championship race, something to consider, because the championship race is underway, and we're getting down towards the very end of the competition. I'm talking $7 million on the line for first place, a big prize pool in general, even jumping up maybe 1, 2, or 3 places, maybe get you a couple $100,000 more dollars. And for the players out there, well, they're obviously competing to put their title up on the totem. The totem is a big deal, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, Wendy will get you caught up to speed.
Hi, I'm Wendy. It's the day 2 of the CROSSFIRE match day, and today is absolutely amazing because we got 8 teams to exit from our tournament, but the others gonna keep going on their journey of esports events. Absolutely, for Team Liquid, Team Falcons, VIRTUS.PRO, and Twisted Minds, they're gonna chase the seat of the club champions. So what an amazing day. Let's keep in touch with the CROSSFIRE.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, competing for all those points is definitely what you want. 1,000 points for first place. Top 8 is even important because for those rosters, those orgs who have earned points in the past might not be able to capitalize on them or even make money if they do not secure 2 top 8 finishes. So top 8's important, and for Falcons, top 8 is of the utmost importance, and the reason why is 200 points could technically, in a way, make it mathematically impossible for anybody to catch up to them, making this competition even more impactful for the Falcons, whose tournament life is now on the line. They lead currently at 4,700, with Team Liquid trailing behind at 42. Vitality just behind them. You know, Neil, the thing is, so many rosters still competing today. Their tournament lives are on the line, but securing top 8 is of the utmost importance for multiple rosters.
Yeah, I mean, it goes such a long way, and especially actually as we start moving into a little bit more kind of, you know, page 2 and page 3, where you see actually how close-knit the points are. Quite literally just top 8 can move you. I mean, we were kind of talking about it a bit yesterday. You can move from like 20th to like 14th just off making top 8 alone in a few situations. So it's massive, and I feel like this is where these teams, despite maybe not being favorites in this competition, all they need is some level of a playoff run, and it makes a world of difference.
Yeah, it's exciting. Even for Gaming Gladiators, who's a little bit further down on that 3rd page, have a chance to continue to move forward, especially after their upset yesterday. We're talking $27 million, Kyle. $7 million for first.
Yeah, honestly, a lot on the line here, but it is a scary day for some of these teams. 3 of those organizations in the top 6 are up for elimination today in those lower bracket matchups. So it's got to be a scary position to be in as one of those teams where you almost have the organization riding on your back, hoping for a good day.
Isn't that a lot of pressure? That's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's going to be a lot at risk here, especially even in this first game. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're currently tied for 4th overall, and they could be the first team knocked out.
Which would be a bit of a surprise, right? I mean, Twisted Minds, an organization you would think would pick up one of the best rosters out there. Granted, you have to be the best even to be on that stage. And I want to clarify that and make that, you know, impactful, because being on that stage is a big deal. I mean, you're one of the best in the world, what that CROSSFIRE has to offer, but naturally to be the best in a competition, you have to be better than the rest. And for Twisted Minds, they've got a lot of work ahead of them. Yeah, it is a long and winding road to be a champion. And for the keys, protecting them is of the utmost importance for the competitors. You don't want them crushed, especially you don't want them crushed to somebody who wants to use your key for their own gain, right? To use it for their own trophy. Keys, it's important. Let's show you what it's all about.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
It's such a cool system. Brutal, in fact. The fact is, your competitors can use the fragments of your keys that were crushed for their own trophy. Quite brutal, but I love it. I really do. And I love the $2 million prize pool, $750,000 going to first.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money, right? And especially considering, especially in Crossfire particularly, we're a region, we're a game with a lot of regions where that goes an incredibly long way. Especially, we're talking about some of these Vietnamese sides, some of the guys from Indonesia as well, the Philippines. I mean, it makes such a big difference when you have the depth of how long that money can go. We're talking about roster changes that they could be making, boot camps, facilities, PCs, all these things that could elevate an organization from a smaller region. So, man, it makes such a big difference.
Yeah, that's as well as the club championship money. I mean, so much greatness when it comes to EWC. It's the beautiful thing about this event. And we're happy CROSSFIRE is here naturally. $2 million prize pool, quite significant and quite literally life-changing. But it is a long road to become a champion. Day 1 was yesterday. Today is only day 2. We're still very early goings when it comes to CROSSFIRE. 5 days of competition. Let's get you caught up to speed with what that looks like.
For the first time ever, CROSSFIRE steps onto the global stage at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. 16 of the world's best teams have qualified for this historic showdown. From August 19th to the 23rd, 80 players will clash for pride, for glory, and a share of the $2 million prize pool. The battleground begins with the group stage, starting August 19th. 4 groups, 4 teams in each, and each group plays in a GSL-style double elimination format, with every match being a best of 3. There's no room for error. Only the top 2 from each group will survive and advance. The 8 survivors will march into the playoffs beginning August 22nd. A single elimination bracket awaits, where every match is do or die. The quarterfinals and semifinals remain a tense best of 3. But for the ultimate prize, the stakes are raised. The grand final on August 23rd will be an epic best-of-5 clash to crown the first ever CROSSFIRE eSports World Cup champion. Biggest international moment, and this is its debut at the Esports World Cup. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will make history? One game, one world, one champion. Let the battle begin.
We have 2 more days of group play. Today is one of them. 4 groups entered with 4 teams, Group A, B, C, and D, to play best of 3s, double elimination brackets. We will know today who moves forward out of the winner's side. We will also know what teams will be eliminated. What's at risk? Well, not making it to the playoffs, to be one of the top 8 teams and to ultimately go for the first place prize of $750,000. It's going to be a grueling day, but it must happen, and I hope the competitors are ready, and they should definitely need to have their game plan set in stone. It's going to be an exciting day for sure. The schedule, right? We've got 2 streams taking place. Obviously, we are Stream A. We're going to have all of the lower bracket matches, which means we'll be watching each team of at least 4 of them get eliminated, whether that's KINGZERO or Twisted Minds, Rock, EVOS, Falcons, Inner Circle, or VIRTUS.PRO, and Na'Vi. Not only will some teams lose out on their EWC run, but some orgs will lose out on the club championship run. So a lot is at stake today. For the B stream, though, they'll be watching plenty of teams go forward into the playoff bracket. So whether that's Gaming Gladiators, who pulled off a tremendous upset yesterday, they're going to try and do the same thing against Alcadzia. For Q9, Team Liquid, that's a big one. And Baisha and Evolution Power Gaming, can Baisha fall? I don't know. And for AGAL, potentially the second best team in the tournament, Team Stallions, they're coming at your throat. Both streams taking place today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you have them up on multiple monitors because you're not going to want to miss any of the CROSSFIRE action. Yesterday was great. CROSSFIRE came into play for EWC, and I believe it met all the expectations.
Absolutely, and I think, as with classic CROSSFIRE tournaments, we're only warming up, right? This is just the beginning. Teams are sort of feeling each other out, trying to get what new strats they brought to the table. I think we're going to see some real spicy stuff, especially as we get now from groups moving in towards eliminations, in towards the playoffs, that's where teams really start to show their true colors. Like I said, with teams like Vice yesterday, 70% of what they can bring to the table. There's so much more to unlock. Exactly, right? So, and this is what makes days like today quite exciting. Of course, we've got kind of all the key crushing, which is going to be Heartbreak Hotel for a lot of these sides, and maybe even some of these keys used in the pedestals later down the line, which I think is quite spicy.
It very spicy.
Yeah,
very
I've been following some of the other games as well. There's a real difference in how they do it, whether it's, you're picking the best teams to use in your pedestal or just kind of friends that you want bragging rights over.
Well, as we start the recap, Kyle, Akatsia got a big victory over KINGZERO, but KINGZERO didn't look weak, and they shouldn't look weak today. They got to go against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, honestly, that's going to be a huge matchup. I feel like KINGZERO does go into that one with a huge advantage, but honestly, for this team, I feel like they can pull it off and maybe even make a run for that #2 spot in this group.
I was pleasantly surprised by KINGZERO. I really came in expecting not the worst, but the 5th ranked team in China only got this spot as well because Baisha won ACL and also won the regionals. So we're looking at a side who I didn't really have the highest expectations. That first map was dominant coming through. So I think Twisted Minds needs to be really careful. There's a world in which they could really either overthink the situation, overcomplicate it, or underperform. And yeah, that early elimination is going to really affect them in the club championship.
And when it comes to Group B, Q9 gets a big win over Rock Esports. Rock not looking as strong as we wanted. They fall down to the losers bracket to play against EVOS Esports, who is defeated 2-0 against Team Liquid. Rock Esports, EVOS Esports fighting for their tournament life. Even winning this, it just progresses them a little bit further in the elimination bracket, but it doesn't guarantee a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, for me, Rock had a really disappointing performance, especially when you look at how good they started on this first map. They had a 5-1 lead, and they kind of squandered it in the back half of this set, and that's where I want to see a little bit more from this team today. A lot of missed shots in day one, and it really came back to haunt them.
And Gokin just hitting shot after shot. You would expect that from Team Liquid side, but for EVOS, what do they need to do differently?
A lot, if I'm being completely frank, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt. This is a Liquid side that should win this group, no questions asked. They are in a bit of a blessed one in that sense. And speaking of the flip side of not a blessed group, that's what Group C is, the group of death. We could have 3 out of the 4 teams make it out here, and we wouldn't even bat an eyelid. And that's where I do actually feel for Falcons in a sense. If they were in any other group, I feel like they make it out no bother. I do actually feel for Falcons in a sense. If they were in any other group, I feel like they make it out no bother. But the fact that you've got 2 of the top 3 teams in this tournament in your group makes life very, very difficult for them. But at the flip side, they also massively underperformed yesterday.
Oh gosh, that 5 rounds was the, or 4 rounds,
4
I
rounds,
should say. Yeah, it was the quickest series that we had of the day. And Baisha, they're only using 70%. I can't wait to see what 100 looks like. Falcons come into today, hopefully with some better energy, because they're going to need it to face off against Inner Circle.
Yeah, I think the big benefit of the doubt for Inner Circle, though, is they really have nothing to lose going into this match. And Falcons, I don't think, has really studied this team very well. And they looked very shaky yesterday. So if there was ever an opportunity for an upset, I feel like Inner Circle might have something in the making here.
How spicy would that be as well, by the way? Inner Circle taking down Falcons first round.
Yeah, dude, well, Inner Circle, I like the org as a whole, right? And I support them throughout multiple esports. So I would love to see them get a win today. Although it'd be bittersweet to see Falcons leave the home team. AGAL gets a big win over VIRTUS.PRO. Stallions also winning over Na'Vi. I know Sneaky was ecstatic with that win. They face off in the winners match, but we focus on VIRTUS.PRO versus Na'Vi in the elimination match. Again, 2 rosters that are fighting for their club championship trophy run, which losing out here could very well mean losing out on hundreds or tens of thousands of dollars. There's a lot at risk here, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, VP to me has to have a massive day if they want to show up and really get something done here. But on the other side of this group, you also have Stallions as well, who looked a little bit shaky to get across the finish line. And you look at that top 8 set of teams, I'd say they're one of the weaker, maybe outside of GG, to make it through.
Yeah, I think also with both kind of Na'Vi, VP, and even Stallions, it's unconvincing wins or losses, right? We're looking at sides who I just really think haven't shown themselves yet, and especially with that lower bracket game now, I think it's basically a battle of who makes the least mistakes, because we saw so many plague them yesterday.
So, power rankings-wise, though, we kind of threw our hat in the ring, and we tried to at least predict who we thought was going to be moving forward. As far as our favorites go, I don't think we did too bad.
I think we did pretty damn good. You know, all of them stepped up. Sure, Alcadzia map 1 was a little rocky, but reverse sweep, proving that they've got longevity behind them. But, you know, rest of the board, I'm pretty happy with our favorites.
Yeah, I mean, even for our dark horses, I think for some of them, they did okay. For some others, Kyle, they kind of dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest surprise, I think, on the day was GG picking up that win, and now Twisted Mind's going to be in a really tough spot, I think, for the remainder of this one. But looking at the dark horses as well, I mean, it's kind of fitting here. Some of them making it through, some of them now having to fight through that lower bracket. But the underdogs, for me, this is where I actually think Q9 was the most impressive.
Sure, Q9 was great. Twisted Minds, you mentioned they're going to be fighting as one of the underdogs coming in today. KINGZERO also fighting for their tournament life. They battle against each other, which is it's going to be tough for our power rankings. One of them is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, kind of, you know, like we said yesterday, our reason for the big underdogs was it'd be sick if they could make it out of groups, right? And that's where we've got 3 of the players who've kind of got tournament life on the line, or 3 of the teams. Like you said, Q9, very, very impressed them. And actually, even despite the loss, KINGZERO as well, they're against one of the best teams in the tournament. And to take a map as dominantly as they did is good signs. It's now just about chaining that into consistency. That's the big issue for them. And I think, you know, that comes with an experience, right? And this is a good time, right? We've already shaken off the first game nerves. Now we can come towards day 2, backs against the wall, but nothing to lose. They're nothing to prove at this tournament anyway, right? So now it's about just leaving it all out there. And if this is the last run, hey.
And I just want to reiterate that because that's a great point. Get the nerves out of the way, right? Day 1 is over with. If you had shaky hand syndrome, hopefully it's done with, right? Because you come into day 2, you know what the stage is like, you know what the crowd's going to be like, and what the pressure is like. So today, you should have new energy. KINGZERO-eSports, Twisted Minds, they're looking for the new energy. This is going to be our first matchup of the day, our first elimination matchup of the tournament for Twisted Minds. Again, if they want even a sliver of a chance to place top 3 in the club championship race, they must win this matchup and continue to progress towards the playoffs for a top 8 finish. Now for KINGZERO, Kyle, winning this means they take club championship points away from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Twisted Minds, they've got to give everything they've got to stop that from happening, because this KINGZERO roster looked really good in day 1. They just had the toughest opponent in this group.
Yeah, well, KINGZERO, though, let's get some positives going for them. Again, like Kyle said, Neil, they did, in fact, look really, really strong. They've got a lot of positive notes for them, and in fact, they did take the fight to Alcadzia quite well, to the point where even in map 3, there was a potential chance they could have won. I believe it ends 10-8, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about KINGZERO from yesterday. You know, like we said at the we don't really know what to expect out of them in terms of actually international competition. We don't know if they can kind of fare up against different tempo changes, different pace changes, but I think they reacted really well. And this is a thing that's really a testament to the Chinese scene as a whole. Their ability to adapt and to overcome is actually really, really strong. And sure, they fall in the end, but that is to be expected. The fact that they were even in the conversation itself as a whole is a really, really good sign. So, like I said earlier, I think Twisted Minds needs to be really careful. They cannot come in towards this and sort of doubt them because they're an unknown quantity.
You know who I'm looking out for today from KINGZERO is Ben.
Yeah, honestly, he's been on a bit of a tear lately. I think XN as well, another star player for this team. They really popped off against Alcadzia. I was actually surprised that even went to a 3rd map. I thought it was going to be a 2-0 on papers. So for KINGZERO, they're really stepping up. But I still have some doubts based on this team's history internationally as well. I think back to the ACL Invitational, where they actually went down to Stallions in the first round of the playoffs. So I think they're looking for that redemption here today.
Redemption, that's the big note for KINGZERO. And for a team that was, at least as you guys were saying, was gifted a spot because of a qualification for Baisha. So that's something to look at for KINGZERO. No pressure on them. For Twisted Minds, all the pressure rests on their shoulders, not only for their CROSSFIRE competition and their tournament life, but also, again, for the club championship trophy. Twisted Minds, Neil, we didn't have a chance to watch them, at least on A stream yesterday. Let's let the fans know what this roster is all about.
Yeah, there's actually some nice pieces. This is a side with actually really decent amounts of experience too. They've obviously been a side that have kind of been running through their region relatively well, but also I think that's also maybe a narrative in itself about the lack of depth in the region. But as a whole, I do actually like what I've seen from this Twisted Mind side, especially look back towards last year. There was moments where they made good runs and they made actually coming towards this year good changes as well. I think this is a side that are trying to build for a bit for the future. It's just about clicking together right now. It feels, even what we saw yesterday, they rely so heavily off individuals to do a lot of the heavy lifting, where it feels like the team synergy, that holistic approach that a lot of the best teams like your Baishas, like your EPs have, they don't bring that to the table. If they can't get an individual really shining and pulling them through rounds, they struggle. And that's actually where this matchup could be pretty brutal, because that's KZ.
And Kyle, individuals, Neo keeps mentioning it. Who's the individuals we're looking out for?
For me, it's going to be Kimbum. I mean, this guy had a good tenure with Falcons. He played ACL with them. Unfortunately, not on the roster anymore on that end, but he's a key decision maker on this team and them crossing the line today.
If he drops the ball, though, who's picking up the slack?
For me, I'm going to be looking to Datchip on that team. I feel like he's probably the second best player to pick up those entry frags and really find that impact.
Sure. All right. Well, Twisted Minds, KINGZERO, they'll face off in our first matchup of the day, the first elimination match when it comes to our CROSSFIRE tournaments. A lot rides on this elimination match. Again, for KINGZERO, winning pushes them forward, defying expectations that this roster really wouldn't bring a lot to the table, at least in this tournament, but they already perform well against Alcatia, and they look to do even better by making to the playoffs. For Twisted Minds, staying alive means potentially podium in the club championship race. That's what's at stake. KINGZERO, Twisted Minds. It's day 2 of CROSSFIRE. Let's get it started.
Across the globe and throughout the battlefield. This isn't just a broadcast. This is where legends collide. And this main stage is the spark that ignites it all. Welcome in to CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. It is amazing to have you here with us. My name is Adam Savage, and this hulking man you can see here next to me is Sandstorm.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, teams will secure their top 8 places in the playoffs, and others will see their hopes, dreams, and their keys crushed. Meanwhile, our focus is on one thing and one thing only: who will rise and who will fall. Welcome to Elimination Station.
Elimination Station. All aboard, choo-choo. I think it's time we meet our teams. Are you ready for this?
I am more than ready.
We are so ready. First up, please welcome to the stage, KINGZERO-eSports. KINGZERO-eSports, from the throne room to the war zone. They don't just play the game, their aim is to command it. They took Alcatia to the edge in one of the closest games of the tournament so far, and now they're back, sharper, hungrier, and ready to rewrite the script. Bow down or get broken. This is KINGZERO-eSports.
The battleground calls for our next contender. It's Twisted Minds. They battled through Vietnam, pushed to the best of their limits. But today, the margin for error is gone. One match, one shot, lose here, and their journey ends. With their backs against the wall, it's do or die for Twisted Minds. Our first game is set. Our first key will be crushed by the end of this series. Whose will it be? Casters, take it away.
Yeah, let's find out indeed. It's going to be a big day today. We've got 4 elimination games up on the Streamlabs, and of course, talking about that key crushing and how big of a deal that is. I want to quickly highlight as well the importance of this match for Twisted Minds, not just as a CROSSFIRE team, but as an organization at EWC, currently sitting in 4th place in the club championship, could be dropping down dramatically if Twisted Minds do get knocked down here.
Yeah, it's a lot of big deal, right? I mean, we were talking about, like, you know, the club championship rankings. Like, there's so much at stake now. It's not even just these games in itself. Obviously plays a massive factor, but again, you have to consider that, you know, this is the bigger picture. This is where things can really just kind of turn things around. So this is a very exciting day. Like, we always talk about, you know, the games being very exciting, a lot at stake. Today is definitely the case for that here.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So taking a look at the map pool, the map Veto, Subbase, Black Widow, and Port going to be coming through. I don't know, what's your take on this series? For me, I'm definitely leaning quite heavily toward KingZero. I think even despite the loss that we saw for them yesterday against Al-Qadsiya, I think they really pushed that team, and obviously we had quite high expectations for Al-Qadsiya. So to see them get taken to a third map, and obviously a 10-8 in that third map as well, it looked like a very winnable series actually for KingZero. Whereas, I mean, look, Twisted Minds, they were able to take a map off of Gaming Gladiators, but I don't really have as much faith in what they're going to be able to do down here in the elimination match, personally.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. Like, I definitely think that, you know, KingZero, like, when you're looking this on paper, it definitely, you know, they're the clear favorites in this matchup, right? I mean, we're talking about one of the higher ranked in the Chinese region. You know, again, Twisted Minds have, you know, taking a loss yesterday against Gaming Gladiators, not a bad thing at all, but again, you know, I think that was a matchup where that was really much a required win that they absolutely needed. So now you're playing a whole other monster, you're playing a whole other beast, so this is going to be tough. And even just looking at that Veto, you know, to be honest, I'm not really sure how I feel about it, because the fact that we're going to be even having just the way it went about that, you know, we're going to have Subbase as the first pick, which of course will be from KingZero, and then moving into Black Widow. I mean, Black Widow is a very strong map in the Chinese region, so I think that's a bold pick, and I don't know if maybe they've done some anti-stratting or they have a bit of an idea, but it definitely seems a bit risky in my opinion.
We'll have to wait and see how it does end up playing out. Black Widow certainly is a map that we've seen Twisted Minds playing quite a bit to some relative success in their domestic tournaments. They actually have an 84% win rate on it. So, you know, that's something to consider.
It is, and you know, I think the biggest caveat to that, though, is like when we talk about the statistics of that, like a lot of it is like that domestic results, right? And that's where I kind of keep going back to the fact of like, you know, I'm kind of putting the Chinese region on the pedestal a little bit, because like they are just so, you know, competitive and they are the dominant force. But you're right, like, I mean, typically this is their #1 best map that they've been able to play. So yes, they're very familiar with it, but you also have to realize that KingZero, I mean, despite that, they're a team that has been able to do moderately well on it. I mean, they have had, you know, some wins like over EP. They've, you know, been able to beat teams like E-Star in their region as well. So those are, again, like very good level competition in the CFPL. So that's where I'm still putting a big leg up right now for KingZero.
Yeah, I mean, do you take into account the win for Twisted Minds yesterday on Black Widow against Gaming Gladiators at all?
I really don't, if I'm going to be honest. Like, even for Gaming Gladiators, like we watch them a lot here for the CFWL, and they're not really a team that I felt was very good on Black Widow. I think they always kind of experimented with it because they knew they're going to have to play it probably internationally. So yes, it's great that Twisted Minds was able to get that 10-5 victory, but I really don't think that's, you know, you're comparing an apple to an orange in my opinion. For
Indeed,
like that.
indeed. Look, at the end of the day, we obviously have to get through to Subbase first before we do get onto Black Widow, and so I think we should turn our attention toward Map 1, which again is going to see KingZero heading back onto Subbase, and that was a map yesterday that they really did struggle on against Al-Qadsiya. They lost this map 10-3, but they have doubled down on it as a map pick. So KingZero hoping that they're going to be able to fix things and make a bit of a better performance for themselves today. And we'll kick off day #2 of the Esports World Cup Crossfire with Twisted Minds and KingZero. Chinese squad starting off on that GR side, and YF taking a look through the wood doors, see if he can find a pick early on in this round, but Twisted Minds not giving him anything.
Yeah, not at all. And it's definitely a really good point you bring up, because we always talk about the statistics of these teams, and it was very surprising yesterday the fact that we saw like such a dominant loss of a 10-3. So we'll see if these guys have been able to figure themselves out a little bit differently. Again, that's kind of the beauty of the competition. As soon as the games are over, you know those teams are, you know, right back into the laboratory. They're kind of re-watching the VODs. They're trying to figure out, okay, here's what we did well, here's what we did poorly. We'll see if KingZero have been able to figure out and get some of the patches done for themselves. But you know, we're going to need to see another star performance from YF. He was definitely somebody that I put a lot as a top fragger, very impactful. I wonder if we'll be able to get that here for day #2.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. But already things have started to sort of go back and forth, a 1-for-1 so far. YSH with a bit of a job to do here, as most of the attention from Twisted Minds is being drawn in the direction of the B-bomb site. Locker's obviously a crucial part of this map, and that'll be what Twisted Minds are going to try to dislodge initially. Hasn't gone well for them. Botcute unable to find the trade here, and so YSH locking down that position, waiting for Mouse and Datchip to make their way in onto that bomb side, and it's just not quite coming together for Twisted Minds, you know, like a little bit miscoordinated, I guess would be the way that I would describe that round. You've got players kind of trying to fight one by one, and then, you know, the hits not coming together at the same time, and pretty easy hold in the end for KingZero to start off their campaign on day 2.
Yeah, not bad at all. And this is where, you know, we were kind of seeing that, you know, KingZero, like they had themselves, you know, even yesterday they had such a dominant performance to start the day off where, you know, I think it was a 10-2 victory on port, and then, you know, this kind of, you know, fell apart. And this is where we saw the first map was a really good effect for them, like where they were able to play really well. This is obviously going to be more important considering this is their pick, but very nicely done, a very easy hold. And Twisted Minds, I agree, they're going to have to play this more as a unit. They can't just kind of play this, you know, a little bit of lurky play. I don't think that's going to be the plan of attack. But right now you can kind of see a little bit of a 3-2 setup from these guys. 3 unlockers, leaving just for YSH by himself. He's going to be the one that's close on by. Now Lockheed's trying to see what he can do here with the M14. I feel like that's the best rifle in this kind of range, right? I mean, it is decent, but again, we always kind of put the reliance of this like more in those close encounters than northern distance.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they have been able to take Locker's control, so that is definitely a point of contact that they can use to put some pressure on KingZero. Going to keep Kimbum here to just keep an eye on it, while the rest of Twisted Minds work their way back over toward the A side of the map, maybe try to clear out wood. Can see KingZero kind of aware of that, starting to dump util on this A side of the map. They've got a smoke at the top of the stairs, they've got a smoke in second mid, flashes going through into wood as well, trying to delay Twisted Minds as much as possible, but you can only delay for so long. Inevitably, Twisted Minds are going to have enough time in this round to make something happen, and I think it might even end up being potentially a B split. We'll have to see what Kimbum ends up doing. Depending on where he ends up, yeah, well, that's going to indicate an A split in the end, and that's not worked out at all. 9U just farming them as they try to make their way into control room. C4 now dropped. It's Kimbum and Carrot that are the last 2 alive, and they've got a lot of salvaging to do here. They're not doing a bad job of it. 2 low HP players, and now it's into the 1v1. Bin locked in on the left side. Carrot well aware of that, so a lot of this comes down to the swing from Bin.
Oh my goodness.
Gets nothing done, and he's down to 1 shot. Carrot clutches it out, and Twisted Minds have secured a 2v4 to keep themselves in the contest.
Wow, that was really impressive. Again, just through all the chaos, the thick and thin of it, they're able to get themselves, you know, to be able to push out of that situation. I mean, that was really awkward for Bin too, because again, like you were kind of tucked on the wall. You don't really have a lot of options. You're wanting to kind of do that jiggle peeking for that information. You want to know how close is he? Is he going to fight me? Is he going to run away? But nicely done from Twisted Minds. The fact they were able to kind of react well to the chaos, get themselves right back into this game. A tie of a 1-1. It definitely wasn't looking good originally, but Carrot able to get himself that double kill. Again, catapulted them a little bit in a better position here. So like we said, I think today is going to be really important as well, because we talked a lot about the nerves. We talked about day 1 jitters. You know, no, but it doesn't matter what level you play. Like, you're always going to have that. So now that we're in day 2, I think we're going to see a little bit more calm and collected from these teams. And that's where I think the desk made a good conversation that there is an opportunity where some of these underdog stories could actually happen potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a big story for Twisted Minds, not just as the team, but as an org, if they were able to get through today. Maybe make it into the playoffs, for example, of CROSSFIRE at eSports World Cup. But long way to go, given that they're down in that lower bracket. But yeah, early inroads being made on the blacklist side here of Subbase. I didn't think that was going to happen. So some impressive moments so far from both teams. And Carrot with the shotgun sniper is essentially just able to walk his way into B, contact play, and get himself a kill. That should never really be allowed, that kind of an entry. But it is going to throw a fox among the henhouse here for KingZero, who now have to try to figure out what is going on. XN, nice sharp shot. Oh! In fact, 3 of them, as 3 go down for Twisted Minds, and once again, KingZero have a massive advantage.
And XN is honestly, again, the desk, you know, brought this up a lot and saying like he was definitely an MVP yesterday, and I agree. Like, this is where the M14, like, it is just played so well to his style. Like, he's able to play these tight angles, he's able to play these, you know, close quarters, and he's just able to fully get the spray down, getting these doubles, and in this kind of a situation, a triple kill, absolutely beautiful. Now we see that Lockheed and Carrot, the last 2 remaining players, you know, asking for a 2-on-4. This is desperate now. You have 25 seconds you have to work with. You have to still fight for the bomb control. This was a big problem we saw a lot yesterday for these teams on the BL side, where they're trying to fight for that C4. So now Carrot, a lot at stake here. He has to go for this player here right behind Missile. They know exactly where he is, and it should be all over, and there it is indeed. So very nicely done here from XN once again to be able to put his team back into winning factor.
Already some pretty serious faces on the stage. You can see we're only 3 rounds into the day. Everybody knows how important this game is. It's an elimination game, you know. You don't want to be coming all the way to Esports World Cup and only playing 2 days, 2 best-of-3s. You want to be going the distance. I mean, again, reiterating that this is the largest prize pool, by the way, that we've ever seen in CROSSFIRE history. So, you know, aside from just the prestige of it all, you know, there is a financial aspect for a lot of these teams as well. And yeah, you know, it is in some cases life-changing money for teams that haven't had success on the international stage before, which I think you could say for both these teams would be the case. Neither Twisted Minds nor KINGZERO have really gone deep in any CFS events, nothing like that. So,
yeah, exactly.
You know, their career's still in their infancy in that instance.
It's a really good point you bring up, you know, Elfish, just because, again, like that is the biggest thing, is that we really were hammering this down yesterday, saying, like, again, it's a big stage. There's a lot at stake here. Like you said, a lot of history in the making here for CROSSFIRE, which is so exciting. But that's where I was kind of making that comment a little bit earlier, talking about the nerves and talking about, you know, these guys are going to have to just kind of relax themselves. And that's where I'm kind of thinking day 2 is going to be a lot different. And like we said, there's so much, you know, so much more that's riding in this situation, just with the club championship rankings and what that really means overall for the big picture. So that pressure just keeps getting bigger and bigger as we move on through this, which is, you know, you already thought it was already stressful as it is, but now it's got even more.
Yeah, smoke's all over the place at the moment in this round, so everyone has just kind of paused for thought. Wait those smokes out. Flash in here from KINGZERO to try to get a bit of info, but Carrot waiting on the line. Dispatch of XN, who has been the standout so far. Now KINGZERO are going to have to get themselves through a round without that player. They're going to try to re-aggress once again. This could be dangerous, deadly. In fact, they're going to just overcommit to it, and it's going to work. Bin dropping down from the vents has found himself a double. He was the late entry into that engagement that has, again, caused a bit of a ruckus, and Twisted Minds don't have the answer for it.
Yeah, once again, one of these players to step up, you know, mega in the sense of just picking up this double kill. And now this A site, theoretically, yes, it's going to be open for grabs. You can see that KINGZERO, they're actually going to allow this to happen. They're going to have YF that's just going to play on the top ground. He's going to see who he's going to be able to find. Now you already have Bin hot on the heels. Kara goes down. This is going to be a problem here for Baku. He has to be able to find these kills, but no, he gets caught right in the sniper's scope. And right back at it again. KINGZERO are going to be able to put themselves in a 3-round situation here. A 2-round buffer, which is going to be very good for them here on the GR side.
A little bit of conversation to be had once again. Yeah, it's going much more to plan for KINGZERO today than what it was yesterday on this map. I mean, something just didn't really work for them on sub-base against Al-Qadsiya, but it seems like today they've refocused in. They might have had a bit of a chat yesterday night about what they were doing wrong on this map. And to be up 3-1 on the GR side already is a fantastic start, right? Again, reiterating that this is typically expected to be a BL-sided map. So, Twisted Minds very much got their backs against the walls at the moment. YSH with the jump spot. Very safe position for him to be in. Pretty much impossible to lose your life here, but smoke in there from Twisted Minds is going to obscure his vision.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think that's why he kind of repositioned himself, because he knew, like, playing that spot's not really going to benefit anything. Yeah, he might be able to get that cheeky 1 kill, maybe 2 at best, but now with the reposition, this is not bad, because now they're going to have to clear different angles. They're going to have to make this a little bit more problematic for them to do this, but Twisted Minds aren't even entertaining the idea. They're using Carrot as a bit of a decoy. They wanted him to be able to find a rotating kill, but he's the one that actually gets picked here. So now you can see the Twisted Minds back into wood control. They're going to go for the fight of 9U, but man, he's proven to be very lethal, but he might get caught here with the timing, and indeed he does. That's a perfect opening right now for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but they're going to start to dump some util in onto the site, make it difficult for Twisted Minds to scale in. Look at the nade coverage. Actual damage itself is not that fantastic. And so Twisted Minds will pretty safely have 4 players in the post plant. Now they have been battered and bruised a little bit on their way in, but for the most part, you've got relatively healthy players here, and it's KINGZERO that are going to have to make a 2-pronged retake attempt. XN coming in late from the stairs. Here comes Bin. Double entry for him. That's going to be big. They clear out side itself, they just have to now find those last remaining couple of players over by the stairs. They've got time. Defuse is on. It's back off. And now YF has to get on the chase here. Mouse dodges the final shot and will survive and will clutch the round out for Twisted Minds.
Oh man, they did so many great things. Honestly, I mean, they tried to get some of the pop flashes. They were trying to just re-aggress onto the fight, but again, you can just see the post-plant positioning wasn't too bad at all. Very, very nicely done here from Mouse V, and the fact that he's able to put himself in the high ground position, he's able to find the duel, has now allowed them to get back into a closer affair of this game, and now they're going to go right back for wood control. They're not even going to mess around. They're going to just go for the full rush into this. KINGZERO, a little bit late to the party. They're trying to get through the back door if they can. They are able to find that first duel, 9U, but now spamming away through the smokes. That chip takes some significant damage here with Block-U, but now are they going to commit to this? Are they going to pull the plug? Are they going to try to reconvene a new idea? And it looks like that's indeed the idea. They have plenty of time. And this is not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, I like that. You don't need to overcommit, right? You do have a few players that are pretty low, so if you commit to that A site, you're going to for sure get hit with a couple of nades, bit of spam coming through. The rotation had already come across for KINGZERO, but slow things down, put the element of doubt in the mind of KINGZERO here, force them to make some decisions such as this one. And that will further compound the issues for KINGZERO, because while that's a 1-for-1, it essentially means that KINGZERO are now down one player to cover all of the territory that they need to cover. So it's actually worse for KINGZERO in that instance to have that 1-for-1 play out, right? A 3v2 is harder than a 4v3, but this one, a 1-for-0, YF just getting aggressive, finding his timing, and not really quite appreciating the execution. I like the idea from Twisted Minds, but the execution itself, having players isolated, not ideal. So they find themselves in the 2v2, and they are maybe going to be given the opportunity to walk into A. So that's going to be a good read.
It's a great read because, again, they used him as a bait, because him just kind of lurking by himself and that kill from YF, they kind of had the jig of just thinking, okay, they're going to actually go towards B this time. But instead, it's a little bit of a double fake, and now the bomb's going to go down. So this is huge because YF actually did a full reposition on this, expecting something different. Now they have to refight for this, but they have the HP advantage. That's the biggest thing here. They're able to get themselves through the site. Kimbum just hiding behind the tires, but oh my goodness, he's still able to find this fight. Now YF needs to do something big. He's got two players just trying to flank for him, but I can't believe he finds this, and he does! My goodness, again, YF!
Yeah, such a heads-up play for him to recognize there was a player on the flank. Turns around, easy kill for him, and then in the 1v1 he knew he kind of had his opponent isolated and stuck, and so cleans it up nicely. Big clutch. And that's, I think, in a sense, KINGZERO kind of making amends for the 4v2 that they let slip earlier on in the half, right? You win yourself a 2v1 clutch. You're kind of restoring that equilibrium a little bit for the half. 4-2 is the lead now. And KINGZERO is still very much in control of this game at the moment.
Yeah, just again, but beautiful work from, you know, we just see that YF, the fact that he's able to react to that and just expected somebody to go for a big flank like that. And again, I think Twisted Minds did the right idea. You could have tried to play the double system, maybe try to get that trade, but at the same breath, like, you have to have somebody near the stairs. It makes it a little bit more of an awkward fight, because if the player behind missile goes down, it just creates a lot more of an opening. So it was a bit risky. I actually really liked it from Twisted Minds, but YF just big brain, man. He was just a 300 IQ play there, in my opinion. He was able, the fact that, you know, getting that duel within that second just created such a great opportunity for these guys. But Twisted Minds, in my opinion, are definitely playing a decent game right now. The scoreline might not be fully showing it, but I definitely think this is a big improvement from what we saw yesterday on day one.
He's going to go through. No damage done. Twisted Minds definitely take a bit of a more relaxed approach to the early rounds, don't they? They're not that team that we've really seen throw any quicker tempo plays in at all. That may be something that they can consider if things continue to go poorly here, because KINGZERO seem to have a pretty good read on what Twisted Minds are up to. Maybe a little bit of a faster play could work out nicely for them. XN under a bit of pressure here, copping a bullet and then a grenade, and now he's down to half HP. But the rest of KINGZERO totally happy with the proceedings so far. Doesn't really feel like there's a lot of pressure on KINGZERO at the moment.
No, not at all. They're playing, again, this very passive setup, allowing them to make the play. So 9U, oh my goodness, they don't even clear this, and I can't believe he gets away with this. It's just murder, and now he gets himself that triple kill. They don't clear the angles. It was such a big mistake, something so obvious they need to clear, and they don't at all. They were trying to be sneaky beaky, but instead, they're the ones that get punished, and now it's going to be a timeout that's going to get called from these guys because they realize they've made some mistakes now.
Yeah, that's just not good enough from Twisted Minds. You can't be allowing 9U to get 3 there. 1, sure, 2, okay, but 3, that's really getting egregious at that point, and that's way too easy for KINGZERO. So, no surprises. We are going to see that tack timeout come through. And obviously that'll give the opportunity for KINGZERO to also have a bit of a conversation to make sure that they can lock down the rest of this half. But I think either way, they've kind of done the job that they need to. I mean, how is this not traded faster?
Yeah, and like you can see, like all of them are kind of looking forward. They're just trying to hug the wall to say, look, like let's just try to be, again, no utility. Let's see if we can do this dry. And as soon as we see him behind the box, then we go for the fight. But instead, you have to have that second player at minimum, or even the third. They have to be clearing the stairs ankle. You can't just be like, no, they're not going to be there. Why would you? Like, that's a very obvious position. So, again, just a bit of a miscall from these guys. Again, the idea, the attempt of what the strategy could have been, I liked it in some degree because you're trying to do something a little unorthodox, but you have to go back to the basics of Crossfire. You got to clear your ankles.
Yeah, for sure. On an individual level, KINGZERO definitely delivering in this game as well.
Absolutely.
XN and 9U, lots of 2-3 player spray downs, and that's kind of what you love to see.
They're locked in, man. And that's what we kind of got the glimpse of yesterday, right? It was, YF that was putting a lot of effect with the TRG, and then 9U was still getting himself a little bit, that ball kind of going down the hill a little bit. Now it's really just rapid. It's really just going down the hill quickly. So this is what you want to see from players in KINGZERO, but this is where now the conversation for Twisted Minds in this tack timeout, like, okay, look, guys, we gotta just figure out, some of these patches and some of these bruises, because this is just not good anymore. The firepower is just lacking now.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the fact that this is happening on the GR side for KINGZERO, so they'll be feeling supremely confident about closing this map out from here. But they could make life even easier for themselves if they could pick up the last couple of rounds of the half. These 2 rounds can make a big difference, like Twisted Minds, if they get back to 5-4, they're in the conversation for sure. So, it's not over till it's over. A more aggressive play again from KINGZERO. Is they going to boost YF up into the vent? He'll hold that line with the TRG. Bokute going to walk right into that, and so it has started very poorly once again for Twisted Minds. The tack timeout not seeming to have made much of an impact so far.
Double locker setup once again. We saw this was a big thing that KINGZERO was going for. They actually played this double behind the right-hand side and then also going for the stairs. So this actually might be very nice, because are they going to be able to read that they have to clear this for Twisted Minds? It could be like, Bin goes down quickly. Datchip actually does win that fight. My goodness, look at that. A little bit of a, Bambi just galloping through this, jumps away, now able to keep, that player alive for like the short time being, but now they've lost 2. Datchip has taken some critical HP on this, and now Kimbop's trying to even go on this fight. It's a little bit awkward. I don't know why they're trying to do this on the 1v1s. This is just the problem. You cannot do that against a team like this.
Yeah, when you're down 3-on-4, though, you do have to kind of take a risk somewhere. Someone has to take matters into their own hands. You kind of throw the fundamentals out the window a little bit and hope that you have an individual that can make a play. And it doesn't really feel like anyone on Twisted Minds is that individual at the moment. You don't have anyone that's popping off. XN certainly on the other side of the coin is for KINGZERO. He'll be good for a 1-for-1, but I mean, yeah, 9U just comes through from behind, picks up the trade. Mouse is stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's trying to make his way into B, but even if he does, he's got Bin there to worry about from up in heaven. And that is going to be that. So 6-2, KINGZERO utterly dominating Subbase at the moment, and it does look like they're going to go on for a 7-2 lead.
It really does. Yeah, the way they're kind of playing, again, there's not a lot of mistakes that they're making, because even, I was kind of alluding to the fact of, like, earlier on, Twisted Minds, I thought they were doing some good strategies, some little bit of bait and switches and some kind of double fakes, but and now it feels like that strategy book is getting a little bit depleted. It feels like they've kind of run out of pages. They don't really know what else they want to do with this. They've been fighting so much constantly for this wood control, which again is good. I love that we're seeing them being active on it. I mean, I talk about being active. Look at how fast they just try to go through this. They're actually just trying to see who they can be able to fight. It's usually XN, but now Bin's the one that's going to be here in the firing range.
Bin's not having any troubles either. He's 9-4 too, so Doesn't seem like there's any inroads, any holes here for Twisted Minds to exploit. Again, that same sort of flash into second mid for KingZero. They clear that out. The smokes are up. They know they don't have to worry about that area of the map for the next 20, 30 seconds or so. I mean, Twisted Minds, what are they really showing us in this round? Not a whole lot. Kind of hoping that Carrot is going to be able to hit a blind shot through the smoke, but it's wishful thinking.
It is very much wishful thinking. You're right. Just shooting blanks. He doesn't know what to do with it now, and this is the thing where Twisted Minds down in the 4v5 is just not a good situation to be in because, yeah, Ben's taking some damage, but they have to be able to find a way to find this double kill. The C4 are actually all the way in the outskirts of Radio. And the fact that XN just can get away with that, like, again, a full swing with the spray down. And look at, he's not even going to overswing this. He's playing proper. Gets the kill, plays more passive, allowing the number advantage to be the effect here.
Yeah,
oh, jeez.
Wait for a teammate to go, and they swing together, and it's a 1-for-1, and that is more than acceptable for KingZero. Now, though, kill coming through from the vent. That's nice from Botcute. Maybe does give you a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a hope in this final round of the half that Twisted Minds could make something happen. Nainu has essentially kind of given up the A side. He wants to play for the retake.
And that's fine. Yeah, again, with the numbers, that this is okay. They still have a little bit of utility left from what I can remember here. So MouseV, if he can actually... Oh, he's going to commit to this. Nainu, I don't even think he's read this. Oh, he's going to get timed. That's beautiful. He had to do something big. And the fact that he's able to get there, you know, get the backstab kill, that's important because now this thing is turned into a 2v2.
That's a pretty serious mistake, actually, from KingZero. And it does make for a very winnable round for Mouse and Botcute, though. They have allowed YSH out close. He's taken a lot of damage on his way through, so he'll be an easy cleanup, and they do manage to clutch it out. Twisted Minds with another clutch victory in one of these rounds on the Blacklist side. So 2 out of their 3 rounds really do come from unorthodox victories. Let's say they probably shouldn't have won those 2.
Yeah, and like you said, I think the fact that that was a critical mistake from KingZero, like Nainu, you know, it's a tough situation because he, you know, you would think, why would he expect somebody to push him like that? But the fact that he didn't even really check his 6 at all, like he was just so confident they were going to try to do a bit of a 1-on-1 split. So really good work from MouseV. It's also, you know, that they had to make a play. They had to make a bit of a bold statement, and they do. But a 6-3 half, not bad at all. I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds, like, considering how this was going, you'll take it. Now this is all important about getting this first round. You have to switch the momentum here. You have to be able to slow down what's been built from KingZero. So that'll be the biggest question. Can they be able to find this opener to get something moving at least?
Yeah, got to get this first round on the board. That's Twisted Minds. And again, Carrot is up to his usual tricks, just spamming through the smoke, this time on the GR side as opposed to the BL side, but it's very much the same line, hoping that he's going to be able to connect something, but he's not even having too much success with that. And look, not a whole lot really happening in this round so far. Both teams kind of just with a bit of a spam battle through the smokes. Here comes some util towards the A site here, and we'll an indication of what KingZero is going to be able to do. They flash themselves out of the smoke. Kimbum completely whited by that. Can't see anything, and that is going to allow Nainu up close. But the flash fades, and Kimbum and Carrot are able to hold on to the A side together. YSH and XN will do what they can to salvage, but stuck in a 2-on-3 now. C4 not down, time not ticking in their favor. This is an awkward one to negotiate.
Yeah, this is tough too because you can see that Botcute and Dapchip, they're close together. Oh man, XN, I thought he was going to be able to spot this. Now the flashes come in. This might be just enough time, and indeed it is. Oh, but low, this is just YSH by himself. Dapchip going to be able to put the nail to the coffin, and there we go. That first initial round going to be done here for Twisted Minds, but I got a little bit nervous because Dapchip looked like he was the one that was going to swing initially on the stairs by himself. His teammate was still kind of rotating. But luckily they play together, they're able to get it. And the utility work alone, I felt like that was the saving grace for these guys because originally Kimbum, when he was anchoring the site, you saw him throw that pop flash that allowed him to reposition behind the missile, and the fact he's able to get that first opening kill. That was huge.
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference maker really. KingZero not able to get themselves an entry on that A hit. Their util usage on the way in looked pretty good, forced the players out of position, but couldn't capitalize on it. And once you miss that entry, the rotations are so quick in a game like CROSSFIRE that you are ultimately fighting the entire team. You need the entry on the BL side, and they didn't get it. So Twisted Minds still keeping their head above water in this matchup at the moment. Not for how long?
Yeah. But that's the thing where we kind of talk about, you know, for a team like Twisted Minds, like them being on the GR side, is that going to be able to allow a little bit more of a, you know, a better point for them on a map like this, where, you know, when we talk about their stats, like, again, when we say domestically, it's one thing, but the fact that they are significantly better as a GR-sided team, like, we're talking a 61% versus their 53 as a BL. Like, that is a massive difference, in my opinion. So that definitely paints a very good picture here that these guys are very comfortable in the blue. But we'll see if they're comfortable playing one of the top 5 teams here in China.
Yeah, a bit of a different ball game, that's for sure. Nice with the jump spot into Vent, does spot XN. It's again a very similar approach to the round here for KingZero. They're going to flash themselves downstairs. They do meet a counter flash. Carrot trying to slow them down. Not going to be too successful in that department. It's a bit of a split more so than a full hit onto the A site just down the stairs, and that's worked out much better for KingZero. A lot of low HP players, so could argue maybe this is doable for Bokyun and Datchip, but they will need the opening couple of kills, and they'll need them quick.
Yeah, the nades don't connect here, but look at, like, you have 3 players that are ready to go. One of the nades here does land, so that's good. One of the HP players low, and they're gone. But there we go. Now it's just Datchip. He's just getting overwhelmed with numbers here. They all just pounce on him, and there we go. Nicely done. They used the bodies to the advantage. They knew that they had low HP. They could not play the situation of one person kind of holding it. Instead, they played the number effect, which is, again, really good communication from these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as Ben gets on this flank, you kind of know that it's over, because even if Twisted Minds get an entry or 2 back into the site there, Ben comes along on the flank as the insurance fund and cleans it up all good. Twisted Minds, though, have started this round off with a favorable couple of duels. Looks like it was a bit more of an aggressive attempt, a fight from both KingZero and Twisted Minds, and it's worked out for Twisted Minds, though. Carrot under pressure, he's going to fall, and now we're back into a 3-on-3 with a very awkward position for Twisted Minds to try to dig themselves out of. They've lost a lot of map control. 1 for 1. Those couple of remaining Twisted Minds players have been spotted. YSH is wise to the fact he's not going to stick around on the A site and let that C4 potentially drop in an awkward position. He'll just move back to the stairs, play for some relative safety, and see if XN can come across to help him out, and he'll be proven incorrect in that assumption.
Yeah, they're starting to react a little bit better to this situation. Again, they went for a very fast mid control. They were able to get that double kill opener, which was really important. And then they, like you said, the couple players that were able to slip through that ult mid, like from Woodroom, able to get into radio or top radio, like, and then the fact they were able to get, you know, Carrot caught off guard like that. I was thinking that was definitely a massive opening here for KingZero, but thankfully for Twisted Minds, they're able to get themselves a rebound. They're able to react to the hecticness of it, but still KingZero, not much to sweat about. Still a nice little bit of a lead on this one. And they're going to commit Carrot onto the vent, so this is interesting.
I mean, it's nice to see Twisted Minds get the first 2 on the GR side. It kind of starts to fill me with a bit of confidence that they can make this happen. 7-5, it's still a deficit, but the first couple of rounds have actually looked pretty solid from Twisted Minds, so not ready to count my chickens before they hatch just yet. Twisted Minds will be very well aware of the implications of their performances here in CROSSFIRE at EWC, having a greater impact on the whole organization of Twisted Minds in the club championship. Any extra point that they can get towards that club championship is going to be hugely beneficial.
It absolutely is. Because I think even right now, if I'm not mistaken, they're kind of sitting in that 4th place right now with 3,200.
They would need to make it into playoffs to actually get any more club points.
Yeah.
And to overtake Team Vitality, who is 550 points above them, they would actually need to make it into 2nd. So they have a big job to do. But it's not even necessarily about that. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO also sitting there in equal 4th in CROSSFIRE here as well. So maybe even just making it to playoffs, getting that extra 200 points could keep you in 4th as opposed to dropping you down into 5th, for example. So
exactly.
There's a lot of implications here as a massive whiff from Carrot, but it's not going to matter. He whips out the pistol and still gets rid of Bin. We have a 1-for-1 to start off this round with 45 seconds left to play. YF bringing that C4 forward. Kimbum is the only player anchoring in on this A site. He can't see anything. Smoke, though, will fade and give him 1. But 1's not enough. Site control taken by KingZero.
Yeah, not bad. And now Bakhuge going really quiet, but now he's got a lot of angles to clear. That's going to be an awkward fight. Now Datchip gets overwhelmed once again by the numbers. Yu on a tear, able to find this double kill already, leaving it just down to Mouse V by himself on the 1-on-3. Not an easy task. He's going to have to go through the stairway. Again, pretty much a choke point at this point. Now with his HP critically low, he's going to have to hit the best shots of his life if he has any chance of getting this. He's able to get himself in a better position. He's been able to tuck behind this box. They don't know he's here. But again, Yu's hot on the heels. He's trying to go for the big old flank, and now he's been found. And there it is, Yu again, just loading the kill feed for himself. I think he was able to end that with a triple kill. So Yu just doing Yu things.
Yeah, I have to question if that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Twisted Minds. You know, they've been kind of hanging on, playing from behind. That now brings KingZero up to 8. Their first round on the BL side secured. They're now definitely within striking distance of closing out map 1 and doing it, let's be real, reasonably comfortably. If they can get it, you know, in the realms of 10-5, 10-6, I think they'll take that.
Yeah, if there's a round to win, it's got to be this one here for Twisted Minds. They were able to get, like you said, the first 2 initially in the second half, and now it feels like KingZero starting to feel a little bit better about this one. Now they've kind of figured out a rhythm that they like. Datchip was originally playing this close corner, but instead he's going to retreat it. Carrot does have a nice little bit of a safe-off angle. But again, he has to hope that they don't really use a lot of utility to clear that position. But in this case, you know, KingZero not really 100% sure what they want to go for. They're just still playing the waiting game. Maybe expecting Twisted Minds to go for a little bit of a pop aggression, which they did a few rounds ago. We saw that in middle. But a lot of respect for this one here in round number 14. I think KingZero realizing a lot's at stake to put themselves on that map point. Okay, Ben.
Yeah.
This is good, though, because, again, what he's doing right now, he's still being a distraction. You have Twisted Minds with 3 committed to this. This could be good, because now you're going to see KingZero. They're going to either try to commit towards, you know, the A stairs, or they're going to go right through all mid like this. And indeed they do. Oh, no, this is a problem, Jordan. This is not good at all. Bakhuge has to be able to find some way to get a double kill in this situation. And he's able to. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, YF. I don't know what he's going to do now in a 1v3. He's going to be able to isolate some of these duels. Bakhuge does go down. He'll get that reload off.
Oh,
maybe
no.
not. Okay. Now we're on in the 1v1. He's got no idea where Mouse is, though. Spots him out finally. He's half HP, so advantage Mouse at the moment. YF doing what he can to pre-fire these corners, change up his position, but Mouse getting in on top of him. Pistol comes out. USP's not going to be enough, and you got the sense that YF was just a bit agitated in that 1v1. I think if he slowed it down a little bit, you know, stopped spamming away, just played it a little bit more cool, calm, and collected, he might have given himself some advantages there, but Twisted Minds are going to get themselves another round, keep themselves in this conversation.
Yeah, and honestly, again, I got to give a lot of credit here for Bakhuge. The fact that in that kind of a position he was in, and the fact he's able to find that double kill, that was very important, because KingZero, I think they played a really good round there. They had the, you know, distraction of Bin. They were able to kind of just manipulate a little bit into wood control. Like, they were doing all the right things, but it was the fact that Twisted Minds still had a commitment of a player, or two, I should say, that were able to lock and load themselves in the right place in the right time. So either way, the fact that it came right down to the wire, like you said, YF just needed to hit the chill pill a little bit, but that's a tough thing to, you know, to do in those kind of moments, right? It's like, it's right down to the bare second, and the fact he was able to get even that double kill was just, again, a thing of beauty.
Patience here from KingZero. Haven't really taken any map control at all. I mean, they've got control room, but that's typically given to the BL side, more or less. Have yet to make their way into wood. Waiting down that timer for maybe the second mid smoke to fade, which it now has. So Yu having a little bit of a look. He's lucky Carrot is not posted on that line at the moment. He's holding a bit of a deeper line. We are actually going to kind of be given second mid here, which does allow a lot of options through for KingZero. They could split A, they can split B. I think for the moment, they're just going to slow things down, see what YF can get done over in control room, think about whether or not that'll allow them to have a B split, maybe retake that wood control and open up the option for the A split as well. It's very much looking like an A split here. XN to come through late into control room.
Oh, but Bakute, I was just thinking too, like I could see him on the mini-map. He was actually starting to explore. But, oh, they haven't cleared Must Be yet, but they finally do now. Nicely done. Now Kimbum, a big task at hand. He has to be able to lock this down. He has to be the sole anchor. And now he's just getting shot from every single angle. A tough position for him to be in, and unfortunately he's not able to find anything else. He goes to the grave. And now it looks like KINGZERO have been able to solidify themselves in a position of getting this 9th, unless we see something heroic here from Carrot. But unfortunately, it will not be in this moment. And now KINGZERO, map point.
Not too much celebration from KINGZERO just yet. They know they've got work to do still.
Yeah, and let's, you know, I'm Canadian, so, you know, I'm always trying to be positive. But let's not forget, these guys did throw the old choke where they couldn't close it out.
Oh, more aggressive play from Twisted Minds in this round. They're going to push their way forward into Machine Room, take that space. They've also taken the life of Bin, forced KINGZERO away. The response, of course, from KINGZERO is that YF is probing around in wood, but he hasn't been able to find anything. He's smoked off. This one's going to slow down again. KINGZERO going to have to go back into plan B or C, figure out how they want to work their way through the rest of this round.
Yeah, and you can see how deep that we're seeing Twisted Minds play, right? The double player in radio, kind of just, again, leaving here for Kimbum to be the sole player to react to the second mid control from KINGZERO. But you have the double players that are committed in A, so this is actually not that bad. This could actually work out nicely. It's a little bit of a bear trap in some sense, but they're ready for it. That's the biggest thing. KINGZERO, are they going to know that they're kind of stuck in a little bit of a situation? Carrot, you have to hit the shot, gets that first, but cannot find the second. And now things are getting a little bit awkward. Things are getting a little bit weird, but KINGZERO, they've lost some bodies. And Twisted Minds, they might have been able to put a lifeline on this one.
YSH can get a plan if he wants it, and it's quite an open plan. So YF's position here will be quite a critical one. If he can lock it down, there's no chance at all. Datchip just deletes him, and it's onto YSH solo. No HP to play with at all. He would have needed perfect shots, and even that might not have been enough. So Twisted Minds secure another. We go again. Subbase becoming quite the affair between KINGZERO and Twisted Minds right now.
There we go. Once again, Datchip's actually going to be the one that's going to try to put full aggression onto this. Got the HK in hand, and now Twisted Minds are going to retreat this plan. They're going to try to, you know, they were trying to put a lot of pressure on that. They realized there's not really anybody there, so now they have to reconvene. They have to get their rotates through, but look at how fast the KINGZERO have been able to get this. Look what they're putting so much pressure on Carrot. 4 HP, and that anchor has been pulling out of the water, so now KINGZERO, they got themselves a free sight.
This might be it. The round that KINGZERO have been looking for. They have got Twisted Minds completely locked out of the site. Smokes up at control room, smokes up at stairs, grenades landing on top of a large cohort of Twisted Minds players. They're all tagged up, and now they're all down as well. XN and YF combine, and then 9U through to finish it off. 10 and 7, and KINGZERO will pick up map 1. Subbase in the books.
Yeah, not bad at all. KINGZERO, they were able to get things done very, very nicely, but you know, I gotta give a little bit of kudos here for Twisted Minds. I felt like, again, they were playing a little bit better than what I was expecting them from yesterday. But at the end of the day, you're playing a very high competitor. KINGZERO, they were able to get themselves in a way better game plan today. You could tell that they were able to, you know, focus up, figure out some of the flaws that they had yesterday. They polished it up quite nicely, and everybody was able to play a very good game of CROSSFIRE here on Subbase, so not bad at all here for their map pick. Twisted Minds did show some creativity, but again, just wasn't enough.
No, certainly not. I mean, I've got to give some credit though. I think Twisted Minds, they've displayed enough on their opponent's map pick to say that there's a chance that this could be still a competitive series. Obviously, map 2 coming up shortly. You know, that is the pick of Twisted Minds, so let's not get too over-invested in a KINGZERO win just yet. I mean, we can remember what happened yesterday for them against Al-Qadsiya. They won map 1. They weren't able to close it out throughout the best of 3. So this one's definitely not over yet. I think Twisted Minds have displayed enough to keep me interested in this BO3.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, there's still a lot of conversation that's remaining in this one. Like, I know this is still the map pick that was here for KingZero, so that's the biggest thing is that, you know, it was kind of the opposite of yesterday where every team was able to, you know, win the opposite map, things like that. You know, the map pick wasn't going the way, but, I mean, we're still in a world where, you know, this one's done. Now Black Widow's going to be available. I'm still, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not as optimistic maybe as Twisted Minds, but the one thing I will say is that I definitely was impressed with the way that they were playing here today so far.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, we'll see what Twisted Minds have for us when we do come back for number 2.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
大家好，我是来自 KINGZERO 战队的 WEIBO。今天我们会玩一个小游戏，叫 This or Day， 1打5翻盘嘛。因为难度比较高，然后观赏性也比较大吧。黑子城镇吧，因为这张图就比较靠狙击嘛，狙击手比较容易发挥嘛。而且我就是个狙击手，直接猛冲。因为我们队的流派就是比较莽，用刀杀吧。因为刀杀还是比雷还要更困难一点嘛，爆能干的全队嘛。因为就是想赢比赛，就是得一步一步从干掉强队开始嘛，速战速决。速战速决怎么说呢？如果可以打碾压的比赛，谁都不愿意打纠结的嘛。尽掉最不拿手的图吧，因为这样可以保证自己的胜率吧。先开枪，因为怎么说呢？天下武功唯快不破，后面再翻盘嘛。因为翻盘就打比赛的时候翻盘还是比较爽的吧。
members away from Map 2 here at the Esports World Cup Crossfire, and we are watching an elimination game. Twisted Minds on the brink of being knocked out of Crossfire, which could have further implications for the organization here at Esports World Cup in that club championship. Currently sitting in 4th place, equal 4th though, with a VIRTUS.PRO who is also taking part in Crossfire as well. So should this team on our screens right here get knocked out today, they very much could be dropping out of top 4 in the club championship. On the other side of the field, it is KINGZERO, the 5th seed through from China, which I think is a team that's really trying to make their mark, stamp their mark on the international stage this year. We saw them at ACL, they didn't do fantastically there, and now here at their 2nd international outing of the year, trying to find themselves a victory to keep themselves alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I think the biggest thing that I think, going into this whole tournament was the fact of KINGZERO, just like the last time, we were able to see them for sure was at ACL, where, again, it was a blunder of an affair, right? I mean, that's where they lost the 2-0. That's when they got, bested by Ubek Maniac, right? And that's where, yeah, they were pretty much a single elimination and you were out. So it was a bit of a trip for them and they were done. So now the fact that we're seeing KINGZERO showing so much improvement and so much different gameplay and everything else, that's been a massive, massive achievement for these guys already. But look, the job is not done. Like you said, we're on the map pick here for Twisted Minds, where yes, domestically they have been a force to reckon with, but can they handle the force of a team like KINGZERO now?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, you were highlighting, obviously, KINGZERO, a team coming through from the Chinese region, which is traditionally associated with strong Black Widow maps. But it is the pick of Twisted Minds, so they've got to be feeling confident, at least themselves, that they have something to show for us. And I'll be interested to see, or intrigued even, to see how this double sniper setup is going to work out for them. Carrot, I thought, had quite a bit of impact, actually, on sub base.
He did.
So Datchip now also picking up a TRG, holding a pretty tight line over towards the B-bomb site there. It's something that we're not too surprised to see necessarily on a map like Black Widow. You do fairly often see the double sniper setup.
Yeah, you definitely do. A lot of M14s as well here for Twisted Minds as well. So you have Mouse V equipped with it, you have Kimbum as well. And that's, that was the biggest comment I made yesterday, is the fact that a lot of the Chinese teams were really using the M14 more so than the HK, I should say, sorry. That would, I was kind of expecting that would be the gun, but not the case.
Well, KINGZERO clearing out the box room. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on that B side, so you can see Twisted Minds dumping some util over there themselves. They are feeling that pressure. But information coming through there from Kimbum in mid. He does spot a couple of players on the cross. That sets Carrot up for success, but he's immediately traded back on down, and now it's down to Kimbum and Datchip to try to hold on, and they don't quite seem to have enough. Reinforcements coming through, though, will be a problem. And that leaves YF alone here for KINGZERO. TRG in hand, unable to claim that first shot. That is a big problem. He needs to collect the C4 from Bridge. He doesn't have a lot of time to do it. He's going to be swung by both Mouse and Bokyu. And I'd say that's the round over and done with YF. He just has to take this fight to them, so he'll continue up long and continue to his death. First round on the board goes the way of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, honestly, really, really good play from the fact of Twisted Minds, the player that was sitting in like GR spawn, essentially watching like mid double door like that, able to get that intel and knowing that, the 3 players from KINGZERO were committing to the catwalk, like they were able to again reset up their positions a little bit better. But Carrot, unfortunately, again, his timing was a little bit off. You could see he was at least able to get that one initial duel, but then got instantly traded. But at least starting it off with that entry is not bad, to say the least here. Now you can see a little bit more aggression from them, but they're going to pull back on this one, putting the double player in B. Nobody playing the green box, interestingly enough, and now they're going to go right back to a 2-1-2 here on the defense. KINGZERO still evaluating all their options.
Yeah, patience a virtue for KINGZERO in this opening engagement. Not that there's really much of an engagement to be had. They wanted something in middle, not going to get it. Now they'll revert themselves over towards A long, which again is going to put them in the line of a sniper or 2. Datchip and Carrot both over on this side of the map, but YF will claim that first engagement.
Oh, dang.
Are they going to be expecting the second TRG here? Carrot in the back of sight. Well, it may not matter because they've already been able to take quite a bit of space. They're finding these fights with the riflers, and They're not quite really landing their shots. 9 knew it takes him a long time to get the better of Kimbum, and Carrot here just floating around again at the back of site, causing a problem. Won't last too long. It's onto Bokute solo. He sees the feet of Bin. YF on the other angle at long.
Oh, he's got time.
Bokute to reroute. It was an awkward fight for him. I think the engagement from short will be much better. This is a good decision from him, but it has allowed that C4 to be retrieved. YF out in no man's land, but Bin will save the day. And the scoreline back to 1-1.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, we talked a lot about the guns, and that's where you see the HKs being used, and it's such a lethal gun. But the thing is you have to hit those first 2 shots. You have to be able to land it, otherwise you're gonna have a bad time, right? The gun is a first shot accuracy. It's very, very strong, but once you kind of miss that initial 1 or 2, then you're kind of getting into a bit of a dire situation, and that's exactly what happened. And unfortunately for him, you just almost had him a YF. The fact that he was able to, again, tuck his head away in that kind of a fight, just really good mechanics that we see from KingZero that brought them back into this game, right into the situation where I think theoretically that could have been a Twisted Mind round, in my opinion. If he would have been able to find that duel, that would have turned into a 50-50 situation.
I mean, there was a couple of laboured sprays there from KingZero, certainly, so there was opportunities for Twisted Minds, no doubt. But KingZero changing their approach up in this round. Remember, they did probe toward the box room in round 1. They were not committed to B. This one very much looks a little bit more committed to me. There's going to be the pop flashes through into the box room and actually into the site as well, but it has not gone to plan. Just the one trade back from KingZero is not quite going to be enough to allow them into the site, and certainly with any semblance of control. XN creeping up close could be a bit of a problem. Datchip definitely not expecting him on this close line. He's able to get himself a frag. It could change the course of this round. Unfortunately, gives away his position. And so it's still going to be a 4-on-3 for the post plan. And Twisted Minds have that player advantage with the wrap coming in from Mouse on the flank.
Yeah, with the 3 players alive here too, you can see that YF, he's trying to make a bit of a play. And this is not a bad idea, but that flash catches him, and the utility once again from Twisted Minds. Not to mess with here, but now XN, he's getting a little bit angry. He's realizing, look, I got to do something big. I'll get myself the double, maybe even a triple. It's going to be a little bit labored when he gets it done. Now Datchip critically low on the HP. I don't know if he's got any options here, Jordan. I just don't think it's possible. It just feels like he's been dealt the wrong hand, and I cannot believe that XN again could do this to these guys.
Yeah, this is starting to become a real problem now for Twisted Minds. You know, they're kind of looking a little bit outclassed, not just on sub-base, but also here on Black Widow. And again, I remember you raising those concerns about picking this map into a Chinese squad, and we're starting to see the fruits of that labor come through for KingZero, who will lose a player early on in this round. That's a bit nicer from Twisted Minds. A bit more proactivity coming out from the sniper of Datchip. Just kind of pushing through those mid doors, catching KingZero, who were playing a bit lackadaisically, really, with that kind of a cross. And this round has kind of fallen apart as a result, so maybe Twisted Minds still have something to display for us on this GR side. Now, again, bearing in mind that this is a map where you can get a bit of work done on either side, but typically just tend to favor the BL side a little bit. You'd be, at least as KingZero, kind of hoping that they're going to come away with a 5-4 lead out of this half.
Oh, Carrot! Oh, I thought he was going to have him dead to rights, but again, YF, the fact that he can get away with a duel like that. Look, we know they're in a 2v4, but that could be a bit of an opening here. But the fact that Kimbum can put himself in a bit of an off angle, that's not bad at all. So 9U's going to be done and removed. So very nice round from Twisted Minds, putting some good aggression in mid. We saw that initial duel here with the sniper, then followed up with his teammate with the rifle. So that already put them in a power position on the 5-on-3 instantly. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from Twisted Minds, despite, like I said, my concerns of this map being against this team. I'm becoming a believer, maybe, Jordan.
More of a default setup this round from KingZero, spreading across the map, putting pressure on both long and box room. You, of course, have YF there as well, with that TRG in mid. Eager to ensure that no one from Twisted Minds can make a push there, but there is a push happening anyway. And it's over towards A long, which Bin and XN are set up to capitalize on, and they're unable to do much about it. Carrot and Bokute cleaning up that engagement. There was a numbers advantage, certainly, for Twisted Minds over there, but it should not have been that easy. This round, again, falling by the wayside for KingZero. It's just turning into a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, a couple of these rounds now it's starting to feel like KingZero, they're kind of just hoping on the firepower maybe to get them something moving, but that's the thing. Like Twisted Minds, like we said, they obviously have some stuff up their sleeve for a map like this. And the fact that we're seeing them playing this well on the GR side, which is not typically their best side, like the BL, like you alluded to earlier, is their better side on this map, statistically. But the fact they're making this very competitive, they're in a position where they could maybe win this round with 4 players live, maybe. Not bad at all.
YF, if he could make some magic happen here with the TRG, could still pull this round back. And you're right, he's got an idea of where Kimbum is. He's just waiting for that mistake, hoping maybe this grenade is going to push him out. It's not going to happen.
Oh, man.
Kimbum's aware of the game right now. So YF not having any success, he's going to have to commit harder for an entry, and that will ultimately be his death. YSH solo is going to do a nice job, double kill, but it's not enough. And so, again, Twisted Minds find another round, and they start to stabilize themselves on their own map here.
Yeah, but again, like, you know, you kind of go into these a little bit of like micro and macro details, and the fact that, like you said, Kimbum knew that he was found, the fact that he was just kind of jumping in that position, knowing that he could get spammed on the lower portion of the box. It's like right down to these fine little, you know, minute details that make such a difference. Because if he would have went down, that could have created a bit more of an opening for KINGZERO, but you saw they had to get desperate. They had to push somebody through the window, and then they were the ones that got removed on this. So again, some really good movement, some good mechanics here from the Twisted Minds team. Now they're going to even re-aggress onto this cat control. Mouse V is in a great position. All he has to do is Kimbum has to be the one that goes for the initial duel in this. If he can distract, that could be huge, but Mouse V unfortunately does swing it, but XN, he's able to get that opening start. Finally something here for KINGZERO.
They've got to make sure they convert on this round, though. Definitely not said and done just yet. A 4v5 lead is great. Kimbum do some tricks close behind this smoke. It's a bit of an off angle. You won't be expecting him here, but opting to move back to a little bit more of the relative safety of the bridge, and even dropping back down to try and clear out mid. He knows that he's got Botcute, who's also playing aggressively in mid, so there is something on offer for Twisted Minds. They're not looking to capitalize on that just yet. They may have missed their window. As KINGZERO start to make their way forward over the bridge, 9U will drop down to his death. Kimbum waiting for him. Carrot good for one as well, but that is still not enough to hold on to the side, and that is the power of the opening kill going the way of KINGZERO. They trade poorly on the way into the site, but they still have a really good post plan here, 3-on-3.
Yeah, they really do. And now the double player on the catwalk here from Twisted Minds. They're going to try to see what they can get away with, and Bach is trying to get that HK into some activation, but now his teammate's going to retreat this. Oh, they're going to go through the lower portion on this. Oh, this is interesting. It could be enough of a distraction, though, because you can see that XN's actually starting to push onto this. Oh, my goodness. YF does miss that shot. Does it create the opening? No, it doesn't, because XN, he's just the annihilator. He's able to find that 1-2 combination, and my goodness, I can't even believe he gets himself that double kill.
That ended up being a little bit too easy, actually. For KINGZERO. Didn't quite catch the kills that XN got, but I think he was sort of spamming through the bridge there from above.
Yeah, XN is definitely a player you just cannot ignore, man. Like, sitting in at 8-4 already, like, he's just brings so much impact to the server.
He's been a real standout for KINGZERO here at the Esports World Cup, that's for sure. Great to see. I mean, I'm always a fan of when the riflers are playing well. You know, I think a lot of the time in TAC FPSs, you see the snipers, and they're the ones that are ultimately kind of like bringing that star power. They have the strongest weapon in the game, but I think there's definitely something to be said for the flexibility that a rifler that's performing well can bring to the table. You can do a lot on the entry, the defense, on the lurk. You know, you can kind of be anywhere and have impact. So it's really, really valuable when you've got someone like XN doing what XN is doing. That chip's been spotted out here by YF. This is a dangerous battle for these two. Playing the game of whack-a-mole with one another. They're connecting, though. He's going to allow KINGZERO to walk up on the left wall of A long and take a lot of space. This will be problems for Twisted Minds if they don't find these opening kills. Luckily, Botcute is there to deliver at least one in middle, which will relieve some pressure until 9U jumps up top, grabs himself a double, Carrot low. C4, though, in the possession of Twisted Minds, and XN needs to come up big, which is too much to ask this time. A 3v1 for YF. He does have time. Mouse is in a pretty unorthodox position, so you'd say YF is probably just dead right here, and that will be the case. So 4-3, Twisted Minds maintain the lead.
Yeah, it kind of feels like even in some of these like uncomfortable positions, they're actually, again, reacting very, very well to it. And I think, again, when we talked about this is their best map in their entire map pool, like, they have a very strong record on it. And I was, a little bit negative about it, but I mean, it really is showing that they do have some creativity on it. Nice little bit of a retaliation, though, through long. The fact they lose that initial player of Carrot, now they actually do take away XN. So, like, we talk about impact for impact here. So you've already lost 2 impactful guys, and this now is, again, wide open in this situation.
KINGZERO going to be taking their time outside the box room to clear out all the nooks and crannies. Not going to be finding anyone. Twisted Minds haven't really been playing too aggressively on these GR sides, both here and on sub base. They play a very sort of default style of CROSSFIRE. I think they're not really the kind of team that likes to throw too many chaotic rounds in here and there. They are happy with the percentage plays more so. And there's another one of those.
Oh, good smoke.
As a good example, Kimbum just jump spotting at the box, drops the smoke. This is really nicely played by him. Just pure fundamentals, and it's going to get him a nice double, isolating those duels really easily. And so Twisted Minds starting to put their noses in front, though Bin, I think, has spotted that chip here. Bokkyu's not seen him. Somehow Bokyu has not seen him, so Bin will be finding the freebie onto that chip. He doesn't know that Bokyu is low, though. He's going to expect that there's nobody there, because if he would have known that there was someone there, he should have been dead. So that ultimately is still going to end up losing the round for KINGZERO. A bit of fortune for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and this, again, just comes down to the protocols. Like, that's what I was mentioning before, is that Twisted Minds in that kind of a situation, I was thinking, okay, look, Bokyu kind of gave it up a little bit. Like, I thought he was going to be able to see him on a screen, but reacts perfectly to the situation. So that's the thing. We're seeing that Twisted Minds, despite whatever's happening to them, they seem to have an answer, which has allowed them to get themselves into this 5-3 score line as we get into the last round of the first half. And KINGZERO desperately needing this, especially being on the BL side. But Twisted Minds, they've been able to play a very good game. Everybody's contributing equally. Like, there's not like a hard carry, something we saw yesterday for like a team like Rock, where if Snake didn't get kills, then it felt like nobody was getting kills. That's not the case here for this Vietnamese team at all.
Oh, 1 round left in the half here, and KINGZERO kind of desperately need to win it. They're walking into the trap, though. I mean, look at the setup the Twisted Minds have got here on short. This is quite dangerous for KINGZERO. A re-smoke comes through. Might just bust through the smoke, which I can't imagine is going to work, though the entry, at least the initial, has been hit, and the trades are through as well. That's craziness from KINGZERO, and it catches Twisted Minds off guard. But will they be prepared for Mouse, who is still on the site? He's given away his position, and that'll be an easy cleanup for Bin. So an unorthodox round for KINGZERO, but they'll take it, because it is going to result in a win unless there's a 1-on-3 from Carrot, which is going to be pretty difficult given the circumstances. Doesn't have the territory that he'd require, and doing it with a TRG here, not going to be easy from the low ground.
No, definitely not. A really, really tough task here for Carrot, and a 1-on-3 in this kind of a position. He might be able to get a little bit of a reposition on this, maybe, potentially. But you got Bin right above him. You got YF just sitting on the back of green truck. Already the timer's halfway through. Bin should be able to get the job done, and indeed he will. So a 5-4 is going to be for the first half. So for KINGZERO, I actually love the idea that, we made the comment that there was a triple player setup from Twisted Minds on the short. We were saying this is really good. That smoke was thrown at the the right time, but KINGZERO, they kind of made a decision. They just wanted to go for something, again, unorthodox, I kind of say, and like they were just going to send it, and it works out very, very well. They actually get the perfect timing. Now we can see that KINGZERO are going to play aggressive once again. Bin's been able to make it across into water, so this is a power position. 9U might be able to find this kill, and indeed he does. They sniff him out, they take him out easily, so now they put themselves in a 5-on-4 so early on in the round.
I mean, you can already see the difference in style from the two teams from half to half. KINGZERO playing a bit more forward, a bit more aggressive on this GR side. They're pushing out of the box room, they're trying to take that space, whereas Twisted Minds was playing a little bit more reactively back in their sights. So different mentality being brought by both teams. In this instance, it's worked out for KINGZERO. Give themselves that player advantage, but they do also give up a long control. Carrot has been able to set up there in barracks. A strong position for the sniper to be in. Obviously, KingZero playing around that, though, quite aware of it. Look, they're quite safe from that line. He's going to allow Twisted Minds a bit of space for free. There's a good shot in Carrots. All of a sudden, we're back on until YSH and Bin are able to activate. 9U is in there as well from Bridge to try to cause a bit of a problem. Twisted Minds trading pretty effectively into that side. 2-on-2 for the post plant now, but XN from a cheeky angle, unexpected by that chip. All of a sudden, we're back to a solo player for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and it's just Bakute now. He knows one player's on short. He's able to find that one too. So now this thing from a 2v1 down to the 1v1. 55 seconds remaining. Bakute, though, does have some time that he could work with if he wants. He tries to go for the commit on the USP battle, but this one is going to go for XN once again.
Yeah, headshot connected. That's what he needed. He was low on HP. Had to be perfect for KingZero, and it was. Coach still doesn't look too happy about it.
Yeah, some of the expressions from some of these coaches definitely kind of wonder what's going through their minds, right? Because there's only so much they can say during that, one big tack timeout. But now we see the Twisted Minds again able to find that opening duel. That's actually going to be the activation here of Kimbum to put the TRG as the opening, so taking down 9U. But Bin now putting himself in this position once again that he's playing aggressive on water. He really wants to make a play. And again, this is a ton of information. Look, he's even still pressing forward on it. He's kind of just going, look, nobody's here at all.
Yeah. I think you need to do this, though, when you're down 4-on-5, right? Like, somebody needs to take a little bit of a risk. And in this instance, it has been Bin. And as you say, he's spotted absolutely nobody. He's been able to re-smoke as well. You're going to boost the player up? No? Going to set up with a forward hold for B, which I'm interested to see how this one plays out because it's a bold strategy for KingZero. They do get that boost. They're going to be able to play high-low. Twisted Minds are walking right into it. YSH and Bin get deleted. There's no way they don't get a kill there.
I can't believe it. They had such a good setup on it, too. I really like the idea of it, but now, I mean, it's just down to one player only. And YF, yeah, we know he's been playing well. Maybe not really showing the impact that he did on map 1 here for map number 2, but maybe this could be the moment he'd be able to find something. But no, Carrot's got something better in store. So very nice round from Twisted Minds. Again, just knowing angles to clear, knowing some of the gimmicks that could happen. And like you said, the fact they're able to find that double kill in the high and low. Yeah, chef's kiss right there.
I can't believe that, I mean, at least trading like 1 for 2 there.
Yeah.
Unacceptable to be going 0-2 as KingZero with a high-low setup like that one. But I think they had a bit of trouble making the boost happen, and so that became awkward. Another aggressive play out from both teams. Twisted Minds very much expecting this fight, but it'll go against them. And Carrot's been deleted as well. KingZero are not giving Twisted Minds any room to breathe, myself included. I can't stop talking. I just have to keep, there's just constant action at the start of these rounds. Not allowed to take a break after the round. And I don't necessarily mind that. I appreciate the pace which KingZero is playing with here because it is keeping it ticking along and it's really not giving Twisted Minds a lot of time to think. Dat Chip obviously here in the 1v4 is going to be able to slow things down and that gives him some time to talk. But he's also got a round that he has to try to negotiate solo and that's a good start.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, the one good thing to say about this is that since he has a lot of time, it gives him some room to kind of work around the map. He can try to maybe find these strangling players here from KingZero. You got the double player at A, though, but you do have that lurk of YSH, kind of just, again, posted on the bomb. So for Dat Chip, this is really tough. Again, he has to clear so many different angles. He has to do so many different things. But he might have a little bit of timing on this. Still 1 minute and 10 remaining on it. Now the 3 players going to be joined together, a united front. But he might just be able to find this timing of YSH. He's getting himself here boosted up. He's trying to do this quietly. He's trying to do what he can, but this is tough. Makes his way up. YSH now a reposition. You can see that you can see him right there on the bottom left. He's kind of just waiting things out. He knows that this should be the play. Dat Chip making some noise. Oh, but he's not able to find that connection. And there we go. KingZero will be able to bring this thing back. And I love, like you said, the pace they brought to this. The fact that they put full aggression onto it. They just kind of throw the Hail Mary, and it works out perfectly.
I don't know if you can keep doing the same thing though as KingZero here. Like that's probably what 3 rounds in a row now where we've seen them push out of the box room aggressively. They've got to change it up, and they are going to change it up actually in this round. The aggression is going to be over towards A long instead. So you can see Twisted Minds still like playing around that potential aggression on the B side of the map. They send multiple members there their forces congregated in that direction, and that's what we call conditioning. So KingZero have essentially conditioned Twisted Minds into anticipating aggression on the B side of the map, and instead in this round, they're going to try and play a little bit more aggressively elsewhere. They kind of get that territory for free on A long. That's really good work from KingZero so far, the way that they're playing this GR side. And Twisted Minds have to figure out what is going to be the X factor that they can throw in here to change how this half is playing out, because it has not been a good half for them so far.
No, it really hasn't. Because let's not forget, I mean, the first half was still a very close encounter. That was a 5-4. Yeah, that was in favor for Twisted Minds. But again, this is, you know, if we want to look at stats and we want to just look at the numbers solely, I mean, this is the side that Twisted Mind, you know, they should be performing better. This is where they typically play a lot better on this map. And it's been a bit of a blunder, to say the least. And now they're going to try to see if they can go for the B pop. 9U. Oh, he's going to be able to find that opener. Can he find himself one more? He's getting overwhelmed by numbers, but doesn't even matter. It's 9U. He's just putting up himself that double. Can't get the triple, but it's 2.5 kills. It's all down to one lonely carrot.
Yeah, I don't know that one lonely carrot is going to be able to take down 3 KingZero players, but he's got himself one so far.
He's got time.
C4 dropped in no man's land, though. Will be a bit of a problem. He's now been spotted out by Bin as well. Half HP or less than half, and deleted in the end. So KingZero picked themselves up yet another round. Good little streak being built here on the GR side. It's got to be a real cause for concern for Twisted Minds. Let's reiterate again the implications of them being knocked out right here at EWC CROSSFIRE means that they will not be getting any club championship points out of this particular tournament, so they'll be still sitting on 3,200, which gives a great opportunity for VIRTUS.PRO, AGAL, both teams here in CROSSFIRE, to potentially leapfrog them. I mean, we very much expecting AGAL to even be a potential finalist here at CROSSFIRE, so they'll be picking up a lot of points. So that does not bode well for Twisted Minds hanging on to 4th in the club championship here at Esports World Cup. And they are potentially going to be saying goodbye very shortly, as this is an elimination game. Their key is going to be crushed, assuming they go down 0-2 here to KingZero.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see the key crushing later. Yeah, I think it's
really loud.
Yeah, apparently it's quite loud of a process, but I'm still excited to see it. I love that whole concept, and the fact that you can, you know, pick the opponents for the ones you want for the broken keys to be inside, like
in the trophy.
Yeah, that's
if
just
you're the eventual winner.
Yeah, that's the best thing ever.
I do think that the whole trophy system here at EWC is quite unique, quite cool.
It is very, very unique and cool. It's definitely something new, and I like it. You know, I'm not much for, you know, liking a lot of new things, Jordan, but
really,
yeah, you know, sometimes
you got old age playing in that a little bit, or
you know, I'm playing my age card here because you know, the old dog can't, you know, always learn new tricks. But look, I'm taking the new trick with the trophy system. I'm all for it.
I mean, KingZero, old tricks from them, because they've got that same high-low setup. Look at this, Bin and 9U outside of B are actually going to continue to push their way forward. They're getting a lot of information. It is no secret for KingZero where Twisted Minds are at least head up right now. Whether or not they go back over to B remains to be seen. It doesn't look like they are calling the cancel, and that's going to be awkward for Bin, who's really in trouble now. He's lost his teammate 9U, and Bin goes down as well. That is a really awkward case of timing for KingZero, because they had it out, they had it all. They had the flank, but unfortunately for them, Twisted Mind turned around and said, we're not actually going to go A. And that kind of caught KingZero in transition. And so that is 7-7. That'll be the first round in the second half going the way of Twisted Minds. So all this talk about key crushing and getting knocked out of EWC here in CROSSFIRE, well, it might be a little preemptive. Job's not yet done by KingZero.
No, for what we know from KingZero as well is, like, I mean, they've been able to get through some really bad situations. They're able to still come out on top of it. But now we're going to see that KingZero, they're going to fight for this long control. Double players into hut. But do they want to commit to that, though? Triple player long, which means now Twisted Minds, they might not fully know that there's some big aggression like that. They know there was some utility used, that there was some noise, but it's a bit of a guessing game. So now you can see that KingZero have kind of left the one player. That's going to be Bin by himself. So now that allows the other teammates to kind of play the 2-2 system a little bit stronger. A little bit more presence towards middle in this case. But Twisted Minds, I mean, they've been active. They've been able to get themselves moving around here. They went for a jog, and now they have this cat control if they want it. But you still have to worry about YF. He's the one that could be the difference maker here at Green Truck.
He doesn't have to worry about long at all, as long as Bin survives. So he is going to be locked in on this short angle. Nade goes in on the B side of the map, but I'm not really sure that's going to be enough to convince KingZero that there's a whole lot of presence over on B. That's one thing that I think is a little bit lackluster from the general Crossfire player base is you oftentimes do see them kind of try to fake out a bomb site, but if that's the fate you're going to throw, it's really not fooling anybody, is it?
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to wait the timer down, which I think is actually the correct decision here for Twisted Minds. Like I said, that fake's not fooling anybody, but now with the patience that they're displaying, KingZero's kind of wondering, what on earth is going on? They've got no ability to get information. Obviously, they know that long is still clear, but apart from that, KingZero actually have no idea where Twisted Minds is, where they're setting up, what they're doing. They could be anywhere right now. They could have 4 players set up right outside the box room, ready with a pop flash to work their way in. But Zero don't know that. 30 seconds on the clock. Twisted Minds got to go.
Yeah, they got to make a play now. It's only 24 seconds remaining onto it, but the instant trade not bad. But are they going to commit towards Catwalk? YF, look at that. Good, strong position, but he can't find more than that one. Things are getting a little bit more difficult here. They have to get this plant through. Looks like they're going to be able to. But now, KingZero, there's a bit of a post up onto this. 9U's going for a bit of a struggling fight. Kimbum, he doesn't even take any damage. He's been able to sit pretty on this situation.
Bin's going to be the X factor, but he's spotted out on long. XN drops as well. That'll be round over and done with. Twisted Minds clean it up, and that's a big one. That's the first cheer you're going to hear from Twisted Minds all day as they recognize that they are now in the lead on map 2 with the chance of forcing this one through to a third. Tack timeout going to come through as well, so a minute and a half for both teams to have a chat about how they want to close this map out. And Twisted Minds, that is their key. That is in real danger of being crushed, but right now they're fighting for their lives and they're, again, keeping their heads above water. Maybe they can paddle their way through to a map 3.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. I mean, it's always interesting with all the you know, the variety of teams that we have here at EWC, and you know, we talked so much about, you know, who made it through the qualifications and the spots that were up for grabs, and teams from all over the different regions in the world. And it's always interesting because, you know, Falcons from the Vietnamese league, like, they're a very loud team, a very vocal team. Twisted Minds, you know, despite them, you know, again being the second best team in the region, like, you kind of wonder if they get motivated from somebody, you know, like kind of getting loud and kind of screaming things out, but not looking like the case. And they have been kind of just that, like, quiet mouse in this situation, right? Like this little bit of a replay is the most I feel like I've seen in a while too. But it's very, very interesting because some teams, they don't really need that little bit of a, you know, motivation that way. Like, it's more about just the gameplay in itself. Whereas, you know, like Alcazia, like yesterday, like that is a loud team. Like, that is a team that, you know, they're going to get in your face and they're going to be screaming at you across the room. So that's always the big thing for me in the LAN environment, where that can be a little bit of that, a little bit more of an X factor, I would say.
Just a round out here for KingZero, by the way. They've got to try and stave off the OT. They're going to get aggressive up middle. In was spotted out just before the smoke bloomed, and this might be it for Twisted Minds to at least secure that 9th, which will be a massive sigh of relief for them. Have a 3v5 from the outset, Laz. I don't really see KingZero coming back from this one.
You just got to believe.
Well, I don't. You believe in the Tooth Fairy still?
You know,
Santa Claus?
You know, Santa Claus, you know, I mean, that could be a real thing.
Breaking hearts here right now, man.
Look, we have some viewers that, you know, I don't want to upset the potential people that still believe in it. Sure Neo does.
Hopefully there's a couple of believers for KingZero right now. But failing to find the way personally. Start of this half looked fantastic for KingZero, but it's just kind of fallen apart. There's been a couple of awkward rounds. I think they've had a couple of awkward timings, to be fair, right? With the push out from B that didn't work. That's kind of been the catalyst for this little resurgence that Twisted Minds had. I think on the surface of it, that actually looked like a really nicely played round for KingZero, but they might have just overstepped their bounds a little bit and kind of faltered at the final hurdle here. Twisted Minds, as long as they don't mess this one up, are going to be going to 9, which again, like I said, secures the overtime. And then it's a real uphill battle for KingZero to win the map from there. very tentative from Twisted Minds, even despite the fact that they've found that 5-on-3 lead. They know how important this round is. And with two snipers on the other side of the field, the chance that if you make a mistake, you lose a couple of players quickly, all of a sudden you're back into a 3-on-3. 38 seconds left on the clock here. Twisted Minds really waiting that timer down. That's when mistakes can happen.
Yeah, this is when they got to get moving. Like, this is where you can't wait too long. I mean, this 30-second mark, like, this is where they finally get that opening duel, which is going to be good, and that should be enough for them to get into the site. YF close on by, but man, Bokute again, just beautiful shot. Fresh, nice haircut, and yeah, looks like map point looking like it could be the factor unless we see a heroic effort here from XN. Oh dear goodness. A 1-on-5 is turned into a 1-on-3.
He's lost too much HP.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go for it. He want to use that extra time here as KINGZERO to just have a bit of a chat about how they're going to try to close out these next two rounds, force the overtime, and obviously at that point I guess you can worry about the OT. You don't necessarily need to concern yourself about it just yet. Just make sure you lock in these last two GR rounds. Carrot not going to give them too long to chat. And Twisted Minds getting pumped up off the back of that one as map 3 is looming.
Yeah, you can start to hear them getting excited. They know that there's a lot at stake here. And again, this is still pushing this thing all the way to the third map, which is, again, we weren't really sure if this could have gone the distance. We thought maybe it could. I was, a bit skeptical to say that Black Widow, a map that they can maybe win on. But if we get to third, it's going to be Port that's going to be that final decider. But now Kimbum, look at how fast and ferocious he's just going to go into this. He just puts on the full acceleration into it, but it's an instant trade back from both these teams. But it is going to be Twisted Minds that come out on top in this situation. This could be all over. It's all just down to one player remaining for KINGZERO. He has to be doing something big here, but he's getting shot from the front. He's getting shot from the back, and now he has to go for the one-on-one fight. And Twisted Minds, they're playing this proper. They're just waiting things out. Bokute, you got to make sure you don't get caught, but instead they're going to be able to get this thing solidified, and we're going to 3.
We are indeed. Twisted Minds take map number 2. Black Widow goes their way, and each team picking up, I suppose, the expected map that was their choice. It's this one for Twisted Minds. It's again, some really, really close matches here in Group A. Both of the initial opening games going 2-1, and now here the third game, the lower bracket elimination match, also going to go all the way to the distance. The concern that I have is we're moving into Port, and KINGZERO looked fantastic on that map yesterday, so still a bit of a cause for concern, I would say, for Twisted Minds. But yeah, look, either way, we said they looked really good, or at least good enough on sub-base to imagine that they could push this through to a map 3, assuming that they could get it together on their own map choice here at Black Widow, and they did exactly do that. It was, again, a little bit up and down, right? It's been a bit of a roller coaster of a game with Twisted Minds starting quite poorly in the second half. It kind of looked like KINGZERO was going to run away with things there. Their GR side, I think, 3-4 rounds in a row to start off that half, and that then all of a sudden kind of looks quite problematic for Twisted Minds. But then, a switch kind of flips, and all of a sudden Twisted Minds don't seem to be able to make a mistake. KINGZERO getting caught off on a timing or two here and there, and kind of fell apart from there. So that'll be a disappointing one for KINGZERO. I think in the same vein as that game yesterday against Al-Qadsiya, after map 1, you would have thought, look, KINGZERO's in a good spot to close this series out, but they just don't seem to be quite good enough to do that at the moment against these other teams at EWC. So something that KINGZERO is going to have to work on going forward, assuming they do go forward, because now they are also in that same position as Twisted Minds, where they may be eliminated. But we'll have to find out how all of that does play out when we come back for map number 3. It all comes down to this for one of these two teams. It is going to be the final map that they will play at the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE, the inaugural CROSSFIRE competition, of course, at the Esports World Cup here, Laz. And both these teams, I'm sure, would have had aspirations of lifting that trophy, becoming the first champion of CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup. But unfortunately, for one at least, their road ends in the next hour or so. Who will that be? We have yet to find out. Both KINGZERO and Twisted Minds with their backs against the wall, which is a little surprising. It looked like it was going to be KINGZERO that would come away with the better of it, particularly as that second half of Black Widow kicked off. But Twisted Minds fought back nicely, and now we find ourselves here on map 3. So Laz, where do you sit for this one? You can't be on the fence.
No. I'll give you a decisive decision on it. I think for me, like, you know, I was kind of just remembering some of the statistics of this, and, you know, again, this map, for both these teams, it's not the best. I mean, we're sitting Twisted Minds at a 2-2 record. We're sitting KINGZERO, you know, a 4-4 record. But the one thing I do want to make a comment about, and again, this isn't any disrespect to the competition in the CFPL League, is that KINGZERO really on this map, they haven't really been able to beat any of the like top 5, top 6 teams on this. Like, they seem like they get squashed pretty hard. It's all the other teams that they've been able to get that win column on. So when I think of them statistically on it, I don't know if I'm fully convinced this is a strong map, but I'm going to say I'm still impressed with the way that Twisted Minds is playing, so I'm thinking that they might be able to edge this one out.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to go the way of KINGZERO. I think getting to start on the GR side is such a big advantage, but hey, if Carrot continues to play the way he did on Black Widow, maybe that will be a bit of a convincing factor for me. It's a nice opening kill for him. As we find ourselves in the 5-on-4, and Twisted Minds, you know, you don't get the opportunity to win many rounds on the blacklist side of Port. So a 5v4, what better way to start? They've got to convert this one, because every round on the blacklist side of Port is like gold.
Yeah, it really is. And like you said, I mean, the biggest thing that we wanted to see a lot of is, like, we talked about, you know, the riflers that are, you know, able to bring a lot of action into this and the impact they can do. But a map like this with the long range fights, you really want those snipers to really find the right footing, you know, like the right fitting pants. And that seems to be where Carrot can do really well with it. And like the fact that he's able to run in, get an opening duel, and then he's able to just kind of retreat from it. That's kind of what I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of him here, is like, what can he bring here with the big green?
Bit of a fake happening over here on B. The main force will be over toward A. Carrot sitting at the bottom along. You've got a few guys working their way out through middle. Now, the decision is, do they split mid to B or mid to A? I think they're going to kind of hedge their bets and play for both, but entry over towards B. INU in middle, still maintaining that position. C4 is on its way to B. Twisted Minds have got no idea where they're going. They've got players on A, they've got players on B, and I think that's helped out, because KINGZERO also have no idea where Twisted Minds are going. It's like, if you don't know what I'm doing, or if I don't know what I'm doing, you definitely don't know what I'm doing. So it's worked out. Twisted Minds, they just kind of run in, frag everyone. They say, thank you very much, we'll take that round. A bit of a weird one, but hey, a good way to start things off. A blacklist round First round on port, you'll take it.
Yeah, it's looking really good so far. I mean, it's an opening round, but at least you can see, again, that creativity where I was saying Twisted Minds have really impressed me with how well they move around the map and just, again, manipulating some of the map control in their way. So, you know, that was a bit of a crazy round in the sense that they were kind of all over the place, but you can see that KINGZERO just had no idea what to do in that kind of a situation. So everybody was kind of scratching their heads, but, you know, at least for Twisted Minds, you know, they really did twist some minds.
That's true.
But I'm dumb. I knew that'd get you.
Well, see if they can do it again, right? One round is nice. You're going to be needing more than that to win a map. Zero. I'm kind of keeping an eye out as to whether or not they're going to display that same aggressive style that we saw on Black Widow here on port. GR side was quite proactive on the last map, but here it's been a little bit more reactive, and that's a 1-for-1 for Bin, which is okay, but it does give mid control over to Twisted Minds, and again, that gives them options, particularly with Datchip sitting at the bottom along. An A-split does not look like a bad shout at all for Twisted Minds, given the circumstances, but they've kind of held up in mid, they've slowed things down, and that's given time for XN to come across. 9U also getting aggressive into mid, and Kimbum has no idea. That's the C4 drop. Carrot unable to find the trade. 9U with a huge double. Starting to swing this game back in the favor of KINGZERO.
Yeah, really big play, and again, it comes down to an individual, a little bit of effort on that, right? I mean, 9U, the fact that he's able to get behind enemy lines, he's able to find that double kill, getting that bomb information, that's really important for his teammates. So now they know a little bit more what's going on, and Twisted Minds a little bit split apart from this. The pause is actually going to get called here. I'm going to imagine that's going to be from Twisted Minds. We'll get that confirmation in a little bit here, but beautiful entry here from Datchip. My goodness, he's able to lay the chips down. Just runs in, guns a-blazing. He's able to find that double kill, giving fresh haircuts now. And why not make it one more? He's able to find that triple kill, and they get themselves right back into winning ways here with that 2-0.
Righto, well, your prediction of Twisted Minds is actually starting to look pretty good. That's a nice, very nice start to map 3. Again, especially with the context that this is a GR-sided map, a very heavily GR-sided map. I think we've got a tech pause out here. It would be a little bit too early to be calling a tech pause. You can see also on the stage there, a couple of fingers being pointed at the PC, so something that needs to be fixed somewhere. Maybe a mouse issue. These things happen, obviously. And it's an unfortunate time for Twisted Minds for this to happen. Obviously, the issues on their side of the stage as well. You wouldn't really be wanting to have a pause at this stage after going up 2-0. You know, you want to keep that momentum. KINGZERO don't have a lot of time to think in that instance, but now a little bit of a pause, even if they can't talk. It's just a perfect opportunity for KINGZERO to reset and come in to round 3 with a bit of a fresh mind, feeling a little bit better about things, but doesn't look like it's going to be too long of a pause. I think the issue may be already having been resolved. So just waiting to get back into game. Yeah, big opportunity here for Twisted Minds. It's a fantastic start to the map. Couldn't ask for better on port, Blacklist side.
Yeah, I've been, like, again, I know I feel like a bit of a broken record, but like I said, Twisted Minds, I really do want to give a lot of kudos. Like I said, the calling has been really great. I feel like, you know, this is such a refresh from what we saw yesterday. And the fact that, you know, the position, and I don't mean any disrespect of the series that happened before yesterday, you know, but the fact that they went a 3-mapper against Gaming Gladiators, you know, I definitely was kind of putting Twisted Minds probably could have, on paper, should have been able to win that, but, you know, Gaming Gladiators came out on top, but, like, just seeing the improvements of, you know, Twisted Minds and how well they're reacting to this, and this is where we talked about it. Elimination match is so critical in this moment, so now this extra pressure has really just elevated the gameplay for these guys to showcase what they can really bring to this and why they're the second best team in the region that they're in.
Opening kill of this round has gone the way of KINGZERO, so it's going to be a bit more of an uphill battle for Twisted Minds again. Smoked off at Warehouse. And I'd say Twisted Minds will be just happy enough to wait this util out. Got a lot of time still remaining on the clock. Don't need to be doing anything too outrageous. So slow it down. See if Carrot can maybe find another pick. Oh, it has been Botcute that's really been doing the lion's share of the duty for Twisted Minds so far. Another re-smoke comes through, so They really do want to go B. I mean, they've got their forces congregated on this side of the map, but the door has just been shut in their face by KingZero a couple of times in a row now.
Yeah, even losing the first player, like, I'm not even going to put them as a team that, you know, like the drastic, you know, percentage drops for them. Like, I think they've really proven today that even when they're down the number, they can still do some pretty big effects to bring the round back in their favor. But KimBum, I don't know how you get away with that. The fact that he gets a second chance at this, not bad at all. Bin actually missing that first initial duel, so Carrot's going to be able to find a little bit of a strangling one. So now all of a sudden we're down to the 4v4 with 54 seconds remaining onto this, and Twisted Minds still on the back skirts of mid, still figuring out what do they want to do. And now KingZero doubling up in B, leaving the 1 in mid and the 1 in A. So that's going to be YF. He's going to be the one on the top of the tower. And can he be able to deliver what he needs to in this position? A lot of responsibility. Block, you're gonna hit that jump.
Yeah, the solid
there
boost.
We go.
Not the easiest of things, I guess, but...
What happens if you go forward? Does it make noise?
Well, they drop their way back down into A, and YF unable to do anything to hold the door closed. And despite the fact that KingZero had an opening kill in this round, it looks like it's going to be a clean one for Twisted Minds. They have just slaughtered them all, and then it's come back in the other direction. C4's up on the site.
Oh, no.
Carrot's got to get up there quickly. He can get the plant. He's got time. Get it down on the floor.
Oh no, he gets off of it.
Why has he faked it?
Oh no. Did he realize he had no time?
He had time.
No, I just wonder if he like thought he had more time. I mean, that like it just didn't make any sense. Like he should have just committed to the plant. It would have bought him something, and then he could have at least found a kill. But I know there was somebody hot on his heels making some noise. But again, like you're on a 1v3. Like you just there's nothing to do there. So that was just a very, very poor decision in a big moment like that. But like you said, it looked like it was so good for Twisted Minds, but KingZero, a rabbit out of the hat. We don't know how they did it, but they do it.
Oh, gee. I don't know if it was KingZero that did it or if Twisted Minds was the one that did it. Like, really, I think Twisted Minds kind of gifting that one to KingZero in the end. I'm trying to think of a Carrot joke right here, you know, because we were just talking about rabbits and hats, and I thought carrot on a stick, but I'm just not that intelligent, unfortunately.
Yeah, when I think of carrots, I just think of Bugs Bunny. I don't know why. Well, it doesn't matter, because Bugs is gone this round.
Yeah, that's the carrot on the stick for KingZero, actually. Big incentive to now win this round, as they find themselves 5-on-4 lead again.
And you know, we talked about this a little bit as well, but like in a map like this, like we said, there's so much reliance on the snipers, right? Because a lot of long-range fights, a lot of, you know, really awkward angles you have to clear. So the fact that Carrot does get taken out this early, that does make it more problematic here for Twisted Minds. So now they have to switch up their game plan. They realize, okay, look, DatChips, he's going to go try to get himself boosted into mid right now. It is a good position, but he's hoping he's going to be able to find a flank. And KimBum, oh, I thought maybe he could have got that timing, but XN is close on the heels. He's close onto this, and he's got the rifle for it. It could be man for the job, and again he is, and he finds that triple and just takes everything away in his path. They cannot seem to find the answer when he gets that rifle in his hands and that close and personal. And my goodness, we're right back into this game with a 2-2.
How does he keep getting away with it? He should not be getting this many multi-kills.
No, it just seems like I said, he's just one of those guys that I feel like statistically, like hopefully we can pull that stat up a little bit later here in the tournament, but with this guy with the M14, like he has really just proven, like I just again elevated him so much where he's finding these triple kills and double kills at, you know, at minimum it feels like.
Just a monster with the spray down, really. 7-2. The only reason that KingZero have got these rounds so far pretty much is XN. Everyone else having a middling to poor performance on their behalf. But Twisted Minds, you feel like they've really missed a trick here. They definitely had the opportunity to be fully in control of this map. And they've actually let it kind of pull back a little bit. So pretty much anybody's game at this stage. A very slow approach from Twisted Minds. We sort of highlighted that on Black Widow, that they do tend to take a little bit more time on their BL side than some other teams. They're not liable to bring too many pace changes at all. And I dare say that's not going to change up too much. If you're not going to play quickly on Subbase or Black Widow, you're definitely not going to be doing it on Port BL side either. Being one of the more difficult BL sides in the entire map pool.
Nine, you getting a little bit more aggressive here, looking for the drop, and Gets that intel, doesn't do any damage, but at least he gets some of the information here. So now that triple player set up here for KingZero. Oh, he's going to re-aggress. He's going to try to just, again, poke and prod as much as possible. Finally realizing, okay, look, they might not commit to this. Good utility damage a little bit against Mouse V. But under a minute remaining onto this, and Twisted Minds have not really gained a whole lot of real estate, I should say. Might try to go for the A-pop onto this one. They have been successful in it, and the fact that YF has been taken out 3 times. He hasn't been able to find any sort of abilities making that connection here with the sniper. It's a decent read. And they commit to this fake, though. Kimbum's just trying to, again, be a little bit more of a distraction, just keep these guys here just to allow that better fight situation on the A side.
Flashes over the top from Twisted Minds. He's going to pull the extra rotator across, but that's a very important kill from YF. He's got a chance at another one here as well. Solo holding the A side. He doesn't need to keep peeking anymore. He gets the assistance through from XN, and that'll be that. KingZero have woken up on the GR side, and maybe those first couple of rounds that Twisted Minds got gave us some element of hope, but it's coming crashing back to reality now for Twisted Minds, as that's 3 on the trot for KingZero.
Yeah, and you kind of see in that kind of a round too, it just felt like Twisted Minds, it almost like, I wonder if there was too many cooks in the kitchen, in my opinion, because you could see that they almost looked a little bit hesitant on what they wanted to do. They had a decent idea with the fake at B, and you could tell the plan of attack was, okay, look, let's execute at A, that's what we're going to go for. But then it felt like, as soon as YF got that initial kill, like they almost got a little bit shook. They almost felt like, okay, hang on, do we really want to do this? Is this what we want? And then you could see they were just stuck in the mud, wide open in a big angle that allowed YF to be able to just run around, get himself 3 kills nonetheless. And I made a bit of a comment that, he was 0-3 and now he's right back into an even scoreline. So Twisted Minds, now when the getting's a little bit tough, this is where hopefully we don't see them kind of getting a little bit stagnant on their gameplay. Realizing it's all the way the distance of a map 3, everything on the line here for the elimination like we talked about. We're starting to see some deficiencies coming in from the Vietnamese team here, but maybe they can still rebound. Maybe they can get themselves back into fighting form. It's not too late.
It's definitely not. But that time is ticking. There's a key crushing in the future. Question of whose key will be crushed. Change in approach this time from Twisted Minds. Smoke to B, smoke to top mid. So they're going to try and force their way in through mid. They're just really going to try and batter down that front door. YSH, though, holding strong and been there to help out. That is a very favorable passage of play for KingZero, which is only going to get better. Has been a 9U combined for another kill. It is just Mouse left alive, and he's in a 1v3. He's got no HP. What do you even do here? Well, go for the TRG. The one-hit kill not going to be connected either way, and so that is 4 for KingZero. 4 in a row as well.
Yeah.
I lived through a drought when I was growing up, Laz. I don't know if you know that. Australia was in a bit of a drought.
I do remember that, actually.
But seems like the drought is here for Vietnam as well.
It definitely feels like it right now. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because, again, we're seeing them getting a little bit slow. They're trying to play this, again, slow pace. Now they're finally picking it up a little bit. They go from 3rd to 4th gear, realizing, look, we got to do something different. Let's go for a run. Let's see what we can do. Get the laces up. But look, it feels like KingZero realized that the laces are on the wrong feet. They're just tumbling over. And now Bakyu by himself on the 1-on-3. He's got the flank. He might be able to find the 2, and indeed he does. This is turned around on its head. This 3-on-1 is now turned to the 1v1. Does Bakyu know? I can't believe they missed the shot. 9U, he's been so lethal and so dangerous, but now when it's getting really difficult, he still is able to come through in the clutch moment.
Yeah, the problem for Bakyu is he didn't have the C4. If he had the C4, he had options. He could have exited and gone over toward A, but he had to go into warehouse to get the C4, and that was held down by 9U, and unfortunately for Bakyu, even despite such a nice flank, it's still not going to matter. And you can see the frustration is starting to show through. Risky fight for 9U to be taking, but wins it, backs himself. And it's a big victory for KingZero as they go up 5-2. Tac timeout does come through. Twisted Minds scraping the bottom of the barrel now to try to find something that they can get done on this BL side. They don't need much more. They really only need 1 or 2 more rounds to feel actually quite good about this half, but it feels like those rounds are so elusive at the moment. They've just got to be saying, look, guys, let's just get one more. Let's get one more and back ourselves on the GR side, because GR side, we should still be able to win this if we get 3 on BL, but just about getting that one more round.
Yeah, it is really about, you know, getting that one, you know, 1 more 2 rounds would be huge for them just to feel a little bit better, you know, going on to the GR side. But I do like that, like I said, it was much needed of a pace change. We needed to see something a little bit different happening, and they try it, and unfortunately it wasn't as coordinated as it should have been, but that was nicely done from KINGZERO. The fact that they were able to be prepared for that. I mean, their setup at B was perfectly set up in the sense of like expecting that warehouse kind of pop, but Bakhmut almost making it very interesting with the mid flank. I would like to see, you know, Carrot maybe being the first person for that initial duel if possible, because if he can find it, or if he can outclass someone like YF, again, like that would just create a lot of space for these guys, and it makes it harder for the GR side to work with, right? Then you have to kind of go for these more like different fights, you have to go for different angles, and it's not going to be as easy for YF to just kind of solely anchor the A site. But a lot of time here for anybody that's not familiar, about 1.5 minutes here for the timeout. Twisted Minds, again, just kind of cooling things down, you know, repatching, refiguring out what do we do, how do we change things up. It's been a bit of an abysmal here first half. It hasn't really been the greatest for them. It was a decent start, and then it's just been round after round here for KINGZERO, and the drought has just gotten worse. But round 8, there's only an opportunity 2 more times here for the first half, and then it's all over.
54% win rate for KINGZERO on the GR side of Port, which would, again, you'd probably say mean that they would, most cases, win a 5-4 lead. They've hit that 5. So anything they can get more will be a real bonus, but they do have to be aware, again, because their BL side is definitely not as strong. Just over a 40% win rate there. Any extra inroads you can make on this GR side is going to be quite beneficial in closing this map out. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, Laz. Do you even know how to count that high?
No, unfortunately not. 10 if I'm lucky on 10? A good day.
That's all you need to do, actually, normally.
And there you go.
Well,
okay.
Just better hope we don't go to overtime.
Yeah, then we're really screwed.
Then we have to get the toes out.
Yeah.
Get the dogs out.
Get the dogs out.
No one wants that.
No one ever wants that. Oh boy. Twisted Minds right back into it. Sitting pretty, sitting slow, waiting things out. Double player from Bin and also YSH. They're close here on the right-hand side. This is a nice little bit of an off angle. Oh, but a little bit of an over peak. That's given up an opportunity for Bakhmut once again to be the difference maker, but it's short-lived here with the double kill. And now XN, once again, that M14 is in his hands. He is just smelling blood, and he finds it once again and has put them in the man advantage just slightly.
You talk about difference makers. I will say XN is the difference maker at the moment. That's a massive double kill for him. It's taken down low. It is 3-on-2, but 9U and XN are a breath of wind away from death. Now, this is a winnable round for Twisted Minds still. With only 30 seconds, their options are limited, and there is a flank coming through from XN, which is not something that they're going to be expecting. Carrot will be a freebie, and again, Mr. Difference Maker himself, XN, up to 12-4 now for the first half.
Yeah, X marks the spot, really. I mean, the fact that he's sitting at 12-4, like you said. Dat chip now, I mean, look, he's got 2 players that are low here from KINGZERO. So with the HK, this is the rifle that he could get the job done. He's sitting on the top of the tower. He's in the sniper bird eye view. He has to just be able to get these kills. If he can find the one shot on each of 9U and XN, this can now create something, but he's missing it. He's not able to find it. That means he has to reposition. XN does fail the job here to find more of a multi-kill. He's done so much work, but now can his teammates, can they be able to find something big? Dat chip, he is desperately looking for it, but he just can't seem to find that double. But good work from KINGZERO once again to react to the chaotic situation. They should be able to get this defused just in the nick of time.
Yeah, well played in the end, leaving it to YF in the 1v1, you know, using the extra couple of guys more as information gathering tools, doing a bit of chip damage and really setting it up for success. KINGZERO get themselves their 6th and rampaging towards a streak of 7 in a row in this first half. It was a great start for Twisted Minds, but XN again just coming up with the goods. A multi-frag from him, triple kill in that round, making a huge difference. And last round of the half, Twisted Minds would absolutely love to start and end the half with a round victory. Would give themselves a 6-3, a deficit, no doubt, but a platform that they can build off of in the third in the second half of the third map.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, you know, KINGZERO have been able to find these rounds 6 in a row, like, I mean, that is, you know, a massive achievement, but also for the same effect here for Twisted Minds, like, that is beyond frustrating. I mean, that's when you start to really get irritated with yourselves. That's when the frustration just builds up, and that's where, you know, team dynamics can change a little bit because things are just not working out. Granted, let's not forget that some of these rounds have been close encounters. There has been a lot of 1v1 situations or those 1v2s, so just kind of lacking on the clutch, you know, a little bit of success. But nonetheless, a round win is a round win, and KINGZERO have been able to just find themselves the right formula to get themselves in a 6-2 and maybe even a 7-2 to end this first half, which would be such a massive boost for them to feel comfortable on the BL side leading into it. Twisted Minds, if they can find a little bit of a consolation prize on this, but maybe the B-Pop is going to be the name of the game, but KINGZERO, they're fully ready for it. You have 3 players that are waiting on this. A good nade damage, but they're going to need more than that here, Jordan.
Now, you can see YSH and Bin are both playing anti-flash here. And it's just going to be YF that's going to play contact, and as soon as he fires a shot, the other two are going to pop their heads up and try to hold the site. It's actually a wise move from Twisted Minds to move away from B, but they're coming back, Laz, and that has me scared, because it is a very nice setup here for KINGZERO. They've also got a lot of information, 9U deep on A long, not seeing anything, so they're happy to hold on to that. And here comes the contest. The hold, as expected, is strong so far. YSH and Bin able to claim 1 each. The only way it could have been better is if YF hit the opening shot with a TRG, but now Datchip trying to jump forward. They've only got 13 seconds here. Twisted Minds have to be quick, and they are. Carrot and Datchip, who finds a double, give them a chance at a third. It's 9U that will have to try to salvage a 1v3. He gets a nice opener onto Datchip, but he's still got a couple more to find.
Yeah, and if it's anybody, it's going to be 9U too. I mean, look, he hasn't put himself in more of the big score lead, but he has proven to be very scary with this rifle. He can bring a lot of impact into it, but he has to work with the timer. Halfway through already, Carrot and Mouse V, they're just playing a little bit of a cat and mouse game, and there we go. They finally get the job done. They get themselves around after so many in a row of 6. And at least they'll get something here leading into the second.
That could be a hugely impactful round. Again, remembering GR side of the map. So we still have yet to see how strong Twisted Minds are going to be on this GR side. But I think conventional wisdom would say a pass score is around 6-3. Huge double from Datchip. I mean, it could have been more for Twisted Minds, no doubt. It could have been 4. A couple of rounds there that they did let slip, but end of the day, they've got something to work with, so they can't be feeling too bad going into this second half. And I think we're going to still have quite a close third and final map between KINGZERO and Twisted Minds.
Ooh, that nade actually went a bit too deep. I don't think it made it all the way through here. So XN actually does survive. Doesn't really take any. He doesn't take any damage at all, actually. So he's able to kind of be granted a good opportunity here. Waiting through onto short. Twisted Minds. Single sniper here for Carrot. I was curious if they were going to try to mix it up a little bit here for the defense, but no. They'll stick to their normal weapon composition on this one. 3 players at A, so they definitely have a good idea of this. They have some inkling that KINGZERO might try to go for the A pop on this one.
Slow creep forward from KINGZERO into Warehouse. That contact play is going to work out. A lot of space without giving up a whole lot of contest.
It's a bit too much space, though. I think, you know, this is where Twisted Minds are allowing a lot of control here for KINGZERO to just do whatever they want. That's a little bit scary because now, right now, you're playing the guessing game. You're just kind of thinking, okay, we don't know where they are. We have no intel. Like, they're just going to hold their positions and just hope for the best.
Deep smoke on long. You have a little bit of a probe into Warehouse as well from Bokyu. They've got the info. There's nothing happening toward B. It's going to result in a pre-rotate from Kimbum out of mid into A. Mouse will come across to pick up middle. KINGZERO starting to make their way forward with the cover of the smoke. Spin was not spotted. Kimbum will go down. He's found himself a double on the entry. And that is the A site taken with ease by KINGZERO.
Yeah, and again, this is exactly what I was kind of saying, is like the fact that, you know, for the GR side, in my opinion, you just cannot play that stagnant. You can't play in these positions where you just hold the angles, hope for the best, and just kind of frag out and lock it down. No, you need to know that intel. You need to have a good inkling or try to know some kind of information. Like the fact that they just sat in their positions, didn't move a muscle, I think that just allowed KingZero to feel really good about this. They felt very comfortable. They got so much information, and it was an easy execution in that A. And the fact that Bin, I think he was able to finish that with a double kill, just running around. He was able to get underneath onto tower. That's just a big mistake here for Twisted Minds. Now the going to inning tough. A 7-3 has been secured here for KingZero, and Twisted Minds now needing the turning point. They need something big to happen. Somebody needs to pull up the bootstraps to get something done in this moment.
Yep. Need a bot cute in the final round of the first half moment. Double kill on the entry into B. He is the one that's standing tall at the moment at 12 and 8, but you have to highlight someone like Kimbum, 2 and 10, Carrot. Nice kill from him. 4 and 7 coming into this round, but he has a big job to play. Sniper on the defensive side of Port is always going to have an impact. It's pivotal in holding this A site. If Carrot can improve those numbers, maybe there's a way back in here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a little bit more effort. Like you said, the fact that it's only one player that, like, statistically is putting up the big numbers. Everybody else is kind of just in the mid-pack. There's not really anybody else that's doing some good work. Datchip, unfortunately, tries to go for a little bit of a play. But, again, a solo effort, no trades. This is scary. Decent nade, though. That's not bad at all. That's going to do some good damage on the 3 players, but is that going to be enough that they're this wounded?
Call that more than a decent nade.
All right, it's a good nade.
It's a good nade for sure. You're down so much HP on a lot of your players. It does just make it a bit more difficult to swing into sites with confidence. Stray bullet or 2 will finish you off. KingZero a little bit scared in this round. They're not too sure where they want to go. They're eventually going to have to default to something. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a B hit. 9U has been able to push forward quite nicely. BotCute gets the info, though. They are aware this is going to be a B hit with 24 seconds left on the clock, and BotCute steps up. Mouse as well to help him out and ensure the trade can't come through. This will be a round win for Twisted Minds. They are getting right back on that bike and ready to race. XN surely can't do anything here. At 11 seconds to work with, he'll go down, and Twisted Minds are not done yet.
Yeah, I was kind of holding my breath a little bit there, too, because it was like, look, it's XN. He's close in there. Like, he's at a bit of an angle that he could get some fights. But, yeah, no, nicely done here from Twisted Minds. They're able to finally get something moving a little bit here, but we're going to need to see some of those rounds going a little bit more consecutive. Carrot's getting a little bit more aggro as well. Now they're going to double sniper. So now Datchip says, okay, look, I'm going to join you here, Carrot. I'm going to try to see what I can do to help you out. We're going to try to play the snipers in the long range. We know that we need to do something a little bit differently. This is a nice variety. This is a nice experiment to see if this could be something they want to keep moving with. Carrot is realizing, look, I got to make a bit of a play. I got to go through B main. This is nice from Twisted Minds. I feel like tactically this is a good idea because they're going to put him as the playmaker, somebody that needs to get the opening, then allowing them to reset their composition here on the GR side.
Carrot's changed his position up. He's not on A anymore. Playing aggressive, line over toward B. Has been smoked off by his team, no less. Still hoping for an opportunity through that smoke, which is not likely to come. Bin himself just kind of keeping an eye on it. Neither of these players are actually over-aggressing on this line.
And now Twisted Minds, once again, you know, Carrot is still playing that a little bit of an aggro position. Okay, so now he realizes, okay, he goes for the shot, falls back, but he actually does want to recommit to this. He is the sole player at B right now. You can see the Twisted Minds, they put a bit of a 2 and 2, 2 in mid, 2 in A, leaving him to just be the sole line of defense, but now he's going to be rejoined with his comrades. So this is good because now, with time ticking away with under a minute, KingZero, they have to get moving. Again, they have not really explored a lot of options here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a Hail Mary. All 5 players committing to the A site. You do have YF at the bottom along try and make sure no one can pop their heads up on the site itself. Bin getting the opener. KingZero starting to make short work of this A bomb site, and the final player on the site itself will go down. That should surely be around for KingZero. Kimbum, he's going to hide. He's going to hide inside the smoke and do what he can, but there's nothing to be done. 8-4, KingZero find themselves another round on Blacklist, and the game is slipping away from Twisted Minds.
It just feels like, in my opinion, I'm starting to think Twisted Minds are getting in their own head. I think they're starting to, you know, be a bit more stagnant. They're not really playing the way they were. I mean, the first two maps, I was saying a lot about like the creativity, like how they were, you know, mechanically moving around the map. I'm not convinced of it anymore. I feel like they've just really been hesitant on plays they want to make. Datchip's going to get aggressive, maybe. Oh, Datchip! I thought maybe he should have been able to at least get that double kill, but not bad at all. That's something.
You can even see Twisted Minds trying to find that extra player. A nade thrown into mid, a nade thrown into connected there as well. Neither of them connect. KingZero knows as soon as they take that fight, they just need to back out because the nade damage can finish off an extra player or two. So quite wisely played in the end by KingZero. Obviously a lot of info going over to Twisted Minds there, but in the end, it's all kind of for naught. It ends up being a 1-for-1, and KingZero have changed their plan. So Twisted Minds have got, now again, no idea really what is coming.
Well, I'm glad the way that they did this, because I was thinking this might be a bit obvious here for KingZero to go, like, look, they're going to do something big. They're going to try something with a bit more, a little bit more oomph, a little bit more of a heroic attempt. But the fact that, like, it only was just Datchip kind of playing this one-man army position with the quick boost, and they weren't expecting it, I really liked it. Because if you would have missed that jump, they wouldn't have committed to anything at all. But now with the 8-4 scoreline, we're going to hit a little bit more of that slowing down approach. We're going to kind of coast this round, because now with 3 players remaining for Twisted Minds, you don't want to be too adventurous. This is where it gets really tough, because you have to make the right decisions of the positioning of the GR players. Kimbum just going to be watching on the back skirts of mid here, kind of watching for the long cross, but also expecting somebody underneath. He does find XN. That's a big pickup, but 9U quick on this one. He's just going to run on in. He's going to try what he can. Mouse B just putting a lot of spray control into this M14, but Kimbum's here with them. They might not expect this double player commit. KingZero, they're not even going to entertain it, but that's going to be the bomb drop. This is a good kill, all down to YF. He needs to do something big on the 1-on-2, and he has to be able to find this kill.
He's got time. He's got 30 seconds. He can go back over towards A. He's seen that engagement at Warehouse, and he's decided, I'm not interested in that. So a very quick call to go A, and that is going to allow him to get a plant in. And if he does that, it's going to be a winnable round. This one's already on the rotate, though, so they may be able to catch him on a bit of a timing here. Let's see if YF expects it. Oh, I don't think he quite did. Kimbum managing to put him down to 13 HP with a couple of shots there into the shoulder. Both Mouse and Kimbum both a one shot. This is so doable for YF. He's put it into the 1v1. He's got a grenade as well. Mouse is going to walk right into it, turns away, luckily just in time, but he's been spotted, and time very much a factor now as YF just continues to keep an eye on things. He's not really playing for the timer. He spots Mouse, and now is when he can start to back it up and play that time. I think he's won the round. I don't think Mouse can get this one done. He can't get up onto the site, find the kill, and then defuse. It is round over. KingZero have won it, and Twisted Minds are now facing elimination. They will be the first team out of Esports World Cup if they lose this next round.
Yeah, indeed they will. And again, I cannot give enough credit here for YF, man. Like, again, I talked about his sniping abilities. I said he brings so much to the server, and the fact that he was able to play a 1v2 like that, I was questioning his position a little bit on the top tower. I thought maybe he was going to reposition himself, but no, he played that picture perfect. At Twisted Minds, they just took too much time, they took too much thought into it, and look at what happens to them. They lose a critical round that they absolutely needed.
Backs very much against the wall now, Twisted Minds. If they've got anything, they need to pull it out here. Carrot is going to try take matters into his own hands. He is just going to try and take a fight here with Bin, and that's not worked out. A missed shot, and that may be the death sentence for Twisted Minds at the Esports World Cup. We didn't have high expectations for this team, but it is still rough to say goodbye so early.
And especially just the way that they played on the first two maps. Like, I know the scorelines might, you know, show a little bit differently, but when you were kind of watching closely, they were playing some really solid Crossfire. But it feels like maybe that gas tank has just gotten a bit depleted here. And now it's all down to this. They're going to need to pull up 5 rounds, bringing this all the way through. Bach is going to be blind as a bat, but maybe he might be able to react fast enough. No, he will not. And now 9U, he's going to try to lead the charge here. Look at this spray control. Both of them just find the openers. 1, 2, 3. Why the heck not?
Dadship knows this one is pretty much done. He's going to need an absolute miracle to save the day here. He's got Util getting dumped in his direction. Smoke, nade, flash, everything. He is not allowed in. XN, of course, fittingly will be the one to get the final kill in this game as they do eliminate Twisted Minds from the competition here at Esports World Cup Crossfire. It is KINGZERO that will survive. But remember, they are still down in the lower bracket. They still have a run yet to make to get through to the playoffs. But at least for now, they survive.
KINGZERO, the fact that they're able to put themselves, through that little bit of a tough decision, to get themselves done here with the 2-1 victory. Now that means that they're going to be playing Gaming Gladiators here for the decider match. And that's it, to be honest, not to put any biasness here for the CFWL teams, but I do think that does create a lot of a conversation. The fact that we saw Gaming Gladiators go the distance here with a 2-map series of, a 13-12 on port against Alcacia, like that, I felt like that shouldn't have happened, but Gaming Gladiators have proven that I think there's some improvement somewhat, but we'll see.
No, I mean, look, I would definitely have KINGZERO the favorites in that matchup, but I think at least what we've seen from Gaming Gladiators in the event so far would indicate that they can be a contest for KINGZERO. That's not going to be a walk in the park necessarily for them. And I would also kind of point out that I don't think KINGZERO have been like outrageously good. They've definitely been saved in a couple of moments, particularly by XN. Really great job rifling throughout most of the maps that we've seen him playing. If he has an off day tomorrow when they do have to play that game against Gaming Gladiators, I mean, I think Gaming Gladiators have got the talent on that roster to really trouble KINGZERO. So still a very much concerning position to be in as KINGZERO, but look, at least they're still alive in the tournament. At this stage, unfortunately, not the same can be said for Twisted Minds, who are now eliminated, and we'll see their key getting crushed in a moment, I'm sure, by KINGZERO, the first team eliminated from the Esports World Cup Crossfire competition. And again, I would say, kind of expected Twisted Minds to be one of the weaker teams. Typically, the second and third seed through from Vietnam. If you're not Falcons, you're probably not a team that's really going to have a huge amount of success. That's what was indicated by the results internationally 2024, and it's very much rung true here in 2025 as well. So don't expect to see them do too much. Unfortunately, though, we do have to say goodbye to them, but it's time for us to stand it back over to the stage. Interview time with KINGZERO.
Thank you very much there. Yes, as we lose Twisted Minds in the competition, KINGZERO progress here. I'm joined by XN and our translator Jin as well. Congratulations to the team here. I want to ask you first about your role as IGL. How are you adapting to that and how are you finding it in the team as well?
XN， 首先能不能跟我们说一下，就是你现在就是担任你们队内的这个 IGL 队内指挥这个角色，适应的怎么样呢？
当指挥还刚开始当嘛，所以应该还在磨合初期嘛。
Well, I just recently started being the IGL for a team, so I'll say right now we're still trying to figure out the right team chemistry for it. They're still adapting to it.
Yesterday, we had a very close game against Alcacia. It could have gone either way there. Yesterday evening, preparing for this matchup, what did you do when you came back? How did you prepare for this matchup, ensuring you got the victory today?
昨天你们对战 Alcacia 的时候，算是惜败给了他们嘛，很焦灼的一次对战。然后今天呢，你们就是昨天下午到今天，你们备战今天这场比赛的时候，是做出了哪一些准备来确保你们能获得这次胜利呢？
主要还是做好自己嘛，然后保持好状态嘛，然后让新人不要那么紧张嘛，缓解一下场上气氛。主要就做好自己就可以胜利嘛。
I'll say most of our preparation was done on the mental fortitude side of things. Like we told some of our new players, you gotta relax, you gotta just play to the best of your abilities. Just don't be too stressed out. It is a big stage, but if you want to perform at your best, then you gotta chill a bit. So I think what we did was a lot more about just team chemistry, team coordination, and making sure that everyone was in a top mental game.
Excellent. Speaking of the big stage, a next round matchup against Gaming Gladiators. How are you going to prepare for that as well? What's the protocol for getting ready for that next big series?
获得这次胜利之后，你们下个对手将是 Gaming Gladiators。就想问你们将如何去准备挑战下一个对手呢？
以挑战者姿态好好做好自己吧。我们这次目标就是小组出线嘛，下场肯定全力以赴嘛。
Well, again, we are just going to prepare the best that we can in terms of, we're going to come up here and we're just going to try to play the best of our abilities. Everyone just needs to perform to their usual standards. I would say that, our target is to be able to qualify through the group stage into the elimination stage. So we have one more game to go, and I'm sure that we should be able to do it tomorrow.
Excellent. And lastly, a key crushing is on the cards. Now you can see the screen has changed behind us. You're getting a chance to crush the key of your opponent's Twisted Minds. Are you looking forward to the opportunity to crush the key?
现在你们成功获胜之后，就会有个碾碎钥匙的一个环节。你是否期待碾碎你对手钥匙呢？
还好吧，希望自己的钥匙不要被碾碎就好了吧。
I think I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it. I think it's just okay. Right now, I'm just more worried about our key. Like we hope that our key don't get crushed eventually. So
love that. Okay, well, congratulations again, XN. Well done to the team, KingZero there. Fantastic work. We'll see a key getting crushed very shortly. But for now, though, it's back to the studio. What a way to kick off day 2 of our competition.
Hey, thank you for that interview. Great stuff. KingZero, big win from them. It wasn't as easy as they probably thought. They did go to map 3, but they get the win regardless. For Twisted Minds, an earlier exit than they probably wanted. They will no longer be in the podium race, I don't believe, right? They're going to place outside of top 3 when it comes to the club championship. This was their final title that they were involved in when it comes to the club championship race. But either way, it was a pleasure watching Twisted Minds throughout the entirety, really, of the Esports World Cup. Let's talk about the series. KingZero, they come out with a 2-1 win. And I remember discussing with both of you in the green room, what do we think the score is going to be? What's our prediction? You said 2-0, KingZero.
No, I said 2-1.
You said 2-1. Did you say 2-0?
Yeah.
You said 2-0. Okay, so actually, let me flip the script. I was about to give you credit. Let me give you credit because you said 2-1. Well, actually, let's go to you first. 2-0. Why was that your prediction?
Honestly, I think KingZero looked great in day 1. I was expecting them to have a similar performance, but that second map of the series looked really shaky from them on Black Widow.
Black Widow, and Black Widow was the map, obviously, Twisted Minds was able to fight back on. They win it 10-7. It was a good victory for them. Ultimately, they end up taking the L, but I do feel they showed a little bit of life, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even kind of lent 2-1 was just because I've seen that map last year in Summer Champs and Grand Finals. It's the only map they actually looked like they had real protocols on, so it's just that thought process of, right, there's obviously something there on that one. They've worked it, they've repped it, they've actually got some pretty decent macro understanding on it, but the rest of the pools where they fall quite weak. So that's the only reason I lent 2-1. It always felt like it was a guaranteed KingZero here, just especially from what we saw yesterday, right?
Sure.
And with how Twisted Minds have been looking weak this tournament, I think weak coming in towards this tournament too, that's where for me it was the maybe I'll give them a bit of a layup and say they can get a map. And if granted, that's what happens. I'll take all the credit. I'm more than happy to take that praise. But as a whole, I mean, it's such a fantastic series from KingZero as a whole, and I mean, obviously XN. Right? We highlighted this guy coming in individually, so mechanically talented, but do you know what? I don't even praise him for the mechanics. It's actually his head for the game. He's got a really decent understanding. He's calling excellently. He's actually leading this side really, really well. And for a young, quite sort of inexperienced side internationally, especially, like XN's doing a lot of work to pull them through hard games.
Yeah, he's the Sony MVP, and actually, Kyle, give you credit because you mentioned the statistics at the end. You thought it was wild that XN, being the IGL that he is, was also top fragging in map 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to do, and honestly, a night and day difference when you compare these two teams as well. Kimbum, the IGL on the other side, he was struggling all series long to put scores up there, so I feel like for XN, being able to deliver at this level in the competition as an IGL is just a massive strength for this team.
And it's cool that he ends up getting MVP because you could also argue that 9U had plenty of moments where he was popping off against Baku specifically, clutching up in one of the earlier rounds, I should say, in map 2. YF also the clutch master. I would give him for game number 1. You have 3 pop-off players, and that makes, at least in my mind, a very, very strong team. You got to give KingZero credit. They performed well yesterday. They could have showed a little bit more light, but today they showcased that they were good. And one of the things that I loved about that interview, Neo, with XN was he mentioned for preparation, what was really important for this roster was the mental fortitude.
Yeah, and absolutely. And this is something that I think a lot of teams who don't have as much international experience really struggle with. I mean, it's a conversation that we were talking a little bit with 9Q, saying, right, right? LAN fatigue, right? Tournament fatigue, because it is mental fortitude. You've got to really have this sort of mentality of, right, this is the slow game. We've got to take this one round at a time. We can't think long term. We can't start to put too much pressure on ourselves. And for a side that are relatively inexperienced in the grand scheme of things, it's a really good way to approach it. I'm really glad that he brings that up, right? It's a good sign, I think, for the length of this tournament, aside saying, okay, we know what we need to do here, and we know that we need to not put that much pressure on ourselves, play every map as if its own specific series, and then take it step by step.
Well, Gaming Gladiators, they unfortunately took an L to Alcatia, but you were impressed with their map 2, not necessarily their map 1. Gaming Gladiators will go up against KingZero in the losers.
Yeah, I think they have a real chance, especially if they can play like they did in the second map of the series. Obviously, a 0-10 start, nothing to really say about that one, but I think a 13-12 finish for them, considering things on port, very strong from them, so I'm hoping we can see a little bit more of them in that lower bracket final matchup.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at our Stream B. We're keeping the action going and flowing throughout the entirety of the day. There's 8 total matches, 4 here on A stream, 4 happening on B stream, and well, like we mentioned, it was in fact Gaming Gladiators going against Alcatia, and I believe it was Alcatia who got the 2-0 victory. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and tune in with Stream B and see what it's all about.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm at the secondary stage. Alcatia just got their win of the final group stage matchup today. So on 2-0, absolutely dominate on the map 1, but map 2 a little bit intense. It's fine. I have AKD from me, and AKD, I got one question for you. Anything you want to say about this victory? Because you finally make out from the group stage.
Parabéns pela vitória de vocês. Você tem alguma coisa a dizer sobre essa vitória? Que vocês acabaram de sair do group stage, vamos para os playoffs?
Foi uma vitória difícil. A gente não deixou se enganar pelo primeiro mapa, que foi um placar elástico, mas a gente sabia que ia ser um jogo difícil. Foi um jogo difícil, mas graças a Deus saímos com a vitória.
It was a very tough match, even though like we performed really well on the first map. It was still like a very tough match, but we are super happy that we managed to win.
Yes, absolutely. It works. You're hardworking. So that's all from us. Bye-bye.
I always love the interviews over there. Hey, it was hard work, but they got the job done. That's Alcatia, our first team to punch their ticket into the playoffs, already securing a top 8, but they won a little bit more. The playoffs is single elimination, so the pressure truly will be a lot higher than what we are witnessing here in the group stages. Once again, Gaming Gladiators, they drop down. They'll have to face off against KingZero. Another elimination match and another opportunity for one of these rosters to go and meet Alcatia in the playoff brackets, which will be taking place in a couple days. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, they're out. And one of the points you brought up is there was a big IGL change, Kyle. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, for me, it was a bit of a questionable move. I felt like they haven't looked that bad in the past with their previous IGL. Kimbum, though, came in a little bit weak in this one.
A little bit weak indeed, and that's unfortunate. And of course, for Twisted Minds, their final title throughout EWC comes to a close as the key has to be crushed. And of course, for KingZero, they said they don't take pleasure in it per se. They just wanted to protect their own. But this moment, I know, has to feel sweet. You can see the jump. You know, the thing about it, it's loud out there when those keys are crushed.
Yeah, and I think that probably adds a little bit more as well. Not only is it, oh, it's a sad thing, you know, we have to say goodbye to one of our fellow competitors, but, you know, it's in quite an aggressive fashion as well. Key being crushed, quite the noise as well, but that is what makes this sort of tournament beautiful, so I love it.
Yeah, and the fragments, of course, can be used if KingZero does, in fact, win for their own trophy. They get to pick up to 3 keys that they've crushed to use. Twisted Minds are out. Once again, it's great watching them, and I just want to reiterate, for Twisted Minds, just being on that stage, being the best whenever it comes to CROSSFIRE, qualifying for that very competition is impactful. You got to give them credit where credit is due. Yes, they are the first team eliminated, but let's not forget 3 more teams will be eliminated by the end of the day, and then 4 more tomorrow will be eliminated from our groups, leaving only 8 teams remaining going into playoffs. Today is still young, and we have plenty more to go through with. And for Twisted Minds, well, now they have to watch from the stands. But for KingZero, hey, good news for them. they continue to move on, and they will continue to potentially dominate and represent their region. A team that I guess, well, again, was gifted their spot. I keep saying that. It almost feels disrespectful to say that, but I mean, that's what it is, right? Baisha Gaming, they performed as well as they did. KINGZERO here, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, you're looking at a side where I actually don't think they should have too much pressure on themselves in this sort of tournament. This is a learning experience more than anything. But if you can get wins along the way, right, and especially good wins like that, you got to love it.
That's it. Well, the players are starting to arrive, and they are getting geared up for the next competition. Naturally, we start to move into Rock Esports versus Q9 with our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. It's going to be a big matchup. Rock returns to the stage with a lot of questions, and, well, for them, I hope they found the answers overnight.
Yeah, for Rock, they need to have a much different appearance today. I mean, they had a lot of missed shots in day one. The plays were still there at times, but they really need their key players to step up. And today, I'm really looking to Snare to be that key player.
All right, we'll see if he will be. And as far as the coach goes, right, they've got some stature behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stray, arguably one of the best players we've ever had in the West, right? You know, it's such a good mind for the game, and behind this side, they actually need that. I'm looking at a Rock side who we know they have the individuals. It is a mentality thing, and you're looking at a guy with plenty of experience, plenty of kind of information that they can lay down to what is quite a young team still ultimately. It's not even the individuals that I think need to shine. They need to find ways to make them comfortable more than anything. We saw it yesterday, right? With this Rock side, we know they're doing the right thing in the right spots, but lack of adaptability, lack of kind of change in terms of their tempo, their pace of how they wanted to play. That's where you look towards a guy with a hell of a lot of experience, a guy who's been here, done that, got to finals before for the grand finals. This is a guy with all the knowledge that you want in a side like this, and he needs to relay all of his information.
Well, there it is. We've got a great matchup coming up next. And for Rock, well, they've got a battle against EVOS. Not going to be an easy competition, but they're going to have to make it happen. As we do go to break, we had a chance to check in one last time with Twisted Minds.
Hi, I'm Wendy here. I'm here with Kimbap from Twisted Minds. I got 2 questions or 3 questions for them because I know it's hard, but we need to go through his journey so far. So the question 1, which part you think you can do better if you can go back at the time?
Khoảnh khắc nào mình muốn quay lại để mình có thể làm tốt hơn?
Nếu được quay lại thì khoảnh khắc team em muốn quay lại là sáng ngày hôm qua trước trận đấu gặp Chi, tại vì hôm qua bọn em đã làm không tốt. Nếu được quay lại thì bọn em sẽ thực hiện tốt hơn, khá là đáng tiếc ạ.
If we can choose to go back to last morning when we meet Chi. We didn't perform really well on that match, so we want to go back, and it was a sad moment for us.
Okay, so this is not your final match of 2025. Any expectation on your future goals of your rest of the 2025?
Đây sẽ không phải là cái mùa giải duy nhất ở trong mùa giải cuối cùng của năm 2025 của mình. Thì mình có mục tiêu nào cho các mùa giải tiếp theo trong năm 2025 của mình hay không?
Dạ, trong năm 2025 này là còn một giải rất là lớn của thể thao điện tử của bộ môn đột kích, đó là giải CFS cuối năm. Thì sau giải FDC lần này thì bọn em sẽ về tập luyện nghiêm túc và cố gắng hơn để được vé một suất đi CFS cuối năm nay.
So we still have one more tournament, really big tournament. Is the CFS for this last year, for this the end of this year. So we will come back after this EWC. We will come back. We will train harder and we will perform better in and to qualify for the CFS.
Looking forward for your upcoming matches. So finals, any words you want to say to your fans?
Cuối cùng thì mình muốn có lời nhắn gửi nào đến fan hâm mộ của mình hay không?
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi và ủng hộ team Twisted Minds. Mong mọi người vẫn luôn ủng hộ team trên chặng đường phía trước ạ.
Thank you very much for have always been supporting us. We will looking forward to having your support for the next journey of ours.
Thank you, Kimbap. Thank you, Twisted Minds, and that's all from us. Bye bye. I'm here with Snare from Rocky Sports, and I got 2 questions for him. One, absolutely, this matchup matters a lot. And is there anything you want to say before the match?
Yeah, we are ready and we are not going out like this.
Yes, absolutely, because this may be their final chance to go on our tournament. And the second question is, which part you want to focus on to perform better to compare with your yesterday's performance?
Yeah, we just need to focus on our individuals and everything could be good. We are ready for them.
Got it. So confidence, looking for your performance today. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Hey, thank you as always, Wendy. That's Snare from Rock Esports, who's about to play off against EVOS. This is going to be a big matchup, another elimination match, right? We just witnessed Twisted Minds get their key crushed. This time around, Rock Esports need to protect what they own, along with EVOS. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle, and Sneaky is back on the desk. Welcome back in, brother. Twisted Minds are out, but now we have another matchup right before us.
Yeah, EVOS, obviously, pretty disappointing showing from what we've seen yesterday. They misread the meta by like 10 miles, and they're gonna try to see if they can bring it back. Honestly, I've been more impressed with the other side more than anything.
With Rock.
Like Rock, obviously, you know, it wasn't the best showing by them from yesterday's games, but considering the opponent, you know, it's a better start than most tournaments that they've had.
Fair enough. Well, Rock Esports, they've got a lot to prove here. They're coming from what many would consider a weaker region.
Yeah, the West hasn't had the best of showings at stages like this, but I would say Rock is probably the best team to come out of that region and have that chance doing this. So for me today, it's about seeing Snare and Horus step up to the plate. They're the key players on this team, and they were very silent yesterday.
You know, you mentioned weaker region. Philippines also, I guess, a region that has a lot to prove. So you've got 2 teams representing underrepresented regions, which makes this an interesting matchup and something to prove on the global stage. Let's hone in on Rock Esports, who I feel did do decently well during their matchup. I feel Rock is one of those teams that has a real chance to surprise many people out there. You mentioned Horus is that team captain. Obviously, they're dominant in their own region, still unproven whenever it comes to at least this international stage. Rock Esports, what makes them a good team, and what makes them a team that potentially puts them at a higher skill ceiling?
Honestly, I think the difference so far in the last few months has been Snake. He's an IGL that can also entry frag like a machine, and we saw it yesterday as well. The top performer on his team, even while others were struggling to keep up.
Yeah, well, Rock Esports, one thing I like about them is they did show a lot of gusto on port. Their map number 2 earlier against Q9, 9-13 is what they did. They sent it into overtime. One of the things about it, though, when they do get into overtime, they don't win another round. But Sneaky, for me, it does show that Rock does have the perseverance, and they can send a series to the distance.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we saw that kind of resilience back in Vietnam when they were still 3BL, and back in CFS 2024, right? We know this team can be resilient, but there is just some moments for Rock where it's been getting easier and easier for them to get red, especially in CFWL, right? Just like what Kyle mentioned, that there's no realistic competition for this Rock Esports side. So what works for them in CFWL, they're also trying to attempt to do in that prior series, and obviously it didn't work.
So that's a great point, and Kyle, let's hone in on that, because Rock getting easier to read. When they played against Q9 on their first matchup on Subbase, they were up 5-1. In fact, everybody was shocked that Rock was playing as well as they were against a Q9 roster who seemed to be one of our powerhouse rosters in the tournament. But after that 5-1, it quickly turned into a 10-7 loss.
Yeah, it honestly looked like a CFWL match for them where they got overconfident. The difference here, though, is in CFWL, that works for them. Q9, they're a much different team, and they can't play consistently the same way if they want to win their way through to the next stage of this tournament. So I'm hoping we see them maybe change things up here and be more aware of when they start to get a little bit too confident in the server.
Sure, and talking about overconfidence, if, let's say, Rock does come in overconfidence, does EVOS have that Q9 ability to shut them down?
I mean, from, I think, before EWC obviously happened. I mean, EVOS is one of those more defensive-minded teams that we have seen in the Philippines. You know, they do like the slower kind of pace, more map control-y kind of style for them. Obviously, we didn't see that in the first series because, you know, Team Liquid, every single time that the Animals faces a Filipino team, he just somehow figures them out super quickly. But then I am kind of worried about Snake a bit here because EVOS is the type of team to be very annoying, especially when it comes to their defenses, when it comes to their timings. They're not really going to show their hand early in these games.
Yeah, honestly, when I look at EVOS, I feel like Yobib and Zetra are going to be big threats in this one to deal with, and Snake has to be ready for some adaptive calling because that's the big thing that was missing for me in day one from this team. They know how to adapt, and they just didn't against Q9.
And adaptation is critical, especially when you get into the later stages. People start to figure you out. What's plan B? What's plan C? Let's hone in on the meta, though, because you've been very passionate about this, Sneaky. What is it about EVOS that has made you so passionate that EVOS should not be in this competition?
I mean, honestly, it's just the appearance of the Scarlight in their menu. I mean, they made it work on some of these rounds, but at the end of the day, they're probably the only team who's rocking it at this very moment. I think the only person that rocks it in CFWL is Pietro. And the meta right now is moving more towards the HK and the EBR. And I have no idea why EVOS is not taking advantage of any of these weapons, considering Yobib is a really good M14 player, considering KSA is an HK player as well. I mean, it just makes sense for them to use these weapons, considering how good they are on them. It's just confusing to me.
So if they do switch to the weapons, though, you would expect them to use, does EVOS become that #1 team like they were in the region?
Oh, for sure. I think so, because I feel like they're getting weighed down by the choice of weapons here. I mean, even Kyle would agree with me that the AWM is miles worse compared to a TRG. I mean, I've been waiting for months, or I wouldn't say months, I've been waiting for weeks to see Zetra on a TRG just to be disappointed to see him on an AWM.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's about being able to adapt to the current meta, using things that are maybe outside of your comfort zone as a team, and that's where EVOS, for me, hasn't quite stepped up and made those necessary changes. So I really want to see them make some big changes coming into this match.
Well, the changes are going to happen, and they need to happen quickly. If they don't, one of these rosters are going to be having an earlier exit than they wanted. And again, two teams coming from underrepresented region, one from the Philippines, the other one, of course, representing the western side of things. And a lot of expectations on both, a big fan base on both, and somebody on the desk they need to prove wrong. Sneaky, I think EVOS is going to prove you wrong. They're going to come in with the weapons you're expecting.
Yeah, for sure. If they do come in with the weapons that I've been expecting, and I guess the first series was a bit of a troll. Maybe they just wanted to see if they can kind of mess with the Animos at first. Of course, fully knowing that Team Liquid always starts hot in tournaments. I mean, maybe they wanted to kind of play a bit of mind games, but with the head-to-head, of course, Zetra, man, please, I beg of you, just pick up the TRG, bro, and everything's going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. Zetra's one of the best reaction time players I've seen in a long time from this region, and if he can adapt to the meta, I actually think he's going to be a massive threat against Snare, who was a really shaky player in yesterday's match for Rock, so he's got some strong potential there, but Snake, that's the one you've really got to look out for in this event so far. He's been kind of unstoppable for Rock.
Well, and his stats prove that, right? Do we feel like the stats for Zetra is just simply because they're using the wrong meta at the moment? So would you say, though, honestly, if they did use the proper meta, as we've been talking about, Snake Zetra would be relatively even?
I think so. In all honesty, I feel like Zetra on a TRG, just a bit of lore at one point, we thought this kid was hacking at one point, not gonna lie, and actually went physically to a LAN, and he just plays like that. He's very, just like what Kyle said, very reactionary player, could be the next Revenge. If y'all don't know Revenge, he's like the GOAT of sniping in the Philippines, and yeah, that's just the potential that we could have. I just have no idea why he sticks to the AWM. It pisses me off.
Well, I can tell, look, hey, Sneaky's fired up, and he's been fired up in the green room. This isn't an act for the desk. That man is passionate, and it's pure passion. I love it, and that's what CROSSFIRE is all about. This next matchup is going to be critical. Again, another elimination matchup taking place. Winner moves on. The loser has to watch their key crushed by the opponents that just beat them on that very stage. It's Rock and EVOS. Who do you want to move forward? Get loud in the chat. They're going to need your energy because this matchup matters. Let's send it to the stage for match number 2 of the day in Group B, Rock versus EVOS.
The train conductor makes his way through the train one cart at a time, checking who has their tickets to the playoff. KingZero did, Twisted Minds did not. They had their hopes, dreams, and keys crushed right here on the stage.
Yeah, I got my ticket to Crushville. Okay, let's go. I'm looking forward to this next one as well. It's going to be epic. That's one of the most iconic things here about the Esports World Cup is crushing those keys. There's plenty more teams ready and waiting to get on this main stage. I suggest that we meet them.
I agree. So let's bring on our first contender to the SNB Esports Arena. It's Rock Esports. Champions of Egypt, Kings of the West. They have suffered a tough loss on day one, but can they pick themselves up, dust themselves off with everything on the line? One more loss and the dream is over. Elimination stares them in the face, and they fight not just to survive, but to prove to themselves and the world that they belong on the global stage.
And their opponents, EVOS! They've tasted defeat, and it's only made them hungrier. Their matchup against Team Liquid may have left scars, but not surrender. This isn't a comeback, it's a warning. As winners of the 2025 Philippines Masters today, they fight to remind the world why they never stay down for long. We're getting ready here on the main stage, and we are looking forward to this one. Whose key will be crushed? Let's find out as we head over to our wonderful casters.
Yes, let's find out. ROC eSports and EVOS playing off once again at an international tournament. And look, Laz, there's a lot on the line for both of these two teams, obviously facing elimination. I think in particular for ROC, a team that did so well throughout 2024, this would be the worst performance that they've had in 12 months at an international event. Getting knocked out here, even if they would get knocked out in the next game and fail to make playoffs, that would still continue to be the worst performance that they've had in 12 months. So expectations definitely quite a bit higher for them after what we saw from them over the course of last year, and they don't want to be letting it slip here.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, this is the biggest thing is that, I think the storyline for both these teams was, it was really lackluster yesterday. They both got 2-0'd, and, the one thing for ROC that in this matchup, like you said, this arguably could be like a really bad, situation for them if it doesn't work out for them. But I mean, we need to see more from them, right? We saw that, Snake was putting himself in high impact kills. He was the one that was putting up the biggest numbers. He's calling the shots. He literally was doing everything. So now I'm really, really hoping for ROC's sake and all the ROC fans in the chat that they can be able to find something a little bit differently. This map pool is very interesting because this is going to be a lot different than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, again, we do get that port pick from ROC, which we talked about pretty extensively. Being a somewhat of a dangerous one, you can struggle sometimes if you start that map on the BL side. Then we go into Eagle Eye. Again, not a map that I think is going to be too disappointing to see there for ROC. They do play it a fair bit here and there, so that's not a huge concern for me. And then we do get Compound as the decider. New Mexico was floated by EVOS, which is quite a bold decision from them, but not taken in the end by ROC, as we do find ourselves onto Compound, which was the old home territory for ROC, but has been a map that they have struggled on a little bit throughout 2025. So very interested to see how things do shape up if we do end up on map 3. Imagine both these teams, though, quite keen to close this out 2-0. And I think possible for both teams actually to close it 2-0. They've both been quite good on their day and quite bad on their off day, if that makes sense. So it really does depend on which one shows up in the server today.
That is very true. Yeah, that's really the biggest case here because, we felt like, for yesterday ROC, like against Q9, that was definitely a matchup they could have won. They could have put themselves in that position where they could have been in the winner's match, essentially, where they could have been a little bit closer for that qualification. But yeah, both these teams taking a 2-0 yesterday. And yes, the game score lines here for ROC were a little bit closer than it was for, EVOS, where they got, 10-3'd and then 10-8 against Team Liquid. So it wasn't the greatest showing from them. And, I think the one thing I really do appreciate from Sneaky's perspective is that he's really calling out EVOS in the sense of like, look, like there's a new meta. You have to be on par with it. You need to catch up to it. Using these guns that are putting you at a more of a disadvantage, it just doesn't really make sense. So I'm hoping that, I agree with them in the sense that they make some adjustments, and it has to be now, because if they don't, they're all out of here.
Indeed. Well, looks like it's time to jump into map number 1. And once again, to reiterate, that is going to be Port. It is the choice of ROC eSports. Incidentally, they will be starting on the blacklist side. Very intrigued to see as well whether or not EVOS are going to be picking up any of those new weapons. That was a big talking point on the desk. You don't really have much. It's going to be the AWP out for Zetra, so no TRG there. Is an M14 for Elvin and a Scar L for Yobib, but M4 and AK in the hands of Keller and KSA. So once again, still leaning on, I guess, the previous meta in terms of the weapons. TRG obviously in the hands of both Snare and Slayer. Quite happy to lean into that as a double sniper setup for the GR side.
Yeah, we talk about the sniper setup as well. Like, Slayer, the fact that he's kind of equipping it is very interesting. We've seen that a lot in CFWL, but again, I'm going to put a lot of it more of the spotlight on what Snare can do in this matchup because, again, yesterday I felt like Q9 did such a good amount of work just isolating him out. He just wasn't able to find any sort of that impact that he normally can bring to this roster. And then that's also kind of in constellation here with Horus. Like, I mean, you know, typically is a really strong entry player, can be a very aggressive rifler. It felt like he just had a really bad performance. I know he was posting in the socials that he was very disappointed with his performance and expecting something different for day number 2, which is now. So again, there's a lot riding for these guys to be able to show something a little bit differently here against one of the Filipino teams.
Bit of an opportunity for him to kick it off on the right foot, though, as the EVOS players are headed in his direction. Horus needs to find his timing nicely. Going to cross close and just gets deleted by KSA. There's a quick trade in from Snake. In fact, it's going to be a double, continuing his good work from yesterday. And Snare not dislodged on the site. So a solid hold from Rock in the first round. That is a dominant start to the map.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. And again, that was a bit of a misplay from Horus. Like, I think, you know, he made a very late decision that he wanted to reposition and just get that information. I felt like if he would have just, you know, stayed in that angle that he was playing, that could have been a lot better because he had Totson, he had Snake that was on the right-hand side that should have been able to complement him. But look, nonetheless, it still works out very nicely here for Rock. They react to it very well. I was kind of chuckling a little bit because we talked a lot about Snake, you know, was popping off yesterday and doing all the heavy lifting. He was able to get the double kill, right? And then he's still continuing his ways, which is a great thing to see. But my goodness, we'll hopefully, we'll see what happens a little bit later on in this game if, you know, Rock as a whole can play more of that team foundation.
Nice nade onto the head of Keller, dropping him down to about 80 points of HP. Slow approach from EVOS. Rock are more than happy to oblige that slower approach. They do have the double sniper set up, so Rock I don't think necessarily mind these rounds stretching out. Gives you more opportunities to try to find picks with the TRGs. No such luck so far.
Yeah, Zetra's going to actually still use the ARM, so Sneaky's probably very disappointed with this right now.
Yep. Had that in round 1 as well.
Yep. No switch up yet.
In fact, Yobib's actually gone back to the M4 as well, off of the Scar. So I know that was a big conversation point for EVOS, and it doesn't seem like it's changed from day 1 to day 2.
Very slow round though. A lot of respect on this one here too. Like Rock not really extending themselves too much. You can see that EVOS now they finally get the first opening duel. But nicely done here. Totson able to play this angle a little bit better than what we saw yesterday, but he can't seem to find more than that one. Slayer hanging out in the big pit. He's just waiting things out. He's trying to buy his time as much as possible, but these two players from EVOS, they're going to get the bomb down. Oh, but it's just going to be annihilation here. Rock, they find themselves the 2-0. You can see the excitement here on the player cams, and things are starting to look decent here for this squad.
Yeah, man, it's a great start again. They had a fantastic start to this series yesterday. They weren't able to close it out. They were up 5-1 on sub base, if you remember.
I do, yeah.
I think the key for me with Rock is like they need to be able to find that level of play on a consistent basis, which is sometimes something that does elude them, particularly at the international level. I think there's no doubt that they're a good enough team to compete with some of the best when it's going well for them.
Exactly.
But it's a bit of a caveat, certainly, that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case for an entire map or an entire series, and that's where you really let yourself down as Rock eSports. So, yeah, I mean, another good start, but I'm not diving headfirst into the hype train just yet.
No, exactly, and it is a really good point you bring up here, Jordan, because again, you know, being up 5-1 and the fact that they, you know, lost the map and like they just weren't able to get anything really moving, that's a big thing, and it's a great start to see them, you know, getting a good acceleration on this, but that has been historically their problem is they get, you know, really good, they get a lot of rounds in their favor, and then something just happens where they let their foot off the gas a bit, fall asleep behind the wheel, and then things just get, you know, a little bit lackluster, and then it gets to be a problem. So for Rock fans, like, they know that, yes, this is a great start for them, but they have to maintain that form. And so far, Snake, you know, I talked a lot about him maintaining form. He's still putting himself in duels where he's actually going for the initiation. He's the one that's going for the first openings. Not bad at all. EVOS playing this very slow, and again, it almost looks like they're very hesitant on what they want to do. Not really much of a game plan. The C4 is retrievable, but again, they have to make a decision here with a minute remaining on it.
I don't know how confident they're going to be feeling after those first couple of rounds, EVOS, but slowing things down, I don't think is a great sign because these slower rounds have not worked. I don't know if they maybe have a lack of confidence preventing them from playing it quickly. That is a good trade onto Slayer, but you've still got to try and dislodge Totson. He managed to grab Snake, but Totson just completely ignored, and so he'll be able to maintain that player advantage, and also importantly, the positional advantage on the site as well.
Beautiful.
Another really strong hold from Totson and from Rock, and you can see them just sort of nodding to one another, saying, yep, that's exactly how it's meant to go. Yeah, we lost a couple of players, but the trades were in. I mean, it's looking really quite sublime so far for Rock, so as long as nothing changes, they're going to be totally fine. I'm waiting to see whether or not we get a timeout through here from EVOS. It's about time. I guess they'll give it one more round. But if you lose here, I think you need to call attack timeout.
Yeah, definitely so. And again, like you bring up a really good point, is that I love that, you know, even Totson, he was playing in Big Pit. He could have easily swung, like Yobib was like waiting for the whole time. But really good coordination here from Rock. I mean, I definitely noticed, you know, the Desk talked about this too, and I think it was Kyle that mentioned, you know, again, the teamwork and some of the strategies from Rock were really good. It really just felt like the firepower just wasn't there to back up what the strategies were and the game plan that they wanted to bring. So far, looking like that's a different case here for day number 2. They're finding the opening duels. They're finding themselves these better openings. So things are looking pretty good here for Rock. But EVOS, they do get themselves a little bit of a bounce back here. Zetra's able to get that the following kill, to making this to the 4-on-4. So the IGL of Rock has been taken away. But they are going to sit back. A lot of respect on this, still waiting around, and 3 players in B main. They look like they might even toy the idea again here, Jordan, which is kind of concerning considering it has not been good for them.
Yeah, I think B is actually probably a good choice for them in this round. Just looking at the setup, Slayer, he's going to be good maybe for 1, right? Let's say he's going to go 1 and back off if they hit B. No one actually in that side, at least not for now. Rotation does come across from Totson, and the actual issue is going to be Horus with this late lurk. Getting in behind EVOS. They've waited too long. Rocker is playing into that idea. They're aware that EVO's taking their time in a lot of these rounds, and that's given Horus a lot of space to work. Elvin's going to go down for free, and Snare in middle spots the last couple of remaining members. 45 seconds left now for EVOS, and they have to try to figure something out. They're going to go A. They know Horus is pushed out of A.
Yeah, they should be able to get this plan, and that's fine. But it's Rock right now. They have to play this properly, because in this kind of a situation, this is when you could get picked apart a little bit if somebody just tries to make a bit of a one-man army play. Totson goes for the swing. Oh, I can't even believe he survives that. Zetra just misses the shot by a pixel.
TRG would have hit that.
Yeah, it would definitely would have. Ball's going to go down, flashes in. Yobib's going to be blind as a bat, so now he repositions himself, and Zetra's trying everything in his abilities, and okay, they find the 1-2. Now putting this advantage no longer. It's down to the 1v1. Slayer finally gets the rifle activated. That's what we needed to see, and that's the lethal monster we know.
He breathes a sigh of relief there, Slayer, but great clutch player. That's one thing that you can really associate with Slayer. He's so comfortable in that clutch, and it honestly, I have to say, didn't look like he was going to lose it. Once he picks that first player, he knows exactly where the second player is. He baits out the shot really nicely and then swings. And he knows pretty much at that point that he's won that round. So really, really well played by him. Plenty of time on that clock as well. 4-0 for Rock, and still no timeout coming through from EVOS.
Yeah, and it's you know, again, I think just kind of echoing your point is that I've always said in CFWL that someone like Slayer is such a strong rifle, probably one of the best in the league. So it's good to see, but nonetheless, these guys are trying to go for the execute. EVOS, they just get, again, eradicated in everything they go for. They can't seem to find anything. They can barely buy a kill. It's only Slayer that goes down, and Yobib surviving on the skin of his teeth with 1 HP, and now Zetra has to do a lot of the lifting here.
Yeah, they're going to swap out the sniper rifle into the hands of Yobib, who's low. Here comes the pause, but is this too little too late? Look, I mean, I know you're not necessarily expecting to get too much out of the Blacklist side, but this is some level of dominance from Rock so far. And an even better start to this series than the one that they had yesterday, because that was a 5-1 yesterday. This is looking like it's going to be a 5-0. Make sure that they cross the T's and dot the I's. I think Rock are looking fantastic. They're hitting their shots. They're reading the play nicely. They're rotating well, trading effectively. They're doing everything that you'd want. But sometimes you can get a little ahead of yourself. So this is one of those rounds where they got to ensure that they just don't let themselves get away from it. You know, it's like, this is almost a sure thing. But if you think that it's a sure thing, that's when you can start to lose this round. So they've got to make sure they lock in here and close it out.
Exactly. That's the championship mentality. You just have to keep treating it like a 5v5 situation. You can't just like get focused too much on some of the details. And that's where I was kind of saying, you know, letting your foot off the gas or falling asleep behind the wheel. That's where we have to see a team like Rock. They play every single round the same. They have to have the same discipline. They cannot ease off. That's when we start to see, you know, the troubles awry. That's when we start to see a lot of things that are going wrong. But so far, it's been so good here with a 5-0. Dominant performance right now from Rock. A lot of improvement that we're seeing. EVOS has really struggled to make any sort of headway so far on the BL side. Like you said, definitely a difficult side to be on this map, but it really, nothing has been that convincing to me. Nothing has really proven like, okay, they have some good ideas, they have some good strategies. It really does feel like they're kind of, you know, gasping for air at this moment.
Yeah. There's that trophy that all these teams are hunting for. It's
quite
quite
nice.
a ways away from giving that away. Saturday evening is when we'll be playing our grand final here on the Esports World Cup Crossfire stage. Who will make it to that final? That's the question. Baisha's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, Baisha's definitely looking like a team that, you know, they're kicking down the door, man. They really want to just dominate through. I mean, that game later on today, like the Baisha EP game, that's going to be the bar burner.
Al-Qadsiya also the first team to qualify through to the playoffs with their win over on the B stream against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
Right now Team Liquid and Q9 fighting for that second playoff spot.
That's a very interesting matchup too. A world where Q9 could definitely be able to find themselves in a winning category.
Yep, and that will be the matchup that determines also who plays the winner of this.
Exactly.
So loser of Q9 TL will play the winner of the current game that we are underway with. And at the moment, it's kind of looking like that may be Rock, although this is, of course, Rock's map pick. And it is Rock that started off on GR side, by the way, which, you know, is not traditional. When you choose the map, you'd be expecting to start off on BL side. So I'm wondering why EVOS have decided that they want to start on BL side and whether or not that has maybe blown up in their face a little bit.
Yeah, and like honestly, there's sometimes like where teams like they like to just start on the harder side because they just say like, look, if we can get some rounds built up and we can make this a decent scoreline, then we're gonna feel way better on our stronger side. And maybe that was their mentality.
Hasn't worked.
Has not worked at all. They've essentially lost the half at this point.
Well, Rock will be hoping that they do more than just lose that half. They will be hoping they can dominate. The skill of this round again has gone the way of Rock. The son of Snake, so in the direction of 6-0 is where we're headed. Keller playing a dangerous game if he pops his head up here. Horus looking for it and doesn't quite get it, but free fire is good enough. He just walks straight into it.
Yeah, Killer doesn't really offer too much of a fight on this one, and how Horus, he doesn't even have to commit to this aggression still. Takes some damage, 24, but at least if he can keep his life intact, that'll be nice for them to at least get the trade back through. So now it looks like EVOS, they want to go for the 2-1 split. They have the one player on Catwalk, double and long. They might even just try to see what they can do with this. Snare, difficulty getting these shots. The nade does dunk on him, and there we go. Hang on, they find the double kill. All of a sudden, this thing is turned into an equalized 3-3.
Still not going to be enough to really trouble Rock just yet. Slayer's playing an advanced line with the TRG in hand over towards B. He is not seeing anything, so he's not feeling the need to call anyone across. You can keep Snake over on A. Totson in toward middle, and oh, Elvin's been spotted, so that's information. Totson, he's going to turn his attention over, and Snake will take second contact. He's only good for one. It was a labored spray for Snake. He could have definitely gotten two. Slayer, though, is going to be quick on the rotate, and the shot won't quite connect. So Elvin, lucky to be alive. Is this round more EVOS winning or Rock losing? The decision for yourself, but EVOS do find themselves with first round on the board.
Yeah, it goes back to my original point about, you know, Slayer. I've always kind of been a little bit questioning the decision-making of him being the secondary sniper and the hybrid player, where I feel like he's arguably one of the best riflers in the West. So, like, if he would have had a rifle, I feel like that could have been a very different tale. I feel like that would have been an easy kill for him through the fence like there, but we'll see. We'll see what happens a little bit differently on this one. Maybe they'll realize, look, let's just equip it back. Let's take him off the leash. Let's let him go for a run. Maybe not now, because he's still equipped with it here with Snare. But thankfully for EVOS, they got themselves on the board. Much needed, especially after that, timeout where they were just trying to figure out what do we do differently here, boys. And
be a nice recovery in that round, to be sure, considering they lost the opening pick again. Not a huge cause for concern right now. Rock are feeling comfortable. The presence in middle from Rock. That's actually a GR smoke that is preventing any push into connector from EVOS. Trying to do the boost. But Zetra having a bit of trouble getting up there. So they're going to cancel.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, fail that boost a few times, I feel like you just got to give it up.
Well, smoke's fading as well. Right?
Yeah.
So you can't be doing that if there's no smoke in mid. Likely to just get picked apart. That's cost a lot of time for EVOS, though. Just over a minute left, and they haven't really taken any map control. Might just be full commit in from mid.
Now, last just under a minute remaining on this, and now you can see Rock again, the formation here. 3 players on this A site. I like this, and still having Totson just again floating on mid bridge. This is a power setup. Once again, Slayer he can just sit back and relax. I don't even think he's going to get tested. Horus is still going to press forward on this. Why not? He doesn't get the secondary kill, but look at all the damage he's been able to inflict. So now 30 remaining here for Yobib. So that's still a decent position here for Rock.
It is. And EVOS don't seem to know exactly where they want him to go. They're kind of probing in toward B, but C4's more dedicated toward A, and that's where they're actually going to end up heading. Snare is solo holding A at the moment. Quick rotate coming through from Snake to try to assist, but Snare needs to hit some shots and can't. Now the job falls onto the reinforcements. There is 10 seconds, but EVOS have been able to get that plant down in time. Quick rotate, quick flank in from Snake is going to be a real problem. He's up long, and Elvin should be a dead man. He goes through the smoke, which will be a saving grace. Snake can't find the trade, and where is Slayer? Too far away to make a difference. He's got to try and clutch it out. Another 1-on-2 for him to try to negotiate, and this one a little bit tougher. Working hard to isolate the fights, and he's done really well. Again, Slayer gets it done in the clutch, and Rock will go to 6.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. I mean, honestly, EVOS, again, they had it on a silver platter. They should have been able to find it. Both of them were going for the firefight. They weren't able to land a single shot. It felt like Slayer was like Neo in the Matrix. He's just dodging bullets, and he wins it with a pistol nonetheless as well. So Rock, get away. They steal that round, in my opinion, and EVOS now, they're going to be kicking themselves for that. A round that should have been theirs, a second that could have been on the board, but instead now Rock have secured 6 at minimum here for this first half as we're in the last 2 rounds of the first. That is going to be a lot to digest here for EVOS. The Filipino team is not proven to show a lot of firepower here today.
No, certainly not. That's been a big letdown from them. Be letting 2 2v1s go away. And again, EVOS just slow it down. They have not brought any tempo changes at all. They haven't really been making Rock think too much in the early round. Just been sitting, chilling, hoping for a pick somewhere, and they're not getting that from Rock. A very one-dimensional blacklist side from EVOS so far. You just don't get the sense that Rock are under any pressure at all, right? Rock are actually the ones that are deciding to make things progress in any given round, right? They're pushing players forward, they're deciding to take fights, and that shows me they're not scared, they're not afraid at all. Not feeling any pressure. I mean, Horus again. He's like, well, I mean, I've had success twice in a row, I might as well try it again.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. And like they're complementing it here too with the ability that they actually are landing the shots and they're actually winning the duels, whereas yesterday it felt like strategies were there, but they could not back it up with getting the shots. So right now is a very different tale, which is a good thing to see here for Rock. EVOS now, again, time is really depleted. They need to make a decision. They have to figure out, okay, what do we want to do? These slow plays have not always really been that great for them. They've only been able to find a singular round in the first half, and they have 34 seconds remaining that they have to get on and do something now. And they're getting flanked, and already Horus hot on the heels. He's able to find one of the players. This is getting disjointed very quickly. Zetra's able to find this double somehow, some way, and make it a triple. Now Horus He has to do something big here, Jordan. He has to be able to find himself these 3 kills. He's been able to find the first, but can he find the 2?
Well, I mean, he's definitely, again, also another one of those clutch players on Rock, but this is a tough ask. Some great shots being hit by EVOS. Zetra will miss that one with the Orm. So Horus is allowed out onto the side to have a little bit of a peek, but this is going to be tough. He's got not a lot of time to work with, and Zetra will find him in the end. That should have been around for Rock. They actually had the positions, but EVOS just frags out.
Well, it's the fact that, you know, Zetra, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, he was the one that had put up a quad kill this round to getting things moving. Look, I mean, EVOS at the end of the day, they're going to take anything they can to get these rounds, but you need that team aspect. You need everybody to contribute equally, but maybe that'll be enough. Maybe that's the fire, you know, under the tires here to get something moving or something to just happen now. If they can get this last round, I mean, all things considered, this is going to be a decent half considering how dominant Rock have been.
Yeah, Snare does to an extent win that duel in middle. There's a leg shot from him to Zetra. Maybe some presence in the direction of A this time from EVOS, which has not been their go-to necessarily, at least not as a commitment early in the round. Hanging in the balance though, the half. If EVOS can get to 3, then it's not going to be too bad.
Is he playing with his knee up?
Yeah, he was doing that at CFS as well.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if that was him, if it was this team that did that. Well, whatever it takes. Be comfortable.
Yeah. Well, we're going back B by the looks of things.
We think it's comfortable, I guess.
Is being reinforced by Snake. So he's had to, for the most part, kind of solo hold B. Horus again getting aggressive. And somehow he's dropped down into middle. I don't know if he spotted Keller. But he is getting really, really deep. Totson's fallen to Zetra. But Horus is the X factor in this round. Elvin's dead. And maybe Yobib as well. Let's see if Horus can win that duel too. 3 from Horus. And that should just be a round winner for Rock. He's getting so much done on these flanks.
Yeah, this is amazing to see. Again, a player that, you know, like I said, he was putting himself in a position where he was so disappointed with himself, not able to put any of that impact that we were talking so much about at the desk. But look at that. Puts up a quad kill. He just runs rampant. He has put himself at a 15-5 as we conclude that first half. And EVOS have just allowed him to do whatever he wants, which is a huge mistake. And Horus now showcasing why he deserves to be on this team, why he's such a, again, impactful player. And here we go, 7-2. Rock have just shown dominance so far here on Port.
Yeah. We'll see if they can maintain that into the BL side, because it's not a job done just yet. But again, they are the team that picks Port. They should have something to show us here on this BL side, and already again Horus back into the kill feed. Zetra missing a crucial shot. KSA should get run down. He's got multiple members headed in his direction. The B bomb site is weakened significantly and now taken as Yobib's deleted by Totson. That's the perfect start to the second half for Rock. They're going to be going up 8-2, and EVOS are getting swept away on Port.
Yeah, this map's looking like it could be done very, very fast here. I mean, the way the Rock are playing, it just feels like everything's making the right connections. All the players are on the same page. Everything just, the stars are aligned right now, really. It just feels like anything that Rock are doing, there's not much of a penalty for them. Like even, I just go back to that one round where Slayer was able to win a 1-on-2 when both players from EVOS were shooting him. Like the fact that he could be in that position, win it with the pistol, that's demoralizing. And I don't know if EVOS have kind of, you know, mentally not check out necessarily, but maybe they're defeated. Maybe they just realize this is tough.
Keller's going for the TRG. So at least someone's given that one a crack, but I don't even know if you can really put this down to the weapons, man. Like I know that's been a big narrative on the analyst desk here for EVOS as to why things were a bit of a struggle, but they're just looking completely outclassed at the moment by Rock, who obviously are bringing a higher level of firepower, but also just in terms of the decision-making and the gaps in the defense, or the gaps in the offense, as it were, in the first half for EVOS. You know, Horus should not be allowed to get away with the things that he was doing for that entire half. That's not a gun problem.
Exactly. It's really about the team and like their formation and how they're positioning themselves. Again, I agree with you. It's not just the guns. It's going deeper than that. Tactically, these guys are just like, there's a misplace here. There's something that's not quite on the same page. Some of the players are on a different chapter than the others. So now for Rock, you can see the 2 players in mid deep. You have the bomb that's all the way in the back. They don't even have to commit to an idea yet. They're still kind of evaluating lots of options here with time remaining. That's plenty. And EVOS now have to play this very passive setup, the double A, kind of the one floating mid. And he leaves Zetra by himself, anchoring with that sniper.
A bit more of a patient approach from Rock in this instance. 1 minute left on the clock. Thinking about a long hit. Keller, of course, will be the one that is going to be tested. It's 3 rifles on the other side. They'll just wide swing him. More of a jiggle peek actually in the end. Recognizing Keller's position. Snare in through mid, playing a dangerous game, but it's a bait. It was a bait. Totson was ready for KSA to drop down. That's another opener for Rock. And they've got 35 seconds left to now try to make their way into B, but I think the game is kind of up. EVOS pretty aware that this is going to be a B hit, so they are going to dedicate their forces in that direction. Rock are still going to have to fight for this round. Zetra looking to hold on strong and unable to do so. Yobib a 1-for-1, but Zetra just not hitting anything at the moment. And that is Rock out onto the site. Snare tries to jump down. Slayer has to trade for him. Totson's in there as well. Rock make no mistakes. Great spacing from them as they go up 9-2 on map 1.
Yeah, not bad at all. Rock have really just shown that again. We were putting a lot of question marks on this pick. We were thinking, okay, really, like, are you guys have done a lot of homework? It seems like yes. And I mean, the lackluster performance from yesterday that we haven't really able to see too much out of them yesterday. It was a 13-9 loss against Q9. Let's not forget that. And they made their really big comeback. What was that? 4 rounds in a row when Q9 were on match point. But yeah, this is a very different Rock that we're seeing. Keller does try to get a little bit more adventurous to speak, but maybe they can be able to find themselves something here. 4-on-3, not bad. This has been a nice advantage for them, but can that pan out nicely? Can that really give them that 3rd round that they desperately need?
Yeah, and even if it does, it may be too little too late for EVOS here. You expect things to probably slow down now as Rock will just try to work the picks. Gonna give Totson a little bit of freedom into Warehouse. He's cleared that out at least. But I'd say you'd probably be looking to Snare here to try to open it up somewhere, and he's actually playing quite a passive line on long. Really seems like it's Totson's job, and he almost finds one. A bit lucky to be alive. There's going to be a nade tossed on in there. It does find him. We're back to 3-on-3.
KSA is just hoping that somebody from Underpass is going to go for the swing on this, but a tough decision right now for EVOS. I mean, they're in the position where, look, it's a 3-3. They don't necessarily need to, like, just re-aggress, but maybe fighting for some kind of control would be decent. But Alvin's going to be allowed to find this duel against the IGL. It does get the jump spot of Snare, and he actually does recommit to it, so not bad at all. He's trying his best to use that utility. He's trying his best to just maneuver around Snare. That's been hitting some, or missing some critical shots here.
He's just trying to jump spot and then wall bang, which is not a bad shout. I'm kind of surprised with the way that Rock have actually played this one out in the 3-on-3. I don't mind it when they're in the 4-on-3 to be kind of like making those individual plays, trying to find picks somewhere around the map. But I think once you've brought it back to 3-on-3, you can group back up and try to trade down into sites. And they didn't really do that. They just continued with that individualistic play style and kind of got picked off one by one. So some credit where it's due initially, but then I think they kind of let that one fall away from them. But not the end of the world. 9-3 lead. I mean, I don't think you're too concerned at all.
No, that's all it takes, right? I mean, we talk a lot in Crossfire that momentum can get, shifted pretty quickly. But in this case, I mean, it's a big lead. Like, I mean, EVOS right now would have to pull up, a massive comeback of 6 rounds pushing overtime. So, trying to best, Rock's performance yesterday of doing that. Rock have a lot of room that they can work with, but hopefully they don't make it too close. I mean, that has been, unfortunately, the Rock way at times in history, but the way they've been playing so far, I mean, it does feel like it's a very different-looking team, to so to speak. A little bit of open for the best.
Funny business.
Yeah.
Shenanigans. No luck for Snare there.
Snake Eyes. A lot of spamming away, people just hoping to do some damage, a little tenderizing if they can. We're going for the boost. Snare's trying to get boosted up here. I don't know if they will be able to find it. Oh, Zetra's gonna have to be careful. He might be running right into a big old trap. This could be bad. Oh, Snake, I cannot believe you survived this. A minute remaining, just under now, for Rock to make a decision if they can close out their map pick of port and we move things over, which will be Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and that's also not a bad map for Rock, so I'm somewhat concerned for EVOS. Having seen this, but job not yet done on port, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Elvin tucked in behind the ladder, gets himself two. Oh my goodness, he's gotten away with far more than he should have there. That's a good hold from EVOS. Not over yet though. Slayer in the 1v2. This guy does not lose 1v2s apparently. He's got such a clean headshot in there onto Zetra. A 4K for Slayer on this round. He is looking for the ace clutch 1v2 to close the map for Rock. And I think he might just do it. Slayer just so cool, calm, and collected in these kinds of moments. He's got himself off of the site. Keller's got no idea where he is. Hasn't tapped that defuse just yet either, so has not pulled the peak out of Slayer. And time is ticking away from Keller. He is doing as best as he can to clear it, and this one won't go through for Slayer. That would have been the cherry on top for Rock, but they'll be left wanting at least another round.
This is exactly why I keep saying that Slayer should just be the full-time rifler. Like, the fact that he's hitting shots like this, he just looks dialed in. In fact, we see the quad kill, almost getting the ace clutch here to get this map done and over with. Not meant to be, but EVOS, they can thank Keller to be able to find the clutch situation. Not one of the top fraggers in this situation at all for the team, but look, he's going to be able to do some impact, making this a 9-4 affair. And now Rock. Do they change up the game plan? Do they want to make something a little bit fast? Do they want to get a little fast and furious? I don't know, but it looks like they might even try to. Now Keller gets bested. Slayer gets his revenge on this round.
Yeah, Slayer's just a machine on this map right now. He's 14-7. He can do it all. He can clutch. Apparently he can entry. 4-on-5 for EVOS to try to negotiate. Slayer's also been able to clear out Warehouse, so fantastic start to this round for Rock. As long as Snake doesn't make the mistake of walking into the crosshair of Zetra, everything will be fine. Snare's found one more. And EVOS are being picked apart at the seams.
Yeah, it's an open A site. Yobib is the only one that's close up by. He's on the low ground as well. He does actually take down Snare, so that's good, but that was a lurking player. Rock are now going to commit to this plan. They're in the B warehouse. They don't have to if they want. They can pull this back. They can release the pin, or they can try to just save it for later, and that's exactly what they might try to do. There's a lot of hesitation. They're waiting things out. KSA might even overextend it, but instead he realizes, look, I gotta play the defense. I cannot overextend this. Oh, they're gambling A. Oh no. This could be the wrong read.
Rock haven't made a decision yet either.
No, they have not.
Flash over to A long, and I wonder if that's going to inform the rotate of Rock. Slayer would have heard it, seen it. This shot from Zetra in middle. Does look like it'll be a B finish here from Rock with a late lurk from Slayer. In through mid potentially, no. Rejoin the rest of the forces. They're going to just try to barrel the door down here on B. Zetra missing a shot again. KSA though is lining them all up, and again it falls onto Slayer, this time for a 1-on-3. It's going to be tough with 20 seconds left and a crossfire like this one to break. I don't know that he wants to even continue to go forward here on B, but he doesn't have any options. He's got to stay. There was no time to go A. And Rock once again failing to close this map out. EVOS, they're keeping themselves in the conversation, but it still doesn't feel like a realistic possibility yet to make this comeback happen. I mean, you're still asking for another 4 rounds in a row, and you see how close some of these rounds are coming down to.
Yeah, but it does make me worry just considering what we've seen from Rock in the past and what we know of them, and they get in these situations where they just make things way too close for comfort. They had themselves a massive lead. Let's not forget it. Now the fact that we're getting, yeah, there is still a big lead, but these rounds have not been convincing. Now it's starting to look a lot more convincing. Snare able to finally get himself some better affairs, and all of a sudden now maybe all that worrying is for nothing because Rock have put themselves on the 4-on-1, and it's all down to Elvin, someone that has not been able to find too much success in this game, and it's all on him to be able to keep them alive for this first map.
Yeah, enough funny business, says Rock, and they just decide to batter down the door. They charge into B and they make it happen. Elvin, he's not gonna be able to make this one happen at all, is he? Horus on the off angle will close it out. Fantastic map from Horus, 22-9, and an excellent map for Rock as well to start the series off, a 1-0 lead. And that was a little bit more like it. You know, we saw flashes of that yesterday. They were up 5-1 in the opening map in their first game, but they weren't able to keep that going over the course of an entire map. Here, at least, they were able to do so, and so that set themselves up for success, and it's put EVOS on the back foot. EVOS now in danger of getting eliminated from the Esports World Cup on day number 2, but have a look at the highlights here, Laz, and you're going to see a lot of Horus, and probably a lot of Slayer.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, and that's what I think we all wanted to see. And the desk was talking a lot about that, saying like, look, like we needed more out of Snare, we needed more out of like Horus. Look, we didn't get to see as much from a player like Snare, but it was definitely the Slayer and Horus show. These guys were able to get clutches, they were able to get themselves multitude of kills, and you know, Slayer was just putting himself in so many different situations where it's like on these 1v2s. Quite a few times he was able to win, not every single time, but the fact that he was just being clutch. I mean, look, Rock are going to take it, but it was looking pretty dominant for them. A little bit of a weird little bit of a stalemate, I guess, right? Where they allowed this game to get a little closer, I guess, in some retrospect. But at the end of the day, they got the job done. A way better improvement than what we saw yesterday. So far, looking good here for Rock.
Yeah, most definitely. They're very fired up as well. And I do think it's a really positive sign for Rock that they are going to be going into Eagle Eye. You know, they don't get a lot of reps on it, but it is a map that they do play a little bit domestically. So I think they'll be comfortable going into map 2 here. Whether or not that'll be the case for EVOS, we have to find out as map 2, Eagle Eye, is coming up next.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Tomorrow when we're alright, that's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are.
Well, it could be all over for EVOS right after this map if things go as they did on map 1. Rock looked phenomenal, and EVOS kind of looked like they got rocked a little bit. I don't know that there was really anyone that was stepping up to try to answer. There was a couple of moments here and there for EVOS, but it really did feel like it was kind of a foregone conclusion even after that first half, and Rock certainly upheld their end of the bargain. EVOS staring down a potential elimination, key crushing here at the Esports World Cup. However, at least moving into their own map pick of Eagle Eye. So hopefully that's something that they can take the positives from.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the biggest thing too. Like when we look at their overall records of what they've been able to achieve, this is the second highest map with their win percentage, where Ankara is their best with an 83% of EVOS, but this Eagle Eye is an 80% win rate that they've been able to put themselves in a 4-1 record. And they've proven that, you know, when they're on the GR side, they can get about a 60% win rate. But the BL side, surprisingly enough, is actually that high 70% win rate. So not bad at all. But again, I'm still putting a lot here that, you know, the argument is the different regions, the different competition. EVOS really have not impressed me this far, to be honest. I mean, I don't feel like there's really been anything that's really showcased to me that they could still be alive in this. I think Rock, you know, even despite their lack of playing this map, I think we're just seeing that it is really a better performance for them overall right now.
Well, let's find out. Obviously, if Rock can maintain anything from map 1 into map 2, this is going to be a pretty short affair. But we haven't really seen too many short affairs here at the Esports World Cup Crossfire stage. It's been pretty close matches across the board, at least for us on the A stream. I think the B stream's been a little bit quicker today, a couple of 2-0s over there.
Yeah.
But certainly not the case for us here as we jump into map 2 of game number 2. It is Rock to start off on the GR side once again, and Horus, he looks like he wants to get up to his usual tricks. I mean, look at this. This is an aggressive move, and it's worked out phenomenally. That just sets the pace and tempo in the favor of Rock to start off map 2.
Yeah, I love this again, like, you know, just talking about Horus and the fact that he knew he needed to step up and he had to play a better day 2. What better way to do it? He was playing aggressive before map number 1. He's going to continue the mayhem here on map number 2. The fact that he's able to find 2 kills like that without barely taking any damage, like he took 30 damage away from 2 different players. Like that is not bad. So really, if you want to break down the math, it's 15 damage each that both KSA and Yobib did. And not bad. A little bit of an exchange here back and forth, but still benefits nicely here for Rock.
Yep.
And now it's just down to Zetra and Keller to do something with this disadvantage they're working with.
Yeah, I don't know what that something's going to be, Laz. I think it'll be slow down the play, see if Zetra can maybe find some success with this Orm, but frankly, I think his sniping's been a little bit disappointing so far today. That is a nice pickup, though. Horus going down means the B site's pretty undefended, and that's going to prompt Rock into an aggressive maneuver on A. So it's on to Zetra here to try to close it out. Quick flick. Watson wasn't quite there for the trade. Didn't really expect Zetra that far forward, and this is actually now doable. Oh dear, Rock do not want to be losing this round. Zetra low on HP, looking for the 5k. He's heard me questioning his abilities, and he said, watch this. He doesn't have the C4 control, Laz. He's only got 38 seconds left here. He's got a lot of the map to cover to get back to that C4 and then do something with it. So this is still very much in the favor of Thompson.
But you can see he's not even expecting a Totson right now. Like now maybe there's a little bit more of an inkling going, okay, hang on, this is taking way too long. He should have the indication he's got this bomb. Now Zetra goes for the swing, but Totson does get the better of it. So thankfully he's able to land that shot. But My goodness, the fact that Zetra almost had to pull the ace clutch into that for them to get around. My goodness.
I mean, it was a good effort from Zetra, no doubt about it. It would have been a really egregious one to let slip for Rock, though. They played that quite poorly in the sort of the 2v4, let's say. Doesn't punish them in this instance, at least. A little bit of a faster play out from EVOS right here, and Horse wants to meet that head on. Gellar gets the better of him. Just a couple too many missed shots out from Horus. Slayer in here, though, as the third man. They're not expecting Zetra somehow surviving, but it shouldn't matter. He should get traded. It takes a lot of bullets. He's Neo from the Matrix, dodging everything, but in the end, it will not matter as Rock go up 2-0. And I mean, it seems like we're kind of just following suit from map 1 to map 2. It's kind of the same game.
Yeah, and the one thing, I think it's a really good point you brought up, in that very fast-paced round is the fact that, Rock, they played very poorly in the opening round. It feels like in the later portion of the rounds, that's when they start to struggle. It's these aggressive plays that have really panned out nicely for them. It's working in their favor. They're getting the duels. They're winning a lot of gunfights. So I think for them, they're realizing, look, we got to do something a little bit quicker. This is where we're starting to shine best. Now this was looking decent for Rock, but all of a sudden now EVOS have been able to find themselves back into the position here of an equal 2-2, and we just are hitting that 2-minute mark here on the round timer. So a lot of action has commenced. It's been a full DM session. Zetra misses a shot. Oh, this is awkward. This is not good. And now the sniper duel going for it. Snare, I don't know what you're doing, but he still wins that fight. I cannot believe it. Zetra needed that kill so badly.
Yeah, Zetra's really, really having a rough day, isn't he? I mean, there's so many shots that he just needs to hit that he's not connecting at the moment. It can't be a good feeling for him. Can't be a good feeling for the team. It's a 3-0 lead right now for Rock. Map number 2, I said, they do play a bit of Eagle Eye, so it's a bold pick from EVOS, and it hasn't worked out. There we go, Zetra does chime in with one to start the affairs. This time, a 4-5 lead for EVOS, and I mean, this has got to be the round that they convert.
Well, you would think. This is like, again, where they finally get themselves a little bit of an advantage, but is it going to be enough? And the biggest thing, the one thing I wanted to definitely point out, Jordan, is the fact that, like, Rock, on this map, I mean, they also have a very good win percentage. It's a 70%. They've been able to go mixed results against Gaming Gladiators, the second best team in the league in their CFWL. They've been able to pretty much beat all the top-level competition on this map, so still very good of a record. Oh, Totson, he's just going for a big old stroll here.
Yeah, gets himself pretty much back out to safety as well. Doesn't look like there's going to be a recontest into mid from EVOS at all, which actually kind of gives Totson a lot of options. He could flank in behind, but just opting to regroup back with the rest of his team. And it's going to be a 4-man defense pretty much on that B bomb site. There will be a fast flank or a fast rotate. EVOS don't really have anywhere else that they can go. Going to try and flash their way forward. Slayer will miss that opening shot, and this is where it starts to get interesting, or maybe not. As 2 quick kills come through for Rock, and it's kind of just like, well, a bit of a nothing round in the end again for EVOS. Is this a foregone conclusion, lads? Are we already at that point where it's like, well, map 1, you look at how it went, now look at how map 2's going. I mean, can you come back from this as EVOS?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and that's where I was kind of saying, like, statistically, yes, it looked really good for them on paper, but I just feel like, again, the firepower has been more than lackluster. It just feels like it's absent. It doesn't really seem like EVOS really have much to work with. Like, let's not forget, the one round that they could have won was Zetra putting himself in an ace clutch scenario. He's sitting himself at a 7-4, and everybody, yet you have 2 players that are 0-4 right now, and one with a 1-4 situation. Like, nobody is picking up the duels. No one is being able to land these shots, and that's what we said a lot about Rock yesterday, is the fact that they couldn't be able to do it. Now they kind of flipped the script a little bit. And Totson, he's put himself in a bit of a field day, sitting at a 6-0 statistically. He's been able to have a lot of positions and a lot of opportunity where he can just play the right spots. Rock now put a very good line of defense onto this. Continuing ways of what we saw map number 1.
The opener onto Snare. Good pickup, but even these opening kills haven't amounted to anything for EVOS so far. That, though, may start to influence something. Finally, we're getting a bit out of EVOS. Sniper's going to work. It's a double sniper setup that certainly Rock were not expecting. The way things have been going for EVOS at the moment, they'll find a way to lose this round still. Let's see what Snake can do. Has called Slayer across. They're going to try and defend the A site. Here's where Snake has to come up big. That's a good clean kill to start things off. He's got 2. Uh-oh, Slayer 1 more. No way. This surely can't fall away from EVOS. It would be a 5v2. Now it's a 2v1, but remember how good Slayer was in the 2v1 on Port. This is by no means a foregone conclusion for EVOS.
Yeah, and Slayer's been in a lot of positions where he has been able to prove that he can be the clutch factor. Bomb's still down too, so this is where they have to refight for it. I mean, it is a little bit better of a position because it's kind of in the mid of sight, but Slayer does get himself in a better position, but Zetra showcasing what he can bring with the sniper. And again, 11-4. He is starting to, cook up a little bit. This is where he's starting to heat up. But now who's going to join him? Who's going to be able to help him? Surely this cannot be the Zetra show. This cannot just be one player that can be the deal maker here for someone like EVOS. But look, they'll take it right now. It gets them at least on the board, and that goose egg is gone.
Yeah, finally. A little bit less aggressive now from Rock. Although Slayer's still going to have a little bit of a peek down long. I'm surprised at this point that he kind of wants to challenge with these like long-range sniper duels, considering how much work Zetra is getting done. That's the end of Snake. They've got to try and find a way to neutralize Zetra. He is the big threat right now for EVOS. It could be a nice world where Rock, if they just play super aggressive into mid in one of these rounds, call a really aggressive round on the GR side, try to neutralize the pick and split potential for EVOS. Zetra now down though. It's going to be a cause for concern for EVOS as Horus wants to continue to go forward. He flashes himself forward. And Rock again have the player advantage.
Yeah, look at the fact that Totson can play this position and playing this deep, right? I mean, this is the fact that he's been able to do this multiple times. He's able to get himself in, again, deep aggression, and now EVOS are essentially just pushing on the way, all the way back to BL spawn. Like, they have no room to do anything. Like, this is where Rock have really just put a lot of pressure on every single point. And now Totson's still playing a very good angle. Now the timeout's going to be called. I would imagine this has to be the tactical here from EVOS. They got to figure out something differently. This could be the similar situation what we saw on map number 1, where it's a 5-1 that could be up for grabs here for Rock.
Yep.
So securing that first half, bare minimum to a 5-4 if we get there, but this is not good for EVOS. They needed to get out the gate quickly.
Yeah, most definitely, and they have not, not by any stretch of the imagination. 2v3 though is not unwinnable. With Keller low, Yobib having struggled to find a single kill in this map so far. Jury's out as to whether or not this one gets converted for EVOS at this stage. And Horus keeping an eye on this very push. He's kind of got his attention split between this push and the push through B main, but Yobib's now been spotted out. That swing is going to come through, and an easy kill for Slayer. And then one more for Horus. One more for Rock, up 5-1 now.
Yeah, a lot of conversation here for EVOS. They have to figure out what they want to do, and the coach has a lot of things they got to talk about here. Like, this is, I think it goes by 0, I'm pretty sure, but he's going to have some motivational speech or something that's going to have to get these guys moving, because look, again, it feels like Zetra's the only one that kind of caught the memo of like, hey guys, like, look, this is an elimination match. This is where you got to put everything on the line here. You got to put every single effort. Nobody else has been able to, read that. Nobody's been able to figure out, okay, look what they got to do. Zetra's the only player that's been able to get them that round. Who can step up? Who's going to be able to showcase their abilities? It's getting a little too late at this point.
I mean, Zetra is stepping up. Zetra is showing his abilities, but it's not enough. It's not a one-man army kind of game, Crossfire. You can sometimes see maps where an individual is able to take over, but that is few and far between. Typically, it needs to be at least, 2 or 3 players that are having a good performance if you're going to win a map. And right now, we're not really getting that from EVOS, whereas we're certainly getting it from Rock. It's been, I think, frontline really by Slayer, obviously, on map 1, Slayer and Horus. Horus here again on map 2, having a great job, great time. And Totson also doing quite well here on map 2.
Yeah.
So, it's not even really the usual suspects in the case of Rock. I don't think Snare's actually been that fantastic at this event so far. Like, he's not been terrible, right? But like, by his usual standards, he has actually been poor.
Yeah, and
he's not normally the guy that's just like, 7-7 on a map, or here like 4-3. Like, he would be that guy that's 7-1 in the case of Totson, or 8-4 in the case of Slayer. Like, that's normally the numbers that we kind of expect from Snare, as he is typically that guy that's kind of set up for success. But Rock are getting it done, a bit of an effort by committee, which is really nice to see.
It is, and again, like it's a really, I love that you bring up that point because again, I agree. Snare is definitely a guy like last year, he was the MVP of this team. He was the guy that was creating a lot of space. He was the one that was finding so much impact in the server, and now I feel like this new year has just been really tough for him. He hasn't really been able to figure out his rhythm that he needs. But thankfully, he can rely on his teammates to find this rhythm because now Snake can even tots in with a one-tap. Oh, man. He's continuing his ways. An 8-1 scoreline right now. He cannot be stopped. His rifle just hitting the perfect shots, and now it's just down to KSA and Yobib, the last two remaining players here for round number 7. They have to do something big. KSA, I don't know if he's going to expect this. I mean, it doesn't even matter because Snake is going to be able to assist Horus. And once again, they continue on the winning ways. So the tactical timeout called by EVOS is gone in the dumpster.
Oh, dear. Yeah, and their hopes and dreams maybe of performing at Esports World Cup are kind of going in the same direction, unfortunately, Laz. I know that's really quite harsh to say, but this has just not been the performance that you've needed from EVOS, and ROC are going to try to put the pedal to the metal here and accelerate, and they have certainly done so. A 3-on-2, but that's very quickly going to be falling by the wayside as well as Totson's going to grab one more, drops the C4, Zetra the last man standing, nice kill.
Yeah, it turned into a 1v1 now, so the bomb still dropped. And there we go, Zetra tees it up, nicely done, 14-6, and again, if it's not Zetra, who is it going to be? Because he's sitting himself at a big scoreline, and that's the second round we see, and it's him pulling up the clutch. But honestly, I do like that ROC tried to mix things up. They tried to, again, just go to a new page. Or like, you know what? It doesn't even matter that we're winning with the scoreline. We are still going to put a lot of pressure on you. So despite it not going for them, I love the creativity on it.
Well, third round on offer here for EVOS, and if they can get that again, it's a playable map, certainly. Especially with Zetra kind of popping off, you know, you can see him get up to some real shenanigans on this GR side. Flash is going to go forward. It's the A site this time that's going to be tested, and KSA is getting a lot of space unanswered, and this should surely be one more for EVOS. I don't see this one getting clutched out by Slayer. They are going to get 3. Which is, yeah, again, it's a platform to build off. It's not a fantastic half, but it's something.
It's something, yeah, really it is, because again, like the fact that ROC were just kind of running away with this, and getting 6-3 is not bad at all, but you know, EVOS were able to find themselves a little bit of something out of this. Slayer is in a 1-on-4, let's not forget, but I mean, that's the timer's already more than halfway through. This should be a done round. Oh, that could have been almost a collateral the way those players lined up, but either way, EVOS were able to get themselves 3 rounds as they can move over onto the GR side. So not a bad situation to be in, I guess. But this is going to be, again, once more important to see how do they start this opening round. Now, the fact that they were playing on their stronger side statistically, that's not a great sign, but maybe something can be different in the water.
What do the stats say about ROC? Are they a little bit stronger on GR side as well? I mean, that's a potential angle that we have to consider too. If they feel a little bit less comfortable here on BL side.
Well, interestingly enough, it's, you know, essentially a 59% win rate on GR and a 57 on the BL.
Okay, so not much of a difference actually. ROC are in a phenomenal position with that in mind then.
It is, yeah.
Need to find themselves 4 more rounds here, and decent enough start. The 1-for-1 is always going to be favorable for the BL side. It opens up sort of cracks in the defense. You don't have as many forces to hold the territory. A 1-for-1 is favorable for ROC in this instance.
Hotel control going to be grabbed up here for ROC. And now, Elvin, are you going to be prepared for this? It's had a bit of a struggling series so far. He hasn't been able to really find too much. Now they're going to retreat from him. They're not going to really go for this yet. Still a minute and 14 remaining. Bomb still retrievable here for ROC. Yobib's just trying to go for the jump spot. He's trying to see what he can be able to find out of this. ROC are still figuring out their execution. What do they want to do? A lot of decisions to be made here, Jordan.
Yeah, Slayer's position, I think, is going to be a key here, but having found that pick, it's actually going to draw the rotation back across from ROC. They were jostling for position outside of B, but Slayer now finding another hole in that defense is going to pull them back across over towards A. He's having a bit of a look, not really seeing anything on A, and that's definitely incentivizing ROC to head into that direction. Yobib will will try to make a cross. That's going to be spotted out by Slayer. We're aware that there's now at least a player on A, but it may just be a player, and I think Rock are going to be reading into that one. Snake deleting him, Keller missing a shot, and that'll be the first round of the second half going the way of Rock. They are storming toward a victory here in their second game of the tournament at EWC. First one, a real disappointment for Rock, but this is much more like it.
Yeah, it really is. And again, just for a little bit of an update, you know, the secondary match in the B stream did conclude a little while ago. So that means that Q9 did get themselves qualified. So that's going to be the second team that's been able to get themselves in that position. So the winner of this game right here and right now is going to be playing Team Liquid as the decider match. So very interesting.
I mean, Liquid's not going to be an easy team to get past.
Nope. Definitely not.
Tell you that for free. There's a couple of goats on that roster.
I can just picture Sneaky's voice right now in my head, just yoking my goat.
What are they doing, man? What are they doing? That's what he's going to be saying.
Yeah, that's exactly. I can't wait to get him on the here back on the desk. The amount of molding, but nonetheless, Keller's going to be molding himself a little bit on this one, and Snare does get that opening duel. Ooh, KSA, you got to be careful, my boy. And oh man, you get caught in the kneecap here.
Yeah. Leg shot. Him down pretty low. Rock are still quite happy to progress toward the A site. Yobib comes across to try to assist, and he gets deleted. Snare says, no, thank you very much. Not having what you're selling. KSA, how's he got two there? Double headshot. That's big. Goes bang, bang, and all of a sudden, Rock, their plan is in tatters. Maybe it's onto Totson to try to open up the center of the map. He's got to take this fight against Elvin. It's less than favorable. Good trade from Snake, though. We're back to a 2-on-2, and Snare is sticking around, looking for picks. He'll drop to KSA. This round has gone pear-shaped for Rock.
It really has, and I mean, it's all thanks to KSA to be able to find himself in the triple kill territory right now. Snake full HP, though. No utility that he can work with, but he does have this bomb, but he has to get past another player. That's going to be Zetra right underneath him. So EVOS will survive another day onto this, but again, KSA was the hero of that round specifically. The fact that he got that double collat kill with double headshot, that really just kind of banked them that round, and really from that point on. Zero getting excited, a lot of fist bumps happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I don't think Rock can really afford to lose that round, frankly. I know that they've got quite a substantial lead, but this is actually how you let EVOS back in the door, right? Like, they've been almost completely shut out, especially if you win that round, you're up 8, and it's kind of like, whoa, you're not really coming back from that. But EVOS going to get some momentum off of the back of that. Zetra still hitting his shots. I don't know, man. Could still be doable for EVOS. Zetra, how's he still alive? What's going on there? Everyone's missing everything. They're drawing outlines around one another with bullets. Snake does finally get rid of Zetra, but not before he dropped Totson. That was a little bit too much given away by Rock. Elvin now on a more aggressive line, also trying to put some work in. But he's just going to back up. This is getting very, very messy. It's kind of fundamentally falling apart a little bit for Rock. They're losing players all over the map. They don't know where they're going. They don't know what they're doing. I think now would be a good time for a tag timeout for Rock, because I have not been impressed by this round at all.
Well, you honestly read my mind. You're a bit of a mind reader, because I was just thinking the exact same thing. Like, look, Rock, this is, again, where they get themselves a lead, maybe a little bit too comfortable, maybe feeling like, okay, we got this in the bag. These guys are really just starting in this game. And with that mentality is now built up 2 rounds in a row here for EVOS. So I would love to see Rock call the timeout. They absolutely need to. I think just polishing it up. If they lose this round, I mean, that's going to be 3 rounds in a row. You're having a 1-round differential when you had a pretty big lead. So I think Rock, a lot is going to ride onto this one here for 13. They desperately need this. If not, that timeout's got to be called, surely. Sure, he's going to not allow that to happen.
I like this, though, from Rock. You know, they're kind of just going back to basics. This was what worked for them on Port as well. Fast, aggressive hits on sites, and they've got themselves the kills that they need. They have ignored Yobib's position here.
Oh, he could do something so big here. He's still waiting it out.
So Bib.
No.
Do something so Bib. Could get 2, should get 2, needs to get 2, will get 2. And all of a sudden this round's back on offer. Horrors out in no man's lands get picked up by Zetra. Back to the 2-on-2. Snare is all the way in the sniper tower, just waiting for this post plan, but that has gone horribly wrong for Rock. Yobib, patience is rewarded, and that is a huge mishap again for Rock that has blown up in their face. You've got to be clearing the sites properly.
Yeah, and again, it comes right down to the basics. Like you made the comment before the Rock, they went in, they just went for a fast, aggressive play. But look, let's go back to the basics. Check your corners. You got to check those spots. It doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that they don't even clear the box position, again, it's a little bit sloppy. Maybe they thought that getting the double kill was enough. But now EVOS are starting to cook. This is where they're starting to feel way better about themselves. 21 kills for Zetra. Look at that.
Yeah, this is the danger that Rock often finds themselves in. You know, they look so phenomenal, and then one thing kind of goes wrong, and I don't know what it is. Is it the mental that breaks? I'm not sure, but they just then kind of go on this massive loss streak. And this was looking like a map that Rock should have closed out very comfortably. And all of a sudden, we're in a position where we might find ourselves at a 7-7. With all the momentum in the favor of EVOS. And then we're thinking about Compound, and bear in mind, that's been a map that has been a real struggle for Rock throughout 2025. So that's where it starts to get really concerning for Rock, actually. All's on. They need it. They need it.
Yeah, this has become the problem. And like you said, Rock, just a notorious team for when things are good, and then they just make it way harder for themselves than they need to. Like, they're not a team that I don't think I'd be curious if the desk could even pull up the stat that quickly, but I don't even think that I've seen Rock have a clean slate game or like a lot of dominant wins, 10-1, 10-2s. Like, they really are a team that no matter who they play, for some way and some reason, it always has to go to a pretty deep scoreline. Like, I'm talking like 10-8s or overtime situations, golden rounds. Like, this team has always just been like, it's just the most difficult way to get these wins, which is really, really always really tough and exhausting for these players. But Slayer on a 1-on-4 does get himself one little quick kill into Zetra, so that's fine. But again, you have to get this plant. You have to be able to find these kills. Yes, he has 35 seconds he could work with, and now they have to be a little bit careful. He does have the rifle. Oh man, and he's tapping away here, Jordan. I was going to say, if he can find one of these kills quickly, he might be able to do something, but no. Calm and composed here for EVOS, and we are back to a tie game. I thought I would never say that.
This is where Stray's got to impart some wisdom. Again, if I'm the coach of Rock, I'm really not minding the faster plays. I think it actually looked like it was going to work really well if they would have just checked Yobib's position. Even a 1-for-1 trade on his position, that round's pretty much over at that point. The fast plays do seem to be working. They are getting into the sites when they are playing quicker. So that would be, I think, where you default back to if push comes to shove. Again, try to negate some of the impact that Zetra's been able to have with the Orm and stop him from finding all of these picks. The slower plays, Zetra's just getting away with way too much. This map's really hanging in the balance at the moment. Could go either way. So what words of wisdom have the coaches been able to impart?
Yeah, and a very, Stray looking pretty calm and collected, in my opinion. Like, that's a really frustrating thing to be in the position he's in and watching 5 of his players and all these mistakes. You can even see his face just kind of rolling his eyes a little bit. And I don't blame him, because when you have a big lead and you're kind of letting it slip like that, it's like, how do you motivate the players? How do you say the right things for these guys not to get tilted? How do you, again, just get them in the right mind frame to getting the job done here? Like, their goal is to get the 2-0. They don't want to push this to a 3-map series. They want to be able to come in with good fashion so that they can prepare themselves for Liquid. But at the same token, this is where EVOS, they've been a team from the Philippines that are trying to prove a point, a region that, not has always been internationally super, super strong, but they have been able to create some upsets, and that's what they want to do here. They want to see what they can push this thing all the way to Compound if need be.
I think the Philippines region historically was quite strong. It's just that they had this massive dearth of talent after Pacific Markta kind of fell off. There hasn't really been a team that has backfilled into that position and flown the flag for the Philippines since then. So a bit of work to be done for that region as a whole to reach the high heights that Pacific Markta used to be able to. Definitely a top 3 team in the world for a couple of years in a row. But those years are long gone. And EVOS at the moment just fighting for their survival. Hotel control has been taken by Rock. They could work their way into B. Just going over the top. See what Zetra can do here if he can cut off Snake. Jumps across the line. Info's going to be given. EVOS pretty aware that this is, at the moment, shaping up to be a B hit. It's not going to dissuade Rock. They're going to start to push their way forward. Smoke cover still up there. Nice entries, a couple of them from Horus, and then Snare to pretty much seal the deal onto Zetra. See, this is kind of what I'm saying. I don't think that Rock really struggle in the firefights, you know what I mean? They seem to actually be a little bit better than EVOS when push comes to shove, but it's the more like long, drawn-out mid-rounds that are the problem for them.
It's 100% it. You put the nail on the head there, because again, it's these mid-late round decision-making that they do. It has nothing to do with the firepower. It really is just all about positioning and their decision-making that they've done. You just see this round here, like Stray was able to communicate, like, look, clean it up, we got to fix things up, and look at how well they do it. Like, easily too, right? They were able to get the double kill of Horus. Like, the fact that he gets even a double entry kill with the USP, like that, like, it's not even just the rifle. It's the fact that he's just running in with the pistol is just madness to me.
Well, gives Rock the advantage once again. But the map's not done. And I'm sure EVOS has a couple more tricks up their sleeve, or at least they're going to hope that they do. What's the option of choice? Once again, it seems another full commitment out from Rock. You know, they've identified the same thing that I have, and they're going to go charging their way into the A site. This time, the opening pick does go the way of EVOS. Keller needs to be traded down, and he won't be. He's found himself two. Totson falling with the bomb in hand, and Slayer now isolated, struggling to find the return frags that he needs to get any control on this site. Remember, he still needs to collect the C4 as well, so he really needs to dislodge Keller, but that head glitch just being a little bit too much to deal with. And we're back to 8-8, back to an even scoreline. Overtime potentially brewing here for map 2.
I just feel like they have to go for the B site. I mean, this A site really from EVOS, they've been able to really clean it up. They've been able to figure out what they need to do to lock things down. It's really been, you know, Keller that's been able to find himself some better positionings. The KSA's been able to put himself in that strong position for getting some multi-kills. So Rock, I think, putting that focus a little bit towards mid and maybe even just popping towards B, that has really been the bread and butter for these guys. That has been the way that they've been able to get some big rounds. This A site seems to have a bit of a barricade that they cannot get through.
Zetra down early in this round, though, is a really bad sign for EVOS. A couple of the riflers have been, you know, stepping up in moments. KSA had a nice round. Keller's had a pretty good round there as well, but without Zetra, these rounds become so much more difficult to win for EVOS. They're going to try and do something a little bit unorthodox. They'll see if they can catch Slayer off guard, which they do to an extent, but he still goes one better. And now Slayer just needs to take a chill pill. He just needs to, hold this line. This is a perfect line for him to hold. The rest of the team's already into B. Slayer does not need to do anything.
No, because he still has Keller that's close on by, so these guys are pretty much right beside each other through this wall that's going to just separate them a little bit. Slayer, can he be able to find it? No, he's actually going to get caught. So for that lurk, he's gone and removed. So now EVOS know, okay, look, everybody else should be at the site. Snare's close on by. Oh no, he misses an easy shot. I can't believe it. He was right in front of his screen. Is he going to be able to figure something out here?
I mean, I don't think it matters largely. Like, the time is ticking away so quickly here from EVOS, and they have to push into 4 players. That's just not possible. 9-8 as Rock put themselves on series point, and EVOS are now facing elimination. Huge round coming up for the team from the Philippines.
All the pressure here for Rock to be able to close things out, and they'll be one of the first teams, you know, from the West region that's going to be able to crush a key. They're going to be the ones that could be able to do it, but it is a 1-round differential to push this thing to overtime potentially. EVOS have shown that they still got some fight in them. Despite when things were looking gray and things were looking very dark, now they've been able to find some light, but can they be able to find that light here in round number 18? And Rock, so close to victory, so close to getting to the decider match that they desperately have been working for, something that they were trying to prove a point this season. The last 2 seasons, I should say, here for CFWL. Looking to make a landmark here internationally.
It's the first step on a very long journey for Rock if they do win this one here. They're still in the lower bracket, but want to keep on keeping on, and EVOS is still alive for the moment, so let's just hold our thoughts. Elvin holding forward at Hotel, doesn't really have any help at the moment, though. Zetra can come across and swing in to try and find a trade should Elvin go down, which he won't. Double kill for Elvin. Snare waiting for that swing's not going to get it. Elvin just doing all the work himself, finally gets brought down by Snake, but Snare can't win his duel against Zetra. And it seems we are poised to head into the OT. Unless Snake and Slayer can pull off a miracle, which looks like Slayer's getting a lot of space towards A. Needs to find that pick, and he does. Doesn't lose any HP for it either, and you have to think this one might be doable. Snake's coming across. They may get a plant. They may just be given a plant by EVOS, who at the moment are playing for the retake.
Yeah, they really put a lot of focus that this was going to be a B hit, that they thought Rock was going to maybe backtrack and go to a new destination, but instead Rock, they're going to commit to this A plan. Slayer's actually going to put some pressure onto this. He might be able to find KSA. Oh my goodness, he misses that shot, but thankfully he's able to get himself out of this, and now he's got the rifle in hand. He realizes, look, I'm not sniping. Let me play the way I want to. That bomb's finally going to get planted. Yobib now going for the long flank, and Slayer looking to get this kill. But oh no, he turns his back at the wrong time, and all of a sudden, this is relying on the IGL. Snake needs to be able to find something big, but no, no, no. It's going to be EVOS to push this thing all the way to OT.
EVOS survive. How far can they push it? Could they push it through to compound? The mental toughness is certainly there. It was a good effort from Snake and Slayer, but couldn't get it done in the end. 9-9 now. Head into MR3 OT. They're looking for 13.
Pick up from Snare right now. Does take some big damage against them though, but look, they're going to take that any day of the week as much as they can. Tots and Snare together, lethal. They've been able to just eradicate everything. All 5 players stay alive as well, so not bad at all here from Rock. They're not able to close out the game, but at least they can get the first round of overtime in their favor. And what a dominant way for them to do that.
GR side making a big difference there for Rock. You can tell that they're very, very comfortable on the GR side. So easy round for them. Again, EVOS on the back foot, and it's got to be so frustrating for EVOS to just constantly be playing from behind. Horus around the back has got a massive flank. He's seen them. I mean, this is just insane. Rock know everything, and Horus is going to find himself a nice, easy double. Another super clean round from Rock. They have just activated here in OT. And it feels like all that hard work was for nothing for EVOS. They have worked so hard to get it to the OT, only to get absolutely blasted in the first 2 rounds, and they're right back to square one.
Yeah, they kind of feel like they're getting right back into the way that they just couldn't find any, ability to get through rounds or getting these kills, and now Rock kind of shaking things off a little bit, realizing, look, like we shouldn't be in this position. We should have been able to find ourselves in the map win and getting the 2-0, and they're trying to close things off as much as they can, but luckily for EVOS, they're going to be able to find the utility work. They do connect onto Horus. So it is back to the 4-4. Now it's just EVOS needing to sit back and figure out what they want to do a little bit here with this situation that they're working with. Slayer is still playing quite aggressive through B halls. He's already still pushed himself into Hotel. Now he's going to retreat on this. Double player in mid here from Rock, so that's kind of, again, anticipating that there could be a plan of attack here from EVOS. Maybe for a bit of a mid slide, but no, nothing as of yet. A lot of hesitation, a lot of thoughts being gained here for EVOS. They're really scared of what they want to do, and they have nothing to work with. They have no intel. They have no information at all. They're going in blind for whatever they do here.
Minute 18 on the clock for EVOS to try to salvage something out of this first half of the OT. Going down 12-9 and giving multiple bites at the cherry for Rock. KSA's timing could be a good one, but Snake is watching for Totson, so Totson just playing anti-flash, waiting for the peak, waiting for the contact to be made. Eventually Snake's going to fall off the line. Smoke's gone through. This would be an unorthodox take from EVOS if they tried to just walk their way in through middle. It's a good setup from Rock to deal with that as well. Flash into the face of Totson. Zetra's gone and grabbed the kill onto Snake, but instant trade comes through from Totson. So equilibrium restored for Rock, and he knows where Zetra is. He's playing a dangerous game, bouncing back and forth like that. Survives for now and gets back out to safety. 30 seconds left now for EVOS.
Yeah, and EVOS have to make a decision now with that 30 seconds, like you said. They realize, okay, look, let's go to the hotel. Maybe not. They'll just drive past it. They're going to go to a new destination. Slayer Good flashbang that's going to be actually able to connect onto the player. So now he just has to sit back. He has to burn as much time as possible. He's just waiting when his teammate Totson can't seem to find it. EVOS have been able to find a way to get themselves these kills, and they get this plant through, and now Snare needs to come up clutch for the 1-on-3.
It's a tough one to clutch out 1v3. I mean, there's just so many angles you need to clear, and with the TRG, yeah, you're going to have to pull out the pistol here and hope for the best, but Yobib not going to give him any opportunity, so EVOS get themselves at least one. 2-1 the lead in the OT. Favoring Rock for the moment, but they are moving on to, I guess, what would be considered the more difficult side now based on what we've seen in regulation. It felt like Rock really had the read there, but just couldn't land their shots.
Man, 26 kills for Zetra. I don't even know what the highest amount of kills are so far. Well, we'll make it 27, why not?
It's another, you know, deja vu moment for Zetra and Snare. I've seen that exact peak come through from Zetra and the exact same result. I think Snare's really struggling in this duel. He was having a bit of a difficult time yesterday against XMY as well. Oh dear.
Oh man, Slayer.
It's a big whiff.
Gotta hit those, bro. Yeah, okay, that's good. Nice little bit of a rebound on it.
Surprised Keller doesn't swing for the trade there, but
yeah,
maybe expecting more members of Rock to be set up here with Slayer. The thing is, Slayer's going to expect now that that room is empty, because if it was not empty, Keller should have swung for the trade, which he didn't. So now Slayer's assuming that it is empty.
Yeah.
So this might actually, in a way, roundabouts kind of a way, work out for EVOS. Also, by the way, there's a flank happening in mid. Totson is in behind Yobib. This round is an absolute mess, but Keller's able to deny the plant. Horus lucky to survive, and Slayer gets the trade. This round's a mess. But it's falling in the favor of Rock for the moment. Totson.
Good flash.
Yeah, flashing himself out, but Elvin able to find Horus. C4 still not planted, by the way. We're back into a 2-on-2. Yep. Absolutely chaotic round.
It is, and the bomb is still in the top of the tower here in the middle of the site, so it is going to be, the plant can happen. It's going to get planted right now from Slayer. So now the position here from Totson, he's just on the bottom of the ramp, so he's playing a decent post plant, but again, he has to be kind of close to making sure, because that bomb in the top end, it's going to be difficult to defend if these guys kind of swarm him. Now he gets spotted, Elvin. Going for the bit of a backstab if possible. Totson, though, good reposition. And now both EVOS players are going to play together through this long A. They're going to play the body system as much as possible. Slayer missing the shot. No, he cannot be missing it. Catches a kneecap.
Yeah, well, they know where Slayer is. Slayer doesn't know where the second player is, but now Zetra has been spotted, and Totson trying to give him as much harassment on his way up into the site, make it easy for Slayer, and that is secure. 1 round required now again for Rock. Their second bite at the cherry. They get 2 chances here to close this series out here and now. Meanwhile, EVOS continue to try and play catch-up. That round very, very close, but Zetra unable to get it done in the end. 12-10 the score. Aid lands on the head of Slayer to start this round off.
Yeah, they're going to put a lot of focus on going towards Hortel. They're just going to rush right into it. They're not even going to mess around on it. And now Elvin, he's been so strong in this position and finds the double kill. And Rock going right back into the same little bit of a deja vu situation where they just try to go for these fights, but now they're just trying to rewrite a little bit of that. And now you can see that's Keller just sitting in the middle of the site. Slayer with a drive-by with the sniper, my goodness. How were we in this 2v2?
I don't know. I mean, it's like, again, a messy, chaotic 2v2. Snare trying to get some work done here. He's 20-13. He's really picked up the work in the latter stages of this map. Yobib waiting for that fast flank in from Keller, but I mean, Keller's still quite far away, so the plan's going to go down for Rock. We're back into the 2-on-2 as Snake gets the info on the flank of Keller. No kill to come through there, but a lot of damage done. Snare down to half, Snake down to 1 shot. The push and pull of this post plan as Rock take the space that EVOS are giving up. It's like a ring around the rosy at the moment, and even compounding with Snake continuing to make this rotate. Snare happy to play behind the smoke for the moment. Time's ticking away from EVOS. They've got to get that defuse going. Snake is alive, solo. In the 1v1, the defuse is not on Yobib. He's just going to have to sit this defuse. Snake going to peek, and Snake will win it. Rock 13-10 do eliminate EVOS from the competition. Totson waves them goodbye. That is the end of the first team from the Philippines as they will exit the Esports World Cup at the hands of Rock, the #1 team from the West League. 2-0. It was a hard-fought 2-0 for Rock, but they do get the job done today.
They definitely do, yeah. At least for them, they can bounce back into day #2. They get themselves still alive here in the tournament. And like you said, they get themselves their first big victory, eliminating the second team here for the day, which is going to be EVOS. They go down. They haven't been able to find too much of an ability. They got 2-0'd essentially in all the series that they played, so it's a very short-lived bit of a tournament life here for the Filipino team, but at least a lot of experience gained for them. The key's going to get destroyed later on, but Rock now will have to play themselves liquid for tomorrow on the decider match to see who does make that qualification.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough ask. I think the Rock that we've seen today can definitely give Liquid a challenge, that's for sure. That Liquid is a pretty tough ask. Now, I think, to be fair, Rock at CFS last year, they did play Antisocial Team, if you remember. That was another sort of similar kind of roster to what we got here from Liquid, with like a couple of OG names in the roster. It was a pretty like scary looking team. I think that was in the group stage, and I believe they were able to beat them in that group stage and actually topped their group there, Rock, in CFS 2024. That was right. Yeah, they did beat Antisocial Team 2-0. And so I look at that and I think if they can do that against Antisocial Team at CFS last year, there's a pretty reasonable chance that they could do the same to a Team Liquid. It's the same kind of vibe, right? I'm a vibes man in this discussion, and I think it is kind of a similar sort of team, even if it's not the same names, if that makes sense. So I think on the surface of it, it looks like a tough game, definitely for Rock, but not an unwinnable one. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how things go tomorrow, and maybe we'll get the answer to some of our questions as we hand it down to an interview with Rock on the stage.
Team Rock Esports secure their first win here in a 2-0 fashion, and it definitely came down to the wire. OT. Once again, I'm joined by Horace from Rock Esports. First of all, congratulations. Sensational performance here in the SNB arena. First of all, going back to the first match yesterday, it was a very tough performance against Q9, and it kind of looked very similar. You guys had a strong lead, and then it started to kind of slip from between your hands, and then this time around, you managed to secure the win 2-0. Talk to me. What was the difference between yesterday's games and today's games?
الفرق ما بين امبارح والنهارده ان امبارح احنا كان عندنا ايدياز كتير، بس يعني ما عرفناش التنفيذ ما كانش احسن حاجه. على عكس النهارده راجعنا اخطائنا وشوفنا كان ايه اللي صح المفروض يتعمل ونفذناه النهارده بطريقه احسن بكتير من امبارح.
So he was saying that basically they had a lot of ideas yesterday, but the execution was not the best, and they went on and reviewed their gameplay from yesterday, and today they were able to have the right execution going into the games, and as you can see, the result was 2-0 in their favor. Now, talk to me about how does this win make the team feel, securing your 2-0 win on the stage. We saw everyone was celebrating, they were waving goodbye to the opponents as well, so talk to me about the team's feelings after the win.
الحمد لله دي هتدينا ثقة في نفسنا جدا النهارده، وكمان في الماتشات اللي جاية. بكرة عندنا ما بين Q9 أو ليكويد، فالماتش ده برضو مش هيبقى سهل، هيبقى صعب. احنا فوز النهارده مدينا ثقة أكتر، واحنا بس كنا محتاجين احنا نتعود على الستيج مش أكتر.
So, first of all, it gives us a lot of confidence getting the win on the stage, and I know that we're going to be playing against the winner between Q9, or rather the loser between Q9 and Team Liquid. It's not going to be an easy match, but definitely having a massive boost in confidence after securing our win here on the stage. One final question. You have a key to Crush. Are you excited?
I'm so excited.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Rock Esports move on to the lower bracket final in their groups, and now they have a key to Crush, so let's head on over back to the studio.
Thank you for the interview, Sandstorm. There it is. Rock Esports get a tremendous victory after falling flat in yesterday's competition. Their job gets harder, though. They have to move forward to play against Team Liquid, which will not be easy. But for EVOS, the struggles continued and continued and continued. We get to OT. I'm thinking, man, we got something here. Unfortunately, it ended up ending a little bit too early. Tough break for EVOS. You've been talking about their meta, Sneaky, and clearly not coming in with the right weapons. Clearly the struggles continue, and well, they don't get out of the rut.
Yeah, especially in that first series, man. I feel like in the modern era of CROSSFIRE, with the new guns, with the HK, with the EBRs, this has got to be the most egregious misread of the gun meta we've probably gonna ever see, because everyone's using the HK, everyone's using the EBR, they couldn't get a clue on what the good guns are. They still stuck to the Scarlight. Even Yobib, we spotted him using the Scarlight at the start of port. I'm like, what is going on with EVOS right now? It's like they're playing a whole nother game, or maybe a patch that's like 2 months ago. They're still rocking the AKs, they're still rocking the M4s. You can obviously see that, you know, Totsin, Snare, and Snake, they're just peeking them with these HKs and these EBRs so easily, and it's like they're handicapping themselves in this series. And I'm disappointed. Disappointment is an understatement of a feeling.
Well, but you're not disappointed in Zetra, though.
For sure.
Zetra popped off, nearly dropping a 30 bomb, which would have been crazy, and doing it with an off-meta weapon, as you were saying. Let's take a look at our MVP from Rock Esports and see who ended up taking it home. Kyle, who do we got?
Ooh. Yeah, I think Horus had a huge step up on the overall performance today. I mean, looking at map number 1, he had 22 kills, a massive performance to give them an early lead in this series. I think he took a little bit more of a back seat in map 2, but his impact was still there when they needed him in the clutch, and more importantly, on the entries that were missing yesterday, he's really been able to ramp up his performance here.
Yeah, Horus is a solid player, and Sneaky, to be joined by the likes of like Slayer, Snake, Snare, who get a ton of attention. Who is Horus as a player?
I mean, Horus is really that big front line for this ROC Esports team. I mean, the entry frags that he provides. At the same time, he does play slightly weird compared to the usual CFWL player. He's more aggressive, more assertive when it comes to map control. He's more willing to die for the squad. And having that guy being the one random factor that EVOS has to think about constantly is very, very annoying for the other side.
And being annoying is a great thing, right, Kyle? Especially when you're doing it to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think back to the first map, there were several rounds on port. He just pushed mid or pushed A long and snuck behind them, and they had no idea what was coming there.
Yeah, you like your flanks, too. I remember you yesterday talking about certain players who love to go on the flanks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A good flank is picture perfect in an event like this, because you would think teams should be attentive to that at this level of competition, but when it happens, it's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, it is, and it makes a big impact for sure. EVOS, I know we're very critical on them. Again, they made it to this point, so congratulations. Even though they do get eliminated, they still are one of the best CROSSFIRE teams out there in the world, especially when it comes to the Philippines. I'd love to see them make a return in next year's competition. This time around, though, unfortunately, they will be eliminated. Their key will be crushed. Their EWC run has come to an ending, but still some positives to take away. Zetra, for example, did everything he possibly could. And, well, Rock, they now look on as they get to crush EVOS key. They put it in the crusher, and, well, I hope they're ready, because it gets loud out there.
Yeah, I saw the players from earlier actually recoiling from the noise. That's just like you said, that's could be symbolic. Could be, you know, your tournament life over and crushed just like that, your dreams in EWC. And look at that smile from Snake. You know what he did.
Yeah, Sandstorm asked guys, so you gonna take pleasure in this? And you know, they're always like, a little bit too nice. Like, maybe I don't want to take pleasure in it, but the smiles said it all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's got to be a great feeling. Rock especially, I know they were a little bit nervous after yesterday's performance. It could have been their key, but they came in today and showed why they deserve a spot in that lower bracket decider match. But I think the big curveball is Liquid is waiting there, and they were not expecting that one.
That's right. Q9 get a big 2-0 victory over Team Liquid. It was pretty convincing, too. I believe 10-6. 10-7, if I'm not mistaken. Team Liquid going against Rock. Rock's job gets even harder. Although Rock wins the series against EVOS, I feel like they needed to do it in a more convincing fashion to give me hope that they can, in fact, go toe-to-toe with the Team Liquid roster. Again, their job only gets harder, but with Team Liquid dropping down, maybe not with the result they were wanting, especially in the fashion of 2-0, which might mean Rock could have a better chance than we're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my take on this matchup is I think Rock would have had a better shot against Q9 compared to Team Liquid. And not because that Team Liquid is, you know, the stronger team at the end of the day. It's just the reputation that Q9 has is when it comes to group stage, they're like the 1996 Bulls and, you know, Michael Jordan and everything. But then when it comes to playoffs, all of a sudden, you know, they fall off the face of the cliff. So I was just not expecting Q9 to show this strong of a hand, especially when it comes to group stage. But I think the new guns did help as well. But yeah, I would have wanted, if I was Rock here, I would have wanted Q9.
Q9, okay. Yeah. Well, Team Liquid, what do they need to do in order to defeat them? That's going to be happening tomorrow.
I think the reality here is they just need to study what Rock has failed to do in a lot of their games, and that's close it out when they have an early lead. You look at several maps they've played so far, they had 5-1, 6-1 leads, and those are maps that went into overtime finishes, some of them even being maps that they've lost. And that's where I think if Liquid does their homework, they're going to have a good time against Rock.
Well, Rock and EVOS, two teams that were going and fighting desperately to make use of their points during the club championship race, obviously, so they can get some money. They need 2 top 8 finishes. And well, EVOS unfortunately will not have that opportunity as they have been fully eliminated. For Rock, the dream is still alive. They get a top 8 finish. They move forward to playoffs after beating Team Liquid. If they can do that, they'll be able to capitalize on the points that they have earned previously. We'll have to find out that answer tomorrow, however. As we do go into a break, our next series is going to be coming up to be Falcons versus Inner Circle, but we've got EVOS. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with Settlers from EVOS, and right now I know it's hard, but we need to take some time to review your journey so far. The first of all, which part of this game you are not satisfied with?
About our clutch situation, we can't manage to pull it off.
Okay, got it. And the second question, a much happier one, but if from your perspective, who's the champions of the CF in the EWC? Give me your choice.
For me, I think it's Baisha.
Baisha?
Really? Okay.
Okay, good. The third question, anything you want to say to your fans?
To my friends and supporters ng EVOS, thank you. Keep supporting us and pagagalingan pa namin.
What's the last sentence say? What his last sentence say?
Oh, he's like saying that to the fans and supporters of EVOS, we're going to do better next time, and definitely we'll be back here.
Yes, absolutely. We're looking for your upcoming futures, and that's all from us. Bye bye.
EVOS looking to improve, to come back better and stronger than ever in next year's competition. Of course, if they can qualify, that is. I like the spirits. You know, EVOS, #1 team over in the Philippines. They come in, they use some off meta weapons. Obviously, we've been quite critical of them, but I do feel, especially watching Zectra, like, I mean, that guy is incredible. The potential for this roster is quite high, and I really think we really witnessed unrealized potential in the matchup against Rock.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it was really just the weapons at the end of the day, and I feel like they were really, really behind on the meta. But at the same time, I mean, we've been back at home, we've been singing the praises of Zectra time and time again. At one point, we thought the kid was hacking, just like how I said.
Which is
I
thought
crazy,
so
right?
too at 27 with the snipe.
And I physically went to a PC bang or a computer place or whatever in their tournament, and it felt, yeah, it was the real deal.
It's the real deal indeed. Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. Here they are, Kyle. They're starting to walk in. Inner Circle returns to the stage. Of course, followed by the home team of Falcons. I know the crowd's going to get loud for them. Falcons suffered a loss yesterday along with Inner Circle, another elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, for both of these teams, they're coming off a pretty brutal opening round matchup for themselves, so I think there's a lot to prove on both sides of this one. But for Falcons, I think they have a lot more they can show than what we saw, because reality is nobody wants to be against Baisha in round 1, and I don't think it's a good indicator of how good this team actually is.
Sure, and that was the biggest talking point. Well, you know, honestly, the same thing could be said, I think, on the opposite side. Inner Circle, Evolution Power, who has been playing very, very well. Very, very tough rosters Falcons and Inner Circle had to compete against just yesterday. But today, they face off against each other, and that's all that matters for Falcons. Currently #1 spot in the club championship race, trying to lock in 200 additional points to lock in first. Can they do it? If they can, Falcons might very well just be your club championship team once again in back-to-back years, which collectively would be $14 million over 2 years. Talk about a nice payday. But even still, top 8 is going to be the goal. That would be a huge success for Falcons, just making it into the playoffs. They got to get through Inner Circle, who, on an individual level, looks great, but as a team, can they lock it in? We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're moving into Group C. Falcons versus Inner Circle.
Wendy here with Shadi from Team Falcons. Nice to meet you here. What a match for you guys. Anything you want to say before the matchup?
Hôm nay sẽ là trận đấu quyết định của mình, thì mình có lời gì muốn nhắn nhủ hay không?
Lời đầu tiên mình gửi lời hâm mộ người xem ở Việt Nam, thì ngày hôm nay bọn mình sẽ cố gắng giành chiến thắng để lấy tấm vé ngày mai đối đầu với lại cặp đấu giữa Vincere và EB.
We just want to say to our fan that today we will try our best to win the ticket to go to the next round between Vincere and BB.
Trust me, they always believe in you. And of course, Team Falcons, you are the club championship ranked #1 right now. Did that add any extra pressure on you to secure the top seat?
Hiện tại bây giờ là đội Falcon của mình hiện tại đang đứng thứ nhất của câu lạc bộ tốt nhất thế giới, thì cái việc đó nó có làm cho mình áp lực thêm hay không?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã gặp ban quản lý của Team Falcon, thì họ cũng đã động viên mình rất là nhiều và muốn đội của mình thi đấu là cống hiến hết mình vì tập thể của đội chứ không phải vì câu lạc bộ. Thì hôm nay team mình rất là thoải mái, sẽ cố gắng cống hiến những trận đấu hay nhất hôm nay.
Yesterday we did have a meeting with the manager, and they give us a lot of encouragement, and they just want to encourage us that just fight for ourselves, not because of the club. So that makes us really comfortable, we relax a little bit more. So right now we are here for ourselves and as well for the club, that we're gonna give our best performance.
We're looking for your upcoming matches, and that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you for that interview, Wendy, with Shady from Falcons. They face off against Inner Circle, an elimination match for Falcons. They are obviously wanting to qualify for playoffs, more importantly, get those much-needed points to the club championship. Even though I do like Shady's answer, he said he met with management, and they said don't focus on the club championship, just focus on fighting, and fight they will against Inner Circle. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle, and Neo is back on the desk for an important series in Group C.
I couldn't miss this one, right? You know, this is where we get to see what Falcons are really about. We spoke about it a bit yesterday, not the performance they wanted, but I think now they're going to come in towards this one a lot of confidence. And it's really good to hear the kind of manager that's saying, just play a game, guys, right? You know, no pressure here. I don't think really Falcons as a whole in the club championship need too much pressure. They're sitting quite pretty as a whole, and things should be fine for them, but it's really good to see that it's just believe in yourself, play your game, do what you know you guys can do best, and that's the perfect way to approach now what is a pretty tough lower bracket gauntlet.
Sure, that's what we focus on, all the statistics for the club championship. The players just need to focus on hitting their shots and doing what they do best, and that's playing some good Crossfire. For Inner Circle, this would be a tremendous win for them, Kyle. In fact, it could, from what I'm hearing, because they are a favorite team of mine, it would be one of the most or biggest upsets in the history of Crossfire in years. But Inner Circle realistically are a great team, but they're going to have to bring their A game to beat Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they've got their work cut out for them. This is a team that barely scraped their way into this event, just in the final moments of the season, kind of dethroning that third place position at the last moments to get here. So I feel like this is going to be an insanely difficult match for them to overcome, especially with how good Falcons has looked lately.
And Falcons have looked great, even though their series against Baisha was not that good. Just come to show you how good Baisha is. Kiko, he's going to be the guy I'm looking out for Inner Circle.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always throw out Alucard here. I mean, I've loved what I've seen from him over the last kind of year and a half, 2 years. I think individually he is mechanically up there, but some of the best we've got in the West. It's just whether the whole team can support him to do what he needs to do. As a sniper, I feel like he gets a lot of space for this side. He can play as a bit of a turret if he wants to. A bit more passive, taking a bit of a step back, soaking up that pressure. But this is a side that are littered with their own individual stars.
Sure.
The issue for Inner Circle has actually just been connecting them, right? Synergizing this team together. We know they've got the talent to play against some of the best. It's just about playing together, and that is a big step where you actually need to see the more experienced players step up and say, right, this is how we're going to move as a unit.
So who would be that experienced player, Kyle, on this Inner Circle roster that brings them all together? Because playing as individuals might work in pubs, it might work at lower ranks. It's not going to work on the stage at EWC.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that pressure is going to be on Beck. He's the IGL for this team. He's been with the core for a long time, and I'm hoping he can rally this team together, because when you look at the firepower they have in players like Awesome and Alucard, there's so much potential. I feel like they haven't hit as a team just yet.
And so this is going to be a big one, not only to continue to move forward, Falcons obviously with the club championship, but also this series, in my opinion, needs to be dominated either by Falcons or Inner Circle. Just the reality is you're either going against Baisha Gaming, who's currently leading 1-0 in the series against Evolution Power for a direct spot to the playoffs. But if Evolution Power drops down, they're also the favorite to move out of this group. This group was the group of death for a reason. Inner Circle or Falcons need to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being frank, this needs to be a stepping stone. This needs to be a morale booster, a confidence booster. We need to use this and saying, all right, we're now starting to click. We're now starting to approach CrossFire in the way that we're wanting to, and now we have to punch up, right? You know, you look at this game as a lower bracket, and sure, there's the pressures of elimination, which is obviously nothing that you really want, but ultimately it's about, right, we're going up against one of two of the best teams at this competition in the group stage. We need to use this to spiral into some serious momentum going forward in towards tomorrow's decider.
Well, Inner Circle, they've got their hands full, and I'm curious to hear what their mindset is like going into the competition.
Hi, it's Wendy here with Alucard from IC, and I got two questions right before their matchup. One question is absolutely this match matters a lot because they may got the final chance to make out from the group stage. Anything you want to say before the matchup?
I said we did really good preparation for the match and we're really confident that we'll do good. This match that matters for both teams, so I'm sure the other team will also fight. So we'll do our best to make our fans proud.
Okay, good. We're looking forward your performance today, so give me your final prediction on the score.
It's really hard to predict, but I wish we can finish the match 2-0 because, as I said before, it matters for both teams. It's our last chance before we're eliminated from the tournament. So I hope we can finish it with a quick 2-0.
Good. Thank you for your interview, and that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy, with Alucard from Inner Circle. Quick 2-0 victory. That's what they're going for. But these boys on your screen are looking to shut them down. Dola, a lot of expectations on him to lead this crew, but I want to bring up the biggest question, right? Lucas is gone, Ductwan is in, and we were quite critical on that in day one.
I mean, hey, we both spoke about it yesterday. It's a big miss in terms of your entry fragging, right? Lucas was so relentless in terms of pressure he put on, and having a player like that who actually is more than happy to die for the side if it means kind of getting space, getting information. They don't have that anymore with Ductwan. Mechanically, he is up there, sure, but it's actually about his specific role. So it's a big miss. But for me, whenever you look towards this Falcons side, two players in particular, you know, you look towards Dola, as you mentioned, but Ice Cube, right? Ice Cube is the best player on this side. He's unbelievably talented. Dola last year in this specific tournament was fantastic. He was the MVP of the tournament, in fact, right? And ran away with it. But Ice Cube statistically is the guy you look towards, and in a big way, they need him to shut down Alucard.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the head-to-head I'm looking at. That Alucard versus Ice Cube matchup is going to be so crucial. But not only that, that adaptability in the IGL from Shady is going to be equally valuable, I think, in taking down Inner Circle. Because the big thing I noticed about this team in West League, Inner Circle, they have a slow time to adapt in game. So Shady, if he's on top of it, this could be a deal breaker for them.
Okay, we're heading to the stage very shortly. Just want to get some quick predictions. We haven't done this just yet. We'll start with you, Neo.
I'm going 2-0 Falcons, and I'm going to throw it out there. As much as I love my IC boys, and I didn't get to have my rock bias earlier, 2-0 Falcons, but I do want to see something from IC, so I think they might take a map close.
Okay. Kyle, what about you?
I'm going to go 2-1, still in favor of Falcons, but I think Inner Circle are going to be able to pull off at least one in this series.
One in the series? I got to keep consistent. I'm going Inner Circle. 2-1, though, not 2-0. That's a bit hot for me, okay? I know we had the interview with Alucard. I feel the confidence, and I hope it does happen, only because I've just been pumping up Inner Circle. But if Falcons wins, it would be incredible to see, because I would like to see them against potentially Evolution Power or Baisha Gaming. Maybe a rematch and see if they can better their performance. Either way, it's going to be a spicy series. An elimination match. Keys will be crushed and a team will move forward. Will it be Falcons or Inner Circle from Group C? Let's find out.
Sandstorm, I don't know about you, but I could smell what Rock was cooking by the sandwich trucks outside. It was incredible. 2-0, an amazing, amazing victory there. And they proceed through to their next matchup, confirmed as being Team Liquid. So that's one to look out for coming our way in the coming days as well here. But we've got plenty more happening here on the main stage. We're just getting started.
That we are, and you know what? We are on the lookout for the next team with a rock-solid performance to make it through to the next stage. And of course, these next two teams, they're fighting for glory on the SNB Esports Arena, and we also have valuable club championship points on the line. Within the next few days, we will know who will be the reigning club champion of 2025, and this match is important for every single organization.
Absolutely right here. We're not going to wait any further. Let's meet the first of those teams. Make some noise. It's Team Falcons. Team Falcons, the hometown heroes, high-flying fraggers. When the Falcons take the stage, it's not just about winning, it's about pride. The result against Baisha Gaming is in the past, but the club championship is still very much in their future. Just a fingertip away, but it remains in contention. They must be ready to defend the skies with everything that they've got.
And their opponents, it's Inner Circle Esports. 4 nations came together under one banner, built on raw firepower and fearless aggression. But now the stakes couldn't be higher. One more loss and their run ends here. Can they dig deep and fight as one to keep their tournament and their dreams alive? One more best of 3, one more key to crush, and one more team to go home. Casters, who will it be?
Who will it be? That is the question that we are about to answer, but it's do or die for both of these squads. Falcons, you heard the crowd there behind them, roaring them on to victory, but for Inner Circle, looks like they're already playing and leaning into that heel role, looking to try to quiet down this home crowd.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Falcons are going to be the favorites just a bit coming into this one in more ways than one, certainly, as you can see. A lot of Falcons supporters have arrived to show their love for their team, but for the Inner Circle squad guys, they could be playing a monumental role overall in the grand picture of the EWC Club Championship. If they can knock the Falcons out here, that opens the door for teams like Team Liquid to have a chance at that Club Championship.
No, absolutely, and obviously, you know, this isn't your win one, get in quite just yet. Still going to be another series ahead of whoever is able to come out on top. The loser will be going home, and the other team's still going to be fighting for their lives. So Falcons need to be able to win out those next 2 series, including this one here, if they want to get into the championship points for the club championship at the end of it all. If they cannot, then it really is going to fall down to CS team, something like that, to really be able to try to maintain that position as the #1 club here at EWC 2025. So Inner Circle could play spoiler in many more ways than just the one, as you say, but headsets are going on. These players are getting ready. That battle commences. We take a look here at the map draft. It's going to be Eagle Eye out off the rip. New Mexico gone here for the side of Inner Circle, and Ankara will start us off.
Ooh, Ankara to start. Just got to see that a bit ago with Baisha versus Evo Power on the other stream. And Baisha took down Evo on that map pretty handily. Then over to Black Widow again here or Inner Circle. Hard to say exactly what the power levels of these two teams are going to look like in terms of what we've seen at EWC, because frankly, they both had a very rough go of it in their opening matches. Yeah. So kind of just leaning into, okay, what do we know that we're good at? What are we going to be able to take against each other? Port going to be the decider for our final map.
Still going to be curious to see who comes out on top. That second map in particular, I think it's going to be so pivotal. I mean, you talked about it, the rough go of it, but that was the pick that we saw from Falcons when they played against Baisha Gaming. They were only able to find that one opening round. That was it. Baisha was able to cut them down. So I think Inner Circle, they're kind of looking at that performance and saying, yeah, we think that we can kind of do the same. Maybe not to the same extent, maybe not to the same dominance, but we think that we got your number there, and we think we understand what you're trying to do with that. So we'll see if Inner Circle are going to be able to make that happen. I mean, talking to the other casters, the analysts, they're thinking that if Inner Circle can pull this one off, it's going to be a major upset. That's just kind of the gravitas and the history that Falcons do have coming out of the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to kind of give Inner Circle some hopium here. These are their two best maps this year. Like when you look at Ankara and Black Widow, these have been their bread and butter. So, you know, 60% win or higher on both of these maps. So definitely a shot here. You know, Falcons obviously showing some weakness yesterday against Baisha, but that seems to be maybe the name of the game for everyone in this event so far. And it just kind of comes down to, you know, form. The desk was talking a lot about the struggles that Ductwan had for Falcons. That's something that I am very curious to see if they're going to be able to step up, you know, with that player in particular, get a bit more fragging power in there. But granted, again, yesterday it was hard to judge because it was a pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going up against the best that pretty much ever was, it's really hard to get a solid read on your own power level. So I think we can kind of scrap that one for Falcons. Just try to leave that in the past. Same for Inner Circle, and really just hone in on this set right here. Right off the rip, Rambo going to be flashed off the angle, has to backpedal. It's going to open up a good amount of space here, as it seems like. I see you're going to look to maybe play this a little bit more pacily, but they do slow things down after gaining a little bit of forward position.
Yeah, hotel control, though, going to be established here by IC to start. So they're going to have a little bit of time to kind of plan out how they want to work the rest of the map now. C4 still going to be sitting in the back just a bit. No further aggression from the Falcons. We did see that yesterday where they were willing to, at times, get a little bit aggressive on their defender side. So for IC, pivot towards the other side of the map. Create some attention over on B. See if they can make just a little bit of an extra lean in that direction. But Falcons really haven't budged. They haven't moved a muscle since that initial exchange of util. Smokes are out.
They are getting ready to push into the lesser stack here, so it's Dola and Shady to try to hold the line at this A site. 3 players of Falcons situated across at B. Have that flank position straight down mid being watched. So now util going to start to fly. Dola going to be tagged up just a little bit. Snakes go out and over the top, but it's still going to be 2 kills going the way of Falcons to start things off. They're able to find one. Shady will get taken down, but Dola is still here to try to hold the line. Re-swings, changing position there at the top of the stairs. Now just looks to go ahead and try to finish the job here. Can't quite be able to do that, but sets his team up for very strong success here at the start of this map. Now you can see just trying to consider, do I still commit to this site? Do I have the time and the space to be able to really get that C4 planted? Well, the answer is no, because Rambo is there on that left side flank, cleans it up, and that's the opening round going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, sturdy holds on site. You know, Falcons not doing anything too creative here, just going for a 2-1-2 setup. Alucard dealt with on the backside by Ductwan. He was trying to hold the line towards mid, and it's just an easy cleanup. The 3-1 advantage. Let's see what they want to do this round. Seems like the name of the game for Inner Circle to start here is to be a little bit slow. Wow, Alucard.
Yeah, able to find one right there through the smoke, but it's going to be traded back, so Kiko losing his life. They managed to equalize this. Even damage exchange as well across Alucard and Shady, so pretty much a full net neutral, but until that trade up from Dola ends up coming through. So once again, it's going to be Falcons' favorite now.
Oh, this is very rough for Inner Circle because you're just losing so much map control. You have no idea what's going over on B. You're trying to press your way forward, and you're going to at least run into 2 members of Falcons here. Dola creeping forward in the vents. There's a smoke there in front of him, trying to play tight angle around the corner. If Awesome tried to go through there, might be difficult, but smoke's dissipating, so Dola doing a little bit of info gathering, not seeing anything. Should be able to kind of relay over, hey guys, you know, they're probably either mid or B. Let's take our time here and think this through. You can see that Jinzer,
out of the open, and Dola a little bit late to register there. Is able to get away safely, so does survive, but this might make them think that this is going to still end up being an A hit. Granted, this position can easily cut across, and instead you've got this double push down. Ice Cube and Shady looking to try to flush him out, but Ginger doing well. Finds that headshot to at least trade one back, giving his team as best of an opportunity as he possibly can. So you're gonna have to try to convert this one, but now it's a 1v3. It's just Awesome left standing. Falcons very well poised now to start things off 2-0 here on Ankara. As Awesome can clutch up in a major way. All 3 players stacked there. Looking at the silhouettes. Slowly skirts his way across. Can't commit to the C4. And in fact, he might just double back. See if this is just going to be checking out some flank angles, or if it will be the cut to A. If it is, then that's going to be the right decision overall. Gives himself a situation to try to get into a post plan.
Yeah, This is a good read. And understanding the map and the lean that Falcons were going to be in. That's enough time. Get the C4 planted.
Sussed it out now, though, so players have made their way over here rather quickly. As they hear this util in towards back of sight, it'll give him a pretty good idea of his position. So Awesome able to take one more down with him, but the defuse will come through, and it's going to be a 2-0 start for Falcons.
Yeah, really just well handled in the early parts of the round. Winning, or not winning, but coming out with an even exchange with the snipers. It's a big deal there for the Falcons, but locking down control on one side of the map and just forcing the hand there of Inner Circle. They have to cut through towards B in the link area, and it's just not really quite enough. Inner Circle this time, Alucard looking for that angle. This was one of those big battles that our desk was talking about. Alucard versus Ice Cube with those snipers. Look at the stack though.
3 players around that corner. It's almost certainly a dead man if he continues to progress from here, but for now, it's looking like he's just going to be staying tucked here at the bottom of the stairs. See if he can counteract any aggression from the side of Falcons, but they're staying tucked for the moment. Rambo going to be flashed back, rotates around. Shady does end up getting taken down, so Ginger going to be good for one, but Rambo finding one, Duck1 getting another. Brings it now into a 3v3, but the site taken this time very quickly here. As the plant will be coming through, Ice Cube just trying to see if he can stay dialed in on this angle. Not giving him any opportunity, so C4 now in play.
Everybody thinking initially to try to come through spawn, but now heading back over towards A main. His Ice Cube with that sniper. Just to make sure that if anyone's going to come out of vents, try to create that extra angle, that he's going to shut it down. Flashes are out.
Trying to play a delay, but I mean, look at the time gone here on this C4. They have to get onto this thing pretty much right now. That's one going to be taken down on the approach. Zola dead as well. Only can find the singular kill. Ice Cube fighting his way through, but the time is just not going to be there for him. And as he goes pushing forward, he'll get taken down, and that's going to be Inner Circle getting themselves on the board of the round win.
Yeah, just not falling for the trap here that Falcons set up in Hotel. A 3-man stack over on the B side. Doesn't pay out. Inner Circle able, kind of either through just luck or awareness, avoid that trap. And they find the open side of the map, and there's a lot of pressure put on Rambo there. He was the sole defender on A, so now they're going to go back to a little bit more heavy on A, but also a lot into mid here to back Ice Cube up with the sniper, and he's going to find Alucard.
Solid early advantage, now expounded upon. As are similarly going to be taken down. Shady, pushing forward, able to find the one. Awesome with some return fire through that smoke. He'll be able to find it, but still going to be the player advantage here in the hands of Falcons. Awesome now getting pinched, does an immense amount of damage, but just can't quite confirm any of those kills. Back at the same time, though, is able to find Rambo. Opens things up a little bit, but he's dead center here in the map, so doesn't really lean towards any one side. Beck really needing to win this fight here. Try to get them an avenue in. C4 still dropped all the way back here at the bottom of mid. Kiko seemingly knowing that he's going to have to try to fight for some kills, but cannot. Shady holding the corner, will be able to find it, and just like that, 3-1.
Yeah, a lot of the focus between these two teams seems to be over that early mid fight, trying to get those snipers to find that first pick, see what they can do off the back of that. I mean, really heavy stacks for the Falcons in terms of moving around the map the last couple of rounds, not really going for a default, going for more aggressive setups. This round doesn't seem to be too different, at least initially. Some deep util from the Falcons, but Inner Circle waiting it out, sitting back towards spawn a bit. Now they're going to start making their way forward. This is pushed Duck1 way up, and Rambo trying to back him up as best as he can.
Beck in a nice position here. Duck1 just lobbing in a couple grenades, backpedaling, just giving up this space here. It's a bit of damage across on the Jinzer.
And now you're going to force out some util, though, from Inner Circle to try to clear this a little bit. Just one frag is all it takes, and they're able to get back in there, reestablish a little bit of presence for themselves. Back to this 2-1-2 split. The Falcons had been leaning into early. Ice Cube in that middle position with that sniper, playing pivot. They're going to leave Rambo on his own here at B again, just trusting in this guy to try to lock down sights, but this isn't quite the right read.
God, Ice Cube just around this corner here, so they're actually going to be joining up on the same position with each other. Smoke, though, try to cut them off as Ice Cube will be able to hold the line, at least for the first, but Ginger going to be taken down as Ice Cube on the repeat, going to be finding one, finds himself a third. He draws out with that pistol. Kiko fighting back, comes up with two of his own. Low HP on the aforementioned player. So now it's him finished off, and it's just awesome. Still having to rotate back. 50 seconds to try to play around with here in the 1v2. Needing to isolate, pick apart these players. Crouch down, tucks ahead, slides across past the window, makes his way past the second. C4 still on the floor. 35 seconds now remaining. Players from Falcons playing this patiently, playing this wisely, keep themselves hidden until they are able to strike. Though it swings out. That's going to be the dominance continuing here. Just the one round found thus far for Inner Circle.
Yeah, this time around, I thought maybe this would be pretty good for Inner Circle, but Ice Cube hit some nasty shots there with the sniper and just shuts the push down before it can ever really begin. Kind of a tough one there for Inner Circle to read. They've been given so much space for free. They just kind of kept taking it. By the time that they realized that they were in a bit of a trap, it was already too late. And again, aggressive positioning towards Hotel here for the Falcons. And this is just a fast hit for Inner Circle. They're like, okay, we'll just go underneath the bridge this time. We won't kind of, oh my goodness,
Rambo. Into short, but Rambo's still going to be able to find the first. Kiko trying to play this corner, swings out, ends up losing his life. A little bit of trade back there from Osman Alucard. Still able to find a couple kills, but Ductwan now striking, swings in, gets one, gets a bit of damage across as well as Awesome. Will be able to fight back for a little bit more, but at the same time, Jinzer loses his life off screen, and that's Falcons just shutting down this quick hit.
Yeah, they were in a good position to pinch on top of that too. You know, again, Inner Circle being given map space intentionally. That's all according to plan here for the Falcons. They're happy to try to collapse onto them as they make their move through the overpass. Similar ideas. The attack pause coming through after this round. You assume that's going to be Inner Circle's coach calling that. Util Barrage, not going to find any members of Inner Circle as they're aware of that possibility. And they're going to take their time here with that smoke in front of A site. So, you know, I think this makes a lot of sense here as Falcons lean 3 players over towards A. The last couple of B rounds haven't gone the way of IC, so something a little bit different. Ooh, a decent grenade. Connect some damage onto Rambo, but for now, this is a very A lean for IC. Really thinking maybe this is going to be our direction, and I think that's exactly what Falcons wants.
3-player stack. Ready to try to go for the shutdown here. Ductwan already playing anti-flash. Slow creep up. There's it. Util dump now getting ready to come through. A bit of a team flash there. Beck just going to be spraying away frantically, hoping that he can find something. He does not. And it's going to be 3 kills going over now 4. And there's the 5th. And Shady will collect the remainders. 6-1. The aforementioned timeout already being submitted at the beginning of the round. And for very good reason. This map is looking a bit too lopsided.
Yeah, I mean, part of this feels like just, for the most part, IC is falling for the ideas that Falcons is trying to put into play. You know, showing a lot of Hotel presence early. That's been catching them a little bit off guard at times. They've been given free parts of the map, you know, heading up towards the B split, over towards Balcony as well. 2 rounds like that where it just didn't work out because the Falcons players were so ready for that angle of attack. And you can see Beck already rubbing those eyes. The IGL a little bit frustrated.
A flash caught him fully in the face. Get those stars out of the eyes. Trying to get dialed back into this one. So yeah, much needed tactical pause. Because granted, you know, while this is Falcons map pick, we always talk about it. You want to be able to put up a stronger performance than this. You want to know that you are going to be able to contend with them, at least in the fragging department. But for the most part, a lot of these rounds have been very one-sided, not just in the score, but also as far as who's left standing at the end of it all.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing really good individual performances from the Falcons, whereas for Inner Circle, you know, you've seen some glimpses here and there from a couple different members, but nobody's been really able to run away with things in terms of giving you, you know, really good solid rounds where you're giving yourself a bit of an advantage. So I think part of this might be maybe fight for Hotel control a little bit early, spread the map a little bit here, try to see if you can pull some rotations as Inner Circle. Because every time you've been given something that looks a little bit free, maybe unaccounted for, that's not the truth. Falcons is very aware. So you have to come up with some new ideas here. Back to this potential mid-fight through the smokes. And Ice Cube has been pretty well with it. Alucard's had a couple moments. He's going for the quick peeks.
Just fishing for any kind of stray shot that he can get, but no one's giving him the angle. At the same time, though, right side of the map has very much been opened up and widely ignored here from Falcons. Get a little bit of util forward, now rotate back across into the B site, so they do have the line share of the players in the right position. Can quickly get overwhelmed by massive numbers. And Inner Circle have ready to go on this push. Slow creep up, coming onto the corner of the spot, and that's going to be Beck collecting two. Shady able to reply for one, has to try to back away, but cannot. Jinzer able to cut him down before he can safely exit. Rotation now going to start to come through here from Dola. Re-wrapping around towards this B site to try to back up Ice Cube and play together, but 2v4. This is going to be a tough position if they want to continue this win streak.
Took a little bit here, though. For Inner Circle, they're just still sitting in hotel, waiting for more aggression, and they're right. That's just going to be awesome, finding another kill onto Ice Cube. Dola, last player alive, gets just cut down by Alucard with the sniper, and that's a really nice one there. But this is more just Inner Circle doing the beginning part of the round well, taking control of that hotel space that had been problematic for them, and then just waiting. And Falcons, this is something that can kind of hurt them. You know, this has been a big talking point about this team for this event, is that sometimes the patience just isn't there. They get a little over-eager. And Inner Circle able to read that nicely and capitalize and collect a second round.
Last round of the half, they would love to make this at 3-6, give themselves as much of an opportunity to run this back as humanly possible. Double frag dump over towards that A site, looking to see if they can try to get a catch on the Dola, but I believe he's able to widely ignore that damage, just playing a little bit more disconnected. He's going to be fine for now. The early attempts at finding value off this util really come to fruition for the side of Inner Circle.
Now the Falcons have to do a little bit of map checking. They stacked so many players at this double door. But they've repositioned. No one around the corner anymore. Move Rambo back up into hotel. Everybody else falling back a bit. Got to defend this hit.
Holding close, Rambo going to be good for the first. Gonna swing in. That's going to be a trade back from Kiko. 1-1 for now. Sight still a ways away. The right couple steps forward here. We're trying to get this C4 planted. Ice Cube, however, still going to be maybe a bit of a problem for them. Yes, he is indeed. Second flick attempt not quite coming through, and Beck gets just enough of a glimpse to be able to find that kill. Wall bang there. Get rid of the enemy sniper. Touch one now. Pinned in here on the side itself. Trying to swing forward, but awesome. Holding the angle, is able to find him, and now that puts them into a 2v3. Falcons trying to retake. Or not yet in play. Wait out some of this enemy util. Dolan with one more nade ready to go. It looks like Falcons, they're going to try to rotate around, cut in through on a flank, but the angle's already being watched. Flash over the top, getting a catch, Alucard. Re-peeking, finding the shot. Dola able to equalize back, but now 1v2 needing to clutch up. Try to get this 7-2 scoreline at the half. So push around, but the flank is already coming in. As Beck gets in behind him. Waiting to strike and shall do so. No, it's going to be awesome, actually, from out front to be able to hold the line. So 6-3, not the greatest half here for the side of Inner Circle, but they recovered as much as possible.
Yeah, last couple of rounds started to find their footing a bit, started to get the flow of the map a little bit underneath them. Took their time a little bit, started working things out piece by piece and playing for good trades. That was another big part of that there when they were making that execute. Making sure that even if there's a sniper or somebody there, Beck finding a big one with that wallbang shot, really opening things up. Now we switch over. It is going to be Falcons moving over to the blacklist side. I see will be on GR. A little bit of damage done to Kiko there initially. More frags being thrown over at A, but no full commitment yet with the C4 still sitting back by spawn. So they're just going to kind of take a little bit of mid control here. Not going to be contested by the snipers. Alucard actually going to be over on B initially. Now starting to maybe move over towards mid a little. So for Falcons here, just being patient. They've got a lot of options that they've created for themselves. They can go A, they can go B. Just kind of whatever they decide and when they decide to.
Seems like it is going to be that B lean here. Slow push forward, smoke still being cycled out onto that long position. Ignored here for the moment. As everybody gets clustered up near the fans, trying to cheer them on here on this attack. This opening round in this half. Carter, the quick check up and over the top, nothing going to be spotted there. Slowly encroaching. Also, widely surrounded are Falcons. Spec is going to be able to find one, but Ice Cube striking back. Tries to trade it out, but Dola is going to be losing his life. 2-1, but Ice Cube continuing to nail shot after shot. Gets them now in with a player advantage. The C4 to be planted. 43 seconds remaining here in the round. Go ahead and get that bomb down. It's now on Kiko and Jinzer to try to swing this back here into their favor. Low HP on Rambo. 5 health to try to spare there. Shady up and over the top. Basically shoulder to shoulder with 2 players through the walls. Not going to be found in Shady. Yep, on that peak. Eventually does decide to look down. Spots out the first. The other on the hunt. Jinzer trying to flush him out into the open, but now it's giving away his own position. And Shady, he just swings in for the challenge, and he will win it. Round win goes the way of Falcons as they march onward, looking for a very swift map 1 victory.
Man, that came down to a couple crucial battles there. I think Falcons read that pretty decently. We're into a position to try to shut this down, but the fact that Shady's able to get up onto that balcony just denies any hope of a retake really coming through there for Inner Circle. Nicely done by the IGL for the Falcons. Winning some big battles. Ice Cube on site in particular. Hitting some bangers. Got that sniper acting like a shotgun up close and personal. A little bit of a fan out towards the A site this time. Leaving 1 player behind to watch the flank over at B. But as we know, a lot of times this is more to just control these links, control your access in between A and B as best as you can for the BLs. And Ductuan be that guy that they're often calling upon to try to get in there and do some damage with the initial hits. Dola's been stellar. Ice Cube been really good here for the Falcons. Awesome and Beck have had a couple good rounds for IC, but they need to string it together a bit more as a team. Awesome's going to be on point here, right at the hotel stairs. Nice util there. That's going to back him up. So Awesome has to retreat a bit. He should kind of be wary. Maybe there's a player or 2 out there, and that's fine for the Falcons. That's part of the idea. They want to get that into his head. Look at how they're moving now. Rapidly over to the A side. 1 player in the tube to worry about.
Sussing out the forces of IC pretty well. Jinzer holding close, and that wide swing comes through, and Shady just, yep, that's a little bit of a wrist breaker swing there. Jinzer just can't track him fast enough. Kiko trying to stay tucked, swings out, is able to find one. That one going to be taken down, but now he's just going to be overwhelmed. Nigh impossible to try to fight his way back into that site. So a take comes in, Awesome gets taken down. It's all on Alucard to try to see if he can find anything else here. Gets the first, gets the second. Suddenly, maybe in with an opportunity, but no. A well-placed frag grenade will finish him off. Had been taken down the 9, and that's Falcons continuing forward here, getting closer and closer to that map 1 victory.
I love the decision by the Falcons there to just throw a little bit of util, back that player off of stairs at the hotel, and then make a quick pivot over towards A. Caught them off guard. The wide swing in the pipes as well. Really nicely handled. Falcons there just hitting on a lot of different fronts. And even though Ductuan dies for the cause, he gets valuable information as that entry player. Beck tucked in right behind this door.
Oh, and Beck watch out, frantically trying to backpedal, but there's just too many forces just strafing forward straight onto him. There is no escape, no survival. That's an immediate advantage here for Falcons. They close out the round. It's going to put them up to map point.
This was a gamble stack in a way. Just the IGL out on his own initially. He go and watch the cross.
Slide out a little bit wider, get some vision past this smoke wall. He's not been able to do so. He's just trying to scale forward here. Does get the jump onto 1, but JD is right there. Johnny on the spot to trade it back. C4 at the ready here to be planted. Jinzer just around this corner, taken down. Every single angle held, noted, and dealt with here for the side of Falcons. We're looking dominant in front of this home crowd.
To say the least. I mean, they have just been absolutely running away with Ankara. Their map pick, yes, but it has been very convincing in a lot of different departments. And this round, it just feels like everybody on Inner Circle trying to get it done on their own, trying to make that big hero play. You know, Beck out on his own initially. Kiko coming underneath the overpass, trying to find a timing. Yeah, he gets one, but you're already down in numbers as Inner Circle. You got to find ways to get those multi-frags to fight together a little bit more. Be a little bit more patient for the rest of your team to come through. A little bit of patience now initially. Oh, decent damage done, though. That's a really nice frag. That's going to soften up the players on that A site.
Yeah, I mean, two of them getting caught there. Jinzer and Kiko both whittled away at. Certainly not how you want to start this round, where it needs to be the start of a run back. 6 in a row to try to force us into OT. Looking for the jump, and Duck somehow able to just slide away from this one. Beck frantically pushing forward, wants that kill and will be rewarded with it. Dole at the same time is going to be eliminated. Nice cube, still fighting, finds one, but it's now a 2v4. Feels like even with that early damage found, not going to lead to too much here for the side of Falcons. C4 still down as Ice Cube, it's a hell of a shot. Should have been a pixel spot there onto Alucard as well, and just opts to back away right around through this corner, but Rambo now eliminated. And Ice Cube needs to do it all.
Yeah, and he's still got the C4 way back behind him. Alucard not peeking the angle, just keeping it quiet, waiting for his moment. Still a minute to go here. Ice Cube, 17 kills in this map. He is just destroying right now.
At this point, every move is a bit of a risk, especially this one as Alucard. Oh, he nearly had swung out to find that angle, but 50 seconds remaining. And realistically for Ice Cube, you have no idea if this C4 is being camped at the moment. You have no idea if Inner Circle have been able to get a spot out onto this one earlier in the round. So he's got to play it very safe, just to try to recover that one. And even then, getting to that A site is going to prove to be even more painstaking and time wasting.
Finally, pick it up at A long and start maybe making his way in. He has at least found an open side of the map.
They're not nearby enough to interrupt this one, so should be able to get the C4 planted for free, but it's going to be all about the post plan from there. And as you hear the nades start to go out, you're going to get a very solid idea. So, yep, you can see the players here from Icy starting to circle, starting to try to just encroach in on this position. Ice Cube, it would be a monstrous hold from him if he could pull this off. Final flashbang going to be sent over towards back of sight. No one there to receive it. Everyone playing here from the front. So the angles to try to check. Yep, here's the audio there onto one, but Jinzer will be able to go ahead and shut him down before he gets the opportunity to try to go ahead and jumpstart that clutch. So Inner Circle fighting back for at least one more round win, stopping Falcons from closing it out.
Yeah, I mean, Inner Circle finally able to get a read on how they could punish some of this early map control that's being taken by the Falcons. Setting up into mid a little bit more aggressively, finding those early kills. That really shuts down the Falcons in that round. A bit of a crunch going there. So got to rethink things a little bit. Falcons are reeling just a little, and that's a good kill for Ductuan. Wants to double down.
A second, yep, awesome. Eliminated there. It's Beck to go ahead and fight back for one more. 3v4 to try to keep the map going, to try to keep your hopes alive here. Flash not getting the full connection that they would have liked. Smokes flying, Beck noted, tagged down dangerously low. Less than 10 HP remaining on him, and the frag grenade will be able to go ahead and flush him out. Gives one a bit of martyrdom there from beyond the graves. Dolet will get traded out, but still player advantage here for the side of Falcons with the site opened up, so C4 plant about to come through.
Should be able to get this down. It looks like Jinzer and Alucard are going to wait this out, talk things through, see how they want to get this retake to go. A little bit of util left for Jinzer.
Did he spot him? Dialed in on the angle. There's a swing open the shot. It ends up going wide and shady. He's able to find his comrade there. Jinzer's going to be taken down. And that is going to be a massive whiff there from the side of Alucard. And there you have it. 10-4. Ankara going the way here of Falcons quite handedly.
Yeah, this looked very comfortable for them. A nice bounce back from yesterday when they really struggled against Baisha. You know, just only 4 rounds total they found. Today, they're able to find their first map win here at EWC 2025. So that's a good start for Falcons. Inner Circle just really left scratching their heads. Looked they just couldn't quite get a read round over round on what Falcons were doing. Had a few different things, had a little bit of success, but a lot of trap plays on that GR side, things like that. Just early map control that was really giving them grief.
Yeah, and it's that kind of one-sided beating that you don't really want to suffer even when you do have your map pick coming up next. We saw, Falcons themselves kind of favor that map. I mean, you talked about it. This map pool looking like maybe it would be good for Inner Circle, just given their history throughout the year, but this is not the kind of start that you want to be seeing from them. So Falcons may be just being, they might just be able to put up their first series victory here in front of the fans in the arena, but spurring them on towards this victory that they get very dominantly.
Yeah, now you got big concerns for Inner Circle. I felt like if this map was a little bit closer, I'd have a little bit more confidence for them going into Black Widow, but it did feel pretty one-sided here for the Falcons. And a big part of that was Ice Cube. He was just destroying with that sniper, man. That was a really nasty map he just dropped.
Yeah, I'd say much steadier out of all of the players here. The kind of fragging that we were expecting to see a bit more of yesterday versus Baisha. But Baisha just completely sapped all of the energy out of the room there for this Vietnamese squad. But now pressure is on for Inner Circle. We'll see if they can rebound when we come back for their map pick up next.
I jump. Mini, guys.
Flashing.
Wait.
Dead. One side, one more
Guys,
side.
can we fight together?
Side.
Let's go, please. 3, 2, 1, go. Side.
Backside.
Wait. Shady was B-check.
I'm low.
Two B-check. Use your utilities.
One out, hotel 2, one more. Horus.
Lurk, don't die.
Horus.
Don't die.
He was around Horus.
Don't die. Big holes. He's triple.
Nice! Let's go!
Backside. So this looks very, very good now. He continues being a problem. Light going to be the only one left. And surely you would say not. They know where he's at. He's kind of blinded himself up a little bit. Yeah, we all saw that, Doug. We all saw that. But it's all good because, you don't expect him to win that round, I guess. Either way, Evolution Power looking very good, keeping things even, keeping things in their favor, in fact. And again, able to fight back, which is the key thing, not letting Baisha build up that buffer to work with.
Or Baisha, for them to win this one, I'm just thinking to myself, had some clean executions on the Blacklist side. Now the side has been switched. They're on the global risk. They have lost the rounds where players like Xiao, players like 577 play very rather solid spots, like more default spots towards the bomb site. Maybe now's the time to, since the map point has not been given away, now's probably the right time, just right after the pause, to loosen the leash and let the players play a bit more aggressive on the global risk and see how that goes, right? I think that's the only key here, to me, to solve this problem for Baisha.
Yeah. See whether the timeout works for them in that sense. There's a lot on the line here in these upcoming rounds. And for me, it again feels like one of the only late timeouts that we've maybe seen on the B stream. In fact, a lot of other teams just sort of letting the flow take them, but coaches wanting to get involved here and just make sure that they keep themselves in that right headspace. And as you are rightly pointing out, a few things that are noticeable that potentially could change the tides of battle.
And we are back. This is the key moment for both of these teams. Whichever one wins this, either tying it back up or leading out 2 rounds, is going to be stepping closer to the map point and the match point. That's going to be a very default setup once again, but more A-heavy on the defense for Baisha.
And maybe just leaving mid.
That's probably
not
better.
As a whole, but got some eyes on it rather than putting people in there, just because it sort of reduces the timing plays that XQQ in particular was going for.
I think it's probably better for Baisha to just hold A, have a player watch spawn, and the 2 players that are watching B, they can push out towards double pillars and, you know, play more aggressive position. And if EP does end up in B, then they can counter box them in, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. A change-up that obviously comes out because of the timeout, and EP, meanwhile, hitting him with a bit of a classic here. Ooh.
We are back, and at the moment, Team Falcons out in the lead, taking their map pick. Now we head over to Black Widow to see if they're going to make this a 2-0 affair, or if Inner Circle are going to be able to fight back and make a real go of this, because elimination is on the line. Lose this, you're out of the tournament. You're walking away with 15 grand, and you do not get a chance at that larger prize pool.
Yeah, it's a rough go of it on the first map for Inner Circle. Let's see if they can bounce back. Falcons looking a little more in control today. Now, uncertainty in who the opponent will be of whoever wins this match, as Evo Power, as you guys could see, tied things up, and it's neck and neck there on compound. So a lot of pressure here on these teams to just get the job done quickly, get ready for tomorrow. But Inner Circle, a lot of work to do, trying to dial in a bit. Need to see them coordinate just a little bit better, I think, on this map, and could see some better results. Saw some glimpses there. Awesome had some good rounds for himself, and they need a little bit more. Need Alucard to pick it up a little bit, because Ice Cube, Brian, with the sniper rifles himself. But over towards Black Widow we go. We'll see how this one all shakes out. Pretty well balanced map in terms of, you know, the BL versus the GR side. So sure, it just comes down to if you can have like a really, you know, good run of it to start here as the Falcons on this BL side, you might just kind of put it out of reach.
Sniper's going to be all the more important here as well. I mean, we saw the impact that, you know, was being had against them yesterday with Xiao Xiao putting up incredible numbers, getting incredible flanks. So Ice Cube's going to be able to do very much the same. That is going to be Icy in a very bad spot very early on. All the more pressure here on the shoulders of Alucard. Wasn't really able to jumpstart the engine on that first map.
Man, they're going to leave Ice Cube back here at the barricades. Just watching to see anybody's going to try to make that lurk, or if he's going to be challenged. Rambo as well. Oh, but Jinzer gets the better of him. Almost had the scope down in time, but Jinzer just a little bit faster on the trigger.
Critical opening kill as well, because that not only gives you that player advantage, but it also stops him from getting slotted forward towards that cat position. A lot more control of the map established here for the side of IC. Kiko now slotted forward, sliding up that ramp here into mid, where you've got a triple stack from IC.
They had to be a little bit careful, trying to set up for this pinch in towards mid, and it might pay off.
Find the value here. Beck is going to be taken down. They do manage to flush him out, and that's going to have to be Kiko pulling away from the angle. So a bit more control here, and now equalized player count established for the side of Falcons.
Look at this flank from Awesome, though. He's going all the way around the world and towards the BL spawn. So this has to be a pretty effective hit to make sure that you can't really find any value out of that flank angle. Stuns and the frags are coming through. Ductwan takes a smidge of damage. And they're just going to keep pressing forward. Should be able to get the C4 down. It looks like that.
He's got the Cypher free at the moment. And as Ice Cube, I was about to say, as he continues sliding forward, he's going to get that peek down into the underpass, and he's able to strike. Kiko, just here on the opposite side of the wall. Frantically looking to try to find some value there, but right as he tries to reposition, Dola just peeks out of the window. And oh, things are very much falling apart here for Inner Circle. Falcons, they find the opening round here on their opponent's map pick.
That's crazy. I mean, you lose one player there as the Falcons. The rest of the way through, you're clean. Taking down IC piece by piece. That's a heartbreaker. That looked like it was going to be a good start for IC, but they just couldn't find the timings on some of their mid-pressure. Util going to be exchanged. But again, long control going to be taken.
Hit some nades, but no presence, nothing really behind this. Just playing back into disconnected positions. Don't even have a sniper really dialed in on this angle. Alucard, the only one. TRG is playing over just outside of the B site. Katie trying to go forward, eating a bit of damage. Just finds some back in kind there onto Beck. Definitely gets the worst of it, down to 23.
Yeah, but he got some decent info there. A couple players playing underneath that position maybe, but instead it's just a reset here more or less because you have that long A control. Just looking for that flank, seeing if anybody's gonna get overly aggressive from IC early, but IC keen to hide their presence, hide this 3-stack at A away from these players that have taken the long control. It's gonna be their counter to that early pressure that the Falcons are able to create. Just really taking their time on this. Nothing really to speak of just yet. Finally now, C4 being ushered in towards the A side. It seems to be the end point for the Falcons, but it's gonna be sort of the strong side here. You have a player coming through mid, back, trying to re-clear that space. So trying to see if he can be that backstab angle, hit them at short A. To make that cross onto Cat. Out of Util though, slowing this up.
For this push, Beck able to find one. Alucard getting another. Ductuan moving forward onto the site, does manage to open things up here for that C4 to go down. Their advantage still maintained here for the moment. Awesome. The try to go on this approach, joins in alongside Jinzer. Looks like they're just going to try to play this one out. Bit of a death ball, as much as one as they can try to muster. Ductuan going to be spotted, and that's going to be the kill confirmed. 2-2, Dola now repositioning, but Rambo able to find one. That leaves Jinzer completely isolated in a crossfire scenario. Rambo trying to go for the spot out, confirms it, and there's the swing. Dola finds it, and that's going to be the 2-0 start. Falcons off to the races.
Yeah, really good patience there at the end in that 2v2, waiting for their moments, making it really hard for Jinzer. But again, a nice execute from the Falcons. Gives them a decent numbers advantage. You know, Beck does find his moment, find that position where he's catching players off guard, but this is just a nice cleanup by Dola and Rambo. Here we go again. This time, IC sick of ceding that long A space, want to give it over to themselves. Just gonna leave a player trailing there. That one's a bit of a toughie for IC. I think their macro pretty decent in that round. They had a pretty good read on the map, just couldn't win when it came down to the big brawl towards the A side. Now things change up just a little bit. Beck is going to be the one trying to lead the charge there. This, if it's unaccounted for, the Falcons could be punished, but no, they're going to maybe back off. Seems like they're happy just with the info. Try to lean a little bit more to reinforce A. Leave Kiko there. Beck going to slot back in. Nothing too crazy just yet. Really, Falcons' name of the game here now is to just play the time down a little bit, try to look for any aggression, and make their moves on the back of that. Beck holding a tight angle underneath.
But he's the only one. They flush him out. It's like prime for the taking. Maybe Kiko able to get some value off that deep crossfire, but Ductuan's just going to drop down, plays off the back of that flash, and is able to find Beck. Let's get traded out. Alucard able to find one there. Shady will fall. Gains now coming through. The C4 let's get brought forward here towards the B site, and now this flank enacted. Kiko really slotting in all the way behind them, and I'm not sure if this is going to go red at all. As he relays this over to his teammates, you can see the rotations starting to be matched there. That defender spawn up position. Kiko trying to go forward, but caught on the timing. Is not looking at the right angle, and just like that, where it feels like they have this opportunity, but it feels like they should be able to close out the round. Falcons just find every right moment
Yeah, they just can't quite get the timings right. They've got, again, decent reads on the situation, and then they're getting outdone at the punch in some of the spots. You know, Beck underneath the overpass, underneath the catwalk. He gets taken down. Ice Cube just watching there. For those last couple of players, he finds a two-piece, clean it up. Could again try to use this mid window, out-duel his opponents. And relatively quiet in this exchange early. Mid has not been too much of a pressure point in the last couple of rounds. Early on, saw the IC boys try to get it done. Ice Cube here, just getting a little bit of info, and we don't see much, so now it's going to be a long A hit for the Falcons, leaving Rambo on his own. Try to control mid. Tuck in behind the door. He's going to wait this out, look for his moment to strike. Out hard, good for the first.
Good forward for a second. I thought it was going to be asleep at the wheel. Took a little while to get that shot through. Rambo going to be able to answer back. 2 quick kills, and now Shady. He finds him a third, and just like that, every single advantage that Icy continue to find for themselves, it just gets swept under the rug so quickly. Beck is suddenly the last one standing as the dust settles. Try to put this TRG to good use. C4 planted. Does have the players playing away from each other, an opportunity maybe to try to separate them, to try to pick them off one by one, but you've got Ice Cube out wide over at long. Should be able to get a shot through. Should have a defuse get started, but first, Beck, the first challenge gonna be, can you get through Shady? And already chunked down to 9 HP, and there's the finishing shot from out wide. 4-0 to start. Falcons, they are looking to run away with this one, as the pause has to be used.
Yeah, they've got to bounce back. They've got to find some answers. Just, again, it looks like they have you a decent read, but then Rambo in that tucked-in position at the mid doors, just waiting for his moment, and hits a big double that just breaks the round open. The Falcons are able to spring into action, and then all of a sudden, it all just comes crumbling down. Falcons fans giving him a chat, giving him a chant, and trying to get him rallied, trying to keep him in the game, and inner circle has got to start digging deep. It is, yeah, you can see Beck's a little frustrated. He's been coming up with some decent ideas. Get the first kill again. In fact, you get the first two. It's a 3v5. You still can't win it. Shady there. Oh, man. Nice shots onto Alucard. Rambo striking from below.
See the frustration really starting to sink in here. Needing to find a second kill at the very least, it feels like, from that position for Alucard. This trophy on the horizon for one of the teams here at this tournament. Loser, however, of this series, they're going to have their key crushed, much to the joy of the opponent that takes them down.
Yeah, always that kind of moment. You're able to send a team packing that you kind of never forget. You get to see your opponent's hopes and dreams just sent packing. Look at this deep smoke here. Got a battle.
I'm just getting right out in front of this one. Now the counter spray, it ends up being a 1-for-1. You're getting the kill and getting taken down, but the HP bars at the moment very much shattered here. Jinzer, one of the slower players, does end up losing his life. Shady dropping down off the top, able to find Awesome, bringing it now into a 2v2. C4 still needing to be recovered. That does put Ice Cube potentially at risk, because you've got these two players out in towards mid. To the window, trying to go for the flick. Alucard able to get away from this one. He's still up back. Scaled forward. Out too short, and there's no peel. In fact, it's just going to be the strike coming in, and Ice Cube somehow gets around the corner. Now Shady on the counter swing, able to find the one. Brings it to the 1v1. Alucard, he's got to know just how low Ice Cube is at this moment. Swaps out. HK 417 in a hand. Ice Cube, just a pistol, sniper. He's just gonna rotate back across, but then he's not committed to anything quite just yet. Alucard playing around middle. He's actually gambling in towards this B side of the map, and that is the correct judgment to make. C4 plant about to come through. Ice Cube, is he going to be able to try to clutch this one out? Alucard a little bit closer than he might have anticipated. Thinking perhaps maybe he had sold him on that A site. He has not. Alucard gambles correctly, gets the defuse, and that's going to be Inner Circle now on the board, 1-4.
Yeah, just coming down to winning the early skirmish for IC. Both teams really committing to that A fight. And it's just going to be them just barely. I thought for a second there, Ductwan might be able to just get a 2K, keep marching forward, but they had that extra player tucked in behind the stairs. Did IC. That was a difference maker there. Gave them a little bit of a extra angle that was unanticipated. Now they're going to double down on this.
They're going to triple up on this. And Kiko getting the one, looking to try to get out. Trade on the one's going to be found. Shady from down below, finding himself a third kill, and just like that, well, it's Alucard having to do it all once again. The drop out of the window, quick scope, not going to connect, but Ice Cube will. On the approach there from behind, and just like that, again, every single time, Falcons, they give up around, they give up a little bit of space, they give some hope over to Inner Circle. They just completely snuff the flame.
Yeah, I think now you're maybe going to be having both these teams done with this. Let's just duke it out. Go for some haymakers over at A. Let's try a little bit of a different direction. See if maybe we can find a little bit different situation. Awesome is so far forward here. Whoa. At a moment, Rambo takes some damage, but it's going to be Awesome being fine with that. Slipping back into the safety of his side of the map, and that's going to put a pause on this one. Seems like Falcons now just assuming, and I think rightly so, that, you know, Inner Circle might just be saying, all right, well, these pressures have been kind of working. You know, even though it was a 1-for-1, we gave ourselves good chances. We could try that again, but actually, we're back to more of a default setup, the 2-1-2. Just going to be letting this one go. Time ticks. Alucard, Rambo.
Let's see if they can get this spot in the mid, and Rambo, he hits that shot. And what a shot to make. Wow. And mid pressure now very much alleviated. This allows for Falcons to play with the map how they see fit.
That is brutal. That is just brutal. What a shot from Rambo. I mean, now that opens up a little bit more freedom. Beck does grab the sniper for himself. Still TRG in play. Time starting to dwindle. Now Falcons have to make a decision. Seems like the initial thought maybe towards B, but all that A space they've taken. Oh, look at this push up through mid.
Can they get a jump on anybody is going to be the question. Maybe a counter rotation here, as you do still have Ice Cube and Ductwan on this A side of the map, but it looks like their job is widely going to be to try to sell a bit of a fake, but I think they're going to read that they're getting flanked, and this could absolutely be their undoing here in the round. There's only 27 seconds remaining. It's just going to be a one tap there, as Ice Cube ends up getting taken down, and this attack onto the B site now needs to have legs. Tuck in, they're holding their own. It's just going to be a spray down. Falcons running the clock a little bit too much, getting a little bit too comfortable. Having cleared out that mid position before, they ignore it, and it is their undoing.
Yeah, that's crazy good game sense from Awesome. Finds a brilliant timing to get himself right underneath the noses of the Falcons. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it just took a little bit too long there for the plan to materialize for the Falcons. I think the whole round just playing nervous, and when they finally decided to make their move, that was precisely when IC knew that they could strike, because the time was going to force the issue. Now maybe being a little bit more proactive here. All 5 players just sitting outside of B, controlling this part of the map. And a little bit of a check towards mid. You got to be wary of another quick flank or something like that. Those have been the plays that IC has been seeing if they can find value with. Just going to hold the line at mid here. Looks like the execute might be happening. A lot of flashes being used, but it's going to be Ice Cube finding that first kill.
Awesome down. Kiko just getting spammed out. It's a dying Jinzer position. Completely and utterly known. Gil going to be found right then and there as Beck able to fight back for one, but needs a hell of a lot more than that. C4 planted, 4 players strong. 21 health here on Alucard. Fortunately, no more frag grenades to have to concern himself with. Though on the hunt is looking to just go ahead and flank around the back. clean up these 2 remaining kills. He will be able to do just that. Taking them both down, getting the wall bang onto the other. And Falcons, again, every single time they give up one of these rounds, they just come back even stronger, it feels like.
Yep, exactly. And they just really just understand the map and what they're being in position to do and how they can accomplish it. Alucard throwing out an over flash. Now, they wanted the brawl for that A space, but Falcons not having any of it this go around. Be a little bit of a pacier hit towards A. The C4 sliding in that direction. Similar to a few rounds ago, we saw this 4-1 split with Rambo holding down mid. There's no hope for Alucard, just none.
None whatsoever. A bit of damage found there. No scope attempt, but not going to be the kill that they needed it to be. Awesome. Just able to find the one here in response thus far. As it just feels like with every twist and turn, Falcons have an absolute vice grip here on this map and on this series. Looking for that 7-2. Jins are going to be able to find one. Critical kill found. Shots over towards Shady, but even with the low HP, just re-peeks the angle. Nails him with a sniper shot. Jins are now by himself, flashed up, stuck here in the underpass. Slowly trying to creep forward and find anything that he can get, but it's just going to be death that he is met with. So there you go, 7-2 at the half. Falcons looking to make very quick work of Inner Circle and send them home.
Yeah, the concerns you had for Inner Circle going back to map 1 on Ankara still rearing their ugly head here. I mean, a lot of moments where they're going for those individual plays and they're just getting shut right down. The hit from Shady on this one, so good in that round. Able to lead the charge, has that fragging IGL. We go over, switching sides. Falcon on GR. IC over to the blacklist. They themselves have taken a bit of long A control. They're going to keep pressing forward. Falcons are quick to move their pieces into place to respond. Shady gets the opener. Looking for more, but takes a lot of damage.
Does, but continues to hold it back, and it's really just Kiko who's really trying to play around this angle. Nobody else from Inner Circle is scaling forward. He's got 2 still tucked back over towards the spawn. A little bit of a slow approach towards the double doors in mid.
All right, well, bit of a pause now. IC wants to figure out where and how they can get this round go their way. I mean, Shady's so weak, but it still is that extra player. It still is that extra body to throw up problems. A lot of players stacked here over towards short. Rambo, that position we saw earlier where Alucard was good for 1, and he's not going to be able to do it. Alucard bests him.
That he does, and Jins are getting here in mid. Finally able to strike their best possible opportunity. Down to 7 HP, eventually going to be flushed out. That brings it down to the 3v3, but the site primed for the taking, and Kiko is able to find Ice Cube at the same time, so now advantaged here are Inner Circle. Let's see, they go for the retake, and it looks like they're calling for this long rotation. Dola getting ready to wrap around over towards long. Flashbang out, but feels like it's maybe a little bit early. Dola in no position to try to swing off of this one at all. He's the only one with any kind of util still left in the pocket, but no one watching for him here at the moment. Alucard tapped away at, still just trying to maintain his position here behind this box. They've got Awesome, ready for a bit of a crossfire. The swing coming in. Kiko able to find the first Dola now, looking to try to clutch it, finds that kill. Just needs to try to get Kiko out into the open. The defuse, however, needs to be stuck. Does he have the time? It's going to be so very close, but I think he may just have it. And he does. What a clutch from Dola, and that's got to be heartbreaking for Inner Circle.
No way, man. Oh my God. When it finally looks like they're able to get around to go their way, when they're able to turn things on their head a bit, the entry is good, but Dola just has other ideas. Just, I don't know if there's any red left in that.
A sliver of a second. The difference maker there. What a round from Dola, and what a round here from Ductoine as he holds down this B site for 3. Alucard finally able to peel this one back, but then you've got Rambo filling this space. You've got Falcons circling around on the hunt, on the prowl, seeking these final kills, seeking to get themselves up to match point.
Oh boy. What a wild sequence of events from the closest clutch that I think we've seen, at least definitely on the A stream, to just absolute brutality. Ducktwan, massive stuff from him. Jinzer trying to exchange some damage, but not doing anything.
No hope whatsoever. As Falcons now primed to take their opponent's map pick of Black Widow. Eventually 10-2 fashion.
Crazy to think it's even more dominant. I mean, it's just brutality. Falcons are feeling it, every aspect.
This is feeling like a GG go next, but unfortunately for IC, there is no next here. It's just elimination. It's the next tournament. That's about as good as it will get. Nade's in deep, able to find a bit of damage there on the Kikos. It's a 1-for-1 exchange to start things off here in what could very well be the final round of this series. Full cut back through the spawn here from IC. We'll assess where the strengths lie, where the weaknesses are here for Falcons, but they've proven pretty much round over round. Very few and far in between where you're able to spot any.
I mean, it'd be 7 in a row. What they need to make. Oh, Twan
getting a late realization there in that player presence, but is able to go ahead and slide away out to safety. Damage not going to be suffered. Kiko just has to give the space in mid.
They get Rambo tucked in. An aggressive position there. Looking to be that flanker, looking to be that quick guy to react whenever IC has to make their move. And looks like it's going to be the change up back over towards long A. Potentially Ice Cube. Saw Beck, but couldn't get the shot to go. Now they know where he's at. And he's just dealt with.
That's Beck gone. Player advantage once again established here for Falcons. To the elation of the crowd, the fans there, spurring them on towards what feels like an inevitable victory. As Dolan will be able to find 2 more kills, and Ducktwan will put them down 10-2. An explosive performance here from Falcons, making up the shortcomings of yesterday. They rebound in a massive fashion. They keep themselves alive here at EWC.
And more importantly, they keep themselves alive for some more club champion points. I mean, that is exactly what you're looking for here for the Falcons. No matter who they're going up against next. Not sure what the results ended up being there.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Oh my goodness, that compound going the distance.
And I think that still continues to scare you for the Falcons, because you've got Baisha Gaming here being pushed to the limit by Evolution Power. You're gonna have to get through one of those 2 teams. Already fell to Baisha's hands, so you're probably gonna be favoring the latter. But it's gonna be a tough battle here for Falcons if they do still wanna make their way into that top 8, into the championship points, into that higher prize pool. But this was that first step, and they took it in stride. They took it with confidence.
This is beyond convincing. Just domination throughout both maps. Really just running away with things, especially when you got over to that Black Widow Blacklist side. Doing a great job there, just dissecting inner circle piece by piece. So yeah, you got to think as Falcons, maybe this is the game that they needed. You know, Ducktwan had some really impressive moments, especially here. I thought on Black Widow, doing a great job of, you know, being that point of attack, being that guy who had to absorb some of the pressure as well for his team. That's what you're going to be calling on. Shady had a brilliant map here, absolutely dominant. Saw Ice Cube on the first map with the snipers, then Shady with the IGLing and the fragging.
This clutch though, it's got to take it. Dola maybe just earning himself, you know, MVP of the day with a performance like that. Granted, you know, even if they had lost that round, it feels like Falcons would have been able to close this out regardless. But you know, a performance like that, the biggest clutch that we've had thus far on the A stream, as you had said, that has got to be a damn good feeling. We'll go ahead and send it down to the stage, so I'm sure we have some very different emotions on display from Falcons after this dominant victory.
Dominant victory indeed. Falcons fly high 2-0 against their competitors, and they will be heading to the lower bracket final. I'm joined by Ice Cube after their victory against their opponents. Now, I want to jump into it. You guys suffered a 2-0 loss against Baisha Gaming yesterday, and it was a very hard loss, but now you bounced back in similar dominant fashion in your series. Talk to me about your team's confidence after securing your win here on the stage.
Ngày hôm qua là mình đã thua Baisha, thì ngày hôm nay chúng ta đã quay lại và chiến thắng. Thì hiện tại bây giờ cái sự tự tin của đội mình như thế nào?
Sau khi để thua bay xe thì anh em về có hợp lại rất nhiều. Nói chung sự tự tin hiện tại là 100% và nhờ có rất nhiều khán giả của bên Falcons tới thì tăng lên rất là nhiều lần.
After we have lost Baisa, we came back together, we hold together, we talk to each other, and our confidence right now is 100%, and thanks to all of the fans out there have been encouraging us. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, definitely the fans in the crowd supporting you must help. And now when it comes to your team, talk to me a little bit about Ductuan. It's been 2 months since he's joined, but you still were able to dominate the CFVL. How's the team with Ductuan? Is he settling well? How's he going with the team so far?
Vậy thì bây giờ chúng ta nói về thành viên của đội mình, thì nói về cho tôi về bạn Đức Toàn. Thì sau khi 2 tháng Đức Toàn tham gia vào đội của mình thì chúng ta vẫn đang chiến thắng ở CFVL. Thì các bạn hiện tại bây giờ đã làm quen với Đức Toàn hay chưa? Đức Toàn đang kết hợp với đội mình như thế nào?
Hiện tại thì sau khi trải qua một mùa CFVL cùng CFVL cùng với Đức Toàn thì hiện tại thì Đức Toàn đang bắn rất vào form, đang cùng với anh em nói chung là bắn rất đúng vị trí.
After the CFVL tournament, we have been all together. We have worked together really well. We are doing good.
That's definitely what you need to hear from the team, so he's definitely settling well now. When it comes to your next opponent, it is Baisha again. We have seen Baisha and EP fight together, and it went down to the golden round. It was EP that ended up winning, so you will be facing against Baisha one more time, but this time a qualification spot on the line. How are you going to prepare yourself and the team going into that next series?
Tiếp theo nữa thì là đối thủ của mình sẽ gặp lại là Baisa thêm một lần nữa. Thì hiện tại bây giờ mình sẽ có kế hoạch như thế nào để đối với lại Baisa?
Thật ra thì đấu với Baisa thì cũng cần rất nhiều sự may mắn và kỹ năng. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ cố hết sức thôi. Chứ bây giờ không biết được trước được.
So up again with Baisa, we think we need a lot of luck, and we have to improve our skill a lot. So we don't promise anything, but we will try our best.
Exactly, that's the best that you can do at the end of the day. Now, one final question for you, Irish Cube. Are you ready to crush your first key?
Hiện tại bây giờ là chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu nghiền nát chìa khóa của đối thủ. Mình đã sẵn sàng hay chưa?
Em rất sẵn sàng rồi.
We are definitely ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to crush for the Falcons their first key. You can see and hear the crowd chanting and cheering on Team Falcons here in the SMB Esports Arena. So we're going to crush a key, but first we're going to head on over back to the studio.
Well, there it is. Thank you, Sandstorm. Falcons get a big victory over Inner Circle, whose key is about to be crushed. Ice Cube, the fan favorite, apparently. Falcons crew showing up big out there, and they're still chanting, Falcon fans. Shout out to you for lighting that venue up. Probably the loudest we've heard it so far.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, if this Falcons side can continue to progress, it's going to get louder. You know, there's a lot of big games ahead, not only, of course, the next one being Baisha, as we've now got confirmed. We were coming in towards the desk as it was golden round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a crazy rematch setup. And if we're being honest, Falcons are going to need that 6th man, right? They're going to need that crowd heading in towards that Baisha game for the rematch tomorrow. So it's really important to see these guys getting that support. And it actually feels like Falcons are feeding off it. That was a much better performance.
You know, there is a real crowd buff whenever it comes to esports, Kyle. Like, when that crowd is out there and they're going nuts for you, it makes you play a lot better. That crowd buff wasn't necessarily there in day 1 yesterday when they were playing against Baisha, but you better believe it's going to be there for day 3.
Oh, 100%. They're going to need it here. And it's going to be tough, I think, for Baisha as well. They're used to having that home crowd advantage. Not having that, I think, could play a little bit against them in that head-to-head rematch. And not only that, now Falcons has a good game to study going into that one.
Yes, they do. and Falcons played very, very well. And this was a win that was convincing enough in my mind to say, okay, they're going in to play Baisha and they're going to do it well. Let's face it, I was going for Inner Circle, right? Keeping the hope alive, but we knew it was a bit of a mismatch. Inner Circle's a team that needs a lot of learning. They're a team on an individual basis that is phenomenal, but a team that on a collective basis still haven't got it together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, when we're breaking it down, it's the #1 team coming out from Vietnam versus the #3 team from the West. And the West has always been a region that generally has struggled a lot here. So I think for Inner Circle, we didn't really have high expectations for them, and they didn't themselves, but it was ultimately not that pressure on them the way there is on Falcons. This is a Falcons side that feel like they have to perform at an event like this. Really just, I guess, to cement a bit of a legacy of saying we're actually not just a one-time event. You know, it was on Hanoi, in home soil in a sense, right? We can do it internationally. They didn't do it at the grand finals. They're looking to prove that we're actually a side that can compete with some of the best. I mean, we didn't even have them as our favorites, right? And they want to prove us wrong. And it's kind of games like this where they gain a lot of confidence. The big hope, though, is they came in towards that game lights out from the get-go, flying into fight. They need to take Baisha like that. We saw it yesterday. They were nervous. They were really uncomfortable in terms of their play style. If they can go in with confidence after a win like that, I called it a stepping stone earlier. That's what they need to do. They need to snowball until tomorrow.
Well, let's see who's going to snowball as the MVP for this match going into tomorrow's competition. Has to be Shady. We started the day. Wendy had an interview with Shady. We heard from him, and I just heard the crowd go nuts once again. Shady's out there from Team Falcons. I love you guys out there screaming. You guys are great. 2.08 KD, an impressive performance and a well-earned Sony Series MVP.
Yeah, honestly, just an amazing performance from him, especially as an IGL, really stepping up and doing what he needed to do to make sure his team could confidently move forward. And it also gives me a lot more confidence in this team going into tomorrow as well. We were talking about it earlier. This team needed a big win with the confidence they need to go up against a team like Baisha or EP in that next round. Knowing it's Baisha now, I think they really needed this statement to make sure they have a chance.
Have a chance indeed. Shady felt confident coming into it. He said, look, we talked to management. We put the club championship narrative aside. We're going in and just playing our game. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said earlier, I have a lot of respect for management saying, guys, no pressure. This is not on you. Play your game. Do what you guys do best, and we'll back you no matter what, right? And of course, it's worked out for Falcons. So it's a fantastic series. It's one that they really need to snowball with as a whole. But, you know, the only people putting pressure on them is really us, if we're being completely frank. It seems like everything else, themselves, the management behind them, the coaching staff, and all the rest saying, we believe in you guys, play your game. And actually, if they can come in towards tomorrow playing that sort of level, we really could see a much, much closer competition.
And you know what I appreciate about Falcons in this series? We talk a lot about Duck Twan, right? Replacing Lucas. Is he going to truly carry that torch? A narrative for later. We talk about, of course, Dola. How good is Dola going to be in this series? Now we've got Shady in contention as MVP. Slowly but surely, we're starting to see more and more individual prowess from Falcons show up.
Yeah, honestly, across the board, they all really stepped up. It wasn't just Shady in this match. Ice Cube is the one we normally look to be that key leader, and he didn't even need to be in this match because everybody was on the board in the way they needed to, and I'm hoping they can carry that through to tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah, it takes a team effort, right? A collective effort. You can't win a championship just off of your solo performance. It does help. Don't get me wrong, but you can't simply win just like that. Now it's time for a heartbreaking moment, but elation for Falcons fans out there. It is time to crush Inner Circle's key. They came into the competition with hopes and dreams of being the first ever CROSSFIRE EWC 2025 champion. Unfortunately, their dreams fall short. As the key is crushed, those fragments can be used if Falcons can go all the way.
Yeah, Inner Circle turning into cross triangle. You hate to see it, but it's just ultimately how it works out for this side. They did come in as one of the lower seeded teams in towards this event, and as much as it's an expected result, they were in the group of death, right?
That's
so
right.
You do feel for Inner Circle. It feels like, honestly, if they got seeded into any of the other groups, they might have had a chance to pick up a win and prove that the West does have a little bit of depth within it, but not to be. And look where we are now, right? We're set up for what is a monstrous decider match again in that rematch versus Baisha. First time out, it was 10-3, 10-1 in that series. There was no competition. Now we get a chance to see where the Falcons on the revenge arc can actually prove something.
Definitely so. Falcons, big win against Inner Circle, but a potential rematch against Baisha Gaming, who beat them 2-0, 20-4 scoreline, which is crazy to me. And officially, Baisha did in fact lose that golden round. We thought it was Evolution Power Gaming getting the win. Well, they did, and they moved forward. So that's already a big upset, our second big upset in our groups.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a great position for Falcons to be in now as well, because every other team is going to want to help them get the ammo to win that match. Because if there's a world Baisha Gaming is not in the playoffs, that's big for everybody.
Yeah, big indeed. Baisha Gaming, the favorites, the strongest team coming in, but obviously struggling at the moment. But how big are their struggles, really? Maybe they're only playing at 80% during that game instead of 70, right?
Well, absolutely. And it does actually feel like right now as well, EP are the best challengers we've got for this Baisha side. They're actually one of the only teams that it feels like, I mean, this has been the curse of AG, right? Where it feels like they've done so well until Baisha. At least for EP, we know this is a side that can go further. As we saw in the Grand Finals in 2024, the reigning champs. So while we did very much big up Baisha, and especially because regionally they've been fantastic, if we have to kind of wind back only, 7 months ago or so, EP are the reigning champions. They are, technically speaking, the #1 seed coming in towards this tournament just because of them winning the Grand Finals. So it is an upset, I think, definitely in terms of how the regionals have gone this year, but international CrossFire is a whole different ballgame to regionals. We've seen it already happen last year, 2024 in the Summer Champs. Out of nowhere, right? The Wolf Empire side now. Falcons winning that. None of us expected that.
Sure.
And then Evolution Power, same thing there. We both came in towards that. Everybody saying Baisha, AG, probably the favorites. Maybe Vasco can make a bit of a run, but again, none to be the wiser. So EP, if they can go back to back, this sets up a new precedent where it's like, ultimately, who cares about regionals if EP keep doing it internationally?
That's right. Globally is what really matters at the end of the day, right? I mean, we can talk about regionals, we can talk about domestic competitions, but globally is where you truly make your bread, and that's where you also cement your legacy when you play against everyone. Well, hey, check it out. Next series is about to be before us. Another elimination match. Our final one for the day. It's VIRTUS.PRO versus Na'Vi. So we take a look at our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals coming in hot. This is another matchup that means a lot when it comes to the club championship race.
Yeah, honestly, when I look at these two teams, they both had a bit of an underwhelming performance in their first day on the stage. But for me, I'm really looking at Na'Vi as the team to beat in this series. I feel like when you look at this roster, they have that star potential there with two veterans, one of which who's won a world championship previously on this roster. I feel like they have a lot to offer. We just haven't seen it quite yet in this event.
I think one thing that also makes it really spicy is both Na'Vi and VP have the exact same club championship points. So quite literally just a win here could make a difference, right? At least, you go one step further in the groups. It could make a vast difference for them. Both being on that same level in the club championship points, exactly the same. This game alone could be the difference maker.
It definitely could be. We've already seen the hopes and dreams of Twisted Minds in, and I say that still a very respectable finish across all of their EWC performances. But with the CrossFire Twisted Minds team losing out and having their key crushed, that means they are no longer eligible for any more points because they have no more teams in the last two remaining games taking place in the final week of EWC. Now for Na'Vi and of course VIRTUS.PRO, they look to hopefully get a top 8 finish or at least go for the championship. And speaking of the club championship, our talents threw their hat in the ring to give their predictions. Let's see what they had to say.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have a nice little surprise for you. Today we're going to be playing a prediction game, but not the usual prediction game that we are used to. This time we're going to try and predict who's going to be winning the EWC Club Championship, because we're at the very end of the competition. It's been 7 weeks. It's been 25 different tournaments, but we finally get to see a winner crowned at the end.
I'm glad that we're doing this at the end rather than at the start, right?
Oh,
because it's going to be a little bit easier for us now that we've seen most of the games having already played out.
Yep. So you know what? Let's get right into it. So we have the last 3 games. We have Street Fighter, we have CrossFire, and we have Counter-Strike 2. And every single one of these competitions is going on right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to predict how many points each team is going to get in every single one of those games. And our focus is going to be on the top 3 in Liquid, Vitality, and Falcons, because mathematically speaking, for VP and Twisted Minds, it's kind of impossible at this point.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think even, we can consider teams like VP, for example, and Twisted Minds both having teams in our native game of CrossFire unlikely to do well. So, if they were to have to make that jump up, they would probably be needing to win something like the CrossFire, and I just don't think that's possible. So yeah, I think it's a good shout. Let's focus on the top 3.
All right, so you know what? I'm coming to you boys for CrossFire. What do you think is going to happen for, let's start with Team Falcons, So we're going to go in here.
You want to take this one? You can go first.
Okay, so CrossFire for Falcons.
Look, they're in the group of death. I think it's going to be a really, really tough ask for them, actually. So I actually almost kind of want to say no points. It's just the question for us right now will be whether or not they're going to be able to make it out of the group. If they don't make it out of the group, they get no points. If they do make it out of the group, they can obviously pick something up. They do get at least 200 points if they make it into the playoffs. But I think my prediction is just based on what I've seen from the games so far. We are only on day 2 of the competition here for CROSSFIRE. I actually think Falcons don't make it out of the group in CROSSFIRE, and in which case I would say no points, unfortunately.
All right. And what about Counter-Strike for yourself? What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that Falcons have a good opportunity here. I mean, they have to win their first initial game to get themselves out of the single elimination bracket. So I think if they can do that, I'm going to definitely put them in the point category. So I definitely think they can get some points on the factor. I don't know if they can come out on top, in my opinion, yet. I don't think they're quite there with their roster, but I would definitely put them in a top 3 placement.
So I'm going to give them 3rd, which means 500 points. And for Street Fighter, I'm going to give them, you know what? I'm also going to give them 3rd because they have a total of 4 players participating. So I think they should get at least 500 points from 3rd place. So that puts them at 5,700. Going towards Team Liquid, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going to take CS here. I'm going to go with 0 points.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I'll explain. Let me tell you something. They are against Vitality. And yes, I know Vitality has been stumbling a little bit, but I don't think they're going to be losing their first game specifically because they're also in desperate need of a win. So I think for Liquid, I'm going to go 0 points. And I'm going to come to you guys for CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, so I think for CROSSFIRE, like I think they have a really good opportunity to get out of groups right now. Like they're going to be playing tomorrow at the decider match, so I'm definitely going to put them in that kind of that top 3 placement in my opinion. I think they can cook something up once they get through the decider match and getting themselves a little bit more solidified with some games.
All right,
top 3 is a bold choice. I definitely think I do think they make it out of the group for sure. Just whether or not they go any deeper than that remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, we can give them some points. I think that's fair.
Believe in Gokin, bro.
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of the GOAT.
Well, we believe in Gokin, so we're going to give them top 3 again, so another 500 points.
Let's go with that.
For Street Fighter, I believe they have 1 or 2 people participating as well, but you know what? I'm going to give him no points on that one.
I'm no expert
that's a very
on Street
bold
Fighter.
prediction, by the way.
I'll take your word for it because I've got no idea what's going on over there, unfortunately.
Right. And then finally, we come to Team Vitality. Now, Vitality, they only have Counter-Strike, and I think just because of the fact that they need the win, I think they're going to remove any kind of doubts from their mind, and they're going to focus only on Counter-Strike, and I think they're going to get first.
I mean, look, it is very possible. Obviously, Vitality throughout the last season of Counter-Strike have been essentially considered the best team in the world. If anyone's been following Counter-Strike, they would have known that. They would see they had this massive streak of best of 3s, which they didn't lose for basically 6 months. So there's a very real possibility, even despite the fact that the last couple of tournaments Vitality have played in haven't looked so fantastic, that they could win this one here at EWC for sure. Yes.
And according to our predictions, regardless of what happens, it's still going to be Falcons with the 500 points that they get, I believe, from Counter-Strike and from Street Fighter. That still puts them ahead of the competition, and that means that we think it's going to be a back-to-back EWC Club Championship champion at the end of the day. And it looks like it's not going anywhere. They're staying home. There you go, folks. That's a wrap. And you know what? Let us know your predictions. Go to the Esports World Cup website, go to the predictions, and let us know what you think and who you think is going to be winning at the end of the 7th week.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling, deeper than I fly, I can't control it, dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight, I just keep going. just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fire.
Hi, it's Wendy here with GRK from VIRTUS.PRO, and it's a pre-interview for their matchup today. Absolutely, because you still got the potential to get a higher rank on the club championship ranking. So, do you think you got extra pressure on that?
Hiện tại là đội của mình, câu lạc bộ của mình thì vẫn còn có khả năng đạt được giải cao hơn trong cái câu lạc bộ tốt nhất thế giới. Thì mình nghĩ là mình có bị áp lực về vấn đề đó hay không?
Dạ thưa chị là không ạ. Bọn em đến đây với tinh thần thoải mái, chiến đấu hết mình ạ.
No, we don't have any pressure on that. We come here to give our best performance in with our strong mentality.
Good form right now. So the second questions, anything you want to focus during the match to perform better compared with the yesterday?
Có điều gì trong ngày hôm nay mình muốn là tập trung hơn để mà có thể có một trận đấu tốt hơn so với ngày hôm qua không?
Bữa nay em muốn mọi người team của em có thể bắn hết sức của mình, bắn đúng phong độ.
We just want to focus on that. We will try to give our best performance, like our actual performance on this game today.
So give me the prediction of the score.
Vậy thì em thử đoán xem là ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ có tỷ số như thế nào.
Bọn em tự tin sẽ thắng 2-0 trước Navy.
We are really confident that we're gonna be 2-1 against Navy.
Okay, and we're looking forward your performance in the upcoming matches. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
And thank you, Wendy, once again for a great interview. JRK from VIRTUS.PRO, a realistic 2-1 victory over Na'Vi. And once again, no pressure for the club championship standings. They just got to go in and do what they know best, and that's how to play some good Crossfire. Let's take a look at our S&B match of the day. Of course, it's VIRTUS.PRO versus Na'Vi.
Yeah, I kind of love that slightly contradictory answer there as well. We're really confident we'll get 2 on. So it's like, we're confident, but we're going to drop a map. Yeah, I kind of respect it, actually. I love the honesty. And do you know what? I think he's actually spot on. This is a game that has the potential not only to be very, very close, but to be very scrappy, a little bit rough around the edges, but in a good way. But also, we've always spoke about this is so important for the club championship. They are tied on points. So just a win here as well, going a little bit further in the groups, that can have a knock-on effect. And having the chance to still make it to playoffs goes a long way. So whoever loses here, right, that could be a real gut punch for that club championships.
Well, speaking of losing, VIRTUS.PRO lost to AGAL in their first match yesterday. Today, they obviously go against Na'Vi. Was that matchup from VIRTUS.PRO representation, or was that matchup with VIRTUS.PRO against AGAL representation of what we can expect in this series?
Oh, for sure. I think I was actually very impressed with the showing of VIRTUS.PRO yesterday. We were so kind of down on the team and everything. Obviously, their prior results didn't exactly help their case, right? But, I mean, off the jump, JRK was really popping off on the TRG. I've always labeled JRK specifically to be a sniper that can only kill Ice Cube and no other sniper, but it seems like he figured out that he could also kill Do with the TRG, and he was one of the main reasons why this Black Widow was so competitive.
Yeah, and it was competitive indeed. Actually, the only competitive competitive one. It ended 10-7. Obviously, AL taking that victory. But Eagle Eye 2.0, that did not go their way. They lost 1-10.
Unfortunately, that's just AG, right? I think at the moment, you know, we're coming in towards this saying AG, they're a top 3 side, and it might not even be 3, right? So that's how good this team can be. For VP, it's just the bad luck of the draw, right? They're going against one of the best sides in this tournament. But like Sneaky was saying, there's commendable moments there, and they've got to now latch onto those commendable moments and transfer them now into a much more difficult game for a variety of different reasons. Not because of you're against this vastly better side, because actually, you've got to find ways to kind of beat yourself. You've got to get that out of your mind, forget about it, overcome now, and with the pressure on your back and kind of saying, right, we've got to wipe that away from us, reset this, let's just play this like it's a normal game, not with the pressure of elimination.
Well, the pressure, though, to break away from that regional powerhouse discussion into a global powerhouse is still alive. VIRTUS.PRO, this is where the journey truly starts for them. A win against Na'Vi would start proving the doubters wrong.
Oh, for sure, especially up against Na'Vi, a team that has already shown their strides slightly in their last years, especially their sniper, Juan. Like, he was putting on a TRG masterclass in that last series, despite the loss up against Team Stallions. I mean, he was actually almost embarrassing KLP from time to time in some of these head-to-heads. So it was very impressive on what we've seen from both snipers, but I feel like Juan was just slightly more impressive than JRK.
Well, Na'Vi did lose to Stallions. Instead of a 2-0, it was a 2-1, but a loss nonetheless. Stallions are looking good, but how's Na'Vi looking in your mind, Neo?
Yeah, I do actually like parts of this Na'Vi side. I mean, GDSC, of course, is a guy who's been around for a while as well. So while Juan takes a lot of the limelight, GDSC has a lot of solid moments in his own regard, a lot of experience as well, and a variety of different rosters. And the same with ADRF as well, right? We're looking at these kind of two in particular as a little bit more of those kind of veterancy, a little bit more experience, and they've got to sort of nurture the talent on this Na'Vi side. And I actually think at times they're actually really unfortunate not to get the win there. I mean, we saw this one going towards overtime in that first map, and, you know, Na'Vi ended up proving that they can in hard moments, in close games as well, grind out the distance so fatigue doesn't get the better of them. So there's nice moments. There's a lot of things that you can kind of nitpick away from this Na'Vi side that I like, and hence why this series looks on paper a lot closer than it maybe seems.
Yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0 does go to overtime, like you said. Ankara, they lost 8-10. Port, they lose 4-10. It's still a relatively close series. We take a look at our head-to-head. Obviously, Juan versus KLP. What are we thinking there?
I mean, with the slightly better KR here from Juan, I feel like he kind of just had more impact in the map overall. I think fortunately for KLP, you do have JJ, you do have KLP to kind of back you up on some of these mistakes. I mean, for Juan, it's kind of him versus the world at times. If Adrian doesn't perform, if Kashi doesn't perform, GDSE, he is going to be steady, but he's not going to give you those eye-popping numbers that you do expect. So I think for this matchup, Juan was relied upon more to get some wins on the board.
Okay, so role-wise, Juan versus KLP, even though the stats are very similar, do they have similar roles?
I think so. I think KLP specifically has been kind of trained to be more of that anchorish kind of role for the team, and he does from time to time go for, you know, more aggressive plays. But unlike Tom, though, unfortunately for Tom, man, he just got straight up outplayed in that last series. I feel like Juan probably would have had a better chance against Du, in all honesty.
Okay, well, Tom, clearly the stats are a little bit less than that of Juan. Granted, gets a little nudge in the ADR, but for Tom, he's going to have to bring his A game here, and that's can be said for VIRTUS.PRO as a whole. But let's also consider VIRTUS.PRO did have a matchup against AGAL. So the stats may not be representative of what VIRTUS.PRO is truly going to bring, including Tom himself. Quick predictions. What are we thinking? There was a 2-1 at least coming out from, of course, JRK. Do we believe in him?
I'm going to go 2-1 VP here. I'm going to go maybe a little bit of a curveball. I'm going to throw it out. 2-1 VP for me.
2-1 VP. What about you?
I'm going 2-0 Na'Vi here, man.
2-0 now. We're actually quite different on the desk. That's pretty crazy. For me, I got to believe in VP. That series against Stallions was very, very close, and it showed that they have the composure to go the distance. And I do think JRK is right during that windy interview. It's going to end in a 2-1. Our final match of the day, final elimination match of the day. One key will be crushed. One team will continue forward in their EWC run. Who's it going to be from Group D? VIRTUS.PRO or Na'Vi?
One last match. One final showdown to wrap up the second day of the competition here of CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup. One team will take one step closer to the playoffs, and the other will be eliminated along with their keys and their dreams. Only one can rise above.
Yeah, speaking of steps, do you hear those footprints, those giant footprints coming our way. Two Titan organizations going toe-to-toe, head-to-head in our last matchup of the day here on the main stage. And I'm ready to meet them. This is going to be epic. It's going to be one heck of a showdown.
That's right, so let's introduce our first Titan to the stage. Please don't break our stairs. It's VIRTUS.PRO. This full Vietnamese roster have shown their strength in every battle, carrying the pride of Vietnam into every round. But now, everything comes down to this one moment. One more loss, and it's the end of the road. Fighting to keep their dream alive, this is VIRTUS.PRO.
And their opponents, Na'Vi! As others crack under the weight of expectation, Na'Vi must find a way to harness it. After a well-fought battle against Team Stallions, they must now find a way to channel their podium finish from CFBL Season 2 and come charging out of the gates if they're to remain in the competition. Two Titans, countless highlight reels, but today there's no room for history, only triumph. Na'Vi, VIRTUS.PRO, icons collide, and only one can walk away with the win. Casters, give us all that you've got.
More than happy to, gentlemen. Let's see if the teams are going to be able to do just that. And you're pretty much banking on them to be able to give us everything that they have left in the tank, because if they run dry here, if they cannot find that victory, their key shall be crushed, and their run here in EWC 2025 will come to a very swift conclusion, and neither is going to be looking for that result.
Yeah, and this is anticipated to be a close match, you would think, between two very solid teams. But again, you know, yesterday we saw VIRTUS.PRO having a tough go of it against AGAL, but that's kind of to be expected in some ways. You know, Na'Vi falling to the Stallions in that reverse sweep, barely able to get the win on Eagle Eye in that golden round, and then falling 2 maps in a row. So gonna have a little bit of a bounce back for them after what maybe felt like a series that they could have taken, they could have been in that upper bracket against AGAL. Instead, gotta fight tooth and nail here. First step, VIRTUS.PRO. Same thing for them, trying to get back into this, trying to see if they can find a way to get into the playoffs.
A lot of pressure going to be building up here for this squad. Having that, like you said, that sweep come back through, not being able to close things out yesterday. Certainly a weight on their shoulders, because that's a match in comparison to what VIRTUS.PRO had gone through that they likely would have been expecting that they can close out. Certainly hurting them in the long run, but now a final stand for both of these teams to try to see if they can stick around at least for a little bit longer, play in to the higher standings, to the higher prize pool, and potentially into the playoffs as well if they can close out that future series. There can only be one. As we take a look here at the draft, it's going to be that Eagle Eye 2.0 banned away. Black Widow similarly taken out, which means that we start on Ankara, and this time we're going to get sub-base for our second map.
Yeah, nice choice here, I think, by VP, taking the map that they got absolutely wrecked on, and the one that Na'Vi was able to barely win against Stallions in Eagle Eye 2.0 out of the equation. So Ankara sub-base compound could be the decider. I wouldn't mind getting there. We haven't had a look at it ourselves in our caster room, so that would be a treat to get there, but who knows? I mean, I'm not really favoring either team super strongly. You know, the desk had kind of mixed opinions, but it's tough to say exactly how this one's all going to shake out. You know, some great players there. You know, my eyes look over to Akash for Na'Vi to try to do some damage. When I was talking to the Na'Vi boys a little bit in the media day lead up to this, you know, they were very high on him, saying like he's a great player. You know, GDSZ was singing his praises, so we're going to see if maybe he can get a bit of a step up with VIRTUS.PRO. You think about Tom, he had a great couple rounds yesterday, had some impactful moments. Absolutely was their star player yesterday. So looking to see if he can keep that momentum up for himself.
Yeah, VP at this point. I mean, both teams, frankly, going to be needing any help that they can get when trying to climb the club championship standings. So the further you can make it here, the more you can bank for the organization overall. Let's see how they are going to fare. Get loaded up and get ready to get into the action here, but this one, it's going to be tense. Both teams suffering those losses yesterday. Certainly a big kickback on the mental, needing to shrug off the failures of the past. past and just focus on the gameplay here in the present.
No doubt about it. So everybody gets situated, gets ready to go. And we'll get loaded into Ankara here very, very shortly. Map that Navi barely fell versus Stallion, so maybe a few little tweaks here and there. Try to get things going, give Wanwan a little bit of help. As they were saying, he was destroying with the snipers. Got some fearsome snipers across the stage in VIRTUS.PRO too. So should be another good battle in that regard. Just gonna come down to some of that strategy, some of that execution, as it always does.
Should just be a few scant moments from getting into the action here, where we assume it's going to kick off pretty damn quickly, but here we go. Map loaded up, the players ready. We jump into this one in car once again. Try to start things off and see who is going to be taking that first step, but a lot of differentiation in opinions when it comes down to the, the analyst desk on where they think this one's going to lie. As well as just how many maps we're going to be able to see.
Right. I mean, I think three's the expected. There's the opener there. Akash leading the charge for Na'Vi. Clear out a player of Hotel. Give themselves that man advantage early. Kind of put VIRTUS.PRO in a tough spot where they have to split themselves 2-2 across the map. Gonna have to cede a little bit of that mid control potentially. You see Nevis reconsidering that part. Sliding in towards their spawn. Both teams are, in fact, heading into their spawns, and it's just a bit of a pause.
And it's just Humio to try to really hold down this position for the moment. 3-player gamble stack over towards B. No rotations in sight. Peeking down the hall here, just trying to hold them back, but that smoke is going to dissipate here pretty quickly as the flash is now coming through, and yet they've already caught a glimpse of him. Didn't tuck behind that box nearly fast enough. JV able to go ahead and find that kill. BSC going to be taken down though. As managed to get this placed on this deep flank out over towards the opponent's spawn. Gives them maybe a slight little window back in. A lot of pressure now on these 3 remaining players here for the side of EP. Already about a third of that C4 plant timer has disappeared. Push forward flash going through. Multiple players going to be blinded up. Tom able to find one, but ADRF able to come away with 2 quick kills there. Leaving just Nevis. Get cleaned up by Wanwan, and that is going to be the opening round going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, really clean stuff from them. Again, Akash being so impactful to find that first kill, then making a change in direction to the other side of the map. VP left trying to gamble a little bit, going for that full retake. Still a decent amount of util in both teams' hands. Some decent flashes landing for VIRTUS.PRO on that retake attempt, but it's not really enough. Too many extra players there from Na'Vi, flanked out for some of those angles. Big push up from JV. Trying to inch his way forward there. Gain a little bit of info in space, but again, Na'Vi really thinking about the A side.
Yeah, and it's again just Yumio here to try to hold this line. Once again, another smoke going to be cycled in. Nevis this time quicker to try to flank over. Yumio already tagged up a little bit by a previous frag grenade up and over the top. Swing in, and he's going to be good for the first kill. Headshot across. And the RF does get taken down. But another nade going to be lobbed in. This time they're able to go ahead and secure the elimination for themselves. Nevis there, backside immediately dealt with. GDSC straightforward, able to find one. LDX trying to scale up, but just going to get taken out here. Akash able to find that kill. Just like that, Na'Vi maintaining the player advantage. Still have one on this flank, just watching for a lurk that's not going to come through. Tom and JRK both trying to play forward here from back sight, but I just don't see a way where they really get themselves into this one. Limited util, and now spam down through this smoke. Couple more shots, Tom, going to be good for a kill here. It would be a monstrous clutch, the best of which we will have witnessed so far on this stream. If he could pull it off, he's going to be able to find some good early damage into a kill. The C4 timer is just getting away from him. Lob down onto the nade, avoided, gets the spray, the defuse, needing to be stuck. Does he have enough time, though, is going to be the question, but there's the swing, and Wanwan will be able to take him down to rescue the round. Solid efforts, but not quite enough.
Yeah, man, Tom showing some of that individual skill we were hinting at before the match got started. He almost gets the job done. Na'Vi, coach furrowed brow, I think a little bit not super pleased with that post-plant defense. Some deep smokes there over towards Hotel or the side of VP. Again, a lean towards A. Oh.
Now dead here in mid. Just trying to play forward, trying to play on an angle, but gets spotted out, spammed down. Kosh able to find that headshot. Once again, big advantage here for Navi. So VIRTUS.PRO likely already going to be considering an early timeout here. Let's see if they, yep, there it is. What can I say?
Coach
got the sight.
Yeah. The extra eye appearing in your forehead there.
Mama called it The Shining. As well. On one, maybe he has the Shining as well. Gets a quick little inkling that there might be an approach from this right-hand flank where Nevis is going to be able to hold things down. On one, continuing to swing out, but now pinched in from behind. And just like that, VIRTUS.PRO are right back into this round. 2v3, Nevis low on HP. JV, C4 now in hand, is going to look to try to get into the fight, but Akash is fighting forward and getting onto this flank maybe a bit faster than they could have anticipated, and yes, finds a headshot, and that's going to be Tom taken down, leaving just LDX at full HP, and Nevis down low and now dead. As Nevis needs to try to clutch this one, but he doesn't have the health to make it happen. It's a massive round from Akash.
Unbelievable. A little bit of a miscue in the timing on the trade against Nevis in the pipes. And that looked like maybe it was going to be VIRTUS.PRO getting on the board. But then Akash just swaps over to the pistol and puts it to damn good use. Hard to do it better than that. And that is a display being put on by him. Absolutely filthy stuff. So yeah, now you got a moment to talk this over. Kind of curious what VIRTUS.PRO is really thinking. I mean, they've thrown quite a few different looks at Navi, and even though the macro in this round good,
I felt like Nevis might have just, played them in for the round win, but then Akash just finds this timing. No one realizing just how close he could have been. He nails his shots. And that is a huge one to be found here to maintain that control. So a little bit left here in this tactical pause from VIRTUS.PRO. Get those final discussions in, trying to get some kind of game plan together here.
I mean, it really did feel like they were starting to get a decent read on the map, but again, getting outplayed in the individual sense there. Absolutely heartbreaking for VIRTUS.PRO. So need to find a way to rally the troops. Maybe it's a mental thing. But the sneaky angle there taken by Akash. Heartbreaker for sure. Navi just looking to keep in cruise control here. Coming out swinging early. See if they can maintain that form. Some of these teams sometimes just look good to start and then kind of crumble as maps go on. I want to see that happen here to Navi. Just a pause. Always curious about if the GR side is going to let loose with a grenade barrage around that corner.
Let's see if Navi get a sense of this. Once again, leaning in towards this A side of the map, but this time VP, maybe the call just, hey, we got to reinforce this. Not going to be good enough to just leave Humio and Nevis there. LDX is joining in the smoke for now, just holding up that main choke.
Being very cautious. Worried about some kind of pressure as usual, and you just never know sometimes in CROSSFIRE. The team just goes for a full send on the GR side. But getting some decent info here. ZDRF doesn't see anybody in mid. Looks like they're starting to feel like, okay, we've been putting a lot of attention towards A initially. Let's try something a little different. Maybe we can be the ones to push up in towards their spawn, or try to just set up this pincered attack towards B and be the right read on the map.
Look at the control, though, all over mid that they have. VP starting to give a little bit of attention to this as you see LDX re-swinging back through, Nevis joining in. A minute remaining, and they're just getting the right read here, abandoning that A site completely, joining in. The first shot going to be ringing out, but not finding the connection. Tom looking quickly to try to reposition here around the back of JRK, trying to get a quick strike. Swings forward. DRF going to be taking down JV, dead as well. As overall, looking very good here. The adjustments from the side of VP as well as just getting a very solid read on the movements from Navi. Still need to close out the round to get themselves on the board, but they are well poised to do it in a 2v4.
That C4 down on the site, so 30 seconds to try to fight your way back in. 1-1, can you work some more miracles? Looking for that flick shot, but couldn't get it to go.
Recover the C4 from here.
What?
1-1, what? Okay. Maybe it's shots like that that get you back into it, but a quick peek from Humio, able to find one. C4 kind of opened up in prime for the taking here for now, but DSC still in a bad spot, and with the double face forward, they will be able to close him out, and that is going to be VIRTUS.PRO getting themselves on the board at long last.
This just came down to a timing. It just took too long for this hit to materialize for Na'Vi. They had a good read, they just couldn't pull the trigger, and that allowed these extra players to start sliding into place for VIRTUS.PRO. So good late round read for them. Let's see what Na'Vi wants to do here.
Similar setup. Tom just fishing for that pre-fire through the smoke. No catch to be found. Rotates over here towards the vent angle. C4 is being brought to bear. ADRF looks like he's going to slow up this approach, though. He peeks it now. He might actually be able to find a timing to get himself slotted in. Yeah, angle has been fully abandoned here for the moment, but that frag grenade bounding forward. DSC taking down a 64. It's some good early util damage being found.
He let out a sigh of a little bit of frustration there. But being patient, our Na'Vi. Not much info to go on here, though. Not much map control. Just trying to outguess VIRTUS.PRO right now. Still plenty of time, though. I've seen that Na'Vi very patient. Willing to just wait the clock down and then make their move towards the end. But that wasn't really what was working for them to start the map. Being a little bit more aggressive. One round to set them back to kind of just slow-paced CROSSFIRE. A little bit fishing here at Juan. I mean, he's hit some absolutely nasty shots.
Up the pace here a little bit now, but JRK wins out on his fight. Kosh going to be taken down. Re-swings. 1-1 going to be good for the kill. He's really trying to drum up this interest on this B side of the map, and so far it seems like it's working a treat. He's keeping 3 players here in position where Humio needs to be able to win this one out, but it's looking to be good for the singular kill. Now, VIRTUS.PRO, they get the bad news. They realize where that C4 is going to be headed. Couple frag grenades going to go out, but Juan still continuing to find value. Holds down that flank. Keeps his team in with the player advantage. Spot out there onto LDX. Turn for the flash, the reface. Both players eating an immense amount of damage. Now JV going to be taken down. This C4 still not really in play quite just yet. They need to get themselves forward. The ADRF re-swings. Catches Nevis there from behind, and that is going to be the round going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, really nice late round coordination here from Na'Vi. Able to buy enough time and attention. 1-1 doing so much on this round. Just the individual skill on display, as well as creating a ton of attention on the other side of the map, and enough that it breaks things open so they can get to the site. Ended up not needing to get the C4 planted. This time, they're getting aggressive in towards Hotel. They've got quite a few players there, but LDX gets a spot out, gets some damage in, doesn't take any in return.
Flash tagged up there. Continuing to swing out, get himself planted here on this B site, and that certainly has made Na'Vi think twice about this approach. 1-1 though, continuing to just not miss these shots. Finds JRK. Opens up this A side of the map a little bit more, but you still have 2 players planted in here as JV eats a bit of damage. Attempted a bit of a pre-fire peek in towards the vent. Not gonna be able to find him there. Na'Vi looking like they're not trying to back away from this position, still playing full 5 forward.
They're trying to bait a response out of the connector. They're being really cautious about that extra player, maybe having some mid control, trying to slot in. Or maybe that they're looking like they're gonna fake, but they're actually not as well.
Just trying to flush him off this angle, but Humio gonna be good for 1. Nevis joins in. Able to find 1, peeks in, finds a little bit more, and he mines that flank as well. 1-1 now needing to do it all, the 1v2. C4 down, Tom on the approach here from the flank side, but it's just gonna be a double face out of main. And that will be VIRTUS.PRO find themselves a 2nd round win.
Yeah, this up close and personal rifling for VP has been really destructive. Whether it be Humio holding the line sometimes by himself. Nevis has had some stellar moments in those situations. Yeah, Nice little 1-2-3 double face from the surviving two members of VP to make sure that 1-1 can't do anything. Rest of that round, Tom 7 kills, Nevis 7 kills. Exactly what you need here. Now we need to see some of the other players from Na'Vi start to pick up the pace to back 1-1 up, because he has been on fire, to say the least. 10 kills in 6 rounds. Gonna put a little bit more pressure over into mid. Sliding through the connector, but nobody getting too aggro just yet from VP. Maybe on the other side of the map at Hotel, but see ADRF looking for Tom, but that sniper rifle, I don't anticipate that Tom's going to be too aggressive in that position. Let's see if they want to try another mid to B hit here.
Gosh, never mind. It's going to double back. Join at mid for a second. Maybe he was going to end up right into the crosshairs there of Tom. Big change up though. We'll approach in towards mid here at the moment for Na'Vi. Means at the ready. Smoke about to fly here from 1-1. Sends it up and over the top, but is this all an attempt at a fake? Double back from 1-1. No, just gonna be watching in case some flankers come through, but ADRF gonna be caught here. Full flash into the face. Another one following up. This guy just can't see a damn thing. Needs some glasses, but the peek in. Gosh, down low. Big damage there from LDX. Just can't quite confirm that kill, but now the push forward in through main. Holding, finding one. Nevis gets the other. And things are starting to fall apart a little bit here for the side of Na'Vi. A 2v3. They're gonna try to just hound down Humio. Damage exchange on both sides, but he's able to hold his own until Akash counter swings in, but he's now alone with no HP to speak of. Flash into the face. Tom here on the flank. 17 seconds remaining, and he cannot find that first of the 2 kills. Nearly neck and neck. VIRTUS.PRO are looking to run this back.
Yeah, these late round hits just not coming to fruition for Na'Vi. Taking a little bit too much time and allowing for the counter utility to stymie their initial ideas on those executes, trying to make their way in through the GR spawn. But just great flashes completely ruin that idea. And then you go into the strong side of VP trying to make that hit. Caution again with Tom. Hello?
He's just out there so aggressively. Straight out of A main. He does get traded back. Humio does get taken down, but Tom has been allowed to escape. Himself posted up again once more, looking for some kills here on this approach. It feels like Na'Vi just maybe running light here on the playbook, continuing to just try to swing in towards this A site, but just consistently getting battered back.
Oh, Tom again. He actually bests 1-1.
Finds that. ESC slotted forward. JRK just here around the corner, needs to win this fight and does so. LDX going to be noted as well. Solid opener now for the side of Na'Vi, turning the tides of this round. Tom, however, still needing to be contended with. At the same time, you've got Akash. Look at where he's at. He's all the way across into their spawn.
Oh my gosh. That could be the difference maker if he could find the timing, but they might miss it.
That or Nevis. I mean, Nevis, he might just be able to find the C4 right here, but no. Ready for this JV. Keeps himself alive, finds that kill, and now it is all down to Tom. Pushing forward. GDSC there around the corner, does get spotted. Swapping to the pistol, and even at that range, Tom is able to come away with that one. Gives himself an opportunity, but he's gonna have to fight to try to regain some space, and with that forward look from Akash, absolutely could be his undoing. So C4 now planted, Na'Vi well poised to try to get themselves up to 5. At least guarantee a 1-round advantage at the half. See if Tom has anything to say about it.
Oh, with Akash up on the balcony, really tough for Tom here. I mean, I'm sure he's got somewhat of an inkling. This is a possibility. He's gonna have to hit just a crazy shot. The time is already halfway through on the C4. Nope, not gonna happen. Akash from above sees him right as he comes out the door. That's gonna be Na'Vi now, going up to 5. So at least getting the better end of this half. This is VP's map pick. Starting to have some concerns. They were able to run some good rounds together there, but
Thanks, your map pick, but it's the opponent's side selection to start, so maybe going to be favored as you get ready to go on that swap, but he's certainly would love for this to be as close-knit as possible and have it be that 4-5. Giving more free real estate over here to the side of Na'Vi. Solid start, Nevis able to find the one, finds a second. Zakash also gets taken down, and this crunch play into mid is working wonders for VIRTUS.PRO. Blink and you miss it, 1-1 now, last one left standing. Just trying desperately to find Nevis, will be able to do so with the swap over onto the pistol, quick tuck back, the repeat, the shot however goes wide and he eats some damage. Flanks coming through from two players and he is just overwhelmed, so pretty much evened up here at the half. VP managed to run it back for 4.
Yeah, no kidding. After a 0-3 start for VP, they're able to bounce back nicely, get themselves some momentum, a little bit of confidence coming into this second half. Great little call there. Go for that crunch play. I mean, it had been so much just pressure outside of A for VIRTUS.PRO. They were able to start capitalizing off of that, and then when finally Na'Vi shows a bit of a different look, it's shut right down. Now we switch sides. VP on the BL side, Na'Vi on the GR. Just looking at these snipers here. It's actually going to be Akash grabbing one as well. Him and Wanwan been doing a really nice job locking things down. Nevis and Tom matching them almost exactly in kills. It's neck and neck for sure. Just a couple of those big plays from those big gamers. Be the difference makers. A little bit of an exploration here. Aggressive positioning with the sniper for Tom. Wants to get in towards the B side of things and see if he can catch somebody just a little bit out of place, but
Back away in a reposition. For a second, thought maybe he was going to get this early clash versus 1-1, but he's gotten himself settled backside at B. C4 at the same time, though, being brought forward towards this A site. GDSC, ADRF, here to try to hold this line. Reinforcements are a world away, so they have to put up some numbers here. Otherwise, VP is going to be very well set as they look to tie it up at a 5-5.
holding the line. Hitting right outside of the vents. Some flashes thrown into mid.
Double face.
Trying to do this quiet-like.
Disconnected hold here from GDSC. Flashed up, and that's going to be ADRF now taken down here at the back of stairs. He just has no vision whatsoever. Ends up falling a Koch. Going to be good for one. LDX taken down, but C4 now planted. Good timing. Oh, no. JV doesn't win that fight. Tom, he's just so fast to find the shot. Spares his life, and now it's just two snipers to try to get this retake going. A 2v3. Tom's position known, but he just slides in and finds a headshot, and now it's all down to Akash. AG over the top. JRK holding the angle, tries to go for the flick, but there's a bit too much. VP, they start off the half exactly as they need to, and they keep us now neck and neck.
Yeah, they make such a great execute onto the site. Both of these players flashed up, trying to figure out what they can do. Holding the line and, you know, try to set up a bit of a crossfire outside of vents, but when VP decides to spring the trap, just no real response able to come out from Na'Vi. And again, some of your stellar fraggers on the other side of the map able to do some damage, but already given over the site, so things just crumble to pieces. GDSC, he is so far out here already. You may at least acknowledging that that could be a possibility here.
You know, this is a really good read.
They're just lined up. They're expecting aggression. Feeling like Na'Vi will, after that round loss, want to take some map control, and they're correct, but GDSC playing it close to the vest. Hasn't given up much.
Watching for, but there's that shot, and there's the confirmation. There's suspicions now. Known to be true.
Love to get some util out of VP's hands here. I'm going for the jump peek. Doesn't take any damage, but now it's starting to get a little dicey.
Yeah, and they're just going to look to try to push and overwhelm them. They are able to do just that. 1-1 trying to provide that covering fire. Misses the opening shot. Now going to be knitted out of position. Taken down to 2 HP. Still able to fight back for one, but his luck is just running out there. DRF now last one. Cleaned up. And just like that, VIRTUS.PRO find themselves in the lead 6-5.
This just screams preparation. They're just so ready for this the whole time. And they you know, even after they first recognize that GDSZ is pressed out so far forward, they don't overcommit, they don't overreact, they don't throw a bunch of util his way. They wait for him to make a positioning mistake where they can capitalize. And they get 1-1 completely smothered behind the box with the util, and then with the flashes and the frags.
Trying it again. But again, it feels like they're suspicious about this and just happy to kind of give up the space. They're just denying that line of sight here.
Gonna give it over to Juan this time.
I'm hanging back. Players maybe about to be into the open here, but no, they're just gonna smoke this one off. They are reading this incredibly cleanly.
Wow.
Now just going on a quick little exit. JRK rotates out towards safety. LDX continuing to play forward. 1-1 as well, just setting up that smoke, trying to really dissuade them from pushing forward, but this just funnels them forward towards Akash. Was able to go ahead and get the spot out onto at least one player, quickly backpedaling. Frag grenades at the ready, gonna be sent in. Avoids a blast from that, but Humio just able to swing forward. 2 headshots, 2 kills. JV can only answer back once. C4 on the ground here for now. Needs to find a little bit more, but JRK plants his feet, finds that kill, and now it's gonna be a 2-player advantage here to the side of VP. 1-1 up and over the top, looking for that quick shot, but is not going to be able to make it happen. He's landing it right there alongside LDX's feet. GDSC taken down. 2-round lead. Tac paw is going to be called. Na'Vi, they know that they're in trouble.
Yeah, this is not really working out for Na'Vi the way they would like. Even though they're taking map control and they're pushing VIRTUS.PRO in the direction of their strong side, doesn't matter. VIRTUS.PRO is just cutting them down one by one. You know, Akash there can't make the exit that he's looking for. He just gets cut right down. I mean, Humeo is so on point. Again, this up close and personal rifling has been a real feather in the cap here for VIRTUS.PRO. They've been really on point in those situations. It seems like they're always just a bit ahead of the curve. Like, they're getting a good read on where their opponents are likely to be, and they're just spraying around those corners so fast. Look at this from Humeo. There's nothing you can do. They're coming at you from a couple different angles. Jumping kill here from JRK. That's got to be a frustrating one. That's got Tom fired up.
Starting to find that pop off, but like you said, frustration seen here. Great start for Na'Vi, 1-1 in particular. Looking like he could do no wrong, but his last several rounds starting to slide away from them. That lead now gone. It's really starting to up the pressure here. Love to start off this series, this elimination set with that first map under your belt.
Especially if you're Na'Vi. Like, it looked like maybe you were just going to be able to rip away your opponent's map pick from them. I mean, we did see early on in the tournament where teams traded map picks with Al-Qadzia and KingZero, but since then it's been a lot of 2-0s for us over here on the A stream. And then earlier today, Na'Vi probably felt like they had a real opportunity, but starting to get picked apart, starting to get outplayed, outthought a little bit. Going for the big stack. Nobody going to get aggressive this time. No smokes out at the front of the door to A site either.
Yeah, nothing here. It's just going to be the HE's exchange, but GDSC into the meat grinder. He goes, but it's going to be ADRF from on high to go ahead and respond with a multitude of kills.
No way.
LDX just trades it right back. C4 to now be recovered. Smoke to be cycled forward to try to cut off that main access. And right now, the 2 remaining players from the side of Na'Vi split apart. LDX down to 17.
Ooh.
Avoids that frag grenade critically. C4, however, still not yet planted. It's in the hands here. Can they actually get this one in action? Start getting that clock ticking here against Na'Vi.
Both teams on util.
And now in, Tom taken low but not killed off. This should be Na'Vi advantaged, but LDX is still able to find one, and 1-1 just gonna be caught on that flank. Tom doing wonders here for the team. Beating them back after the TAC timeout. VIRTUS.PRO continue on this win streak.
Man, LDX there as well. Just crashing forward into the site. I mean, no smoke at the front door. And look at how he just slips underneath. He went underneath the stairs there.
Oh, this pixel angle. Not sure if anyone's going to fall into it, though.
I don't know if I'd want to challenge Tom right now. He is definitely feeling it.
JV is trying to challenge into mid. He's got the backup here from Fanwan. Quick little peek in, and JRK able to avoid that shot. It's going to be Tom once again, guiding them ever closer to victory. JV down. 2 rounds left to go. To close out their map pick of Ankara. VP picking every box that they possibly can.
Now you fall back a bit. That's Na'Vi. Gonna leave GDSC, ADRF over there to hold down A as 2 players. Mid's gonna be under Wan's control. Kosh tasked with holding down B by himself, and CVP is gonna take their time on this before they really commit to anything. Time is ticking a bit. 120. So still room to consider. Waiting out these smokes just a little bit longer before you really think about how you want to make your move. And you can see Umeo there giving his opinion. Just waiting for their moment. They're being extremely cautious.
Minute remaining. Still playing it this slowly here with that player advantage in hand. Na'Vi can try to get the read together, but it looks like it's starting to elude them. Triple stack onto the A site. Meanwhile, all of the forces here from VP clustered up, getting ready to push forward here towards B. That frag grenade being sent out. Just trying to continue to strum up that interest here on A, and it looks like it is working a treat as Tom just looks to try to keep them locked away. Keep Kosh all alone. Given that he's playing by himself, he just doesn't have eyes on main. It's going to be a great 180 turn to be able to find just that, even that 1 kill. Damn impressive from him, but unfortunately for the side of Na'Vi, that means that this site is opened up, and they need to get some kills right now. Stop this C4 from going down, but I don't think they're going to be able to make that happen. The plant is in. GDSC able to find Juan Tom, the raid boss, eliminated, but wallbang shots are able to flush out Juan. JRK looks for a little bit more. Sees the nades flying. Humio now stacked up here on the angle. The flank about to come through. This needs to be monstrous. How patiently can he play this? Not very at all. And Humio gets the headshot, leaving just ADRF now. Here to his own devices. It's a target-rich environment, and he can't find any of them. Close out here from the side of VP. They get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, they just find the right read again. Just in a little bit of attention, like you said, that 1 frag grenade over into the vents, and it keeps that extra player planted, and Akash does well to get 1, but the early round there, painful for Na'Vi, losing those players quickly. Tom again, looking for another opportunity. Just ruin things before they even get started. Just some smokes out. Deep presence being established. Actually, the smoke at the front of AA main this time, it's gonna be VP's. That's gotta kind of leave you scratching your head a little bit here as Na'Vi. What do they want to do off the back of that? Or are they going to try to clear a little bit more mid or try to get aggressive? So they just respond with a smoke of their own. They want to force VP's hand if they're going to try to make this hit right through the front door. It's going to be blind, essentially, in terms of vision of what they have going on. But as we could see, VP not going anything, not really making any big moves. You just want to try to get a feel for the map, see if you can outlast your opponent in the patience department. Maybe eventually somebody from Na'Vi goes, we got to get some info. And that's what you're hoping to punish.
Game plans to try to wait out their utility. Still got a good amount of it. Speaking of which, Open flash. Hold them back. Granted, he barely used any of their nade reserves here. Still got plenty, but looks like maybe just a cut in towards mid. See if they can find somebody. Take him down from there. Maybe a split across. Spawn approach into short. Nades now starting to fly. Smokes out onto these angles. Shot here from Akash. Not able to find anyone through that smoke, but 1-1. A quick shot. Nevis going to be taken down. GV starting to go on the rotation here, but players on site starting to get punished, starting to get picked apart. And Juan, yep, going to be eliminated as they just go up and over the top, giving him no other recourse other than death. Player advantage Now here for the side of VP, the C4 going to be planted with 22 seconds to spare. Na'Vi, they need to get this retake going if they want to extend this map. Otherwise, VP are going to be starting off this elimination set 1-0. Find it. Third of the time, already going to be gone. And that leaves now just PDSC by himself, and he shall fall. 10-5, a bit of a soft start here for the side of VIRTUS.PRO, but once they got going, they did not stop. They will close out their map pick of Ankara. As we now look over to Na'Vi where the pressure is mounting.
Yeah, what a fearsome attacker side. Love that last round, using those smokes so effectively to open a lane for themselves, to cut in towards the site. Just not give Na'Vi many great opportunities to respond, and always playing for those trades, playing together. Some big individual plays. Tom continues to just be so formidable. The rest of the team having some good ones. Natus really coming out hot on that defender side. Take a look back at some of the big plays in this, and felt good to start for Na'Vi, but I mean, they don't even get a single round in that second half.
Yeah, it was a solid read to begin, but it felt like after the timeout call from the side of VIRTUS.PRO, they just started to get every correct read. They started to get a really good sense of what Na'Vi was going to be trying to bring to bear. And then with a timeout of their own, Na'Vi just couldn't quite find the readjustments to get themselves resaddled into this game. Now, a brutal start here for the Brazilian squad. They need to try to rebound because so much for Na'Vi here at EWC is going to be resting on their shoulders, given the team's very recent elimination over at CS2. So every last bit of those championship points that they won, why they're going to have to be accumulated here. They might just be facing similar elimination. Overall, incredibly well ready here for the side of VP, but we'll see. Can that 2-0 still come out, or will Na'Vi be able to rebound on their map pick? That's certainly what we're going to be hoping for here for the team. So just wait and see if they can get it done as we get ready to go into that second map. But of course, we're going to take a quick little break, give the players a bit of a breather, and when we come back, we'll see who's going to be holding their heads a bit higher than the others.
Hi, it's Wendy here with Shadi from the team Falcons. So first, congratulations on your win. But today, we're not paying attention about the match. We pay attention on himself. As I know that Shadi was just a player in the game, not the captain at all. But right now, at this tournament, he is the in-game leader and the captain. So what's the differences between those two roles, and what he growth by do the captain job?
Mình thì thường là mình chỉ là một tuyển thủ thôi, thì những cái ván trước mình không phải là chỉ huy. Thì hiện tại bây giờ ở ván này, ở cái mùa giải này mình là người chỉ huy, thì mình có cái sự khác biệt gì giữa hai cái vai trò đó, và cũng như là mình thấy là mình đã thay đổi gì, mình đã phát triển được những gì ở với cái vai trò chỉ huy này.
Thì khi mà thi đấu này, vai trò chỉ huy là một cái vai trò cực kỳ quan trọng. Nếu như mà bước ra quốc tế mà mình không biết được phong cách của đối thủ chơi thì nó sẽ rất là khó. Nhưng ngày hôm qua thì đội của Barca đã tấn công đội mình một cách rất là áp đảo. Thì bọn mình về đã thay đổi và mình sẽ quyết định trở lại là con team.
As you guys know, that in this game, the leader role is really important. It will be the one who decide the fate of the game. And as for the battle, the match that we have with Barca, the Barca, they went in on us really fast. And when we came back, we look at it. And as a leader, I know what we have to do. And we come here to win.
Okay, good. Captains need to do so many things, especially for the mentality things. And question number 2, I really want to know Shadi's hobbies, because besides the players, besides the game, what things he likes to do?
Chúng tôi cũng muốn biết thêm về bạn Shady. Thì ngoài cái việc mình là tuyển thủ, ngoài những cái thứ liên quan tới lại cái trò chơi, thì mình có sở thích gì về bản thân mình?
Về bản thân thì mình có sở thích gì hả? Thì mình thích là xây dựng một cái cộng đồng CROSSFIRE ở Việt Nam thật là vững mạnh.
Yeah, so my hobby is to build a really strong CROSSFIRE community in Vietnam.
Oh, great. That's the captain of the Vietnam CROSSFIRE community. So the third question, if I give you some seconds to think, what words you want to use to describe yourself?
Hiện tại bây giờ cho mình vài giây suy nghĩ thì mình nghĩ là mình là một người như thế nào, một người tuyển thủ như thế nào trong vài cái tính từ.
Mình nghĩ là ở Việt Nam mình là người nhiệt huyết, tại vì hầu như là tổ chức giải liên tục cho mọi người chơi.
So I would think myself as a very determined person because I always try to have always going to any tournament that we can have.
Good. Shadi as a pro player is so pro. And thank you, Shadi, for joining with us. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, we are back. VIRTUS.PRO able to draw first blood here in this elimination series. Na'Vi now needing to recover in the set. Close out their map pick and extend this to a third and final if they want to avoid elimination here at EWC. Otherwise, it will be a swift exit after 2 days of play here for the team. It was off to a good start, Paper Thin, but then just felt like VIRTUS.PRO really were able to download the playbook.
Yeah, no, I mean, some really good reads coming into that second half in particular. I mean, understanding the tendencies of their opponent really well with those late lingers into their spawn, especially the ones where they seeded that space over on the A side to kind of counteract some of those deep pushes with the TRGs that Na'Vi was trying to set up. Now coming over to sub base, you know, when you look at both of these teams' records on this map so far this year, it's been pretty even in terms of like their win percentage on it. They're both neck and neck in that department. So, you know, Na'Vi leading into it, but it's kind of, to me, looking like this could be very, very close in terms of the, you know, overall power level between the teams. Who knows? You know, it's different regions, of course, so hard to say for sure. But, you know, VP just coming in today with something to prove. Just getting everything situated. Getting a little bit of help for our players there. They get ready to lock and load for another map. To get everything situated, everything squared away. Tons to prove here for both of these squads. Neither wants to go home. Both want to keep those hopes alive to get some extra, you know, points for the club championship.
Club championship as well as that prize pool. If you can even make it into that next round here in this group stage, then yourself jumping up $15,000. So there is plenty on the line, but I don't think the players right now, they don't have their eyes on this more paltry prize pool. They have their eyes set, of course, on the grand prize, including that trophy there, dead center on the stage. VIRTUS.PRO, what does the game plan look like? How much of a read are you going to have going into this next map here? Sub-base, of course, the selection for the side of Na'Vi to try to turn the tides in this set.
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, again, it's not like either of these teams' favorite maps, but they do play it, and you know, they have winning records on it, both of them, but it's like 56, 57% for both of them, so it's right in, you know, kind of that mid-range for them. So it's just going to come down to maybe, you know, who's got some better reads, who's got the better individual form, and God forbid, you know, you're looking at maybe playing AGAL as they lost the first map to Stallions over there in the upper bracket on the B stream. So
Stallions looking to go on a little bit of a run. It's kind of in the name, so maybe a dark horse for them. But now we focus in here on this series on this match point for VP if they can close out sub base. Silence across the board to start things off. ADRF just around the corner here in Wood. Though clearly suspicious.
Yeah, that's something we saw yesterday. N9 do really nicely. Tuck himself into that corner and spoil a round before it even really started. And then you have GDSZ out on the longer angle, setting up that crossfire there. So if you can get VIRTUS.PRO to fall into this trap, could be a good start for Na'Vi again. Let's see what VIRTUS.PRO wants to do to handle this. Throwing a smoke around that corner, so you're cutting off. No angles here. GDSC, oh no, GDSC cut off.
Cut off for the moment. Swoop forward though. That's just going to be ADRF continuing to hold this position and hold them down. LDX finally going to be able to break through for one, but it's a player advantage here to the side of Na'Vi, as they are no closer to getting themselves in towards this A site. The tucked position. Kosh now just there at the bottom of stairs, ready and waiting in case that push comes through. LDX looking like he's going to linger around, maybe trying to draw some more attention, maybe play a fake, but as that smoke goes out on the approach to B, it does force a reroute here, so VP re-wrapping back around here.
Looking for the timing on the grenade there, but VP just a bit behind it. Kosh, get it done.
Gets the spot out, but cannot find the shot. Grenade lobbed in. Kosh looking to just try to hold this corner, drifts back with GDSC. Now joining in, and he is just lighting him up. 2 kills for him. Tom can only find one more, and that is the exact clean start that Na'Vi need to find.
Yeah, this is great pressure that they create early on the map. So important to get these wins on the GR side on sub base. That's a great start again for Na'Vi. Now you're going to need to dig a little bit deeper here as VP to find some answers. Stun early, or excuse me, flash early there. But they're wary about this corner, so Tom's going to be there. Spray the heck out of it. But
spamming through where possible, but again, nothing found. You've got this early damage onto Humio as well.
I'm here, looking for the response. Nothing coming though. Na'Vi wanting to reveal exactly what the setup is behind this smoke. Be an attempt at a late push-up here from Akash. Gonna see if anybody's gonna try to push through this smoke once it drops. Actually, just gonna refresh smoke there, so he's gonna keep control of this wood door. Seems to be really putting the screws to VP. Is going over to this B site. That is not the way you want to go if you can help it. So maybe a change in directions. Try to bully your way through the control room. Just wait this last smoke out. May actually be the play, it looks like to me. Then maybe set up for this A hit. That seemed to be their initial thought. Throw smoke over towards B. Try to make it look like they're at least thinking about that. Another smoke as well.
Flashbang forward, frag grenade to follow. Damage not to be found here. He's looking to try to stave them off on this approach towards stairs. It's actually going to be an aggressive push forward. Nakash finds the timing. Tom going to be taken down. Good boss basically found there, but the RF does get caught with util in hand. Now a rescale forward. Back in from that stairs angle. Being needed here by Akash, but that was going to be held back. C4 not getting committed to. Push forward. LDX loses his life. Nev is able to trade it back. Brings it now into a 3v3, but the C4 needs to go down. 20 seconds remaining, just now starting to get planted. It's 1-1. Very wary about this fight position. I mean, sees the shots ringing out. Double approach here at the stairs angle. Nevis able to find the one, but just gets caught right through the box. That wall bang shot taking him down, but GDSC under similar pressure will end up falling. Double team up here from Humio and JRK, able to persevere. Now that leaves just 1-1 with no HP to really speak up to try to get this one across the line. Otherwise, VP will tie it up, and they shall. Final shot from Humio brings it 1-1.
Yeah, I like the patience from VP. Their counter to these early smokes, this early aggression towards the wood double doors is to just wait it out. say, okay, let's make sure they're not going for any flanks. Let's be patient ourselves. And then let's throw a little bit of counter util over into B, throw some smokes to make it at least, you know, be something they have to keep honest. But oh, this is just done and dusted. Humeo had no idea.
Not at all, and LDX even needing a bit of damage there on that push-up. Some back on to GDSZ, but this is once again likely going to lead to VP having a bit of a rougher go here in the round. Need to try to get this push forward here onto JV. They force him back, tag him to 37. He gets a bit of damage across, spraying and praying, and his prayers will be answered for a little bit longer, but then that nade is there. Fight him in the rear, but still advantages maintained here for Na'Vi. Stairs opened up, however, as Akash is just strafing forward. Runs down Nevis. It's just Tom and LDX here at Missile. Man comes through. Smokes out, but Tom needing to do a bit of heavy lifting here, perhaps.
A lot of smokes. Don't worry about the control room.
All the util has been dumped. It's going to come down. Just fragging from here, but Tom made it out of position. LDX able to find the first, but they will quickly there fall. So Diffuse to come through. Na'Vi with a solid retake, mitigating their losses here. Will regain that lead by 1.
Yeah, they're so quick this time, praising the quick triggers, the up close and personal battles of VIRTUS.PRO on Ankara, but here on sub base, it is Na'Vi who's winning a lot of those fights, getting the jump on their opponents. Akash there, what a great job. So things starting to look a little bit dicey for VP on this attacker side on sub base. Just trying to see if they can get any momentum going, trying to create some pressure over on the other side of the map. Leave Tom to his own devices, try to lock down these doors. Give him the opportunity to maybe win an early battle, but smokes are going to be there, so time ticking away and plenty
Tom's
on
going
the
to the
clock.
entry, and he's going to get cut down. Yeah, ADRF able to find it, just hugs back. I think Tom maybe thought that he was going to be covered there by the smokes, but the rest of the team is not having much of a better run of it here. There's LDX surrounded. He does end up falling. 4 players surviving there. Na'Vi now up 3-1. Looking a lot more at home here on sub base.
Yeah, no doubt. Very clear why they're happy to play this map. VIRTUS.PRO just trying to force the issue a little bit, and they're just walking into a meat grinder. So they just really can't establish themselves anywhere on the map. Every time they try, they just get shut right down. And every time, it's just a little bit of a different angle, a little bit of a different position that Navi's taking. It's not able to be sussed out by VIRTUS.PRO. Some of those heavy hitters you had in the previous map, widely quiet. A little bit of util, but taking their time are both teams. C4 is even going to be left in the spawn this go around as VP kind of put a little bit of pressure down to see if they can find a side of the map that they favor. Little do they know, there's nobody over at A. They've actually completely abandoned this, kind of anticipating that maybe it'd be a B hit, maybe a mid to B hit. Instead, it's just patience. Feeling each other out a little bit.
Still no closer to really trying to breach this door position, though. It's been a regular thorn in their side so far on this map. This time a bit of a change up as they play a lot more disconnected from wood. More recovered, though. Sail forward through the server room. Players out here to try to stave them off on one watching at the window. Smoke will go up, just keeping things obfuscated here for now. Starts fishing for a couple shots, but nothing being found quite just yet.
Started to want to make their move, but again, this is being so well read by Na'Vi. Got everybody here.
It's so slow from VP. 35 seconds remaining. Once again, just trying to bully their way through, but they just get battered back. Caution, GDSZ able to find one. JV gets involved, and that's pretty much the round done and dusted. As Tom, yeah, I mean, you've been trying to find something over towards that A side over at Wood. As he arrives, he'll be able to pistol down one, but you are not recovering that C4. Final shot out, JV will find him. Tactical pause has already been called. Because right now, VP, yeah, they desperately need an injection here from the team. They need something to change things up.
Yeah, this looks rough. I mean, a team that felt so well prepared on Ankara just doesn't seem to have answers for what their opponents are bringing. Na'Vi this time putting out some of those deep smokes early, really just cutting the map off, and VIRTUS.PRO not able to find their responses. Maybe a little bit of some deep smokes of their own. That was kind of what worked for them when they sold the fake and got their one-round win. You need to see something a little bit similar potentially. Yeah, just screwed. Nothing he can do there. So Na'Vi in cruise control, just wanting to keep the lines held. They've been doing a great job with that. I don't know what to say for VIRTUS.PRO. I mean, it's just every time they try something, it's the wrong answer. It seems like they just can't quite get a good read. I mean, the early conditioning from the side of their opponents, from Na'Vi, was to put a lot of pressure towards the front of those A doors and then hold the line there and make them earn it. And VIRTUS.PRO had a really tough time with it for the most part. Then they thought, well, let's try and work our way in towards B, and they just walk into a door where they've got 3 gun barrels of Na'Vi just pointed it right at them. So you're just really not understanding the way your opponents are playing the map here. And VIRTUS.PRO very happy to just keep letting them do what they're doing. Let's see what the coach wanted to talk about, the setup he wanted to get. Just press through. Oh.
Well, that is not going to be the start that you wanted to see if you are the coach. All the time out, and immediately GDSZ finding Nevis. Tom trying to apply some pressure here to 1-1, but he just turns his sights over to the flank, back over to Tom, and he just absolutely shuts down any hopes they could have had. Frag grenade going to be dodged here by Humio, but needs to backpedal, join in. C4 is still going to be in hand. The lead lob on the nade. Not going to be coming away with the kill. They're able to avoid that one, and now they are just completely surrounded. The plant is going to be in play, but this would be a monstrous hold here for VP.
They're remembering the last time this was the stacked angle that Na'Vi came through. So they're going to initially have a couple different players there, but JRK tasked with watching the other flank. Such a tough hold here.
Shots on the Humio. Push now over towards stairs. JRK able to find the one, but now needs to find them all, and he cannot. Kosh able to dodge the shot, and Na'Vi can continue on their merry way as they get the defuse and take this up to 5.
Yeah, the timeout here just not really doing much. The call was made to just put some pressure, go aggressive, maybe go for that rush hit, and Na'Vi's still able to respond. I mean, Juan is absolutely crazy with it from behind the missiles. Just ridiculous.
Like a dominant half here for the side of Na'Vi. Nevis, so much damage suffered early on here in the round, and that's going to be LDX as well, taking down one of the full HP members. Now Humio is going to be tagged up as well. Does manage to find a Kosh for his troubles, but still in such an uncomfortable position here as VIRTUS.PRO. There's GDSC, the slide out, the kill. JRK now dead on the floor.
Well,
might be a GG go next.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like it, isn't it? It's just so dominant on this GR half for Na'Vi. You're going to have to dial in something special. I guess the good news for you is Tom's full HP. Nobody else is. So they got that going for them, but
the fragging just hasn't been there. It's not been nearly as electric and impactful as we were seeing on that opening map. 2 kills to his name. Meanwhile, everybody alive on the opposite side is pretty much out fragging everyone on the side of VP. Tom needing to clear this. It's a hard angle, and you got 1-1 waiting, and he is not going to be missing that shot. Puts him down with a headshot. And now, collectively, between the 2 remaining players, you got about half an HP bar to try to make a go of this in a 2v4.
You'd think this should be nigh undoable. GDSZ there. He's had a really nice map for himself so far. 7 kills. He's going to be shifting into position to try and absorb this pressure a little bit. As the backup, doesn't need it.
Might not need it at all, and he doesn't. The swing in pistol will get it done. And 2 kills for him, another round for Na'Vi. Looking like we are very well slated to advance forward into that 3rd and final map between these squads.
Yeah, it feels out of reach. Just anything that VIRTUS.PRO can really do. Getting beat to the punch. Sounds like somebody already died. Yep. 1-1. Getting started. Goodbye, Tom.
Look at the HP bars. JRK, Nevis, they've got absolutely nothing to try to work with, so the frag grenade is there, and Nevis goes bye-bye.
Back to MySpace you go, Tom.
Thing is, we're at the point where people watching this probably don't even catch that reference.
No, they bet they do. This is you know, this is an aged well game.
I mean, that is true. We have seen the younger blood coming in, and so a little jump peek. Damage avoided. Frag grenade. We'll find a tiny little sliver, but JRK is now going to be taken down. And oh my God. Yep. Wrapping him up with a nice little bow. Humio going to be able to find the one, but Juan is certainly off to a roaring start, much like we saw from him at the beginning of the first map there. But it seems like this time he's not going to be slowing down.
No. There's no slowing down. There's no brakes on the Na'Vi train here. These multiple snipers that they're able to bring to bear are just nightmarish to go against. Now, okay, GDSC this time does take the worst of some of this opening spam. Tom able to jump past Juan's sights and able to get him to miss the shot, so created a little bit of extra space for yourselves. This one actually looking good for VIRTUS.PRO for now.
I was going to say how quickly the tides can change. I mean, at best, you're looking at 2-7 at the half. Uh-oh. That's an oopsie. But if anyone was behind that box, they would have been tagged up.
Would have been having a bad time. This is all a ruse, though, so this is actually starting to now shift towards VIRTUS.PRO's favor. They made a good mid-round call here.
As long as they can get through Akash here. He's got them held back for the moment. Shots flying out. Finds the first, looks for the second, gets it. Juan is there with the covering fire, but Akash comes away with 3 quick kills. Nevis now alone. Finds 1, but needs 3 more. Target-rich environment, 1-1 there. Just around the corner. There's everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at Nevis's position here. C4 firmly under their control over its stairs. He's just going strafing in, and Juan with the pistol will be able to find it. So 8-1 at the half. Na'Vi are very quickly looking to take us over to a 3rd and final map.
No doubt. This one just blazed by there, that half. Put it in the rearview mirror. It's long gone. That is just stellar. I mean, that hold at the stairs there, just so brilliant. The way they're able to get those one-and-dones, don't overcommit to the spray. Just make it so difficult for VP to respond. Just haven't felt like the util's been great from VP in terms of landing good flashes or getting smokes that are kind of providing some extra value in terms of map control or setting up for hits. Or there was one that set up for fakes, and that was about it. So what went successfully. So Na'Vi this time be a little bit more patient. Spamming through. This is feel like they're just taking their time to think about this one. Curious if anybody from VP was going to try to challenge these doors. Deep grenade probably lets them feel like it's maybe a little bit covered. Or uncovered, I should say. Been good. Try to set up this A hit. Clear out JRK. Should be able to at least get to the site itself. It's just a matter of that control room control.
Frag grenades flying. JRK does manage to find 1. ADRF going to be taken down. Self flashed away, but stucks into the corner. Looks for the re-peek, but Humio is here also to go ahead, buy a bit of space. Juan able to answer 1 back, but it seems like that might just be as good as it gets. Short hand, and again, finds a headshot, quick and clean one. Has about a minute to try to play with here, but LDX on the flank will be able to find him. So, 2nd round win going over here to VIRTUS.PRO. Still a long march back if they want to close this map out, and especially if they want to try to avoid OT.
No doubt. LDX there winning that battle, but it's all about JRK holding his ground. That really made the difference there for VIRTUS.PRO in that round. They play this very differently. You can see their intentions on the map so different than what Na'Vi was doing on the other side, on the GR side. So far back.
Oh, this is going to be a big clash just here around that corner. Tries to go swinging in. He just loses his life. Nevis only going to be good for the one kill there. Looks for a little bit more, and never mind. Will be able to find himself a third. It's back to Barry, but Juan finds a shot right as his body hits the floor. Ensures that it stays there. As Juan holds it all down. 3 kills for him. No reprieve found. VP, they'll win the one, but now you've got Na'Vi up to map point.
Woo! That is some nasty stuff from 1-1. That door just his. Get out. You're not allowed in. Goodness.
Looking like the last round here of this map. So we get ready to go to compound for the first time. At least here on this stream. DRF's looking to try to play forward, but Nevis holding the door is going to be good for 2. Takes them down, trade it out. Advantage here for the side of VP for the moment. To expound upon that. It's going to take 7 in a row just to get this into overtime. Juan, and he is not done yet. Finds Humio. Push forward through the smoke. LDX just overwhelmed. Can't get vision fast enough. Cannot find a target. And now, just like that, Na'Vi have the upper hand once again. C4 being brought forward. A frag grenade trying to buy some time. Little touch of damage there on the GDSC as Tom and JRK are able to find some critical kills. That leaves now JV by himself. Does have this bomb spot up there on the top of the last second as he swings that corner, so they know his position. JRK tucking back, ready to go for a quick wrap in case that C4 ends up on the A site, which is exactly what JV has in mind.
Yeah, I thought maybe that Na'Vi would make this move a little bit sooner over towards A, but they committed to this fight over at B, and they paid the price. Tom.
Ooh, he's keeping it quiet. He's going to actually try to push back into this position.
Get seen?
Swing on the corner. I don't think so. He gets a jump onto one. He gets a jump onto them both. JV gets the clutch to lock in the 10-2. Quick work of VIRTUS.PRO here on sub-base, and that means that we are going the distance. These teams fighting tooth and nail to try to keep themselves alive here in the tournament.
Wow. Not what I anticipated on this map at all. I mean, I thought, Na'Vi picking it, they probably felt pretty comfortable. It was like they were at home. They just ran VP over there, 10-2. What the final ends up being. My God. Just in every aspect of the game, you're just losing out as VP. There was nothing you could do right.
Yeah, flick of a switch, it feels like a completely different team on both sides compared to what we saw on that opening map of Ankara. So that means the compound will decide it all. Which one sticks around, which one faces elimination. One map to determine $15,000 more in the prize pool for you, as well as that chance to compete again tomorrow to try to make it into the playoffs. It's all going to come down to that final map. We'll see who is going to be able to have the grit and determination to close it out. For VP, they're going to be reeling after this one. Bit of whiplash, perhaps. That should maybe just give Na'Vi the upper hand, but we'll have to see. Compound, not a map that we've gotten to see here yet, paper thin, so I'm excited to get over to that one when we come back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The action will continue.
Hello everyone, I'm at the STC Esports Arena with James Banks, and I'm here to talk a little bit about what's going on when it comes to the club championship points and what's on the line exactly. So, talk to me, what's going on here in your arena?
It's a little bit crazy. So one thing just to touch on, Na'Vi were trying to gain some much vital points, and they're now eliminated, so they won't get any points from this, and they were expected to at least win the first game. So that's kind of ruined things for them. Yes. Then on the other side, Liquid and Vitality are fighting in the club championship for second and third right now, and they're playing each other in the first game. So that's a big one, and they played recently against each other, so it's a bit of spice in there, and it went to double overtime and a single overtime. There's lots in there, and we're going to see that a bit later today. Then we got to look at Falcons, because Falcons, Manasi, Nico, yeah, amazing players. players. They're going up against G2 and their old organization. Falcons really need some points. You were telling me already in CROSSFIRE, it's going to be tough.
It really
so
is.
I'm a little bit worried because things could go massively wrong in CS as well. And then quite easily, maybe a team like Liquid or Vitality could jump up above them. But little caveat, Vitality have no players in your game in CROSSFIRE, no players in Street Fighter. So they must win if they want to have a chance in Counter-Strike to win the club championship.
That's right, all eggs into the CS basket for Vitality. And when it comes to Falcons, they were taken out to the lower bracket by Baisha Gaming, and Baisha lost it to EP, so they will be facing against Baisha one more time for a spot in the top 8 in CROSSFIRE. So it's going to be quite a long and tough road for the side of Team Falcons, and they also have 4 players in Street Fighter. They just need one team to make it into the top 8. Just one. 200 points, and you guarantee the club championship for the second time in a row. So all I know is it's spicy, and I love the fact that it's coming down to the final week, to the final competition. So that's what we got. That's a wrap on it, and we'll see what happens with the upcoming games. We'll see you guys in a bit.
A third and final map between these two teams to decide it all. Who sticks around, who gets to play again tomorrow for a chance in the playoffs, and who will make an early departure back home and have their EWC tournament lives come to an end. Na'Vi, a big rebound for them over VIRTUS.PRO. So far, the map picks working out for both of these teams, but now we go to that third and final of Compound to see who is going to be a bit stronger than their opponents.
Yeah, hard to say. I, thought maybe Subbase would be a little closer, but it was pretty one-sided.
Yep.
So, saw one of the VP players in there splashing some water on the face, trying to get themselves back into this. After a blowout, you had to feel so good coming out of Ankara. Really shut VP out pretty well, Na'Vi out pretty well. VP needs to turn the tides here, turn the momentum. Head over to Compound to be the decider. Both of these teams looking to keep themselves alive, and Stallions did drop the second map to AGAL. Both were 10-3s. So trading picks back and forth. They're finishing up on Compound as well over on the B stream, but here we've got, at least domestically, a map that's very, very good for VP. They're quite consistent on compound. Meanwhile, Na'Vi has really struggled on this map, so who the heck knows how this one's going to shape out. I don't know if it means anything at this point. It seems like it just comes down to reads and form.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the things that you're going to look to shore up ahead of a tournament like this are, of course, going to be the weaknesses that can sometimes lead to some lapses and gaps in the maps that you anticipate yourself to be a little bit favored on, but we'll have to see how much work has been put into this compound map. As they look to try to find this final win. 10 rounds, barring an overtime. Separating these squads from advancing forward. And so we still have to wait and see who their opponent's going to be. It's going to be a tough one either way, with AGAL fighting back versus Stallions, currently in their third and final map, also playing on compound. So maybe something that has to be studied overnight for the winners here. We'll get our first look at the map as we now dive into the action. Na'Vi first to try to get those C4s planted. See just how they fare, but this is where players like Tom and Juan, it feels like they should be able to thrive. Long sight lines, some wide open spaces.
Yeah, for sure. Some early smoke out to establish a little bit of control over the mid part of the map here for VP. Gonna be just waiting patiently with this crossfire. You're gonna see a lot on this map. Waiting right outside of that window position. Juan saw him. That's going to be
for the moment. Oh, Nate attempts here to try to lock him down, and Juan gets the snap on that shot. Nevis, not even knowing what hit him there. Nice little flick to come away with the goods. Push forward though now. Is the B site primed for the taking here in the server room? GDSC hiding behind the door, making his presence known. The jump out, JRK going to be shut down, and that is good value for his life there for GDSC. Here we are now, last one standing. Flash dissipating here in his face, but time starting to tick in this 1v3, and the flank is coming through. Juan waiting on the angle. Ready to strike, and there it is. Starts it off, finishes it. Na'Vi, another opening round is theirs.
Really nice patience at the beginning of this round from Juan. Got the spot onto Nevis and took his time. Found a perfect moment to strike. Really great finish as well. Man, oh man. Hot start there. Able to get up into the house and put that sniper to great use. Gonna come to expect it from him. Let's see if VP can respond. Gonna push out a little bit further forward on the other side of the map, heading in towards long A. Smoke there to obscure that position, but mid now wide open for the taking here for Na'Vi. See if there's any response that VP has in store if it does come to that, but last round went by pretty quick. This one slowing down just a bit. Tom on his own. Need to do some work here over on the long B side. Perhaps.
Smokes out in the mid. Kosh trying to get out in front of that one. For this peek into those connectors down into A and B, but nothing spotted here for the moment. Tom about to have his work cut out for him. Does cycle in this smoke and in theory slow up the approach here, but it seems like JV still poking and prodding on this angle. Tom is going to go pushing forward. Trying to reshift here around the corner. Nades flying through. He knows that there's players here now from Na'Vi, but will he be able to stop them here in their tracks? Finds the first shot, swaps the pistol, gets himself a second. Can't draw it down with the sniper fast enough to be able to find a third. GDSC doing well to go ahead and trade him out, but eats some damage. That's going to be the player advantage established here for the side of VP. They look to get themselves on the board here on compound.
So good in that individual position there is Tom that it thwarts the attack entirely. Now the good news for Na'Vi is if they were to swing over towards A, they've been given a little bit of space, sort of, but they got to deal with Nevis around that corner. Instead, it's just a march towards B. Got that extra player, got that extra angle.
Push forward, Juan able to find a singular kill here, but tries to go for that quick little flick, doesn't manage to find it. And VIRTUS.PRO very quickly get things tied up 1-1.
Okay, great start, and Tom leads the charge. he sets that up for success. Just never really got comfortable in that round, did Na'Vi. You know, read some of that early pressure on the A side over along A nicely. Just could not deal with Tom. That nice position, you could see right through the edge of that smoke, and got the advanced warning with the util as well, and didn't even call anybody over to help him. He was just so confident he could lock that down by himself. I was watching the mini-map. I'm like, Tom's just going to do this. Okay. And he does.
Triple nade onto that A connector. No one going to be spotted there. Otherwise, that would have been surefire death for him. With Tom trying to line that one up. Eats a good amount of damage, so down to 17 HP. Has to just back away. Confirm some presence, but can't do really anything about it, at least not for the moment. Navi, though, still widely contained here inside of mid. VIRTUS.PRO not looking to give them any angles here, any opportunities for these peaks.
They're going to smoke off the A link. Let's see what they want to do off the back of that. If that's just them trying to set up, trying to bully their way through to A, or if it is indeed a B hit. It looks like so far that's the case. Tom mega weak here.
Flash top Tom. Covering fire in from LDX, who does get traded out, but Humio now arriving, is able to find himself one, and Nevis right back into the fight. Comes up with a kill for himself, but flush out onto a couple of these players now, brings it into a 2v2. Some nades just go ahead and try to buy some space, and will find a good amount of damage there on the Nevis. Gets that frag as he swings the corner. Flank is coming through. JRK around the back, GDSZ. Maybe starting to get a read of this one. Needs to be able to watch this angle, keep his teammate protected. Turns off of it for a moment, though. Nakash able to win the fight on the one front. GDSC gets the other. Blow for blow, a back and forth. Navi once again in control.
Yeah, this one looked like it might go a little bit sideways initially for Navi. Thought the crossfires there looking kind of decent for VP, but somehow, some way, they're able to brute force their way in. Worried about some backstabs coming through that mid area as well, but all averted. Crisis averted for Navi, and back up by a round. EDRF trying to scale their way forward. Meanwhile, this time it's Akash in the window at house. Did see a little bit. They're trying to clear anybody out of that corner over in mid, and nobody there right now. It's going to open up a little bit of space here for VP to refill themselves. They're locked right back in. Just going to hold the line. Whatever VP brings, they're going to try to just counter it more or less when it happens, it seems like. Stuns, but nobody making any moves off of that.
Maybe on the swing out, needs to win that fight. Should have been favored for it, but Juan still able to go ahead and make up for it, but C4 needs to be recovered here in mid. You know, some quick eyes, still just a peek in. Try to keep that covered, but too risky to really stick around on the angle. So we'll just back away, gets himself tucked back inside. Leads up over the top. Or now in hand, but still contained back. Humio gonna go slotting across. No. Puts himself in position. It's gonna be fully flashed out. Isn't really. He's able to retreat out towards safety, but now the pinch gets ready to come through in towards the server room here for the side of Navi. 43 seconds remaining in the round. Ooh, as Tom able to find the first shot. Looking for a little bit more, nails it, JRK. Finding GDSZ at the same time. Gosh, now has everything to do. Knows that there's two players here in his face, eats a bit of damage. The C4 still gonna be a world away, and the time is just not gonna be there for him. 25 seconds, Humio here on the flank. Catches him on a timing with util in hand, and we're gonna continue to trade it back and forth.
Oh boy. This round very much works for VP. Just playing mostly patient, just push that one player out through mid, find that important kill that drops the C4 on the ground. Gives them the ability to just reset, wait for VP's hit, shut it right down. Oh boy, tons of utility looking for that quick frag kill. They could get lucky, but sidestepping it just barely are Navi.
It's only a tiny bit of damage, I believe, taken there. Able to stay tucked back the frag grenades, just not going deep enough. On one back up in the house here. Over towards that B side. Smoke for now, keeping Nevis covered in this position. They do another frag dump on this spot. They could just very well find the kill, but this tucks back around the corner, joining in alongside Humio, and they're just counter spamming in towards this smoke, but the fire return here from the side of Na'Vi comes away with 3 quick kills. Puts it now down to Tom and JRK to stop this pendulum swing. JRK takes the first shot. 1 dead on that flank. C4 going down on this A site. 2v3 for the retake with JV down to maybe just 1 HP remaining. They don't have any frag grenades.
Yeah, VP tried to go on a timing with the swing after the spam. Oh, ADRF just catches JRK. Trying to come down the stairs on to Tom. A lot of players weak.
75 just getting spammed here. Now 49. That in, frag grenade does manage to get a catch there as he will fall to 10 and he will fall to 0. So yep, pendulum swing cannot be stopped. We just continue to go blow for blow, back and forth, with Na'Vi once again in the lead by 1.
Red light, green light here. Team's trying to see if they can string a few together. But it came down to a timing with that spam battle where VP swung thinking that it was over, that Na'Vi had run out of bullets or something, or at least that they were going to hold up. And instead, Na'Vi kept it going and took a bunch of players out in a heartbeat. Just a misguess. Now you're pushing forward.
Frag grenades on that corner, not able to find anything, but looks like maybe still suspicious here. Flashing in, but not playing off of this one. JRK, fine, and just sit exactly where he's at. Keep it stagnant. Keep the hold going.
Yeah, they did get a response there over on the long B side, so they know that there's a couple players, or at least one over there. I saw one piece of util come flying through, so it's not a ton of great information though for Na'Vi, especially as they stall up here. Gonna smoke up.
Hands are out. Nevis obviously ahead of the smoke towards B. This crossfire setup, snaps up for 1, drags across for the second before getting traded out there. As they're able to come away with the player advantage still. Well, not quite actually. End up falling down to a 2v2, but the health advantage is there for VP. C4 now going to be rerouted. Given JV where his health is at. I mean, 1-1, the pressure is on him. The onus to try to take point here. Open up this approach onto either site.
Definitely a guy you have a little bit of confidence in, a lot of it, to get this job done here. 1-1. Tom is going to hide.
Again, maybe nearly finding a timing here on Tom, but no, the check back in. JV lucky to be alive, but now know where the C4 is intended to go. 1-1, linking back out, looking for the kill, finds the shot. That's JRK taken down. Tom now needing to do it all. Might just be a break in the pattern here. Na'Vi look to string together 2 consecutive rounds unless Tom can do something about it, but attempted the flick, not able to find it. Wallbang shot does not come through. Timeout is going to be called as there you have it. Na'Vi will pick up 2 consecutive round wins for the first time here on Compound.
Scrappy battles at the front of mid, towards the GR side. Go evenly in terms of number of deaths, but it's just going to be good readings on the timings of when VP's trying to get in position for their retakes. 1-1, so clean. Just finds his man right out in the open, jumping around and has him dead to rights, and he's not going to miss those. So pretty good stuff from Na'Vi. I mean, making a good go of it here on Compound, so see if they can keep it up or what in the world is going to be changing for VP. They've been getting bullied around a little bit some of the early battles, so they want to maybe create some of that pressure on one side of the map or the other. It seemed to be working okay for them, at least at the beginning of the rounds, to slow Na'Vi up and then get in a better position for some of those flank angles, some of those angles where they can counter those executes a little bit cleaner. You know, even in some of the moments where they did, I felt like, man, Na'Vi just responded a little bit better, so gonna be tough. A little bit of words here. Final gifts from the coach. Try to get yourself situated to see if you can keep your tournament alive. Pressure on. It's going to be seemingly not going to be easy one to go through. It's going to be a grind.
Not very much is. I mean, it already has been. I'd love to be able to go into the half with a little bit more of an advantage than the one that you have here. 3 more rounds to be played out before we get that side swap. Navi wanting to try to make that a 7-2. JRK here into the corner, delayed shots, but it's going to be JV eventually able to find him here. As he starts to get overwhelmed, but it's going to be Tom taken down. Little re-swing to find himself a second elimination. LDX now needing to really try to maintain control of this position. Otherwise, that is going to be the B site completely and utterly opened up. Peek into the window, tries to go for a pre-fire, but it's a bit faster here.
That's brutal. Kind of doing what I was thinking. Maybe go for a push out on one end of the map or the other and just get shut right down. It looked like maybe it was going to work with Tom finding that opener, and then Navi just storms right in. Claims 3 of VP. Down to Humeo and Nevis. Nevis going to be watching mid here. Got to go big if they push his direction. Seemingly all the way to the other side of the map.
Oh, they might just circumnavigate him. Yeah, just swing around the wide side of this one. Not try to go up short. So the approach continuing here in towards A, which they will find is completely and utterly open for the taking. Humeo and Nevis are going to have their work cut out for them to try to get this retake going, but Nevis has now gotten a little bit of a read on this one. Trying to push forward, still able to find 2 quick kills, nearly gets himself a 3rd. Wow, gives Humeo a real opportunity to try to make this one happen. Look at the HP between both of these players. He's at full, and that frag grenade could absolutely sing, but able to cut away from this one. Is Juan going to be tagged up, just trying to stay tucked in on the re-peek. He gets the shot through. 3 in a row now here for Navi, up 5-2.
Man, Juan has ice in his veins. That looked like it might go sideways real fast. What a hold from Nevis. Out in the open, too. I thought he was dead to rights. But he just manages to outduel him. Navi, I thought at worst would lose 1 in that trade. Hey, does some damage here. VP tries to get aggressive towards the mid. They get in towards the bus there, and instead they're going to take some damage. Whoa, Tom. Saw that concrete flying by his face.
Maybe a little bit of a scrape, but nothing off the HP bar.
They did give themselves a little bit of a trap position around the corner. Catch Navi off guard.
It's been good in these positions. Some multi-frags, but there's going to be a lot here to try to pace him down. So far, oh, JV just wide man across, is able to go ahead and collect them both. ADRF's just happy to give his life for the cause. Opens up things a little bit. You still do have LDX in position to try to hold this down, though. They try to re-clear forward. JV, especially at 1 health,
man,
very quickly be dealt with.
Smooth criminal there. Just slides in and gets 2. Incredible stuff from JV. 1 HP, though. Anything that hits him is deadly. Flash through mid.
No, but face forward. Does manage to get 1, but cannot get out. Not ready for that aggressive scale forward there. Multiple players around the corner. LDX now on the peak. It's a bit of damage in. Frag grenade going to be lobbed down, trying to find something, but it goes in a little bit too deep, and JV able to avoid that, but the spray down will be able to find him in the end, so now it's a 2v2.
Ooh.
It's Tom desperately trying to find this, and eventually does. The cleanup is there. VP breaking this win streak. Looking to try to make this a 4-5 half here. Keep that gap as closed as possible.
Just another one of these weird rounds where one team gets a pretty big advantage early and then it just starts to crumble. Navi thought was going to be able to just barely squeak by in that one, but so much damage taken early. Puts a little pressure on them to try to make something happen, and VP just able to respond right back. So last round and a half, is VP going to be able to get their 4th? Or is it going to be a 6-3 for Navi? It's the big question here. Smokes. Navi's just disrespecting these. They're just pushing on forward.
Yeah, big change up here in the pace, trying to go on a little bit of a set play, it would seem, here in this last round and a half, and Nevis gets absolutely wrecked down to damn near nothing. He still managed to fight back on the re-swing. He'll get cut down, and LDX now similarly going to be tagged up, but just Swinging around the pillars, back and forth, eventually is able to find it, brings it now into that 2v2 with the C4 down on the ground, and now, never mind, LDX, he's able to find JV. That leaves it all to Juan. Up and over the top he goes. Yumio just here below you. On the weapon, the nade over, but Yumio on the peak, will be able to shut him down, so we're damn near neck and neck once again. VP, bring it back, 4-5, just one separating as we swap sides.
Crazy. I mean, just absolutely wild rounds again. It comes down to just like individual moments in some of these fights where one player just able to find that extra kill, break things open. Off we go to the races. Second half, and early grenade from Na'Vi. Switch over to GR side. Just gonna take a little bit along B control, a little bit along A control, and kind of hide back. So they're actually giving a lane open here towards B that VP, let's see if they can kind of figure that out or not. Just looking to see what their methodology is going to be here on this BL side. Smoke is out, covering off that A angle. Just got to maybe fight through players that are holding. If they keep pressing forward, they're trying to set up a B pincer. Maybe have Nevis be that flank angle player.
Smoking Stairs is going to hold them back for now. So Tom just going to try to see if he can find any damage, but no one there to receive these frag grenades. No time here for the moment. Has to be down to a minute remaining, and there's not that much map control for them. They haven't even really scaled forward here at mid.
Have to run and gun, it almost feels like. They don't have much. I mean, they have some util, not a ton, but enough.
They've been hitting their shots, but oh, pixel angle. DSC unable to find that shot. Tom can breathe a sigh of relief for that reason. Made now out though. Try to slow them up to try to find some damage. Doesn't do so. Keeps them back around the corner here for now, but the approach does continue on one. Somehow not going to be good for that shot. You'd feel like 10 times out of 10, he'd be able to line that one up, but it's going to be Nevis coming away with it. JRK going to be taken down. JV up and over the top here. The cubicle will find the killing blow. Eventually on the repeat, we'll be able to get him, but it's going to be counter spam down, bringing us now into a 2v2. C4 be recovered. Just quick pop up back through the window. Now can be planted, but already Na'Vi re-swooping out in towards mid. Looking for the retake.
Again, it's going to be on a knife's edge. It's so close. 2v2 again. No idea. They're going to be anticipating. Tom's reading this.
Trying to, and he gets a shot. GDSC gone. ADRF now with everything to do, and Tom, oh, he's got it. They run the clock down. They make the fans bite their nails, but they are able to get this one over the line. So opening round here in the half goes their way, and that brings us now to perfect parity.
There you go. There's Tom. Been looking for him, and we found him. He is starting to feel it a little bit. Up to 8 kills, 7 deaths. Positive in the KDR. Him and LDX doing some good work. Got a couple players in double digits, 4 Na'Vi with 10 each. We're gonna go double snipers here. Again, GDSC, Juan. Trying to carry things with that. Otherwise, just being a little bit patient again. I mean, VP is not interested in getting too aggressive on this map. I mean, we didn't see it from Na'Vi either until the very last round when they decided to turn up the tempo with a quick hit, but really trying to feel things out. But some smokes there over on the A side. A little bit of a smoke from VP as well. It's not a timing here. Counter smokes coming through. Na'Vi wants to make sure that they're not going to be hit unawares. Leave things on to GDSC over here.
Zone right, and there's the spot out. He's one, just a jump across. He's lobbing in this util here. Only a tiny lick of damage. Suffered there by Tom, who's slowly trying to clear this angle. Up over the top, GDSC gonna be good for that shot. Tucks in behind the box, Repeaks looks for another quick little shot there, but cannot get the connection, cannot get the kill. ADRF now, they're gonna try to hold the line, is gonna be good for one, but then eventually gets run down as Tom and Nevis, the duo. They are just steamrolling them. They bring it now into a 2v2. 4 forward here into the B site, still not yet planted. Check these angles, but it is going to be that double flank around to Tom, looking to try to hold the door.
It's going to be on to him. Out duel Juan. Neither of them able to connect their shots.
This is going to be the back away. C4 now planted. Tom continuing to hold close.
A little bit of util. Oh,
needs to be utilized here, but never mind. One does end up falling. And now it's all down to the 1v2. Tom just dancing back, playing this slight little angle here. The jump spots will be able to see him get some damage in. Needing to try to close them out, but it's going to be Nevis coming away with it, and that's a big pop-off there for the side of VP.
Yep. That is a momentum swinger. VIRTUS.PRO now going to be in the lead by 1 round. Starting to claw their way back. They're beyond that. They're in the pole position now. Just holding the line nicely, but
65, but look at this, a big fight out in towards mid. 4-player attempted crunch here, but everyone from VP hanging back. This gives Navi some really good entrenched positions forward.
you could really cut the map apart here. Just don't even give them a chance to find extra angles. And just, you basically have 3 that you have to think about now as Navi. You've really taken the wind out of VP sails in terms of being able to create space and get information right now. They're just gonna have to fight.
Out here into the corner. Yeah, I mean, it might as well just elevator music from time to time. These guys really do like working the clock here as much as they possibly can, utilizing every last second. ADRF, it has been a bit of a rough go for him here on the map. 2 and 9 at the moment. Holding close as there's the jump in. He's able to catch one off guard. The re-swing, and I don't think they fully realize what's just hit them. Continues to swing out. They continue to find that value, and that is going to be damn near flawless. Go ahead and shut down that previous pop-off from VP. Make sure that they get nothing here for free, so everything still balanced up between these squads.
Now you got to dial up an answer to this as VP. You can't let that happen again. It just makes it too easy to read the map, to hide players in places you're not used to. So yeah, they're responding with some util of their own. Nevis chunking down to 66 HP, but at least you're not giving up the front part of the map here to Navi. So that's the good news for VP. That's step 1. You got a couple more steps to go to get another round win, to get yourself positioned to be back in the lead. It's just starting to feel like it has overtime written all over it. Just 2 back and forth. Round over round. Get a new step up. You get a new idea. Somebody comes up big. You got 3 players in the double digits now for both teams. Absolutely incredible how close this is.
And once again, just a cut of the noise, a cut of the pace. All that util dumped off the rib. We have flash in, ADRF able to play a bit in front of this one and maybe disappear through it if he's going to be fast enough. But JV going to be left out here into the open. But he likes those odds. He likes his position. He's nearly able to find a second kill, but ADRF plays it off it beautifully. Tom now as well going to be tagged up. ADRF just once again sliding back, using that enemy smoke against them. Able to escape. DSC now holding close, frag grenade at the ready. Lobs it in. He's gonna be able to just spray down LDX now. Gone. The flank coming through. JRK completely, utterly surrounded and then blinded up. Navi will put him down. He will continue marching onward. Looking to try to crush the key, rather, of their opponents on the opposite side of the stage.
Yeah, JV starting to get some good ideas, starting to call some good rounds. Dialed up that mega aggressive start a couple rounds ago, and that's got 2 in a row for Navi. They're back up by 1. I'm just gonna have to watch from spawn. See exactly what's gonna happen here. This time they're anticipating that pressure a little bit more, willing to absorb it if just even one player. Pretty good aggressive from Na'Vi, but as of right now, they're happy to just get a little bit of extremity control in their hands. Lay it down with 2 players on the left, 1 on the right from our POV on the map. Make VP earn it. Claw their way forward. Not much util used in that previous round to try to clear that crossfire, and that really hurt VP, so now you're going to give that space up. I think just intentionally opening up some of that util to just be wasted. I'll be happy to just take what they got at the very beginning and just lock it down. They haven't moved a muscle in like a minute.
Swing in. See if they spot anything on that long approach towards A. It's a full 5-man cluster here in mid. Still a plethora of grenades available for the side of Na'Vi to try to slow this up. Did they get a read at this one at all? The swing out. Did he get for one before getting traded it? LDX able to find one, finds himself a second. 1-1 now. Pretty much alone here at server room. Gets in a decent amount of damage, but cannot quite confirm those kills. It's now the 3v2. The face forward as Nevis aggressive on the angle, challenges for that fight, and he comes away with the goods. VP very well set to go ahead and tie things up now. 7-7, the swing in, finds the first, finds the second, and suddenly just be able to make a go of this. Just got no idea. LDX just tucked here on the right-hand side. GDSZ, he could be damn near anywhere. There you go, the swoop in to his death. VIRTUS.PRO continuing here to fight back.
We're back to tied, because why not? I mean, just so brawly some of these rounds on this map. It just comes down to some of these individual moments and then the late hide from LDX. We saw with ADRF earlier, and this time LDX gonna hide it for himself and clutch out the round. So nothing to speak of in the early round here. Just waiting for those big moments to strike, to just see if you can overwhelm your opponents as VP. It's really been the name of the game here. Navi's not really given much up in the early parts of these rounds. Other than the one where they got aggressive, they've been very happy to just sit back, wait to see what VP wants to do and try to react and collapse off of that. That sometimes has been working to VP's favor because they just respond well. They're just so fast. Stuns out, flashes out, excuse me, and there you go. The response from VP is massive.
Triple nade dump. Once again, no one playing that corner. Not going to be able to get the catch. That's a good amount of your explosive utility gone. Na'Vi still holding on to 4 of those frag grenades, so could help solve a retake here in a pinch if they lose control of a site. Flash down, like it's a big multiplayer catch on the opposite side.
GDSZ found a gap. Oh boy.
Here's the spot out, takes his time with it. LDX now dead. C4 still dropped. They're gonna have to try to push back over towards this position as Hooch is a hold of the stairwell. Leads to Tom and JRK's demise. VP able to tie things up, but just not able to gain that lead. Emil, that's one standing, won't quite be able to find that shot. So Na'Vi once again in the driver's seat. But I don't think it's gonna last very long.
It doesn't feel like it, does it? I'm just here waiting for overtime at this point. I mean, we might as well just start overtime now, because it feels like that's just what we're destined to have happen. I mean, again, you're just kind of waiting for your moments, and it's who's going to get the better read, who's going to have that little bit of extra util to clear an angle or some space. And that round, VP dumped a lot early for not much gain. Then they just had a dry swing into some of those angles, hoping for the best. That's going to go defenders' way most of the time. So you need to be a little bit more diligent here. Some of this util. wait. A little bit of a difference here for Na'Vi in terms of an early extra player over at Long B to kind of help out GDSZ, trying to reinforce that angle, since that was one of the things that really hampered VP in that previous round, was him getting all the way into their spawn. They're kind of anticipating that maybe VP would try to put some pressure over there to counter that. Not going to be the case necessarily. VP just kind of playing things stock standard here. Juan looking for something. And he gets a little bit of an extra prize, but not much to be found. Here we go. GDSZ played this. He was good for one in this position last time before they flashed him out of it, where he just couldn't do much else.
ARF just around the corner here. Not pre-nading this one, and now he's just swooping out, and he's just mowing them down. Oh, the two-man player combo works a treat. Na'Vi set to get themselves now up to match point. Unless Tom can work a miracle, but he doesn't get given the opportunity. Juan there to strike him down. The VP now need what they haven't really been able to get in this, which is 2 rounds in a row, to try to take this into overtime to still have an opportunity. Otherwise, Na'Vi will be eliminating them.
This is just a spectacular little micro adjustment. They just tuck a player into the corner. They're like, once they see GDSZ, they're just gonna try to knock him out of the round before he can get a chance. It's just so, one little piece gets moved on the chessboard. And it's checkmate. Now you're back to the old kind of normal default, more or less. JV gonna be pushed up a little bit towards mid. Other than that, the same setup that we've normally been seeing. Let's see what happens here. Just a smoke. Not much info given over either way. JV. Let's see if these grenades connect onto him. Ooh, he's in trouble.
Okay, he's actually getting away a little bit more well off than he might have anticipated. Quick reactions from him. Again, that nade dump, that trap attempt. Well, it'll find some value, more so than the previous attempt, but still not that kill, not that guaranteed little lead that they were looking for.
We've got 3 smokes here for VP and the full gamut of flashes, so a lot of util to work with to make this execute go. It just needs to be good.
Flash just to go ahead and clear the angle to scale forward now, getting ready to come through. ADRF, the one to try to greet them. A skill in though. GDSZ finding a shot, cutting off LDX, taking him out of the equation. Now can turn his sights back over here towards this B site. ADRF gonna be smoked off here for the moment. Opens up with a couple shots, unable to find anything there, but GDSZ still gonna be good for another. The Arcane out, dead. Tom gone. JV arriving on the flank as it's Humio and Nevis trapped in and getting picked to pieces. Na'Vi want to bring this to an end right here, right now. It would have to be an ace clutch, and he cannot find the first. 10-7, 2-1 in the series. Na'Vi, they stick around for a bit longer here at CROSSFIRE at EWC. They advance forward, and they send VIRTUS.PRO home.
What a comeback for Na'Vi. Rough start on map number 1, but then a dominant sub-base into a strong compound is gonna send them a little bit further into this tournament, and their opponents will once again be the Stallions.
A chance at the salty run back to try to get some revenge with elimination on the line. If they can take down Stallions, take them out of the tournament as well, it will then be a second key crushed for Na'Vi as they will get ready to dismantle and destroy that of VIRTUS.PRO. A solid attempt here, some smiles on the faces here of the VP players. They gave it their all. They put up a tough battle, especially after getting blown out in that second one. They were able to rally back, but just couldn't quite maintain that back and forth swing to give us that overtime.
Yeah, it just felt like eventually, you know, VIRTUS.PRO got their comms, got their macro ideas in sync with how VP was playing in terms of collapsing on them when they were making their big hits, waiting out their util, not being overly aggressive other than, again, that one time, which threw VP off. That was the difference maker. That was the round where the momentum changed. So great IGLing from JV. Just really doing a nice job figuring out what his opponents are trying to get accomplished in the map and having the right reads at the right times. And that other follow-up there after GDSZ got the wide flank to send another player over to help him. They're able to tuck into that corner and get 3 kills from that position. I mean, just disgusting.
Really good though, but for Na'Vi to lock in, keep themselves alive here in this tournament. That is a massive performance from them. So very well earned, continuing to represent Brazil well. And keep themselves alive here in the event, but still have that rematch, as you say, versus Stallions coming up next. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from one of our winning players.
Yes, thank you very much, fellas. Compound was a difference maker there. It went all the way in that best of 3. And I'm joined right now by Juan and his translator Rocco here from Na'Vi. Congratulations, Juan. What an incredible victory that was. Your first international experience here. What does it feel like to win on the EWC stage?
Primeiramente, parabéns. E é sua primeira vitória internacional aqui na EWC. O que você tem a dizer sobre esse jogo, sobre a vitória?
Obrigado pelo parabéns. Primeiro internacional, mas eu venho trabalhando há muito tempo, eu jogo o jogo há muito tempo e eu tô preparado para isso. Eu sempre treinei, batalhei e não é agora que eu vou tremer para ninguém ou algo do tipo.
I'm very thankful, and yeah, it's my first time here, first win here, but I'm very confident. I'm really well prepared. I've been playing this game for like ages, so it's not like here that I'll be nervous. And yeah, I'm very confident.
Excellent. We're looking ahead to your matchup you've got coming your way. A rematch, I think, tomorrow against Team Stallions, if I'm not mistaken. How are you going to prepare for that match, and are you eager to take them on one more time?
Vocês vão jogar amanhã contra Stallions de novo, e o que você tem a dizer sobre essa partida de amanhã?
Os caras jogam de um jeito que a gente não está acostumado, mas vimos bastante nossos erros e amanhã estaremos preparados para a revanche.
So yeah, they play with a playstyle that we're not very used to it, but we've been studying them a lot, we've been reviewing them a lot and correcting some mistakes, so we are prepared for tomorrow.
Excellent. Looking at some of the maps as well, like Ankara and Port, haven't gone exactly to plan. How do you make sure that you can come back and dominate them if they come your way tomorrow?
A última vez que vocês jogaram, os outros mapas eles não foram muito bem, né? Qual vai ser a estratégia? Alguma coisa que vocês têm a dizer para amanhã, para o jogo de amanhã?
A gente entrou meio nervoso na primeira partida e a gente já conversou, a gente tem que jogar mais leve, sem pressão e é isso.
We're a little bit nervous in the first match, but right now the pressure's a little bit lower and we are more confident to win tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, lastly, obviously, having beaten out VIRTUS.PRO, you get a chance to crush their key here at the Esports World Cup. Are you looking forward to the opportunity to crush that key as well?
Vocês ganhando da VP agora, vocês vão ter a chance de esmagar a chave deles, né? Você tá animado?
Sim, estou muito animado.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Excellent, excellent. Juan and Na'Vi, congratulations one more time. Excellent victory here on the main stage. We'll see them again tomorrow in the competition. Commiserations to VIRTUS.PRO, but for now, it's back to the desk. What a way to wrap up day 2 of our competition.
Adam Savage, thank you so much from the stage. Our final match of the day has concluded. Na'Vi gets a big win after a reverse sweep. VIRTUS.PRO will have their key crushed. Hopes and dreams for EWC Championship are now gone. But for Na'Vi, their dream continues, and they move forward. The question is, who do they play next? Well, we'll find out in just a little bit. Na'Vi coming back despite taking an early L on Ankara. It looked like, I was thinking VIRTUS.PRO were honestly looking like a favorite. They get that 10-5 victory, but that wasn't the end of their story.
Yeah, it's a monster map 3 and a monster series as well, right? This one was always destined to go 3, I feel like, for me, and this was always destined to have these long maps and these drawn-out rounds as well, and that's where this changes from kind of the battle of the best to actually the battle of fruition. Who can stay alive the longest? Who can battle through the fatigue? It's a long day out here as well, and of course, you can even still factor in things like travel for both of these two sides. Sure. Incredible travel days. There's no way you get over it in a couple of days, but still battling through Na'Vi, really respectable series from them.
Juan, respectable series from him as well. Doing our post-match interview. One good thing about him, you highlighted him at the start, Sneaky, and you said Juan's the guy to watch. Well, clearly he was. I don't know necessarily if he'll be MVP, but his stats not too bad.
Yeah, this is sweet vindication for his time back in Iceland before Navi was a thing, because he's been outside of top 4, outside of international competition, and finally he's been one of the best snipers in Brazil for the longest time. So this is finally the platform that he can stand on. He can finally show how good he is, and man, I'm so happy for him because I've been singing the praises of Juan even before he actually joined Navi.
Yeah, I think he's the truth with a sniper. I'm not going to lie. He had that sniper in hand, and he was deadly with it for sure. ADRF, though, huge 4-piece, which I think took the wind out of the sails of VIRTUS.PRO, because at that point, they were going round for round, tit for tat. Then he gets a 4-piece, and it's kind of like, well, that's enough of that.
Yeah, it's the type of round that really knocks your confidence, and it really, like, it kind of blows the wind out of you, right? You look at him individually, he's actually a guy with a lot of experience. He's one of the more veteran players on this side, which have a core that are actually really inexperienced generally, especially in international play. So you're looking at individuals like ADRF, like Adrian and GDSC, right, to be sort of actually the pillars of stability in this side and actually really prop up players like Juan, right? Give them the freedom to express themselves and play in that way. But ADRF, a round like that makes such a big difference. It would be neck and neck, you know, back and forth. Neither side really able to grab a real kind of stronghold over momentum. That's the type of round that really knocks it. And also, the worst thing about it, there was no tac pause for VP to go into. They already used it earlier in the round, in the map. So that's the perfect time where you want to slow it down, take a breather, bring the coach into the fray, and they couldn't.
Well, again, Navi takes the win. The question is, who do they play? Let's start going through our bracket recap and unfold what ended up happening today. Again, 4 teams were eliminated, and this was our first one. Twisted Minds battling hard, very hard throughout the 3 maps, but they couldn't get the job done over KINGZERO-eSports, who end up moving forward to play against Gaming Gladiators, who gave one of our first upsets in our tournament yesterday after they managed to, of course, dethrone Twisted Minds. Now, I do want to say for Twisted Minds, a job well done throughout EWC. Unfortunately, though, they will not have any other teams competing throughout the last 2 remaining games. Of course, with CROSSFIRE being over for them, the last 2 remaining games of the Club Championship Trophy. But they still placed very well, I believe, top 5 unofficially, of course. Let's go and sneaky to Group B, where we had yet another team move on and another team get eliminated.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually very happy for Rock Esports, considering, you know, they're using the right guns. But, you know, at the same time, I feel like this is a team, just like what Neo said, is going to have a rough start to the group stage, and they're going to slowly come back into the group. And I feel like that match with Team Liquid is actually going to be slightly closer than expected.
Sure. Rock Esports are looking great. They needed to win the series against EVOS Esports in a convincing fashion to even start a narrative on the desk going into tomorrow's competition against Team Liquid, and I think they did exactly that. By the way, shout out Q9, who do move forward. Now, Group C, Group of Death, was definitely interesting, and it's been interesting since the very start. I know exactly what you guys are looking at. Neo, Baisha Gaming falls down. Evolution Power takes them out.
The rematch for tomorrow, right? We got that Baisha Falcons version 2, of course. First time out, Falcons get decimated.
Sure.
10-3, 10-1, right, was the map. So, I mean, first and foremost, EP, credit to them, right? This is the side that are reigning champs from the last major in towards EWC. And again, a point to prove, because the narrative has always been, oh, Baisha are the best team in the world. AG may be the second best. EP have always been sort of the third string in China. And now this is the second time on international soil, or an international event, where they've been able to prove that they can beat the best and they can be the best from China.
Well, and for Inner Circle, they were eliminated. It was great watching them play, but the meta just unfortunately was just a bit too much for them. We move to Group D, and it was Team Stallions who take the L to AGAL. However, it was a well-fought battle.
Yeah, for sure, especially that Eagle Eye in that first map was very impressive. I'll admit I was actually paying more attention to the Team Stallions game because, you know,
of course you were.
You know, Filipino pride and everything.
Right.
But Team Stallions, despite their showing up against this AG squad, you know, turning up for a loss, I think the way that they played today, especially up against such a daunting team like AGAL, literally the second best team in the tournament, instills confidence in me that they can actually go toe-to-toe with Navi and maybe even have a better showing compared to their opening matches.
Well, with the Filipino pride, I'm sure you want them to move forward, and they have that very chance to take down Navi. But for VIRTUS.PRO, their chances have come to an end, and their key, unfortunately, must be crushed. That's the way of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, like we said, this is unfortunately being the story. We have to say goodbye. We don't want to. You know, the show must go on and all that. But today has been the day of eliminations here on the H stream, right? And here it is again.
Yeah.
It gets everybody. No one's been able to kind of stone face their way through that one. But no, credit to Na'Vi, right? I think, you know, a good day for them. And actually, another rematch in the same way we got Falcons Bishop, but with that Na'Vi Stallions game, it's also quite interesting now because I feel like Na'Vi are also warming up a little bit. We saw short map one in this series, a little rough around the edges, but Na'Vi have interesting prospects in their own regards. I think Stallions need to really make sure that they prep quite hard for that. And I feel like that's where that rematch, you know, for both of those two games can be so important.
What I like about this rematch, though, is the fact that I feel like they've been forged by fire at this point, because that 3-map series against AJL for Stallions, it was tough. It was hard fought. So they earned their, well, even though they do drop down, they feel like they missed out on a chance truly to go into the top 8, right? Go into the finals. Now for Na'Vi, again, another well-fought battle. I mean, that was 3 maps that were just brutally fought for, and it could have been VIRTUS.PRO at any point in time. Obviously, Na'Vi manages to get the win, but for VIRTUS.PRO, again, their EWC run comes to an end, but I'm sure they're going to be back next year. Let's hear what VIRTUS.PRO had to say during their exit interview.
Hi, I'm Winnie here with LDX from VP. I know it's hard because we lose the game, we lose the chance to go on, but right now let's go back to the match. Anything you are not satisfying with, and when you want to go back, you want to do better?
Hiện tại mình nhìn lại cái trận đấu của mình á, thì có cái điều gì mà mình muốn làm tốt hơn không?
Thực ra thì hiện tại thì em rất muốn làm nhiều điều, nhưng mà kết quả cũng đã vậy rồi thì bọn em chỉ biết là cố gắng vào cái giải sắp tới.
Actually, I wanted to do a lot of things differently, but the match is already done. So we just know that it's a lesson for us to continue at the next tournament.
Okay, of course. And if you want to say something to your fans, just say it.
Hiện tại bây giờ mình muốn gửi lời gì đến người hâm mộ của mình hay không?
Em chỉ muốn cảm ơn những ai đã và đang theo dõi VP cũng như ủng hộ bọn em, và bọn em sẽ trở lại trong thời gian sắp tới. Mọi người cùng đón chờ.
I just want to say thank you to the fans that have always been supporting us, and we will come back stronger, and let's wait for us.
We definitely believe in you guys. And the last questions, can you give me your prediction on the champion of the CROSSFIRE at EWC?
Mình hãy dự đoán thử xem là đội nào sẽ là người chiến thắng cái giải EWC này năm nay.
Theo em dự đoán thì sẽ là đội tuyển Baisa Gaming của Trung Quốc.
Yeah, I think it will be Baisa Gaming from China.
Okay, of course. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Again, for VIRTUS.PRO, the desire to get better is now greater than ever. Taking an L sometimes on that international stage only fuels your fire coming into the future competitions. For CROSSFIRE, well, it's going to be at EWC for at least a bit, unofficially, at least I think so. This tournament has been phenomenal, and it's been a blessing to watch these competitors compete. Tomorrow, we will have 4 more teams, at least their run come to an end, right? As we have our final matches in the group stages. For today, though, all the groups have concluded, but we had a lot of great moments. I mean, we're talking 1v4s, 1v3, snipes galore. Let's take a look back at our Kitty top plays that ended up taking our breath away. And of course, we start off with our first series, KINGZERO versus Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this was an awesome series as well. I mean, KZ a real test in terms of the depth of this team, the depth in terms of their map pool as well, and the fact that it had to go towards a third, but it's a third in which they've already picked up a pretty good win on in the game just prior to this one. So for this side, there was a lot to like from them. And I think KZ keep proving us, not so much wrong, but actually just proving what they're all about. 5th ranked team in China. We've kind of built this narrative of the gifted spot in a way, but they keep proving it.
And there was Slayer, right, coming out for the side of Rock. And, well, Rock taking some big wins, dominating EVOS in the way they needed to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Slayer especially, right, has been one of the most annoying players for this squad. And EVOS, just every single time they face this guy, it seems like they're gun jammed. For some reason, they just can't shoot back.
That's the way to put it.
And, yeah, it's like Slayer had one of the best games, but I feel like Horus especially, man.
Yeah.
Horus is literally the thought in your head that you have to think every single time that you enter a server, and it kind of keeps your brain busy. It kind of distracts you.
That snipe was nasty from Slayer. Move forward to Falcons playing Inner Circle, and Falcons get a big win. That crowd buff went hard.
Yeah, absolutely. The 6th man went crazy. for the Falcons, right? Having that crowd behind them really fired them up. The big thing for Falcons, and we were going to mention it when we were doing the post-match, right? Falcons came in towards this series with utter confidence that they were the best team in the server. They need to bring that tomorrow. We didn't see it against Baisha in the first round out, so I want to see them bring that to the table.
Of course, this wouldn't be Arcadia Top Plays without featuring Wan, who pops off in a true factor as to why Na'Vi found so much success in the series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we already saw this yesterday, right? In their loss against Stallions, of course, Adrian. That felt so nostalgic. It's like I was back in 2021, and Adrian is in an Imperial jersey, and everything is all as well in Brazil. It's like it was quite the callback with that kind of highlight. But at the same time, Juan, he dropped 28 yesterday. He dropped another banger of a series for today. So is it going to be a question on, is he going to be consistent all throughout?
I know exactly where you're going with that. Again, it takes an army to win a war, but whenever it comes down to one solo player, if he keeps performing well, the team's doing well. If he's not, what happens to the rest of the roster? Can they pick up the slack? That was your Arcadia Top Plays. Of course, we still need to crown a MVP for the day. Let's take a look at our Sony Daily MVP. And of course, going to be VNC taking it.
VNC's a player for me who I think is quite interesting. Of course, that was over on the B stream, but VNC's super interesting.
Yeah, VNC is super interesting, and so it actually was Shady from Falcons. So this is a good call, and the reason why this is a great call, again, the crowd came out for the Falcons today, and the Falcons are fighting hard to solidify their first place performance currently in the club championship, which is for $7 million. They want to go back to back, and Shady was truly instrumental in their success.
I think when you look at Shady, he's not even the guy you're meant to be looking towards in the numbers department. We're bringing up names like Ice Cube, right? One of the best snipers we have at this tournament. Dola, one of the best riflers we have at this tournament. So talk about leading by example. This is a team that, of course, are sort of licking the wounds a little bit from a tough game one in this tournament. And what a way to bounce back. And he truly was that perfect leadership figure. And not only in terms of numbers, his calling was excellent. He was managing time and time again to get the read on IC. His adapting mid to late round was perfect as well. I think there's no better MVP for this. We need this Shady tomorrow.
And I will also say Shady, just side note, like not even game related, he gives great interviews. So he's very well spoken. He's clearly a leader in his own right. Shady for Falcons. Great pickup, a valuable member, and someone that is definitely poised to potentially win a championship. But again, their job tomorrow is not going to be easy. They go against their Baba Yaga. It's going to be Boschshot Gaming, who is looking to take them down once again. The last time they met, the series ended 20-4. It wasn't close at all. But this time around, I think it's going to be different because the crowd is going to be coming out in full speed ahead. A great day, though, overall, whenever it comes to our CROSSFIRE EWC 2025. I don't think it's disappointed whatsoever. You can really tell the $2 million prize pool, right? $750,000 on the line has truly elevated the performance of the competitors.
Oh, for sure. The prestige is brought this game to another level, right? That every single team except one is taking this one very, very seriously. And I could say that...
He's ridiculous, isn't he?
Just relentless EVOS hate here. It's just... you never let up.
Yeah, I'm call me Lex Luthor at this point. But I'm just saying, like, every single team has really rose up to the occasion. Yes. And Shady, he knows how important this tournament is, considering that they're the defending champions of Summer. And the fact that the crowd is with them, and you know what happened in 2024 in Summer. When the crowd was behind Shady, he was performing insane.
Yeah, it made such a big difference as well for them. I think there's a few teams that don't like the noise or don't like the pressure of people watching them, right? And that's generally inexperience. I think, the youngsters, it can be a little bit overwhelming. But Shady and this team Falcons side, we saw it last year in Vietnam and Hanoi, right? With Wolf Empire. The first few stages, they were a little bit rocky, right? Because no one was there. As the tournament got later and later, more and more people packed out that stadium in Hanoi. There was only one team in it. They play up to the noise. They play up to the crowd. So honestly, the best thing Falcons can do is keep turning up, right? The fans keep showing up, and the way they did today, I mean, they were so loud from the get-go. We could hear them in here.
Yeah,
we're not even close to the stage, right? So ridiculous stuff. If they can keep bringing that sort of noise as well, they're going to put pressure on.
That's right. Keep it up, Shady. You're, of course, Sony Daily MVP winner. Let's take a look at our schedule going into tomorrow's competition. For B stream, they concluded. It'll now be all A stream. We start off with our core. all day is going to be our decider matches. Our 4 last decider matches in each respective group. Gaming Gladiators against KINGZERO-eSports, followed by Team Liquid and Rock. Baisha Gaming once again faces off against the Falcons, and Team Stallions and Na'Vi will go toe-to-toe. It's going to be an exciting, action-packed day, and I can't wait to see what ends up unfolding. For the fans out there, make sure you show up if you're here at the Boulevard, because your teams are going to need your support. Only 4 more spots remain, right, for our top 8 top 8 bracket play. Single elimination, and that's where the money is truly going to be earned. It was a great day, without question. And of course, I've got to pass it to you boys one more time for your final thoughts. We'll start with you.
I'm really excited for tomorrow, right? It's going to be a day of bittersweet, right? We've got kind of the elation of qualification in towards the next stage, making it towards the playoffs, really being in for the points. That's the main thing for me, but also the heartbreak, right? The final hurdle of groups, trying to be that second team to make it out, trying to be in for the club championship points, but also, we'll be frank, the prize money as well. It means a lot, especially for some of these kind of smaller regions. So tomorrow is going to be a really, really tough day. A lot of keys crushed, but a lot of kind of dreams maybe opened up.
That's right, Sneaky, and that's what EWC is all about. It's about those dreams.
Yeah, for sure. It's about those dreams. And I love what's going to happen tomorrow as the decider matches. Is the pressure is at its highest. And you know the saying, pressure makes diamonds. But at the same time, some of the other players, they could crumble just as easily. So I'm so excited for tomorrow, man.
That's right. Tomorrow, it's going to be coming at you fast. Same time, same place. Make sure you hit the follow button or subscribe button wherever you're at. Make sure you join us on Discord to stay up to date with everything EWC related. Crossfire, it's been fun. It's been exciting. And the story isn't done just yet. We got a couple more chapters to read through before we even get to the ending. And of course, who's writing those chapters? The players themselves. Well, there it is for day 2 Crossfire at EWC 2025. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you're back too.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. Ever touch my sleeve? Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, I'm back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. No, I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show the gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this plea. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feet.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, I'm back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with today's recap with these 2 casters, Achilles and Paper Thing. Welcome!
Hello!
Say hi.
Hello, it's good to be back.
Yes. Yesterday we did the recap right now, of course, and right now we did the day 2 recap. Absolutely. The first question for you guys, what's your match of the day from your perspective?
I'd probably go with Falcons' match. I think that it was really good to see them roar back in, kind of show the form that we expected them to have. We knew that they were going to have a tough opponent in Baisha yesterday, but we didn't think it was going to be as one-sided as it was. So it was good to see them kind of shrug off that loss and be able to rebound in a big way.
Yeah, I'll go with the Na'Vi VIRTUS.PRO match. It really was close. 2 blowouts on the first 2 maps, 1 going each way. And then the last match on Compound, really close. So that was a lot of fun.
Because VP, they need to chase for the club championship rank. They really work so hard, but what a pity. So they looks a little bit upside right now. So maybe jump into the another questions. What's your MVP of the day?
Ooh, I think I'm going to go with 1-1 from Na'Vi. Was playing really well with the snipers today, so he was really a difference maker in some of those rounds.
I was going to go with a Falcons player, but I actually really liked 1-1's play. I think that I would go with him. I think that this was a pivotal one, and I think that it's a match win as well that Na'Vi really needed because their CS2 team had previously gotten eliminated. So for them to also be able to accrue as many championship points as possible, this was a big hurdle for them to jump to be able to get that win. And now they're 1 away from being able to make it into the playoffs. So I think that was a great performance from him.
Can't agree more. So persuasive, actually. So the third questions, let me think about it, because today's week got something happen on the secondary stage. The Team Liquid just lost the game, and Team Falcons can go on, but Team Falcons need to do the second seed struggle and with the Team Falcons, Team Liquid again. So Team Liquid lost. Anything you want to talk about?
I mean, the pressure is really mounting for them because I know that they're playing as we speak over on the CS2 stage. They're playing against Vitality, who is one of, if not the best team in the world. So I think that they need pretty much everybody to do as well as humanly possible. So I'm hoping to see, for their sake, a big rebound here at CFS tomorrow to see if they're going to be able to make it into the playoffs, get into those points, and be able to close that gap versus Falcons.
Yes. How about the paper thing?
I think now it's looking really good for the Falcons. There's so few roads for other teams to kind of make it through there. Twisted Minds is done. VIRTUS.PRO also can't compete against them. So you're basically looking at Liquid to kind of get it done. And with Falcons getting a win here today, who knows? I mean, they're going to have a really tough matchup going against Baisha tomorrow, but anything's possible.
Yes, and of course, 5 Chinese teams, they all secured their position right now today, and they escaped from the death circle. So any comments on the Chinese team?
That's to be expected. They're the best at CROSSFIRE. That's totally what I thought was going to happen. So, it's kind of the script is going according to plan, I guess.
But Achilles is actually, his form is not so good right now as I thought. Anything on that?
I mean, you're in a new environment. You're on a massive stage here. I think that, it's still early days. You're going into day 3, hopefully with a bit more time to get settled. I think that we can kind of see that return to form and get that real big impactful performance that we kind of come to expect from him. So
of course.
I think for him and for all of China, Jiao, keep it going.
Jiao, keep it going. And we're looking forward to our upcoming matches on the day 3. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Bye.